One classmate jeers loudly, saying he thinks Lin Ze and his beast actually have a future selling ice cream on the street, that is. Mocking laughter echoes through the entire hall, directed right at Lin Ze. He transmigrated into this beast-taming world less than a day ago, and before he can even adjust, reality hits him like a freezing bucket of water. In this strange place, once people reach adulthood, everyone must choose a bound spirit beast to be their lifelong companion. But ironically, the body Lin Ze took over had already formed a pact with a creature widely deemed completely useless, a trash beast with absolutely zero potential to evolve. Staring at the weak little creature by his feet and the mocking faces surrounding him, Lin Ze tightly clenches his fists. Yet, right at this seemingly hopeless dead end, a sudden change occurs. A cold mechanical voice suddenly echoes inside his own mind. Ding, the Mythical-Tier Evolution Path System has officially been activated. The story begins at the Novice Beast Taming Academy, where a loud announcement echoes. Attention students, the Beast Tamer exam is less than a week away, and tomorrow marks the official start of the Beast Tamer qualification trials right here at the Novice Beast Taming Academy. The teacher advises the class that since everyone has bound their first beast, they should get plenty of rest today, prepare thoroughly, and aim for a great score. Class dismissed. One student groans about how nervous he is with the trials coming up, while his classmate replies that everyone feels the same. With their current skills, even becoming an apprentice tamer is a stretch, let alone getting into a high-level beast academy. Honestly, it is just a pipe dream. Another confident boy boasts that his ultimate goal is the Ningjiang City Beast Academy. He claims that while it is not a top-tier school, getting into a decent mid-level academy is a total breeze for someone of his caliber. Meanwhile, his friend holds his head in despair, sighing that if he fails the apprentice exam, he will be forced to live as a regular nobody for the rest of his life. Amidst all this tension, Lin Ze sits with his chin propped on his hand, looking completely detached, even though the Beast Tamer evaluation is right around the corner. But to a transmigrator like him, none of this seems to matter. After all, it was only a week ago that he crossed through time and space to take over this body. From the memories left behind by the host, he quickly learned what kind of world this truly is. Hundreds of years ago, during a cataclysmic era, countless savage beasts poured out of massive rifts, hunting and slaughtering humanity, while spreading sheer terror and endless misery everywhere. But humans fought back. In the middle of that brutal war, they slowly discovered techniques to tame these ferocious creatures and command them in battle. Thus, the profession of Beast Tamer was born, taking center stage. In this modern era of taming, these individuals naturally became the ultimate symbols of high social status and class. Simply put, becoming a beast tamer means stepping right into the elite class of society. For almost every single young person in this world, their greatest dream is to become a highly powerful and respected spirit master. He recalls the fundamental rule of this world. Any youth aged 18 or older can bind their very first beast, and the stronger their soul power, the higher the tier limit of the beast they can contract. But then he sighs in deep frustration. None of this actually applies to him anyway, because the original owner of this body had already contracted his very first beast long before Lin Ze even arrived in this world. And that partner is this harmless, tiny little snow spirit who only knows how to act cute. It possesses absolutely zero combat power and lacks any potential to evolve. Is he really destined to remain a regular nobody and live a completely mediocre life from here on out? Back in reality, he rests his chin on his hand and complains. Other transmigrators get crazy cheat codes or world-shaking power, so why on earth is his situation so incredibly pathetic? To make matters worse, some toxic classmates walk over to mock him. They tell Lin Ze not to stress, saying he should just become a normal office worker to stay completely safe from any dangerous risks out in the wild. Another sneers in agreement, mocking that if he cannot become a tamer, he can always carry his little snow spirit to the mall entrance and sell ice cream. They keep laughing, suggesting that selling chilled, bottled water would also work, which makes Lin Ze grit his teeth in pure frustration. But life is full of surprises. Suddenly, a status window pops up, announcing that the system is fully charged, launching, and that the achievement system is now officially online. Lin Ze is completely stunned. Is this his long-awaited cheat code? He genuinely wonders if the system spent this entire past week just charging up its battery. Unable to contain his absolute joy, he pumps his fist and cheers, thinking that beautiful mechanical voice sounds absolutely perfect and his legendary cheat code has finally arrived. Lin Ze swipes his hand to check his personal profile on the system screen. Lin Ze, physical stats 1.0, mental capacity 0.8, level 0, soul power 88 out of 10, soul skills, none, beast bound is the little snow spirit, achievement points 0. Note the average physical and mental stats of a normal adult male are 1.0. The system interface continues to guide him, explaining that achievement points and special reward items are granted upon completing milestones. These points can be used to boost a beast's growth rate, unlock new skills, or even upgrade the tamer's personal stats, making Lin Ze incredibly excited. He immediately checks his companion's status window to see the details. Name Little Snow Spirit, Attribute Ice. Level Tier 1, Stage 1. Growth rate 23.48%. Skill Frost Breath. Growth can be increased through active combat or by consuming energy-rich food items. Once growth hits 100%, evolution will automatically trigger, and after that the creature's overall combat power will improve significantly. Lin Ze carefully reads the text on the screen, noting that once growth hits 100%, evolution activates. He mutters in disbelief, wondering how it is possible when everyone said this creature cannot evolve. Suddenly, the system display updates to show two distinct evolutionary paths. Path 1 is the Colossus path, which focuses entirely on close combat to boost physical strength while weakening ice element control, evolving next into a snow monster with a maximum level cap of Tier 5. Path 2 is the Queen path, which greatly enhances ice element affinity to focus on powerful magic casting while reducing physical stats, evolving next into an ice spirit with a maximum level cap of King level. Lin Ze stares in absolute shock, realizing that since his little snow spirit is supposed to be unevolvable, this must be a rare hidden evolutionary path. He picks up his little pet and smiles, muttering that they do not have to sell ice cream anymore and that he actually has a real chance to become a tamer. He stares at the bright future ahead, thrilled that the Queen path can lead all the way to King level. At that moment, the system notes that to evolve into an ice spirit, they must meet the conditions of 100% growth, low-grade ice essence times 20, and a soul gem times 1. Lin Ze points at the screen, deciding that he should try using his achievement points to upgrade his little pet first. The system display presents a detailed list of his current missions. First, the first Beast Dream achievement completed by successfully contracting his first beast rewards 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal, currently waiting to be claimed. Second, Apprentice Beast Tamer completed by passing the apprentice evaluation rewards 200 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Third, Academy admission completed by getting an admission letter from any Beast Academy rewards 300 achievement points, 1 soul crystal and 1 strength crystal. Lin Ze taps the screen to claim the only completed reward, and the system immediately grants him 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Turning to his little companion, he stretches out his hand and confidently commands the system to use his achievement points. Suddenly, a bright level-up notification flashes from the system. The screen updates with the pet's new stats showing level Tier 1 Stage 1 and a growth rate of 23.48%. Immediately after a successful evolution, alert pops up with updated stats of level Tier 1 Stage 2 and a growth rate of 100%. Lin Ze happily picks up his pet, cheering that the level up actually worked, while the system reports spending 77 achievement points, leaving him with 23 points remaining. But his face quickly falls as he complains about the flashy special effects, only lasting for a brief second. He sighs in disappointment and gently pokes his pet's cheek, teasingly telling the little creature that being classified as a rank F beast is totally fair after all. He quietly calculates the difficult path ahead. To evolve, he still needs to gather ice element essences and a soul gem. That is the only correct path. 20 ice element essences and 1 soul gem. Most people would never imagine that a tiny little snowball requires such a formula to level up, and these materials are definitely not cheap. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he leaves, planning his next move. First, he needs to secure some cash, then head to the pet store to buy the evolution materials. But the moment he turns around, that annoying classmate calls out to him. "Hey Lin Ze, are you ready to take your little ice ball home and sell ice cream?" But he does not even bother looking back. He just turns to his pet with a gentle smile, telling the little guy to ignore that garbage. He says tomorrow's Beast Master assessment relies entirely on them, and the little snowball squeaks in happy agreement. Hearing those words, the bully snaps. His eyes flare with rage as he growls out, asking who exactly he just called garbage. Lin Ze suppresses his anger and quickly assesses the situation. The Jiang family is the second largest clan in Jiangning City. He cannot afford a direct clash with him just yet, so he decides to play it cool. With a smirk, he turns around, adjusts his jacket, and delivers a cold reply. He says they will find out who the real garbage is once the final Beast Master exam results are posted. Hearing this, Jiang Hao tries to hold back a laugh, curling his lip and letting out a disdainful snort. Unable to hold it in, he points a finger at the boy and bursts into loud laughter. He mocks him, asking if he really thinks he can pass with an unevolvable plush toy. He sneers that if he were him, he would not even show up tomorrow because there is no way he will pass. His lackey clutches his stomach, laughing along and telling him to go home and sell popsicles. Right then, a stunningly beautiful girl steps forward, raising her voice to defend him and warning Jiang Hao not to cross the line. Jiang Hao quickly puts on a serious face, crosses his arms, and smirks. He greets Miss Quan Ning and claims he is not crossing any lines, mockingly, adding that he is actually terrified of this garbage. His lackey chimes in with a greasy smile, wondering aloud why she even hangs out with a loser when she should be going out with their leader instead. Lin Ze has no intention of bickering with them. He simply smiles, turns away, and tells his friend that there is no need to waste breath arguing because the truth will soon speak for itself. He gently explains his schedule, saying he has to head to the pet shop first and suggesting she go home ahead of him. She nods obediently, agreeing to his plan. A short while later, Lin Ze stands outside the store, looking up at the sky and groaning about why evolution materials have to be so outrageously expensive. Running a hand through his hair, he shoves his hands into his pockets, feeling the sting of his empty wallet. Months of hard-earned savings vanished in a single shopping trip. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, Lin Ze. He turns around in surprise to see Quan Ning. She blushes, smiling shyly as she says her mother asked her to invite him over for dinner tonight. Lin Ze gladly accepts the offer, promising to head over to her place in a little bit. Suddenly, Quan Ning shyly rubs her ear, hesitating before asking if they can talk about something. Fidgeting nervously, she asks him if he would be willing to go to tomorrow's Beast Master assessment together with her. Lin Ze answers naturally, saying that of course he will since he has to take the exam anyway. Hearing this, she cheers happily and says it is wonderful, telling him he absolutely must show Jiang Hao and his entire gang what he is truly capable of. The young man waves goodbye with total confidence, telling her to leave it all to him. She waves back with a bright smile, bidding him farewell and telling him to take care, while Lin Ze nods and says goodbye. Back home, Lin Ze sits on the sofa, turning the stone over in his hand with a sigh. He mutters that even low-grade ice element essence and a soul gem cost a fortune, warning his little pet that upgrading later is going to be incredibly expensive. He lays the high-grade materials out on the floor and coaxes his pet to come over. He tells the little guy to eat up so it can evolve, reminding it to take its time since no one is going to steal its food. Once the little snowball stuffed itself, its body began to glow with a brilliant light. Lin Ze watches in tense anticipation, sweating slightly as he wonders if the evolution is actually happening right now. The blinding light intensifies, forcing him to shield his eyes with his hand as he shouts out that it is really shining. The pet's small body begins to transform, shattering its outer shell of ice amidst a cascade of magical glowing light. As the blinding light fades, a breathtakingly beautiful and powerful frost spirit shaped like a young maiden slowly emerges from the mist, leaving her master completely speechless. The system interface immediately updates with some incredible new details. The pet's name is Frost Spirit, possessing the Ice attribute, currently sitting at Tier 2 Stage 2 with a growth rate of 0%. Her skills include Ice Pillar and Absolute Frost Realm. Her next evolutionary path is Snow Girl, which requires a growth rate of 100%, 20 mid-grade Ice element essences, and 1 Heart of Frost. Lin Ze pumps his fist in celebration, cheering that she successfully evolved into a Frost Spirit. The system panel displays her new level at Tier 2 Stage 2, leaving him thoroughly amazed. He realizes she actually jumped an entire tier in one go. Normally for third-year students at Binhai No. 1 High School, the average pet power only hovers around Stage 3 to Stage 5 of Tier 1. He never expected his companion to leap straight to Tier 2. The Frost Spirit happily floats up to nuzzle his cheek, causing her master to shiver and mumble that it is freezing cold. Shivering from the cold, he realizes that simply being near her sends chills down his spine, proving her power has increased far beyond his expectations. Right then, the system chimes to announce his first evolution achievement, rewarding him with 100 achievement points and 1 power crystal. With a grin, he taps the screen to claim his rewards, reflecting on his choice. If the system had not guided him on the evolution path, no one would have ever fed such pricey ingredients to a weak pet. His massive gamble paid off. Lin Ze reaches out, commanding the system to extract the soul crystal and power crystal floating in the void. The soul crystal can strengthen his mental power, which directly dictates the number and level of pets a master can contract with. Meanwhile, the power crystal works to directly enhance his own physical body. He knows that both of these boosts are incredibly vital for his future growth. Without hesitation, the young man tosses the crystals straight into his mouth and crunches down on them. Instantly, Lin Ze's eyes flash with a powerful glowing orange light. A burst of energy envelopes him as the system displays his new stats. His physical strength rises from 1 to 2, mental power increases from 0.8 to 1.8, and soul energy jumps from 80 to 180. His pet is at Tier 2 Stage 2, leaving him with 123 achievement points. He throws a heavy punch at the wall, declaring with confidence that he no longer feels the cold. He can feel a steady stream of power surging from deep within his body. The wall cracks and crumbles, earning a highly satisfied nod from him. Even though Beastmasters do not fight directly on the front lines, having a robust physical body is always a major plus. In dangerous situations, his chances of survival will be drastically improved. Below him, the adorable little Frost Spirit tightly hugs her master's leg, closing her eyes as she cuddles up to him. Lin Ze wears a determined grin, deciding to go all in and spend every single achievement point he has. He spreads his arms and channels the upgrading light into his pet. Meanwhile, the system screen flashes, showing that all 123 achievement points have been consumed to boost her level, taking her from Tier 1 Stage 2 with a growth rate of 100%. The Frost Spirit stands proud amidst a swirling blizzard, showing off her new system stats. She is now at Tier 2 Stage 4, with a growth rate of 24%. Striking a cool pose, the young man smirks confidently. He is absolutely sure that the high-ranking members of the association will be completely blown away during tomorrow's assessment. The following morning, Lin Ze and Quan Ning stroll together through the bustling city streets. She stretches her arms, showing off her slender figure, and eagerly asks if he is ready. Lin Ze replies, of course, reminding her that she needs to earn her official Beast Master license today as well. Quan Ning smiles warmly, teasing him that it is absolutely great to see him so motivated now because the old him would have never agreed to participate in something like this. Lin Ze gives a calm smile, replying that people always have to change eventually. A schoolgirl nearby points and whispers, wondering why a talented 12th grader like Quan Ning from Bin Hai Hai would ever hang out with such a low-level loser. Her friend rolls her eyes and sneers, muttering that who knows, especially since she apparently rejected the popular Chu Huang just yesterday, adding that she cannot understand why guys like her anyway since she is nothing special before. Another classmate quickly whispers for them to keep quiet. Lin Ze gives them a sidelong glance, quietly reminding himself that Quan Ning is actually just his cousin. Walking right beside her, he proudly notes that she is one of the top geniuses at Bin Hai High School, meaning she attracts plenty of admirers and jealous haters, though she never seems to care about what any of them think. Quan Ning looks at him with a doubtful expression, asking if he really intends to bring out little Snowball for the upcoming qualification exam. Lin Ze winks and clenches his fist, confidently telling her not to look down on his little Snowball. Thrilled to hear that his cousin leaps forward and wraps her arms around his neck, shouting that if they both pass today they must celebrate, leaving him struggling for balance. Lin Ze blushes and sweats from the sudden close contact, while she eagerly adds that there is a special shop she has been dying to visit for a very long time. Suddenly, a heavily tattooed guy aggressively blocks their path and yells for Quan Ning to stop right there, while the girl with him stomps her feet and points, screaming that she is the one who stole her boyfriend. Quan Ning glares back in pure annoyance, frowning as she asks who the girl even is and who her boyfriend is supposed to be. The girl screams back that it is Chu Huan, prompting Quan Ning to close her eyes with a heavy sigh, realizing it is that annoying jerk again. Remembering his incredibly cringy confession from before, she coldly explains that she has absolutely zero interest in the guy, and although he did confess to her, she turned him down immediately. The girl widens her eyes in disbelief and falsely claims that she is lying, insisting that she must have seduced him first. Quan Ning has no interest in arguing, simply grabbing Lin Ze by the hand to pull him away, saying they should leave because she has no time to waste on them when they have more important things to do. The tattooed thug immediately grabs Quan Ning by the shoulder to threaten her, shouting that she is completely ignoring him and asking who gave her permission to leave, warning that since she messed with his cousin he is going to get rough. Quan Ning turns to glare at him, a menacing red aura erupting around her as she growls for him to let go. The tattooed punk flinches, breaking into a cold sweat under that terrifying, intense gaze. Embarrassed and furious, he raises his hand high to strike her down, roaring that. Lin Ze casually reaches out his hand and catches the tattooed punk's fist cleanly. Behind him, Quan Ning stands completely speechless, frozen in shock. The sister yells from the sidelines, telling her brother to stop playing around, since everyone knows this cousin is useless. Drenched in cold sweat, the thug sneers, telling him he should worry about saving his own skin first. Lin Ze just smirks, a dangerous golden light flashing in his eyes with overwhelming pressure. Without wasting any words, the young man counters with a devastating punch straight at the thug. The punch sends the thug flying, leaving his sister screaming for her big brother. He skids across the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping for air while everyone watches in shock. Lin Ze stands tall, brushing off his clothes as he confidently declares that he is her brother, so deal with him instead. Humiliated, the tattooed thug grinds his teeth in silent rage. Behind him, Quan Ning stares in awe, realizing her cousin is actually a powerhouse when it comes to fighting. Meanwhile, Lin Ze looks down at his own fist, amazed at how insanely strong he became after upgrading his physical stats. But this thug is not done yet. He struggles up with bloodshot eyes, growling they will regret this. He instantly summons a glowing magic circle to call forth his beast for battle. A blinding pillar of light suddenly erupts in the street. Lin Ze and Quan Ning stand their ground calmly, watching their enemy make his move. Out of the light steps a ghostly wolf identified by the system as a Tier 2 Stage 1 beast. Smirking arrogantly, the thug sneers, asking how two high school kids expect to beat his Tier 2 wolf. Sweating with worry, Quan Ning quickly calculates, knowing her own beast is only at Tier 1 Stage 7. Biting her lip, she summons her beast, knowing that even with full confidence her chances of winning are slim, but she has no choice. Lin Ze suddenly stops her, making her startle and frantically ask what he is doing. Staring in disbelief at his overconfidence, she nervously asks if he really plans to fight that beast with little Snowball. Without even turning back, the young man just smiles confidently and tells her that any risk of injury could ruin her evaluation. He insists she should just leave this entirely to him. Hearing this, the thug's little sister clenches her fists and bursts into a mocking laugh, asking if he is crazy. How can the absolute worst student in Binhai #1 high school talk so big? She immediately tells her big brother to quickly teach them a lesson. Right then, the tattooed thug raises his hand to order an attack, sending the ghost wolf charging straight forward. Lin Ze calmly extends his hand, preparing to face the oncoming threat. The demon wolf snarls, lunging forward with its jaws wide open like a whirlwind. Its eyes burn with savage cruelty, ready to tear its prey to shreds. But in an instant, the wolf slams hard. A solid, razor-sharp ice wall stops it. Making her grand entrance, the little ice crystal soul clasps her hands and shuts her eyes, unleashing her absolute frost domain. The demon wolf is completely frozen solid inside a massive block of ice suspended in mid-air right before the ice crystal soul. The tattooed thug and his sister stare with wide eyes, sweat pouring down their faces at this unbelievable sight. Kwon clutches her chest in utter shock, asking if this is really just little Snowball. Hearing this, Lin Ze turns to her with a smile, explaining that little Snowball has evolved. Meanwhile, the panicked thug clenches his fists, desperately shouting for his demon wolf to move immediately. Lin Ze proudly introduces the new form, announcing that she is now called the Ice Crystal Soul. Sharp ice spikes suddenly shoot up, shattering the frozen block and grinding the demon wolf into 100 pieces. Fractured shards of ice rain down, scattering right around the tattooed thug's feet. Seeing this, the thug looks up. Trembling, he stammers that it cannot be. He clutches his head and pulls his hair, screaming in pure despair. "You are just a high schooler. Your beast is at most Tier 1 Stage 9. So how on earth did you instantly kill my Tier 2 beast?" His sister panics, grabbing his arm and asking what they should do now, while the trembling thug backs away, realizing he never expected this guy to also have a high-level Tier 2 beast. They completely miscalculated and need to retreat immediately. Lin Ze glares at them, his eyes brimming with heavy murder intent as he blocks their path coldly, asking if he ever gave them permission to leave. The thug and his sister freeze in pure terror. Cold sweat drips down their pale faces. The Ice Crystal Soul stands ready, summoning countless sharp icicles that point directly at the heads of the two troublemakers. The young thug's eyes fill with utter dread. He is staring death right in the face. He immediately bows flat, begging for forgiveness and repeating that he is incredibly sorry and made a huge mistake. Lin Ze casually shoves his hands into his pockets, looking down at the groveling man with a cold stare as he remarks that he is not the one who deserves an apology. The thug quickly turns and bows humbly before Kwon, pleading for mercy, saying he is deeply sorry and begs for her forgiveness, promising that once they return, he will definitely teach Chu Huang a lesson he won't forget. His sister stands there completely frozen, watching her usually arrogant brother beg so pathetically, and she can only call out to him in disbelief. Suddenly, the furious thug swings his arm and slaps his sister, snapping at her to stop standing around and apologize immediately. Kwon sighs and waves her hand in disgust, telling them to just get out of her sight, prompting the relieved thug to eagerly nod and thank her. Lin Ze smiles, patting his beast's head and telling her it is all right, causing the floating icicles to instantly vanish into thin air. The young man quietly watches. The two siblings desperately scramble and run to save their lives. With the trouble sorted out, his excited cousin clings tightly to his arm, cheering and asking how on earth he did that against a Tier 2 demon wolf, demanding to know what is going on with the Ice Crystal Soul since little Snowball was never supposed to evolve. He gently pats his beast as she happily squints, her eyes calmly telling his cousin that while that is true, they do not have much time and must head straight to the licensing exam. A grand panoramic view of the magnificent Royal Beast Tamer Association building appears, towering over the heart of the city. Crowds of anxious examinees gather inside the massive main lobby, nervously waiting for the assessment to begin. A massive boulder glowing with a mystical green light sits right in the center of the hall, prompting an examinee to whisper if that is the legendary Origin Stone. Whispers echo through the crowd, with some marveling at its massive size, while others think it looks totally ordinary, all while Lin Ze and his sister quietly observe. Shoving his hands in his pockets, the young man tilts his head with determination, silently reminding himself that this is the final assessment of the year, where some will fail to become Beast Tamers forever, but others will enter the Royal Beast Academy and start a brand new life, and he must succeed. The exam room doors finally swing open. The anxious crowd of students watches in silence. The examiner steps out and loudly addresses the crowd, welcoming everyone to today's Apprentice Beast Tamer licensing exam, telling them that the small bronze medals they each received, which are marked with low, medium, high, and superclass difficulty, will serve as their keys to unlocking the place, inner realm of the Origin Stone. The medal held in his hand clearly displays the 4 distinct choices of superclass, high, medium, and low. Gesturing with his hands, the examiner explains that they must select the difficulty for their upcoming challenge, reminding them that higher difficulties offer far greater rewards, and asks them to look at the screen. The detailed system information panel for the exam displays the specific stat rewards for each tier. Clearing low difficulty promotes you to Apprentice Beast Tamer, granting +1 spirit and a 5% designated beast growth rate. Clearing medium difficulty promotes you to the apprentice rank, offering +2 spirit, +1 physique, and a 10% growth rate. Choosing high difficulty grants a promotion with +3 spirit, +2 physique, a 20% beast growth rate, and successfully unlocks a second beast slot. Finally, the ultimate superclass difficulty rewards you with a promotion plus 5 spirit plus 3 physique, an outstanding 30% beast growth rate, and also unlocks that second beast slot. The crowd of students begins to whisper excitedly, with one boy marveling at how incredible it would be to clear the superclass difficulty. But his friend immediately pours cold water on his dreams, telling him to stop daydreaming since less than 1/10 of the applicants can even pass the high difficulty, so they should just focus on passing the lowest level first to secure their apprentice rank. Quan Ning turns and asks her cousin which difficulty level he plans to choose, but she is met only with absolute silence. Up on the stage, the examiner gently advises the students, telling them that before choosing their exam difficulty, they must think very carefully because this decision directly impacts their future prospects, urging everyone to realistically assess their own strength and select a level that matches their current limits. While Quan Ning falls into deep thought, Lin Ze does not hesitate for a second, stretching out his finger to press the superclass button on his medal. The screen instantly updates the registration numbers, showing 46 applicants for low, 10 for medium, 1 for high, and just one single person daring to choose superclass difficulty. The crowd gasped in utter shock. Who could be so reckless? Someone actually selected the nightmare difficulty. Another bystander chimed in mockingly, saying they must still be half asleep to pull a stunt like that. The mockery kept coming, with people sneering that only a complete fool would slip up and press the wrong button now. The crowd kept sneering, whispering that whoever it was would fail and lose any chance of applying to the Royal Beast Taming Academy this year. Meanwhile, Lin Ze just stood there with a confident smile, holding his glowing token tightly. Quan Ning looked at her cousin's glowing token and froze in complete shock. Realizing what happened, she panicked and cried out, asking if he really chose the nightmare difficulty. She warned him that if he failed, he would lose his chance at the Beast Taming Academy this year. Feeling all those curious eyes on him, Lin Ze calmly reassured his cousin, telling her to relax because he knew exactly what he was doing. Nearby guys started pointing and whispering, wondering if this was the guy who chose the nightmare mode and whether it was a mistake or if he was just stupid. The examiner frowned deeply, raising his voice to ask the young man if he had simply ignored the warning to choose carefully. Instead of backing down, Lin Ze gripped his token firmly and replied that this was a deliberate choice made after careful consideration. The examiner glared with pure hostility, asking if the boy seriously believed he had what it takes to survive the nightmare difficulty. Lin Ze met his gaze with a confident, sharp look. Of course. The examiner scoffed, waving his hand as he laughed about how arrogant the youth always were, adding that since he already gave his warning, Lin Ze was free to play with fire if he wanted. He turned around and walked toward the massive stone monument, loudly announcing that since everyone had made their choices, the evaluation would commence. The examiner shouted that the official trial had begun, prompting all candidates to immediately sit cross-legged on the floor. Lin Ze closed his eyes to focus, feeling the illusionary energy begin to spread. A blinding pillar of light erupted, shooting straight into the air. The consciousness of every candidate was instantly transported into separate pocket spaces within the origin stone. The examiner watched the name on the monument and smiled to himself, thinking Lin Ze was turning out to be quite an interesting kid. Lin Ze's consciousness materialized right in the middle of a massive coliseum. The young man crouched, landing perfectly on his feet. Standing up, Lin Ze adjusted his jacket and looked around, figuring that he had successfully entered the illusionary space of the origin stone. Back in reality, his physical body remained perfectly safe in deep meditation, with the system clarifying that any injuries sustained inside the illusionary world would not affect him even if his beast died. Lin Ze stretched his limbs to warm up, smiling as he realized that with no lingering worries, he could finally go all out. Suddenly, a system screen popped up in bright red letters right in front of him, announcing that he had an unclaimed achievement for defeating the Phantom Wolf. Excitedly, the youth reached out to tap the virtual screen, amazed that he could still access his system here, and quickly claimed the reward. The system window popped up to confirm his rewards of 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal, which Lin Ze wasted no time in activating right away. Instantly, his stats and his beast's attributes surged. His spiritual power rose from 1.8 to 2.8, and his growth rate shot up from 24% to 44%, instantly boosting his rank from Tier 2 Stage 1 to Tier 2 Stage 6. Clenching his fists, Lin Ze grinned with confidence, knowing his chances of winning just got a whole lot better. The massive iron gate of the arena slowly began to grind open. A giant muscular orange claw stepped out, casting a heavy shadow over Lin Ze and his tiny ice pixie. A massive blazing lizard emerged alongside his system panel, identifying it as a fire lizard of the fire attribute rank 1 stage 7. Honestly, you would expect something way crazier here. Lin Ze watched the scrawny beast hiss, wondering why nightmare mode was hyped up so much when this thing was only rank 1. The lizard suddenly opened its jaws to unleash a massive wave of fire, but the young man calmly pointed and ordered his ice pixie to cast Ice Spike. His tiny ice pixie obediently leaned back quickly, conjuring countless sharp ice spears. The icy spears shot forward at a blistering speed, tearing right through the flames and causing a violent burst of bright light. The ice pixie casually stood before the massive block of ice, which had completely frozen both the fiery attack and the giant beast itself, sealing them forever. Slipping his hands into his pockets, Lin Ze smiled and patted his pet, quite pleased that his skill was clearly on another level. The system screen immediately flashed to announce that he had cleared the first stage out of 5, while the second massive gate slowly began to open. In the next stage, a skeleton wrapped in bandages emerged, showing stats for a bandaged skeleton of the undead attribute rank 1 stage 9. The youth smirked with pride, thinking that while a rank 1 stage 9 beast might be a tough nightmare for other tamers, to him, it was absolutely nothing. Outside, the strict examiner stood with his arms crossed, watching the progress display on the stone. Back in the illusionary arena, the mummified skeleton was already pulverized into tiny pieces, with Lin Ze thinking that this whole challenge felt like absolute child's play. The examiner scowled, muttering that the brat only got lucky because his elemental attribute countered the monsters, but warning that the real nightmare trial was just about to begin. The system screen flashed again to confirm he cleared the second stage, and the third massive iron gate slowly began to rise. A hideous withered tree root of an arm reached out from the darkness, forcing the young tamer and his beast to look up in anticipation. A massive roaring plant monster suddenly spawns, displaying its stats as a Tier 2 Stage 2 withered abomination. The proctor, watching from outside, confidently declares that Lin Ze's beast is Tier 2 Stage 1 at best. With the withered abomination sitting at Tier 2 Stage 2, no amount of talent will save the boy from failing this round. Inside the arena, the withered monster unleashes a deafening roar and lunges straight toward Lin Ze. Frowning, the young man analyzes the situation, noting that this dried tree monster has incredibly thick bark that can actually block his ice spike skill. The plant beast slams its massive fists into the ground, unleashing countless thorny vines that stab deep into the arena floor. Instantly, those cursed withered vines coil around Lin Ze's ice crystal spirit, trapping her completely in their tight grip. Sensing victory, the monster charges forward to deliver a finishing blow to the immobilized spirit. The proctor folds his arms with a smug smile. The kid might be a genius among rookies, but this is clearly as far as he goes. But his smug grin quickly vanishes as his eyes widen in pure disbelief. Back in the arena, the withered monster freezes solid, its legs locked in ice as it shrieks in agonizing pain. Meanwhile, Lin Ze stands completely unfazed behind his pet, quietly ordering her to activate her absolute frost domain skill. The young man smirks dangerously. Did they really think he only had one trick up his sleeve? He orders his pet to strike once more. Instantly, sharp giant ice pillars erupt from the ground, skewering the plant monster's arms and body while forcing out a horrific, ear-piercing scream. From high above, the plant beast looks utterly pathetic, trapped inside a massive mountain of jagged ice. Completely impaled and sealed within countless glittering ice crystals, the towering creature officially suffers another crushing defeat. The plant monster is totally pierced and crushed under the weight of the massive ice pillars. Lin Ze gently pats his pet's head, looking over the frozen arena, and calmly announces that it's over. As the massive ice block shatters, the system panel announces his successful clearing of the third stage. An eerie dark corridor lined with glowing red eyes appears, reminding him that only 2 trials remain. Out in the real world, a male student stares at the screen, his eyes wide with shock and regret. The boy rests his hands on his knees, punching the air in frustration. Damn it, he was so close to taking down that beast. Meanwhile, his friend clutches his face, groaning that he failed the exam again this year. Staring at his hands, the boy complains that he never expected the 5th stage of the low difficulty to be so brutal, featuring a Tier 1 Stage 6 beast. But right next to him, another student pumps his fist, celebrating his success as a newly minted apprentice beastmaster. The failing student can only look down, biting his lip in pure envy. Suddenly, the crowd starts buzzing, pointing at the origin stone where a terrifying poison claw beast has just emerged. The proctor and candidates are completely shocked that thing is a Tier 2 beast. How could a Tier 2 monster even show up in an apprentice qualification exam like this? When the massive ice block sealing the beast appears on screen, the crowd gasps, realizing it's the guy who chose the super difficulty. Right then, the system confirms he cleared the 4th stage. Lin Ze and his ice crystal spirit step into a massive plaza. The system announces that the final trial is starting, allowing the young man to sigh in relief that he's finally reached the end. Outside, the stunned audience clenches their fists in disbelief. How is this guy so powerful? They know all the top prodigies from the local schools, yet no one has ever heard of him. Quan Ning's eyes widen, sparkling with absolute shock and a deep sense of pride. She stands up, squeezing her fists with joy, thrilled that she's about to become an apprentice beastmaster. But she cannot help but wonder how Lin Ze is doing. While other candidates gather around the origin stone, completely amazed by the display of power, she looks around in total confusion, wondering what is going on. Quan Ning steps closer, staring intently at the stone, amazed that Lin Ze actually cleared the 4th stage on super difficulty. Suddenly, a boy nearby screams that it is coming out. A massive lion with flaming fur and razor-sharp fangs materializes, absolutely terrifying the crowd. As they wonder what kind of monster this is, the system reveals its identity, a Tier 2 Stage 5 saber-toothed lion. The crowd breaks into a cold sweat, terrified by the saber-toothed lion. This exam is completely insane, making it practically impossible for a rookie to survive. Inside the arena, Lin Ze smirks with excitement, thrilled to finally have a worthy opponent to fight, while his ice crystal spirit immediately tenses up to prepare her frost magic. Countless sharp ice spears rain down on the lion, but the beast quickly generates a powerful air current to block them. Lin Ze's eyes widen as he frowns in surprise at the beast's incredible speed. The saber-toothed lion agilely dodges and leaps down from above, launching a devastating slash attack straight at the ice crystal spirit. The slash is so powerful that it cracks a small piece off the ice crystal spirit's defensive shield. Outside, the proctor watches closely, wondering what else the young man can pull off. Sure, he has some skills, but this is definitely the end of the line for him. Inside the arena, Lin Ze carefully analyzes his opponent. Although his ice crystal spirit is one stage higher than the saber-toothed lion, he knows that beast battles are not just decided by stages, elemental advantages, the surrounding environment, and the master's own combat tactics all play a massive role in deciding the final outcome. Breaking into a cold sweat, the young man continues to plan, knowing his ice crystal spirit is heavily exhausted after fighting 4 consecutive battles. On top of that, this saber-toothed lion is a powerhouse in solo combat, easily outmatching his pet in both speed and physical strength, making this an incredibly tough uphill battle. As the beast's blood-red savage eyes glare down at him with a threatening growl, Lin Ze is forced to admit that if he keeps fighting like this, he might actually lose. The saber-toothed lion extends its massive claws and lunges to finish its prey. Lin Ze backs away, waiting for the perfect moment to strike before ordering his spirit to stand ready. A sharp gleam of pure determination flashes in the young man's eyes. This is his moment. Lin Ze calmly waves his hand, ordering his beast to trigger the Ice Spikes skill. Massive ice pillars slam violently into the mid-air body of the giant saber-toothed tiger. Outside, the crowd of examinees stares blankly at the origin, Stone muttering in absolute disbelief, wondering if this is actually a tie and how that is even possible. Suddenly, someone points at the stone and screams to look closer, while others watch in mute shock as the wild beast is pinned down by dozens of razor-sharp ice shards. Sweating profusely, the examiner strokes his chin and speculates how this kid could tie with a Tier 2 Stage 5 saber-toothed tiger, meaning his own beast must be at least Tier 2 Stage 5 as well, realizing this clever boy was hiding a truly massive trump card all along. He recalls the young man's incredibly steady and determined gaze from earlier, quietly realizing this bold decision was only made after some deep, careful planning. Back inside the illusion, the ferocious saber-tooth suddenly lets out a deafening roar, shattering its frozen prison. The intense shockwave forces the little ice crystal soul back by a few steps, but she quickly glares back with an icy look, soaring into the air to unleash her magical powers. The wild beast bares its razor-sharp claws, lunging forward with a savage roar to deliver a final blow. Watching from behind, Lin Ze frowns as he quickly analyzes the situation, remembering that the saber-toothed tiger originates from freezing polar regions, giving it an incredibly high resistance to all ice elements. Gritting his teeth in cold sweat, the young man worries that he is at a total disadvantage. Right at this critical moment, his glowing system screen suddenly flashes with a new notification announcing a brand new achievement has been unlocked. Lin Ze stares in absolute shock at the screen, which shows his beast has used skills 10 times, earning him 100 achievement points and fully unlocking the skill expansion function, leaving him quite curious about what this new feature actually does. He is absolutely thrilled as he browses the new skills like Ice Chains, a crowd control move that shapes ice into sturdy chains to bind targets, requiring a 40% growth rate and 50 achievement points, along with defensive ice, shields, and area of effect spells, making him wonder if he can truly add all these custom abilities. Rubbing his chin, he strategically calculates his next move, knowing that beasts usually only have 2 basic skills, so the more skills he unlocks, the more versatile his battle tactics will become. Analyzing the ongoing battlefield further, he knows his primary offensive ice skill is more about soft crowd control, and while his ultimate ice field covers a massive range with decent damage, it is still not quite enough, meaning what he desperately needs in this exact moment is a powerful single target restriction spell. Without any hesitation, Lin Ze taps to learn the Ice Chain skill, and the system immediately confirms the consumption of 50 achievement points, leaving him with 50 remaining. As he glances at his remaining points, the massive wild beast is already charging directly at them. Bearing its terrifying maw full of razor-sharp fangs, the saber-tooth lunges straight at the little ice crystal soul. Suddenly, a dazzling pillar of light erupts around the tiny beast as the system announces a level up, promoting the ice crystal soul to Tier 2 Stage 7 and boosting her growth rate to 54%. Outside, the crowd of spectators shoves and points in absolute bewilderment, wondering what on earth that blinding light is. The arena erupts into chaotic chatter as people ask how a level up is even possible, especially since he did not use any evolution materials, pointing out that even with battle experience, beasts are only supposed to level up after the match is won. Inside, Lin Ze smirks, confidently beckoning his powerful opponent over and teasing if it realizes something is wrong, inviting it to come get some. As the enraged Sabretooth charges, the confident master commands his pet to let the beast taste his new ice chains. Glowing blue magical chains suddenly erupt from the ground, tightly binding the massive body of the giant beast. While the monster roars and struggles desperately against the freezing binds, Lin Ze seizes the perfect opening, waving his hand and shouting that this is their moment. Pointing his finger decisively, he orders another round of ice spikes, causing massive frost pillars to violently impale the Sabretooth's underbelly and leaving the beast howling in sheer agony. Watching the scene unfold, the spectators gasp in absolute shock, questioning what kind of skill that is and how this is happening. Even the strict examiner breaks out in a cold sweat, muttering in sheer disbelief about how a single pet beast could possibly utilize 3 different skills. Back on the battlefield, the massive beast struggles painfully against the impaling ice pillars under the watchful gaze of Lin Ze and his summon. Despite being pinned by countless frozen spears, the stubborn Sabretooth still tries to stand up and growl, forcing the young Tamer to marvel at its insanely thick hide. The ice crystal soul smirks, her eyes flashing with a dangerous purple glow as Lin Ze loudly declares that it is time for round 2. Finally pushed past its absolute limit, the mighty Sabretooth collapses heavily onto the pure white sheet of ice. The glowing system panel flashes a congratulatory message for clearing the stage and successfully passing the apprentice qualification assessment on supreme difficulty, while outside Quan Ning jumps up and down with pure joy, cheering that Lin Ze actually defeated the beast. The stunned crowd of examinees clutch their heads in utter disbelief, claiming it is completely impossible and accusing him of bribing the examiner, while the examiner himself stands with crossed arms, quietly cursing the cheeky brat for pulling off such a crazy stunt. Glancing back at the triumphant youth, the examiner secretly marvels in awe, realizing that while he has seen plenty of talented young Beast Tamers, this is his very first time witnessing a complete nobody rise from absolute obscurity to overnight stardom. Back inside the virtual space, a brilliant golden light envelops Lin Ze and his beast as the system announces his stats have increased with his constitution, rising from 2 to 5 and his spirit from 2.8 to 7.8. His personal profile receives a comprehensive update showing an apprentice rank with 780 spiritual power 3 achievement points and his ice crystal souls level now successfully promoted to tier 3 stage 1 with an 84% growth rate alongside her newly acquired skills. Lin Ze smiles immensely, satisfied with his rapid growth, thinking that the upgrade rewards from the supreme difficulty level are truly extraordinary, bringing him a level of power that is simply incredible. His eyes suddenly widen as a glowing system prompt appears, notifying him that he can now form a contract with his second beast. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he wonders what kind of companion beast he should tame next, ultimately deciding that a personal trip to the local pet market is definitely in order, while the system simultaneously grants him 200 achievement points and 1 precious soul jade for successfully completing his first official Tamer promotion. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out, announcing that his rewards have been distributed and telling him to exit the trial immediately. As the young man opens his eyes back in reality, he finds the entire crowd frozen in place, staring at him with utterly bizarre expressions. The swarm of students suddenly erupts, crowding around him with endless questions about how he did it, where he got that rare ice beast they had never seen before, and praising him for being so incredibly cool. His cousin, Quan Ning, excitedly rushes over and wraps her arms around his neck, shouting that she knew he would succeed all along, leaving the young man completely flustered. Lin Ze holds his sister's hand with a smile as she hugs him from behind softly, whispering that this is just so wonderful. Just then, the once critical examiner steps forward and nods in genuine praise, admitting that the young man's performance was truly spectacular. He readily takes back his earlier skepticism, realizing this confidence stems from genuine skill rather than reckless youth. The surrounding crowd gasps in disbelief, gossiping about an examiner actually apologizing to a mere student, something they have never seen before. Meanwhile, Lin Ze simply waves his hands modestly, letting him know that he does not mind at all. With a friendly smile, the examiner extends his hand and delivers a highly appealing offer, asking if he is Lin Ze and if he might be interested in joining their exclusive Beastmaster Association. They can bring him on as a reserve officer with exceptional benefits and top-tier treatment, emphasizing that this will not conflict at all with his plans to apply to the Royal Beastmaster Academy. In fact, he will be promoted directly to a deacon of the association right after graduation, asking him how that sounds. The crowd is completely stunned once again, while Quan Ning urgently nudges her brother to accept immediately. She points out that only the absolute elite graduates from the Royal Academy ever get a chance to take the entrance test and join the prestigious association. The competition to secure a spot in this association is fiercely brutal, like tens of thousands of soldiers all desperately fighting to cross a single narrow wooden bridge. The young man silently calculates his options, realizing that if he accepts right now, his living expenses and tuition for the next 4 years at the Royal Academy are fully covered and everyone will look up to him. However, there is a catch. He quickly snaps back to reality with a sharp realization that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The more he takes now, the higher the price he will pay later. Besides, the association is bound by endless rules and he is not about to give up his personal freedom just yet. Lin Ze politely yet firmly declines, thanking the examiner for his immense kindness, but stating he has already made up his mind to focus on his studies first and decide after graduation. This unexpected rejection leaves the onlookers completely frozen with their eyes wide open. Seeing this, a student standing behind them raises his hand with a comedic plea asking the examiner to take him instead if Lin Ze does not want to go. The examiner is left completely speechless, slowly turning to glare at him. Ignoring the foolish student, the examiner silently holds a very high opinion of the main character. He notes that with Lin Ze's current growth rate, the young man will surely become hundreds of times stronger than he is now, easily allowing him to demand the absolute highest tier of benefits later, rather than settling for these minor offerings. With a warm smile, the examiner replies that he will not force him then, but if he ever has any requests or simply changes his mind, he is always welcome to come find him at any time. The older man points to the name tag pinned to his chest, proudly introducing himself as He Zhenwen. Lin Ze smiles and nods in acknowledgement, while a well-behaved Quan Ning cutely peeks out from behind his back. The two siblings casually stroll away from the plaza, leaving the still bewildered crowd far behind them. Suddenly, a girl's voice calls out, pleading for Quan Ning to wait up, causing the siblings to turn around in surprise. Two cute schoolgirls run up to them out of breath, and Quan Ning smiles, introducing them to her brother as Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyuan from the next class. The bold black-haired girl immediately grabs Quan Ning's hand, begging her friend to share her handsome brother's contact information. The pink-haired girl quickly holds out her phone with a wide grin, asking him to add her since they both liked him from the very first sight, suggesting they can hang out together in the future. The black-haired girl takes the chance to wave as well, letting him know she is in the class next door and congratulating him. Seeing these admirers crowding her brother, Quan Ning instantly gets annoyed and pouts, which is honestly pretty hilarious, prompting Lin Ze to quickly step in and politely excuse themselves. With that, his cousin immediately pushes him away, ignoring the girls behind them who continue to wave their phones and beg him to add them first, calling out to their handsome senior. While walking back, Lin Ze's phone suddenly buzzed with a message, instructing him to head directly to the office. The boy obediently peeks through the crack of the office door, timidly asking the hidden woman inside if she was looking for him. His stunning homeroom teacher sits with her legs crossed in her chair, asking him if it is true that he passed the super difficult exam. Lin Ze stands there breaking out in a cold sweat, completely unsure of how he should answer. Suddenly, the teacher leaps forward and hugs him tightly, pressing him against her chest and making him gasp as she squeals about how highly she has always rated him. His overactive imagination immediately paints a picture of him running for his life with a test paper while she chases him with a whip. Regaining her serious composure, the teacher hands him a book explaining that she called him in specifically to give him this item. Lin Ze takes the book and curiously reads the title Basic Spiritual Energy Skill Collection, wondering what exactly this could be. The teacher explains that this book contains basic methods and techniques for cultivating spiritual energy. Since this is a compulsory subject for apprentice beastmasters, she advises that it is best for him to get familiar with it beforehand. An illustration appears explaining that aside from taming beasts, utilizing spiritual energy skills represents a beastmaster's most crucial method of actual combat. Raising her finger to emphasize its massive importance, she explains that beastmasters who master powerful spiritual skills can easily defeat ferocious beasts without even relying on their summoned beasts. Relying purely on these spiritual skills not only allows them to coordinate seamlessly with their companions in battle, but also provides vital protection during fierce clashes to keep the master safe from harm. An illustration on screen displays a beastmaster utilizing a spiritual barrier to block a massive blast of fire from a wild monster. Hearing this, Lin Ze grips the book tightly and bows in gratitude, thanking her and promising to practice right away. The teacher smiles warmly and tells him to go ahead, reminding him to come find her if he ever runs into any issues. Once back in his room, Lin Ze sits cross-legged on his bed to study the secret manual. Opening the book reveals the basic Guardian Barrier skill, which consumes spiritual energy to create a defensive shield capable of blocking all incoming damage from 360 degrees. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he realizes that the early bird gets the worm. He will master the fundamental basics first, leaving the advanced courses for when he successfully enrolls in the Royal Academy. 10 minutes later, while the young man sits in deep meditation with closed eyes, a system notification rings out. Suddenly, Lin Ze opens his eyes, which glow with a powerful, brilliant orange light. A vibrant blue barrier of spiritual energy immediately radiates outward, wrapping entirely around his body. Staring at his hands in complete shock, he realizes he has already mastered the basics of the skill. While a normal person would take days or even months to grasp a spiritual technique, it only took him 10 minutes, proving that his high mental strength of 7.8 is incredibly useful. The system screen pops up, congratulating him on successfully mastering a spiritual skill. He receives 100 achievement points, bringing his total to 350, allowing him to spend 50 points to upgrade his shield. Lin Ze smirks confidently, realizing that the system is indeed just as effective for cultivating spiritual skills. He taps the floating system panel to make his choice. Having saved up so many achievement points, upgrading his skills is the absolute best way to stay alive. The system notifies him that 100 points are consumed, leaving him with 250. His protective barrier flares up brighter. The system officially upgrades his spirit barrier to level 3. The young man grins with absolute satisfaction. This shield feels much thicker and broader, now easily fitting 3 or 4 people inside. That is seriously cool. Leaning back to relax, he sees his current spirit energy is at 770. He does some quick math. Since each barrier activation only takes 10 points and his max cap is 780, he can deploy it 78 times in a row. Next, he pulls out his exam rewards to inspect them. He still hasn't used the soul gem he got for becoming an apprentice Beast Tamer, so he decides to activate it right now. The system instantly updates his stats. Mental strength rises from 7.8 to 8.8, while spirit energy climbs from 780 to 880. Holding up the skill manual, he tells himself that letting all this raw energy go to waste on just defensive shields would be a shame. Time to learn 2 more skills. He flips over to the spirit arrow page, clears his mind, gathers the energy, and shoots. Next, he turns the page to the spirit strike. He channels his energy into a tight fist and punches. Night falls quietly. Inside the apartment complex, Lin Ze is still working incredibly hard, pushing himself to the limit. Lin Ze closes his eyes, focusing intensely to guide the flow of spiritual energy through his body. The young man's eyes snap open, suddenly flashing with a brilliant and vibrant golden light. With a sharp flick of his finger, he unleashes a piercing spirit arrow that cuts straight through the air. The system logs a cost of 10 spirit points. Looking at his hand, he smirks. The raw power is not crazy high, but the accuracy is just as precise as a real bow. Clenching his fist, he prepares to test the next skill. Time to see what this one can do. Lin Ze braces himself, channeling every ounce of his glowing energy straight into his knuckles. He unleashes a massive punch straight ahead, letting the built-up energy explode. The wall gets blasted open, leaving a gaping hole that makes him gasp in disbelief. Is it really this strong? The system flashes a bright congratulatory message for mastering 3 spirit skills. He is rewarded with a spirit recovery potion, an item capable of instantly restoring his entire energy pool. Staring at the crumbling wall, he nods in approval. This is incredibly practical. He will definitely save this potion for a real-life or death emergency. The system screen updates again. 100 achievement points are spent, leaving him with 150. His spirit arrow and spirit strike are now level 2. Striking a confident pose, he repeats it proudly. Both skills are officially level 2. Flopping onto his bed with a massive yawn, he decides to save the rest of his points. But get ready, because tomorrow, the real grind begins to buy his second beast. The next morning, Lin Ze arrives at a massive building marked by a prominent sign that reads Mission Center. The main lobby is absolutely packed with people crowding around the automated terminals. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he weighs his options. This is his first time taking on a job for cash. With his current strength, basic tier missions should be an absolute breeze. The screen displays a fresh list of jobs. Chasing demon dragonflies near Yangshan Village pays 20,000. Slaying savage eagles on Highway 302 pays 30,000. Clearing river devils at Lumen Lake pays 10,000. And hunting death beetles in the Valley of Death pays 40,000. Without a single second of hesitation, Lin Ze taps the most lucrative option on the screen. Obviously, he is going for the biggest payout, but the system instantly rains on his parade. Due to his apprentice Tamer rank, he has been automatically grouped with 3 other teammates to ensure safety, meaning the payout gets split. Furious, he yells at the machine. Damn it, what a scam, I could easily handle this solo. A map pops up with a final reminder to gather at the Valley of Death before 2 p.m. When he arrives, a green-haired guy is standing with crossed arms, scoffs, and grumbles that he finally showed up. The green-haired low-tier Tamer Zhang Lei tilts his chin up and condescendingly snaps that he has been waiting forever, asking if the kid is still in school. Lin Ze walks up with an awkward wave, greeting them politely. Standing next to him, a beefy low-tier Tamer named Zhao Mingshan complains about why they are stuck with an ungraduated rookie. A stunning low-tier Tamer named Wang Shuayun winks and steps in to defend him, telling the guys to quit being annoying and stop scaring the poor kid. She edges closer, teasingly telling the cute boy to just stay close behind her during the mission. Lin Ze flashes a completely fake customer service smile, waving it off and saying he hasn't graduated yet, so he will be relying on their help. She giggles, calling him adorable. The bulky Zhao Mingshan turns and snaps at her, telling her to stop with the ridiculous flirting. He warns them to stay sharp since this mission could get incredibly dangerous and they might lose their lives. Shuiyun just scoffs, rolling her eyes in pure annoyance. The big guy steps forward, crossing his arms and throwing his weight around as the temporary team captain. He announces that everyone must follow his orders on sight, which also means the rookie will be taking a smaller cut of the reward money. Walking silently at the back, Lin Ze analyzes his new team. These guys are clearly bottom-tier tamers who couldn't even qualify for the Royal Beast Academy. They are just average survivors scraping by on basic half-baked skills they barely learned back in high school. Despite his thoughts, he flashes a big thumbs up playing along and saying that a fair split based on effort makes perfect sense to him. The captain turns around, highly pleased. He mutters that the kid knows his place, ordering the team to start moving. The team of 4 cautiously walks down the steep, rocky path leading straight into the endless canyon. Footsteps crunch against the barren sand as they slowly approach the edge of the deep abyss. Suddenly, massive beetles with glowing blue eyes crawl up from the darkness of the ravine in droves. Seeing this, Shuiyun lets out a sharp gasp of shock. The team captain simply grunts, ordering them to block the cavern entrance and exterminate every last one of these beetles. He swings his arm to summon his beast, a Tier 2, Stage 5 beast-type horned rhino. The massive beast lets out a mighty roar and charges forward. Not wanting to be outdone, the green-haired guy presses 2 fingers to his temple and throws his hand forward to summon his Tier 2 Stage 6 insect-type windcutter mantis. The creature swings its razor-sharp scythes ready to fight as he shouts, "Check this out." Meanwhile, Wang Shuiyun gracefully rides on her Tier 2 Stage 5 insect-type dread wasp. She turns back to warn the young rookie, "Make sure you stay close behind me." Lin Ze stands quietly in the back, observing the 3 beasts charge ahead. He calmly wonders what kind of skills these people actually have before he steps in himself. Right before their eyes, a massive swarm of bloodthirsty Thanatos beetles surges forward like a raging sandstorm. Their captain Zhao Mingshan glares with pure murderous intent and roars out, "Charge ahead and crush every single one of them." The horned rhino rams forward relentlessly, its glowing blue horn easily launching any pests that get in its way. Nearby, Zhang Lei smirks and stretches his hand out mockingly, yelling to watch him work. His windcutter mantis lashes out with its razor-sharp claws, unleashing its signature scythe-slash skill. The mantis dives in effortlessly, slicing the unlucky beetles in half. The mantis stands tall, warily scanning the hostile swarm closing in to tear it apart. Watching from a safe distance, Wang Shuiyun smiles confidently and commands her beast, "Don't let them get away. Dread Wasp, go." The Dread Wasp instantly swoops high into the sky and fires a rapid barrage of sharp, poisonous stingers below. Working in perfect sync, the trio of beasts unleashes a massive sweep that sends beetles flying in all directions. Scattered beetle corpses cover the ground. It looks like they are completely wiped out. Zhang Lei smugly crosses his arms and turns to boast to Lin Ze, "How's that, rookie? The 3 of us make a legendary combo. You just stay there and shout 666. The captain turns with a mocking laugh, asking if he still expects a payout since he really should be paying them tuition instead. Wang Shuiyun just winks, waving cheerfully as she promises to share a little cut with him so long as he hides behind her and stays safe. But their celebration is cut short. The flat beetles suddenly flip over and crawl back up completely unfazed. With his hands behind his back, Lin Ze observes with sharp eyes. He silently notes that these fancy, superficial attacks pose absolutely zero threat to the swarm. Suddenly, countless winged beetles shoot up. They block out the light like a dark shroud. This sudden turn of events has Wang Shuiyun breaking into a cold sweat as she stammers, wondering what that terrifying sound is. Meanwhile, giant beetles with sharp piercing horns begin crawling up from beneath the earth one by one. Swarming the area in massive numbers, they merge into an even more terrifying horde. The newly emerged beetles quickly surround the horned rhino. Dust clouds blind the battlefield. Witnessing this, Zhang Lei panics and shouts in shock that the ones crawling out look completely different. They must be calling for backup. While the others panic, Lin Ze calmly looks up at the canyon walls, quietly wondering if there is an even larger Thanatos beetle king hiding deeper inside. The horned rhino roars in agony. The swarm of beetles clings tightly to its massive body. A vicious beetle sinks its sharp jaws deep into the rhino's thick hide, causing fresh blood to spray out. The vicious insects swarm both the windcutter mantis and the dread wasp. They tear them apart ruthlessly. Zhang Lei clutches his head in absolute despair while Captain Zhao Mingshan frantically waves his hands, screaming to recall their beasts immediately before they get slaughtered, desperately ordering his horned rhino to get back right now. At that exact moment, Lin Ze calmly steps forward and coldly explains that it is completely useless. A frequency these Thanatos beetles are emitting paralyzes their beasts, meaning they cannot hear any commands anymore. Hearing this, Wang Shuiyun clutches her head and cries out in despair, sobbing over what they should do as her precious dread wasp is trapped. Blinded by pure rage, Zhang Lei lunges forward and grabs Lin Ze's collar, screaming why he did not say something sooner if he already knew, calling him a useless piece of trash who only knows how to mock people. Remaining completely unfazed, the young man shoots a freezing glare at the green-haired guy, warning him that his beast is the least of his worries right now. He should care about his own survival instead. Up ahead, an army of massive Thanatos beetles completely fills their vision, their glowing blue eyes hungry for blood. The four of them now look like tiny specks of dust before a massive tidal wave of monsters surging down into the canyon floor. Overcome with sheer terror, Zhao Mingshan bolts and screams for them to run quickly, shouting that they are doomed because this cursed mission was never meant for their regular level. The muscular captain runs for his life, desperately trying to escape the vicious horde hot on his heels. In his desperation, he frantically thrusts both hands forward to unleash a dark shockwave to slow down the chasing insects. But his eyes widen in pure horror. His attack did absolutely nothing to slow them down. In the nick of time, a glowing blue spherical barrier suddenly expands, forcefully repelling the entire swarm of charging beasts. Standing defensively in front of everyone with his hands behind his back, Lin Ze activates his skill, Soul Guard. Watching from inside the shield, the green-haired Zhang Lei gasps in disbelief, wondering how a mere high schooler could pull off a spiritual energy skill only taught at the Royal Beastmaster Academy. The young man half turns his head and calmly reminds him to stop talking nonsense, telling them to hide behind him and watch closely. Hearing this, Zhang Lei is left sweating bullets, completely speechless and unable to utter a single word. Next, Lin Ze extends his hand forward, calling forth the soul of his contracted beast ice spirit. His two teammates stare at each other in utter shock. Zhang Lei stammers, asking what kind of beast that is since he has never seen it before, while Zhao Mingshan can only mumble back that he has absolutely no clue. Meanwhile, Lin Ze casually stuffs his hands into his pockets and analyzes the situation. He points out that if these beetles are compared to tame beasts, they are at most Tier 1 Stage 7. But their strength lies in sheer numbers, and since their own beasts lack any wide-range area of effect skills, they simply have no realistic way of fighting them off. Then he flashes a confident smirk, adding that his level 3 Ice Pixie just so happens to have the perfect skill for wide-area destruction. The tiny Ice Pixie hovers in mid-air, instantly clasping her hands to gather energy before unleashing her powerful Arctic Domain skill. An icy bone-chilling mist spreads rapidly across the cavern, instantly freezing the aggressive swarm of beetles into solid freezing statues. Lin Ze remains completely calm, turning to the group behind him and advising them to quickly recall their beasts before it becomes too late. He adds another condition with a cold, piercing glare, that is if they are willing to surrender all of their quest rewards this time. The muscular Zhao Mingshan immediately slumps to the ground, backing away and hurriedly agreeing to compromise. He says that all rewards can go to Lin Ze as long as they can retrieve their beasts and leave safely. On the other hand, a furious Zhang Lei points his finger and yells, asking how this kid dares to threaten them, and if he really thinks he is Lin Ze, the legendary candidate who passed the extreme difficulty exam. Lin Ze smirks slightly, showing his sharp profile as he calmly admits that he is indeed Lin Ze. Wang Xueyan's two eyes light up instantly as she quickly changes her tone to a flattering one. She says she was wondering how a high school student could possess such strength and begs little brother Lin Ze to save their beasts. Yet Zhang Lei stubbornly keeps arguing, shouting that claims do not make something true. He refuses to believe it and demands Lin Ze quickly melt the ice so they can take back their beasts. Unable to tolerate such stupidity any longer, Zhao Mingshan swings his hand to land a thunderous slap right on the green-haired guy's face, roaring at him to shut up, you idiot. The team leader angrily explains to his clueless teammate that the power Lin Ze just displayed needs no further proof, admitting they were simply blind to have failed to recognize a true master. While they are still talking, the thick ice covering the swarm of beetles suddenly cracks and begins to melt away. Lin Ze stares at the ice block and coldly warns them that time is running out. The ice is melting fast, so they had better quickly recall their beasts and leave before the insect swarm wakes up. A panicked Wang Shuiyun spreads her arms and asks what he plans to do, warning that these beetles cannot be killed easily and are only temporarily contained. At this moment, the young man stands atop the icy slope overlooking the deep cavern as he calmly replies that to capture the bandits, one must first capture their king. Down below, Zhang Lei clutches his swollen cheek while sitting on the ground, muttering in absolute shock if that kid seriously intends to march straight into their nest. Without hesitating for another second, Lin Ze and his ice pixie decisively leap into the abyss, leaving behind a brief warning for them to hurry up. Lin Ze dives headfirst down the deep pitch-black hole at the very bottom of the abyss. The young man looks around, whispering that although it is pitch black here, he can see everything crystal clear. It seems upgrading his physical stats has boosted his eyesight as well. Out of nowhere, a swarm of massive death beetles with glowing green eyes begins crawling out from the pitch-black shadows. Wasting no time, he immediately triggers his Soul Shock skill to conjure a protective shield around himself. Right after that, Lin Ze sweeps his hand to activate his Soul Guardian skill, carving a long path straight through the monsters. Shattered beetle carcasses rain down onto the cavern floor, yet their relentless pack keeps charging forward without any pause. Lin Ze frowns, quickly assessing the dire situation. There are just too many, and no matter how much soul power he has, he cannot hold out forever like this. The massive beetles claw and gnaw frantically at his shield, which suddenly reminds him that he still has unused achievement points left. His system interface instantly displays a fresh list of learnable skills. First is Ice Shield, a defensive skill that manipulates ice elements to block incoming attacks from any direction, requiring 60% growth and 50 achievement points. Next is Frost Nova, an area of effect spell that compresses a massive amount of ice energy to trigger a frozen explosion requiring 80% growth and 100 achievement points. His current total balance is 150 points. He looks at the exact amount of points needed to learn both skills. The screen flashes with a notification that his Ice Pixie has successfully mastered both Ice Shield and Frost Nova. A radiant, confident smile spreads across his little partner's face as her deep red eyes glow intensely. Lin Ze carefully analyzes the entire battlefield, calculating that with Ice Shield active, his Pixie can now move around freely without needing the cover of Soul Guardian. Frost Nova is exactly what he needs to wipe out this massive crowd, but he will first need to gather the surrounding ice elements, a setup that will synergize perfectly with her Arctic domain. He then waves his hand decisively, commanding his Ice Pixie to activate the skill. The little spirit unleashes a massive wave of freezing energy to cast her Arctic domain skill. As the frost spreads and freezes the shield, Lin Ze smirks and yells out to activate Soul Guardian once more. He mutters that the ice elements have fully gathered, commanding her to unleash Frost Nova now. The Ice Pixie raises her tiny finger, concentrating a freezing point of light that is ready to detonate. Instantly, the Frost Nova skill triggers a cataclysmic explosion of ice, violently blasting away absolutely everything in its path. Countless frozen arcs of energy tear through the air, completely shattering the aggressive beetles into millions of icy fragments. Notification windows pop up to announce 50 death beetles have been eliminated. Lin Ze smiles in deep satisfaction, noting that even though his shield broke, the sheer damage output of this attack is absolutely insane. His companion's status screen glows brightly, showing that the Tier 3 Stage 1 Ice Pixie has officially reached Stage 2. Her growth rate has surged from 84 to 89%, with her next phase being the Snow Girl. Her current mastered skills now officially list Icicle, Arctic Domain, Arctic Chains, and Frost Nova. The young man nods in approval at the screen, noting that beasts can indeed earn experience to level up through combat. Although the process is slow, this massive swarm of giant beetles is the ultimate grinding spot. Staring at the 89% growth rate, a spark of hope flashes in his eyes. Perhaps by the end of today, his Ice Pixie will break through and advance straight into her next evolutionary phase. Suddenly, an ear-splitting thunderous roar echoes violently from deep within the bottom of the cavern. Through the eerie darkness, several horrifying colossal beetles slowly begin to crawl out of the deep shadows. Lin Ze stands tall with crossed arms in front of his Ice Pixie, smirking in challenge. It seems their king is hiding deep inside, and he dares them to bring it on. Meanwhile, back on the surface, the three teammates who barely made it out alive slump onto the rocks, gasping for air. Wang Shuiyun clutches her chest in pure panic, stammering that they absolutely must report the extreme danger to headquarters right now, or else young Lin Ze is as good as dead. Zhang Lei snaps back, demanding why she even cares about that brat, since he was the idiot who willingly threw his own life away. Right in the middle of their fight, a massive figure suddenly steps up, blocking their captain completely. Tossing down a bizarre-looking token, the mysterious stranger speaks up, excuse him for interrupting. The system identifies a new face, Bronze Beastmaster Luo Da. Giving a friendly two-finger wave, he casually asks if the clearing zone for the death beetles is right up ahead. Captain Zhao Mingshan turns to face him, hesitantly warning that while the target is indeed straight ahead, he really should not go. But the burly captain freezes, staring wide-eyed at the badge resting on the stranger's waist. He stammers out, wait, is that a Bronze Beastmaster badge? Are you actually a Bronze rank Beastmaster? Wang Shuiyun and Zhang Lei bolt upright in utter disbelief. You see, the legendary badges issued by the Beastmaster Association are highly prestigious, and they are divided into several incredibly competitive tiers globally. Bronze rank represents the top 30% of Beastmasters worldwide, silver is the top 12%, and gold is the elite top 3%. Zhao Mingshan gulps hard, confirming that it is indeed the real deal. Luo Da confidently strikes a pose, placing two fingers to his head. He proudly introduces himself as the elite Bronze Beastmaster Luo Da, dispatched here by the association to clean up this entire mess after they noticed the sudden abnormal spike in difficulty. Overjoyed, Wang Shuiyun clasps her hands and gazes adoringly at the handsome Beastmaster. She begs him, saying it is amazing to have him here, and asks if she can tag along to help clean up the monsters. Out of nowhere, Luo Da reaches forward and gently lifts her chin, making her blush instantly. He gives her a charming grin, saying that since she wants to watch his performance so badly, he will make an exception and let her follow him. As for the other two, he makes it clear they are not even worthy of walking in his shadow. Both Zhao Mingshan and Zhang Lei instantly wave their hands and shake their heads in panic. No way, they mutter. They have absolutely zero interest in going on a suicide mission. Meanwhile, a glowing achievement notification pops up on Lin Ze's system. He has officially earned the Monster Killer title, netting him 300 points and a burst seed card, which temporarily boosts his current beast's rank by one whole tier for 60 seconds. Lin Ze taps the screen, wondering when he unlocked this new Monster Killer achievement. He figures it is just like his player killer title, but with way better loot this time around, so he happily claims every single reward. The screen flashes again, updating his pet's stats. The Ice Spirit has reached Tier 3 Stage 3 with a growth rate of 94%. He grins with confidence, feeling pretty satisfied as they get one step closer to the next evolution stage. Next stop, the legendary Snow Girl. But just as he is celebrating his latest victory, a sudden violent tremor shakes the entire cavern, instantly catching the attention of both Lin Ze and his Ice Spirit. Lin Ze's gaze turns ice cold as he warns that the big boss has finally decided to show up. Emerging from the pitch-black shadows, a massive razor-sharp leg pierces right through the thick ice, slamming hard into the frozen ground. A colossal, terrifying beetle rises from the deep abyss, forcing Lin Ze to grunt in sheer disbelief. Damn, this absolute monster is way too big. Sweat drips down his face as he quickly analyzes the situation. Given that the entire beetle outbreak only started a single week ago, it means this colossal, terrifying nightmare must have evolved to this massive state just recently. As the giant beast roars violently with bloodthirsty green eyes, his system flashes a bright crimson warning: danger, the legendary Death Charger, an armored bug type, Tier 4 Stage 1. Staring down the overwhelming beast, Lin Ze grits his teeth in pure determination. Running away now means leaving empty-handed, but if he risks it all, he might just turn this dangerous gamble into the ultimate life-changing jackpot. Just as he prepares for a brutal fight to the death, a massive stone golem beast suddenly drops from the sky, aiming a devastating fist directly at his head. The earth-shattering blow from the rock beast completely shatters the ground, sending a massive shockwave ripping through the entire canyon. As the dust settles, the giant golem stands tall to shield them, while Beastmaster Luo Da lands gracefully in a safe spot. Seeing that he is completely unharmed, Wang Shuyan peeks out from behind Luo Da and cheers, thrilled that Lin Ze is still safe and sound. Lin Ze clicks his tongue in annoyance, asking why they even came back and who this new guy is. But Luo Da clenches his fist condescendingly, telling him to back off because this place is too dangerous for a kid. He points out the giant beast is the Death Charger, the legendary king of all death beetles. The bronze Beastmaster keeps showing off, explaining that this Tier 4 boss only appears once in 10,000 beetles and can control the entire swarm. Luo Da claims he knew this beast was the one causing all the trouble. Just as Luo Da is about to show off and deal with it, Lin Ze suddenly grabs his collar to stop him, snapping that he came here for this exact mission, so hands off because this boss belongs to him. Annoyed at being stopped, Luo Da glares back arrogantly, demanding if the brat even knows who he is talking to. Out of nowhere, the furious Death Charger lets out a massive roar, charging straight at them with its deadly horns at a terrifying speed. The giant stone golem spreads its arms wide to block the fatal charge, while Luo Da continues to arrogantly scold Lin Ze, demanding who the hell he thinks he is to talk to him like that. Meanwhile, his beast status panel pops up, showing a giant rock golem at Tier 3 Stage 9. Fiercely tearing into the solid rock armor, the giant beetle's eyes glow with a savage predatory green light. Unfazed, the rock beast swings its massive fist, aiming a devastating heavy blow directly at the monster's head. Seizing the opening, Lin Ze waves his hand, commanding his Ice Spirit to cast the powerful Arctic Chains spell. Massive icy chains pierce up from the ground, locking the beetle in place. Lin Ze crosses his arms and calmly introduces himself as Apprentice Beastmaster Lin Ze. Completely ignoring the bound monster behind them, the bronze Beastmaster steps forward to lecture the young man. He asks if he is indeed Lin Ze, the legendary rookie who cleared that crazy extreme test. He admits Lin Ze has some skills, but boasts that he himself survived hundreds of life and death battles just to earn his own bronze rank badge. Lin Ze just cleans his ear in boredom, casually replying that he is going to take the exam anyway. This total lack of respect drives Luo Da absolutely crazy, making him mutter what this brat even means by that. Suddenly, Wang Shuyan turns completely pale, pointing in sheer panic as she screams at them to stop arguing because danger is right behind them. With a sudden explosive burst of power, the Death Charger effortlessly shatters the thick ice chains. Luo Da sighs and rubs his temples in deep annoyance, arrogantly telling the brat to watch closely as he finally demonstrates the massive, completely insurmountable gap in power between the two of them. The rocks beneath their feet suddenly float into the air as Luo Da shouts out his spirit skill. The giant stone golem's massive muscles burn with brilliant energy, and the system shows it is now at Tier 4 Stage 2. Lin Ze watches quietly. He wonders if this kind of spirit skill actually existed. Luo Da's giant beast builds up momentum and charges straight ahead like an unstoppable tank. The golem slams both fists down to the earth, triggering a massive shockwave that tears up the ground. This devastating strike buries the giant beetle beneath a heap of shattered rocks. Luo Da folds his arms smugly and boasts, claiming that mastering advanced spirit skills is rare and shows the huge gap between them. Yet the monster remains completely unharmed, its eyes glowing with a deep, wrathful red light. The furious Death Striker lunges forward, aiming its razor-sharp horn for a piercing strike. A critical system warning flashes on the screen. The Death Striker has entered a berserk state, rising to Tier 4 Stage 3. Drenched in sweat, Luo Da grimaces as his golem struggles to hold its ground. This monster is way too tough to handle. Right then, Lin Ze waves his hand, unleashing a barrage of spirit-infused icicles for cover. The spell strikes the giant beetle's back directly. A massive explosion blocks their vision. Seeing the giant golem overwhelmed, Lin Ze rushes in to help, calling out that he has got its back. Working in perfect sync, his ice spirit immediately rains down razor-sharp shards of ice. Staggering back, the giant beetle radiates a brilliant crimson aura of pure malice and bloodlust. Luo Da stares in absolute shock as he recognizes the formidable Arctic Chains technique. As the monster shatters the frozen binds, Luo Da quickly tries to save face, muttering that they are even now. Suddenly, the giant beetle swings its massive horn, tossing the heavy golem into the air like a ragdoll. The rock beast's massive body slams hard into the cliffside, leaving a deep crater behind. Thick dust fills the air as the giant golem collapses to the ground, utterly defeated. Watching from a distance, Wang Shuiyan panics and cries out, urging everyone to run before this monster kills them all. Clutching his bleeding arm, a sweating Luo Da makes a cheap excuse, suggesting they spare the beast today and settle the score later. Stepping forward beside his ice spirit, Lin Ze looks back with a cold stare, calmly telling Luo Da to run ahead while he stays to finish it. The bronze Beast Tamer glares in pure frustration, yelling if he has lost his mind, pointing out that even a buff golem could not scratch its armor. Lin Ze glances back calmly, reminding Luo Da that he just claimed the gap between them was due to advanced buffing skills. Confused, Luo Da scowls and snaps back, asking what that has to do with anything and what he is planning. With a quiet smirk, Lin Ze taps his system screen immediately, activating the Burst Seed card. A massive wave of golden energy erupts completely, enveloping both Lin Ze and his ice spirit. Witnessing this incredible sight, Luo Da gapes in sheer disbelief, realizing Lin Ze can also buff his spirit skills. His jaw drops. He asks if this is some kind of joke. The Tamer yells out, demanding to know who this guy really is, while Wang Shuiyun clutches her chest in absolute shock behind him. The system panel displays a 60-second duration at Tier 4 Stage 3, and Lin Ze notes that 1 minute is more than enough time. The giant beetle roars and charges, but the young man simply opens his arms, daring it to attack. The small ice spirit quickly waves its hand, casting the powerful Arctic chains to bind the beast. Lin Ze analyzes the fight, noting that as his spirit levels up, its skills grow stronger, though they probably cannot hold it forever. The moment the ice chains bind the monster, he immediately orders his summon to launch an all-out attack. Lin Ze throws a heavy punch, unleashing a vibrant blast of spirit energy to crush his opponent completely. The armored beetle takes the full force of the blow as its shell cracks with 40 seconds left on the buff countdown. Seeing this, Luo Da frantically yells for him to stop, warning that draining his life force and spirit energy will kill him. Lin Ze glances at his remaining spirit pool of 400 and calmly replies that he has only used half of his energy. Hearing that, Luo Da sweats profusely as his eyes widen in total disbelief, stammering that it is simply impossible. Wang Shuiyan watches in sheer admiration, whispering that he is a true genius who might actually defeat this terrifying beast. Suddenly, the monster lets out a furious roar and forcefully rips through the heavy ice chains. Refusing to let the enemy counter, the ice spirit immediately drops a massive frost nova to freeze the field. A massive frost explosion erupts, crushing the giant beetle flat against the ground. The shockwave is so intense that Luo Da immediately shields Suiyun, with his body gritting his teeth in disbelief at this sight. The Deathstroke beetle screeches in absolute agony under the terrifying power. Stunned by the sheer destruction, Luo Da mutters that he has never seen the kid's beast before, wondering if it could actually be. Quite confused, Shuiyun turns to the bronze beastmaster and asks him what he means. Luo Da looks back at her, starting to recount the legendary myth of a great ancient war where humans once gathered the 5 supreme elemental beasts of that era to end the chaotic world, and those divine beasts completely vanished from the face of the earth. He stares at the ice spirit, muttering in pure awe if this could actually be one of them. With the system enhancement timer ticking down to 30 seconds, Lin Ze extends his hand and shouts that it is finally time to end this insect. The ice spirit gathers its energy, shaping a massive razor-sharp ice blade to deliver the final blow. Sensing its imminent death, the terrified giant beetle spins around and tries to flee for its life. The young man smirks coldly as he unleashes the lethal strike, mocking the beast, asking if it really thinks it can run now. The massive chunk of ice impales the monster's back, bringing it down as heavy smoke billows out. The system screen flashes brightly to announce his victory, confirming the first kill achievement of the boss, Deathstroke Beetle. Shuiyun jumps for joy, cheering that Lin Ze is literally her god, while a sweating Luo Da clicks his tongue in jealousy, muttering that the kid really stole the entire spotlight. The ice spirit stumbles, shrinking back to its original tiny form as a system notification confirms the burst card effect has officially ended. Lin Ze catches his tiny companion, praising its hard work as the status screen updates, showing the ice spirit has reached Tier 3 Stage 5 with a 100% growth rate, requiring 10 high-grade ice crystals to evolve. He smiles warmly at the soundly sleeping little spirit, whispering that they have hit 100% and now they just need those evolution materials. The young man gently cradles his beast, softly telling it that they will figure the rest out after it gets some well-deserved rest. The glowing system screen suddenly flashes to display his rewards, granting him 500 achievement points, 1 resurrection potion, and 10 high-grade ice crystals. Lin Ze is absolutely thrilled, thinking the system is incredibly thoughtful to just hand over the exact evolution materials he needed right away. Suddenly, Luo Da approaches and places a friendly hand on Lin Ze's shoulder, calling him his brother. The Bronze Beastmaster chuckles nervously, asking if they can discuss a small matter, leaving both Lin Ze and Shuiyun staring at him with total confusion. Pointing at the monster's shriveled corpse, Luo Da shamelessly asks if Lin Ze would be willing to let him take credit for killing the Deathstroke Beetle. An angry Shuiyun immediately snaps back, defending Lin Ze and calling out Luo Da for his sheer audacity. But the older man quickly raises a single finger to cut her off, offering a cool 100,000 credits. Lin Ze silently analyzes the situation in his head. Since the Beastmaster Association specifically sent Luo Da to handle this crisis, failing would completely ruin his career and future promotion prospects. Since this guy cares about the mission result more than anyone, this is actually an incredibly sweet deal for Lin Ze, especially since 100,000 credits is easily enough to buy a brand new extremely powerful beast. Luo Da raises an eyebrow and eagerly urges him for an answer, but Lin Ze intentionally acts hesitant to stall for time, thinking he shouldn't agree too quickly, just to see if the guy might offer some even better conditions. Seeing the young man's silence, a panicked Luo Da pleads, claiming that 100,000 is literally half a year of his savings. On top of that, Lin Ze will still receive the entire 50,000 reward for the mission all to himself, meaning he can easily pocket an extra 50,000, thumping his chest. Luo Da firmly promises that he will even owe Lin Ze a personal favor if they can just lock in this deal right now. Lin Ze narrows his eyes with a smirk, secretly calculating that a favor from a veteran is truly priceless. Right then, the young man's phone buzzes with a notification showing the 100,000 has already been transferred. As he stares at his screen, a bizarre sound echoes from behind, and here is where things take a wild turn. From high above, a massive avian monster pokes its head out of the cave wall, startling the entire group. Suddenly, a figure in a long coat drops down like lightning, leaving both Luo Da and Shuiyun completely stunned as they gasp out, "Master He." The green-haired man calmly adjusts his coat, standing before the cave entrance with an air of absolute authority. Clasping her hands in awe, Shuiyun silently realizes he is a silver badge Beastmaster, amazed to finally see a legendary silver rank in real life. The legendary silver Beastmaster looks directly at Lin Ze and smiles, saying they meet again, leaving a wide-eyed Luo Da standing right beside them, completely speechless. Lin Ze casually raises his hand. "Hey there." Cold sweat pours down Luo Da's face as he panics internally, wondering how this kid could possibly know the legendary Master He. "Master," he turns his gaze to the Bronze Beastmaster, asking if his name is Luo Da, noting that the mission seems to have been completed beautifully. Luo Da immediately places a hand over his heart and bows deeply, respectfully reporting that he has successfully cleared the task with 0 casualties. "Master," he studies the carcass, analyzing that this giant Deathstroke beetle is at least a Tier 4 creature. Recalling that the young boy's beast was only a Tier 2, he figures that while the kid is indeed a rare genius, it must have been a joint effort where Luo Da acted as the primary force to slay such a powerful threat. "Master." He then places a hand over his heart and turns to Lin Ze, sincerely apologizing for the Beastmaster Association's second major blunder in task difficulty assessment, where a medium danger quest was misclassified as a completely normal one. He admits such a careless mistake severely damages their credibility and asks for forgiveness. However, Lin Ze calmly replies that it is completely fine, especially since his brother Luo Da shielded them so well throughout the entire fight. Hearing this, Luo Da rubs the back of his neck with an awkward laugh to hide his guilt, muttering that he is far too kind. Watching silently, Shuiyun is deeply impressed, thinking to herself that this must be what high emotional intelligence looks like. Master. He continues offering 100,000 credits from the association as compensation for the task classification error, adding that they must take the monster's massive corpse back for further research. Gritting his teeth in jealousy, Lu Da silently fumes over how much easy cash this kid is racking up. Lin Ze happily scratches his head and politely accepts the offer, feeling incredibly satisfied since this payout is far beyond what he could have ever expected. The young man smirks and quietly calculates. This is actually hush money and a way for the Beast Tamer Association to show its stance. If he refuses, it might invite hidden trouble down the road. Lordy taps on his phone to transfer the funds, thinking this kid doesn't have a second beast yet, which means he must be desperate for cash. Consider this a solid investment. Lordy looks up and says the money is transferred, hoping he puts it to good use. If he ever needs help in the future, he can always find him at the Beast Tamer Association. Right on cue, Lin Ze's phone vibrates, showing a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Then the silver-tier Beast Tamer bends down and grabs one leg of the giant insect corpse. He easily hoists the massive carcass onto his shoulder and walks off, saying his farewells as he takes his leave. Lin Ze drops his jaw, breaking into a cold sweat at that absurd display of physical strength. The team quickly exits the cave. Big La mumbles in awe as they walk, noting that he made a cool 200,000 yuan today. Lin Ze turns back and playfully raises a finger, reminding him to add a favor to that. But Big La cuts in, telling him not to worry. With that, the bronze-tier tamer throws on his cloak, turns around, and confidently declares that Big La will never forget this before saying goodbye. Standing behind Wang Suiyun stares blankly as he leaps away. She smiles, thinking she never expected to run into two such outstanding talents today. This trip was absolutely worth it. She playfully approaches and waves at Lin Ze with a sweet teasing voice, saying she really needs to work hard to get stronger. She wonders if they will still have a chance to do missions together once she gets as strong as him. The young man waves goodbye with a friendly smile, telling her to keep it up and that they will definitely meet again. Lin Ze stuffs his hands into his pockets, strolling down the twilight streets. He calculates that 200,000 should be enough to buy a B-tier beast. Before long, he stands in front of a brightly lit sign that reads Beast Shop. As he steps inside, a beautiful female staff member with a stunning figure extends a hand to welcome him, asking how she can help. Lin Ze calmly gestures and replies that he wants to buy a beast. The polite clerk smiles and asks him to follow her. She leads him down the stairs into a massive exhibition area, announcing that everything is kept right here. She gestures toward the glass cases filled with strange creatures, inviting him to take his time browsing. Lin Ze slips his hands into his pockets and slowly walks past the glass cases, noting that for a regular store like this, B tier is probably the highest they offer. Suddenly, the system screen continuously flashes data as he walks past the beasts. Bone snake animal type, no hidden evolution path. Tiny mushroom plant type, no hidden evolution path. Lin Ze stops in front of a small floating flame, his eyes lighting up as the system screen appears. Fire type, fire imp. Hidden evolution path, furious fire demon. He nods, thinking that while it has a hidden path, it is nowhere near the monarch tier level of the snow maiden within his snowball's hidden evolution. Seeing his interest, the clerk leans in close and praises his keen eye. She explains this little fire imp is an elite B-tier beast, incredibly rare, and costs only 160,000. Lin Ze breaks into a sweat, shocked at how expensive it is. Still, smiling brightly, she raises a finger to clarify that the 160,000 already includes all the necessary evolution materials. Lin Ze politely declines, saying he wants to look around a bit more. Walking away, he analyzes the situation. His snowball was once rated F tier and deemed unable to evolve, but it turns out the ratings from the association's experts are based purely on their own limited knowledge and experience, meaning they are far from absolute. As he strolls through the aisles, a glowing purple notification suddenly pops up from his system, announcing that a beast with a monarch tier hidden evolution path has been detected. The young man's eyes widen in shock. He quickly spins around, searching for this hidden gem. What catches his eye is a dull gray rock sitting quietly. He frowns, wondering why it looks so familiar, as the system instantly identifies it as a rock monster. Immediately, the detailed info panel appears. The normal evolution path is the giant rock monster, which boosts strength and defense, dramatically increasing size and elemental resistance. The hidden evolution path is the stone god, retracing ancient bloodlines to awaken divine power and stone manipulation. The next form is the rock fiend, requiring a 100% growth rate, 20 mid-grade earth element essences, and 500 grams of andesite powder. Lin Ze strokes his chin with a smug grin, realizing why it looks so familiar. He recalls Big La's goofy face and chuckles. Big La's giant rock monster evolved from this tiny creature, but that is only its most common path. That guy would never suspect this little rock has the potential to evolve into a literal god. He looks down at the rock monster, strategically analyzing it. His ice spirit specializes in burst damage and control, making it a classic mage type. That means this rock monster is the perfect warrior. Seeing him stare, the clerk eagerly picks up the rock to pitch it. She tells him not to hesitate as this little rock monster is a highly popular choice. It can carry heavy loads and fight. Its evolution materials are simple, and the price is incredibly cheap. Hearing the price of 80,000 yuan, Lin Ze instantly closes the deal. He says it is a deal, adding that he also needs to buy some evolution materials, specifically 20 mid-grade earth element essences and 500 grams of andesite powder. The clerk holds the rock, giving him a puzzled look and warning him. She asks if he really plans to evolve this rock monster, noting these materials will not work. Plus, mid-grade earth essences are quite expensive, making him wonder if it is really worth wasting them on a mere D-tier beast. Lin Ze raises his phone with a forced laugh, waving it off. He says it is just a gift, though on the inside he is crying, realizing he went from being flattered to judged in a single minute. After paying, Lin Ze looks at his screen with a long face, seeing a balance of only 20,000. He groans at his grind since the materials cost more than the beast. The clerk smiles warmly and hands over the shopping bag, saying, "Here is your purchase." Inside the bag is a glowing object known as a sealing orb. Lin Ze places his hand on the orb. A blinding light erupts alongside a system notification announcing the successful binding of his second beast and earning him 300 achievement points. By now, night has fallen with twinkling stars shining brightly in the quiet sky outside his apartment building. Back in his room, Lin Ze sits cross-legged on the floor, laying out the pricey materials before him and confidently commanding it to begin. Lin Ze instantly summons the rock monster into the middle of the room. Looking at his system screen, he sets a serious goal of raising its growth rate to 100% first. He sits cross-legged, carefully placing the bowl of water and evolution materials on the floor as his system shows an achievement point balance of 800. The young man raises his glowing hand to enhance his beast. The system numbers flash rapidly, consuming 220 achievement points to upgrade the rock monster to Tier 2 Stage 2, reaching a 100% growth rate. Lin Ze rests his chin on his hand, looking at the clueless rock in front of him. He marvels that while this little guy looks pretty dumb, nobody would ever guess it is actually a god-tier beast with a hidden evolution path. Then he nods toward the feeding dish, coaxing it like a toddler to come over and eat all these evolution materials so it can finally evolve. The moment it hears those words, the stone monster charges forward like a wind-piercing arrow. After the creature devours its meal, Lin Ze points to the floor and grumbles about the leftover beast food powder. But the stone monster backs away vigorously, shaking its head in refusal. Lin Ze frowns and snaps, "You little brat, do you even know how much cash I spent on this stuff?" The young man stands up, spreading his arms to lecture the creature on wasting food, demanding if it is a picky eater now. Seeing the stone pet remain stubborn, Lin Ze drops his head and sighs in absolute defeat, asking if it is still throwing a tantrum. Suddenly, a blinding flash of summoning light erupts, leaving the stone monster completely dazed and wondering what is going on. From the light, the ice crystal soul appears, with proud red eyes, arms crossed, exuding an overwhelming pressure to dominate the newcomer. Lin Ze crouches down to inspect his loyal pet, nodding as he notes that she seems to be recovering incredibly well. Refusing to back down in front of its senior, the aggressive stone monster leaps forward in a head-on charge. But a violent collision instantly erupts completely, blowing away all the efforts of the reckless newcomer. The ice crystal soul coldly points her sword down at the ground right where the stone monster lies, utterly flattened. Overwhelmed by the massive power gap, the silly little rock starts sobbing, crying an absolute river of tears. Lin Ze runs a hand through his hair, exhausted by the noisy drama, and mutters about how stubborn the brat is. Intimidated by the ice crystal soul, the stone monster can only weep bitterly while finishing every last bite of the nasty powder. The second it gulps down the final bite, its face turns purple, unleashing a dark and gloomy black aura. Right then, a bright red system notification pops up, confirming that the growth rate has finally reached 100%. Lin Ze stands frozen, watching the exploding dark energy as he mutters in shock that it is black light. From the center of the blast, a massive figure overflowing with murderous intent slowly begins to take shape. As its towering, majestic form stands proud, the system screen instantly updates. Grumpy Stone Demon, a rock and ghost attribute monster at Tier 2 Stage 9. Growth rate is 0%. Skills include Land Trap, Rock Throw, Crushing Smash, and Divine Path. Its next evolution path is the Earth Spirit, which requires 100% growth in high-grade Earth Elemental Essence. Staring at his massive achievement, Lin Ze smirks, smugly wondering if Luo Da had any idea that a basic stone monster could actually evolve into this. Suddenly, the grumpy stone demon's eyes flash with a feral blood-red gleam of pure aggression. Startled, the young man leaps back in alarm and shouts out, demanding to know what the hell it is doing. Completely ignoring its master, the demon slams a heavy fist into the floor, sending massive stone spikes thrusting up toward the ceiling. The ice crystal soul swiftly soars into the air to dodge the strike, coldly staring down her arrogant opponent. Not stopping there, the stone demon charges forward with all its might, unleashing another heavy strike. The devastating impact triggers a massive explosion of ice and frost that completely engulfs the entire room. As the icy fog slowly clears, the stone demon freezes in absolute shock at what stands in its path. The ice crystal soul is pushed back against the wall, leaving a deep crater protected by a solid defense called Ice Shield. Standing behind them, Lin Ze clutches his head in absolute agony over the property damage, screaming that his wall is ruined. He snaps that sparring is fine, but since this brat dared to disobey orders and attack, it is time to teach it some discipline. The young man channels energy into his hand, glaring with absolute authority to show this beast who has the final say here. Right on cue, the system notifies him that the ice crystal soul has met all conditions to evolve. Without a moment of hesitation, Lin Ze triggers the evolution with the system, confirming the consumption of 10 high-grade ice crystals. Now watch as the ice crystal soul is enveloped in a blinding aura of pure frost, beginning her spectacular evolution. Overwhelmed by the crushing pressure radiating from her, the stone demon shrinks back, raising its arms in absolute terror. The monster's red eyes reflect a brilliant glow as the system logs show that 10 high-grade ice crystals have been spent. Finally, the elegant snow girl emerges from the freezing mist. The system updates with a grand announcement that the evolution was successful, introducing the ice attribute Snow Girl at Tier 4 Stage 1 with 0% growth rate. Her insane new stats pop up on the screen detailing her massive upgrades. First Ice Arrow becomes Ice Rain, summoning a massive cascade of sharp ice blades to rain down over a wide area. Next, Ice Shield upgrades to Ice Crystal Mirror, retaining its solid defense while gaining the ability to reflect damage. Finally, Arctic Territory evolves into Blizzard, dramatically increasing its damage and duration while spawning a massive storm inside. Lin Ze's jaw drops in absolute shock at these incredible changes, exclaiming that even her basic skills got upgraded as well. The stone demon stands nearby, sweating buckets, taking a slow step back while letting out a pathetic whine of pure fear. With just a single glance from the snow girl, the ground beneath the demon freezes solid, causing it to slip and crash in utter confusion. The young man drops his playful grin, his gaze turning deadly cold as he commands the snow girl to unleash Ice Rain. Instantly, a deluge of sharp ice blades rains down, forcing the stone demon to cover its head while screaming in agony. After that brutal lesson, the stone demon obediently bows flat on the ground before the snow girl, completely submitting to her power. Lin Ze slips his hands into his pockets and looks down at the big brute, reminding it that once a master contract is sealed, absolute obedience is required, warning that if it cannot fix that stubborn attitude, things will end badly. He narrows his eyes with a terrifying gaze, warning that he won't hesitate to put the beast down for good. As the stone demon trembles in fear, sweating profusely, Lin Ze leans in to press it further, demanding if it is ready to submit yet. The beast scrambled to its feet, nodding frantically like a pecking chicken, making Lin Ze nod in approval with a simple good. Staring up at those deadly ice blades hovering right over its head, the stone demon silently swore in pure terror to never ever do that again. As the monster obediently bowed its head in apology, a loud, violent pounding on the door made the whole group spin around in total confusion. The second Lin Ze cracked the door open, a furious voice boomed through the hallway demanding that he open up immediately. A muscular neighbor wearing a ridiculous pink bear tank top roared at him, demanding to know what the hell he was doing to the wall at midnight. Sweat-dripping Lin Ze raised his hands with a nervous smile, claiming he was just working out and promising to pay for the damage. The neighbor held up 3 fingers, barking that this was not the first or second time, and demanded 300,000 for his emotional distress. Hearing that insane number, Lin Ze's eyes went wide as he gasped out 300,000. The meathead pointed right in his face, threatening that he had exactly 3 days to hand over the cash. He grabbed the kid's collar to threaten him further, but froze mid-sentence when he saw a massive stone demon with glowing red eyes looming behind Lin Ze. The stone demon slowly raised its massive fist, releasing a suffocating wave of pure murderous intent that petrified the neighbor on the spot. The big guy's eyes bulged as his pupils dilated, hit by a sudden wave of primal fear that completely locked up his brain. Right as that crushing fist whistled through the air, Lin Ze calmly raised his voice to call it off, telling it to stop. Sweating bullets, with the stone fist resting right against his neck, the neighbor stared at the beast and stuttered, asking if this monster was actually his tamed beast. Lin Ze pulled the giant hand back with a mock-friendly smile, apologizing that his little friend lacked manners, while the annoyed demon growled to show some attitude. Keeping his voice dead calm but loaded with threat, the young man asked if that felt like enough compensation. Terrified out of his mind, the neighbor stumbled backward, waving his hands frantically and stammering for them to just forget about the whole thing. Lin Ze closed his eyes with a smug smile, thinking to himself that a real man never lets the small stuff get to him. Too bad the reality was a complete disaster zone, with his walls riddled with massive holes and shattered furniture covering the floor. Ignoring the mess, Lin Ze slept peacefully on his bed while the snow girl snuggled under a cute cow blanket and the stone demon watched over them from the floor. The next morning, bright sunlight washed over the bustling city and its towering high-rise apartment complexes. Lin Ze woke up sweating when he saw the snow girl holding up her phone playing a viral video mocking his cringy smile. He quickly answered a ringing call only to hear Quan Ning screaming in panic asking if he forgot today was the Beast Academy entrance exam. Lin Ze's eyes went wide, his mind completely blank as he let out a dumbfounded what. She screamed over the line, calling him an idiot and telling him to get to the school gate where a crowd soon noticed his arrival. Quan Ning waved frantically from afar, shouting for him to get over here. Nearby male students scoffed in annoyance, whispering about how anyone could dare to show up late for such a major event. They kept gossiping as he strolled up, mocking his attitude before someone pointed out that the guy had already passed the elite trials anyway. The moment he arrived, Quan Ning grabbed his collar and delivered a punch that made him see stars, yelling about him oversleeping again. Rubbing his sore cheek, he laughed nervously to save face, but she leaned in close to whisper and ask if he had practiced his psychic skills. Watching them whisper from afar, Quan Ning looked totally confused, but a loud shout suddenly cut in, telling all the students to fall in. Standing before the crowd, their homeroom teacher proudly announced that they were the absolute elite of Binhai No. 1 High School. Clenching her fists with a supportive smile, she reminded them that the academy exam would be tough but urged them to do their absolute best without putting too much pressure on themselves. No matter the results, she was proud of them, prompting the students to roar in unison that they would give it everything they had. Filled with burning determination, the young group pumped their fists into the air with their spirits soaring. Lin Ze wore a confident smile as his teacher's private words echoed in his mind, reminding him that he was the ultimate hope of their school. As the bus rolled down the sunlit mountain road, Quan Ning turned to him, complaining about how he had completely ignored all of her text messages lately. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he offered a weak excuse about being swamped with missions while secretly sweating bullets inside because he had completely forgotten to check her messages for days. Luckily, she brushed it off and happily bragged that her fierce fiend bird had finally evolved, asking him if that was not the coolest thing ever. Lin Ze pumped his fist to match her energy, cheering her on and saying that the entrance exam would be a total breeze for her now. It did not take long before their bus rolled into the massive, bustling city of Jiangning, surrounded by towering skyscrapers on all sides. Quan Ning leaned forward in excitement, pointing out the window as she marveled at how incredibly beautiful the big city looked. Suddenly, her chest pressed right in front of him, making Lin Ze go stiff as a board as his cheeks flushed bright red. Realizing the awkward position they were in, Quan Ning froze and looked down while the boy remained completely speechless. Both quickly backed away, sitting perfectly still with faces as red as tomatoes as the air between them turned incredibly awkward. The other girls on the bus kept chatting happily, totally oblivious to the awkward little moment that had just played out. At last, the group stands before a magnificent structure resembling a royal castle at the Jiangning Beast Taming Academy. Gasps of awe erupt from the crowd, with everyone marveling at the incredible sight. Quan Ning and her classmates gaze blankly at the massive campus, completely blown away by how incredibly cool it looks. Lin Ze climbs up a stone statue to leisurely admire the massive fountain, thinking to himself that studying in this place would make his entire life complete. Lost in his daydream, he suddenly snaps back to reality when a cold voice behind him requests him to make way. A silver-haired youth wearing a trench coat strides in confidently with his group as the system identifies him as Li Bingyun. He loudly announces that 17 students from Tamping High School have arrived to report. Soon the steady footsteps of elite students from various other schools begin pouring into the central gathering area. A muscular guy named Tan Young steps forward and proudly announces that 21 students from Xianghai, No. 3 High School, are present, with the system displaying his name alongside Guo Xingyi. The pink-haired girl standing nearby nudges Quan Ning, whispering some sweet encouragement so she doesn't lose to these rivals. Lin Ze stands behind them, offering a quiet thumbs up. Fueled by their support, she confidently raises her fist and loudly declares that 2 students from Binhai No. 1 High School have arrived to report. Instantly, a toothpick-chewing rival sneers. The map shows Binhai is totally in the middle of nowhere. Just when the tension starts building, a figure leaps down near the fountain, catching everyone's eyes. The teacher offers a warm smile and reaches out to greet them in a very friendly manner, introducing himself as Kini, the instructor in charge of managing this year's registration. He congratulates the group but warns them not to celebrate yet. His face instantly turns serious as he drops a brutal truth on them. This entrance exam is infinitely harder than any basic Beast Tamer test they have faced before. Based on previous years, the elimination rate runs as high as 80%, meaning out of this entire crowd, only about 10 of them will actually pass and secure a spot in the prestigious Royal Academy. Hearing those terrifying numbers, the pink-haired girl starts sweating, worried they are all doomed to fail. But the arrogant gray-haired guy nearby scoffs, claiming that absolutely nobody from Binhai stands a chance anyway. Offended by his rude remarks, she points her finger straight at him and snaps that she has been thoroughly sick of his attitude from the very start. Over in another corner, the muscular Tan Yang glances at the gum-chewing girl next to him, asking Xinyi who else she thinks is actually capable of passing besides the 2 of them. Guo Xinyi remains completely silent, calmly blowing bubbles while observing her surroundings with a sharp, scanning gaze. Nearby, a long-haired student quietly watches him. Even in the noisy crowd, Jinyi keeps her sharp eyes locked on her target. And who else could her target be? It's none other than Lin Ze, who stands there completely unbothered. She stares at him, muttering that something about him seems rather strange. Noticing her deep distraction, Tanyang asks if something is wrong, but she simply shakes her head, warning him that the strange guy's raw strength feels completely unfathomable. As for Lin Ze, he simply maintains a confident smirk, completely ignoring all the intense gazes analyzing him from the sidelines. With a look of pure contempt, Tanyang scoffs, muttering that he is just some country kid from Binhai. Number 1, a low-tier school that is not even worth their attention. Chin, he continues his loud announcements, instructing everyone to check into the Academy Hotel for the night so they can properly rest and prepare for the grueling exams ahead. He also happily adds that the campus cafeteria will be serving completely free and incredibly delicious meals for the entire duration of the testing period before finally dismissing them all to enjoy some well-deserved free time. At the very mention of free food, the pink-haired girl's eyes light up with pure excitement, and she eagerly tells Lin Ze they should go eat since she is absolutely starving. Stepping into the massive, luxurious dining hall, Quan Ning happily waves her hand and invites Lin Ze over to a nearby table. The moment they sit down, 2 male students sitting at the next table lock their eyes onto Quan Ning's striking curves, whispering to each other about how she is exactly their type. His friend quickly raises a finger to hush him, warning him not to embarrass their school, even though he secretly agrees she is gorgeous. Unaware of the stares, Quan Ning enthusiastically piles a giant chicken drumstick onto Lin Ze's plate, insisting that he needs to eat as much as possible. Lin Ze can only sweat as he stares at the massive mountain of food, waving his hands to stop her. Just then, 2 classmates named Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian walk over with their trays, teasing Quan Ning about how she's only serving Lin Ze. They jokingly remark that the 2 of them look exactly like a sweet couple, making Quan Ning gasp in pure shock. Hearing their playful teasing, Quan Ning turns completely red and quickly tells them to stop talking nonsense. Watching this, the guys nearby burn with pure jealousy. An arrogant red-haired student glares in frustration, questioning why Lin Ze is so popular when he is not even that good-looking. Suddenly, a chubby student wearing a beanie approaches and politely asks to join their table. Quan Ning narrows her eyes in deep suspicion. Lin Ze remains completely calm, softly telling him to go ahead and sit. Setting his food down, the chubby student smiles warmly and introduces himself as Zhou Jiang, a candidate representing nearby Tamping High School. Sensing the awkward silence, Lin Ze looks up and casually asks if something is on his mind. Zhou Xiang leans forward with a friendly grin to strike up a conversation, mentioning he heard a student from Binhai had cleared the absolute highest difficulty level and wonders if that genius actually came here today. The girl sitting directly across from him immediately glares with suspicion, accusing him of trying to fish for secrets and gather valuable intelligence on their school before the actual testing even begins, just so his classmates can find a way to easily defeat them. The fat guy quickly waves his hands to clear the air, insisting he only wants to make friends. He explains that for nameless nobodies like them, having solid intel is the only way to survive the upcoming exam, and that happens to be his specialty. Quan Ning calmly picks up her food and shuts her eyes coldly, shutting him down. She tells him they have nothing to talk about and asks him to leave. Hearing that, Zhou Xiang breaks a sweat and scratches his head with an awkward chuckle. He tells them not to be so hostile because he is not bragging. He claims he knows the details of every strong candidate here, starting with Li Bingyun, the leader of Tanbin High School. The group looks in the direction he is pointing, spotting an arrogant figure walking ahead with a crowd of followers. The fat guy continues to ramble on, explaining that the kid is a famous local genius who passed the advanced intern test 2 months ago. His summoned beast is a poison ivy monster, a plant type that has already reached Tier 3. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian widen their eyes in absolute shock. They gasp, asking how on earth a high school student could already possess a Tier 3 beast. Zhou Xiang raises a finger to explain further, noting that the kid's family is incredibly wealthy and provided him with rare, high-grade evolution materials. Hearing this, the 2 girls stare in awe, muttering that a rich genius like him means their basic Tier 1 beasts stand absolutely no chance against his monster. Quan Ning breaks into a nervous sweat. She realizes that her own ferocious devil bird is only at Tier 2 Stage 7, meaning the gap between them is still massive. The fat guy smirks proudly and points to the other side of the room, directing their attention to a girl with pigtails. That is Guo Jingyi from Kanghae City, widely known as a rebellious wild card. She only contracted her very first beast during her 3rd year of high school, but in just 1 month she passed the advanced intern test. Her beast is a steel-striped baby dragon sitting at Tier 2 Stage 8. Zhang Xiaoyan breaks a sweat, wondering if it is even possible to raise a beast to Tier 2 Stage 8 in just 6 months. Liu Xian guesses the beast was likely already at Tier 2 Stage 7 when they bonded. Lin Ze silently analyzes this, noting that if someone has exceptionally high spiritual power, they can contract a stronger beast right from the start. Lin Ze rests his chin in his hand, a deep calculating look taking over his face. Across the room, Guo Xingyi senses his gaze and turns around, and trust me, this girl is bad news. She suddenly winks and flashes a playful peace sign, leaving Lin Ze sweating and completely frozen in place. Zhou Xiong points toward a muscular guy nearby, adding that Kang City has another top-tier expert named Tan Yong who possesses an incredibly rare dual attribute beast. Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian clutch their faces, gasping in utter shock at the dual attribute beast. Quan Ning blinks as she recalls an old classroom lecture about it. Her teacher once mentioned that these rare dual attribute beasts only live in highly hazardous zones, making them nearly impossible for anyone to tame. Lin Ze smirks as he thinks of his own companion. If he recalls correctly, his stone demon is a mix of ghost and rock types, proving this dual attribute path is definitely worth developing. Zhou Xiong clasps his hands together with a sly grin. He says he shared everything he knows, so now they should tell him about the legendary guy who cleared the highest difficulty level. Zhang Xiaoyun smiles warmly and points a finger, telling him that the person he is looking for is actually cheek stuffed with a massive chicken leg. Lin Ze casually drops a bold lie, claiming that the legendary challenger never showed up today. His sudden response leaves the three people sitting across from them staring in utter speechless silence. Lin Ze smoothly keeps up the act, apologizing and stating that the person they are looking for is not here and they do not know him. Disappointed, Zhou Xiong picks up his food tray and stands up, saying that if they do not want to talk, he will not force them before bidding them farewell. The moment he turns away, Zhu Xiong's expression darkens with suspicion. He is certain they are hiding something, and the genius who conquered the highest difficulty is likely sitting right at that table. Zhou Xiong quietly carries his food tray, sliding past the table where the Tanbin High School boys are sitting. He stops to pull out a chair, plotting his next move as he decides to put that mysterious student to the test very soon. Zhang Xiaoyun clenches her fists and turns to Lin Ze, curiously asking why he did not just tell the truth, since it is something he should be incredibly proud of. Lin Ze wipes his mouth with a napkin and calmly explains that it is better to keep a low profile to avoid being targeted too early. Plus, the fat guy's information might not even be fully reliable. Standing nearby, Quan Ning looks on with pure starry-eyed admiration at how incredibly thorough her brother's thinking is. With their lunch finished, the group heads down the hallway together, looking to get some rest in their rooms and recharge for the upcoming battle. Quan Ning eagerly pumps her fist and suggests to Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun that they train together tonight so they do not fall behind the others. The two girls readily nod in agreement. Then, with a playful, mischievous grin, she turns to Lin Ze and suggests he come over to their room tonight so all four of them can hang out together. Lin Ze instantly breaks into a cold sweat as his mind conjures up a vivid image of the three girls in bikinis, leaving him utterly speechless. Just then, a gray-haired punk passes by and deliberately slaps Quan Ning's backside, causing her to spin around in shock. It is the arrogant crew from Tanbin High School, and the smirking punk steps closer, casually asking if they can crash the girls' room tonight instead. He lets out a sleazy smirk, rolling a toothpick between his teeth, while mockingly calling them his sweet little sisters. Furious, Quan Ning's eyes flare red as she immediately spins around to throw a heavy punch straight at the creep's face. But the gray-haired punk effortlessly catches her fist midair, laughing in her face and telling her that he loves a feisty girl. The other guys from Tanbin High School watch the confrontation and immediately burst into malicious mocking laughter behind him. Out of nowhere, a dark figure with glowing red eyes and heavy killing intent looms right behind Quan Ning. Lin Ze's face darkens and his voice drops to absolute ice as he demands the punk let go. Sensing the tension, Quan Ning quickly tries to hold him back, warning him that fighting here will get him disqualified and begging him to let it go. The punk only grows bolder, scoffing as he mocks them. He sneers that while the Bean High School girls are pretty, all their men are nothing but weaklings. Before he can even finish his sentence, a devastating punch cuts through the air, heading straight for the punk's smug face. Lin Ze delivers a ferocious, unmerciful strike, completely shattering the arrogant face of the sleazy harasser. The gray-haired guy goes flying and tumbles onto the ground, causing his panicked teammate to scream out for Zhu Rui. A spiky-haired student immediately takes a combat stance, stepping forward as he growls, "Kid, do you want to fight?" Lin Ze stands there, radiating a thick, murderous aura like a manifested demon, growling out every single word. "You can say whatever you want about me, but how dare you bully my sister?" The entire group from Tanping High turns pale and breaks into a cold sweat, while Shurui lies defeated on the floor behind them. With his pupils glowing a fierce red, the young man delivers a cold, unwavering promise, "I am absolutely not letting you off." Hearing this, Surui struggles to his feet and channels his energy to attack, roaring, "You bastard, let us settle this right here and now." Out of nowhere, their leader Li Bingyun reaches out to block the strike, coldly commanding them to stop. Li Bingyun glares at his subordinate, telling him to stop embarrassing them, leaving Shu Rui to whine out in frustration. "Brother Li Bingyun." After handling his lackey, Li Bingyun calmly turns to Lin Ze and extends a hand, saying that punch had some real weight, "Let us call it even." Lin Ze narrows his eyes at the guy with intense resentment, firmly responding, "This is far from over." Lee Bingyun slowly steps closer, offering a smug challenge. "Kid, I will deal with this guy back home, but if you still have a problem, you can always come find me." Just like that, two invisible waves of murderous intent erupt between Lin Ze and Lee Bingyun, clashing violently to create a suffocating atmosphere. Talk about a suffocating moment. Quan Ning anxiously tugs on his sleeve, pleading for them to just leave. Lin Ze slowly dials back his killer aura, closing his eyes as he maintains a quiet silence. He then lets her drag him away, though he still looks back to deliver a parting provocation. "Oh, see you at the exam." As they step into the majestic Great Hall, Quan Ning looks at him in complete awe, gushing about how cool he was. In the distance, Lee Bingyun turns back with a sinister smirk, thinking to himself that this must be the famous Lin Ze. With night slowly falling, streetlights begin to illuminate the area around the academy's quiet dormitory. Inside the bathroom, thick plumes of white steam rise and fill the air. Three girls are squeezing together in a cramped bathtub, with Quan Ning frowning as she asks why they always have to crowd in with her. The pink-haired girl waves her hands playfully with a mischievous grin, teasing that it is their way of thanking her for the training help. Her black-haired friend smiles and chimes in to flatter her, adding that since their tamed beasts have finally reached Tier 2, their chances of winning are much higher, so they should give her a nice massage as thanks. Quan Ning blushes bright red, desperately trying to cover herself while screaming at him not to touch her all over. The next morning, all the students gather in front of a giant glowing red stone inside the main hall. The teacher's voice echoes through the room, announcing that everyone has finally arrived. Smiling in front of the massive stone, Teacher Keen, he confidently makes an announcement. First, he has some good news. Based on the analysis of their past achievements, the skill level of this first batch of candidates leads to a certain conclusion. Suddenly, the teacher's face darkens as he points a finger and delivers a harsh verdict. This is the worst batch of students ever, and he does not expect anything from them at all. The students are completely dumbfounded. The pink-haired girl clenches her fists and screams in anger, questioning how that could possibly be good news. Meanwhile, some guys from another school immediately turn around and blame her for holding them back. Furious, the pink-haired girl glares and points directly at the gray-haired guy, warning him that he better hope they do not cross paths after this exam is over. Teacher Chin, he ignores the chaos and continues explaining the rules. The upcoming exam will take place inside the illusion of the origin stone, and there is no choosing your difficulty level. The giant stone begins to emit a blinding light as it activates. This entire exam is officially known as the Secret Forest. Instantly, the vivid image of a sun-drenched primeval forest teeming with wild beasts materializes right before their eyes. Inside that forest lie countless bloodthirsty savage monsters, silently waiting to pounce on their prey. Pointing to his sleeve to demonstrate, the teacher explains that once they meditate and enter the illusion, everyone will find a scoreboard on their arm. Points will accumulate based on the beasts they slay. The scoring system immediately displays the breakdown clearly. Tier 1 beasts are worth 10 points, Tier 2 are 20 points, and Tier 3 are 40 points. Teacher Chin, he smiles, warning them about how brutal this exam can get. Sometimes they will find themselves as the hunter and sometimes the prey. If they or their beasts die in the illusion, they are eliminated. Furthermore, a stone slab at the center of the secret forest will display the real-time scores and exact coordinates of the top 10 players on the leaderboard. The anxious students begin to whisper in terror, wondering if there really are Tier 3 beasts out there. Encountering one of those monsters would surely mean getting eliminated on the spot. The teacher emphasizes that the exam lasts for 4 hours and only the top 10 candidates on the board will pass. Suddenly, an eager student speaks up, calling out to the coach. Lee Bingyun coldly asks if they are only allowed to hunt wild beasts, leaving everyone completely stunned. Instantly, Teacher Chin, his face casts a dark shadow as he gives a creepy smile, calling it an excellent question. Talk about a brutal twist. Eliminating other candidates allows the winner to take all of their hard-earned points. The entire hall erupts in chaos over the brutal rule, with students expressing disbelief at such cruelty. This rule basically encourages them to hunt each other down. Some suggest teaming up to target the rival school, guaranteeing themselves a spot in the top 10. Unlike the panicked crowd, Tan Yong tightens his wrists with a battle-hungry smirk, realizing they can finally go all out. Guo Xingyi keeps chewing on her gum, her eyes locked onto Lin Ze's back from afar. Instructor Qing yells to bring order, telling the kids to shut up. He warns that the real battlefield is much more brutal, offering anyone wanting to quit a chance to speak now. Plus, the top ranker gets the coveted freshman leader title and huge privileges. Lin Ze's eyes flash with pure ambition as he tells himself, "Let us see what happens next." Amidst this gathering of elite geniuses, a bright system screen shines. Who will rise as the true king of these freshmen? Quan Ning keeps her head down, quietly plotting her strategy. She thinks it would be amazing to meet up with her big brother Lin Ze again. Even if she misses the top 10, she can still find a way to help him. Suddenly, Lin Ze turns to Quan Ning with instructions. Once she enters the illusion, she should use her savage demon bird's flight ability to locate him as quickly as possible so they can regroup. Her eyes widen in bright surprise, and she nods with a radiant smile, agreeing instantly. Once everyone is ready, Instructor Chin, his voice echoes across the hall, telling everyone to please sit down and remain completely quiet. A glowing red space completely pulls in the minds of the candidates as they enter the illusion. Opening his eyes, Lin Ze finds himself standing completely alone in the middle of a lush, dense forest. Alert and on guard, he scans the area, sizing up the rugged terrain of the arena. Far off on a hilltop, a brilliant red pillar pierces straight into the sky, marking the central stone. The young man raises his wrist to check the screen, showing 0 points and 3 hours 59 minutes remaining. Frowning, he calmly analyzes the rules. The device on his wrist only displays his own score, meaning he cannot track his actual ranking. Because of this, everyone will eventually gather at the central stone to check the top 10 standings. He realizes that this central hub is bound to become the most dangerous war zone in the final stages of the exam. Lin Ze continues his deduction, weighing the true danger of the exam. The real catch is that if he simply grinds points blindly without heading to the stone, his coordinates will still be broadcasted to everyone once his score breaks into the top 10. That broadcast would make him an open target for everyone else. It seems the exam is designed to force players to fight each other. But if he is strong enough, he can ignore the rules entirely. No one can steal points from the truly powerful, while everyone else is just prey. Yet, with two powerful beasts by his side, Lin Ze keeps a lighthearted mindset. He figures this is just a game and having fun is what actually matters most. And just like that, the piece is shattered as sharp stone spikes go flying through the air. Lin Ze narrows his eyes at a massive two-headed python hanging from the branches. The system identifies it as a wood-type level 1 stage 9 beast. He feels a bit puzzled by its presence. As the aggressive python lunges forward to swallow him whole, Lin Ze triggers a defensive energy barrier. He reasons that keeping his spirit shield active is the safest move, especially since it barely drains any of his mental energy. The sturdy protective wall easily deflects the strike. Lin Ze calmly summons his stone fiend. A powerful figure materializes right in front of him. Stepping back, Lin Ze decides to hide his full strength for now, taking this chance to test his stone fiend's true potential. Its unique dual attribute traits are definitely worth developing further. Seeing how powerful the opponent is, the giant python instantly turns and flees for its life, leaving the stone fiend completely bewildered. The beast wants to give chase, but Lin Ze waves his hand to stop it. He explains that chasing a level 1 stage 9 creature for a measly 10 points is a waste, since it is almost as strong as a 20-point level 2 stage 1 beast. The stone fiend smashes its fists together, eager for battle. Lin Ze shares the excitement, declaring that since they are testing limits, they should hunt down much stronger beasts. Walking through the woods, Lin Ze suddenly frowns with concern. He wonders if Quan Ning will be able to find him successfully in such a massive place. Meanwhile, Quan Ning strolls quietly through the forest alongside her fiery bird, silently praying that everything goes smoothly for her. Stopping to check her wrist device, she breathes a sigh of relief. The screen shows 30 points and 3 hours 45 minutes remaining. With renewed determination, she points ahead and commands her beast, telling her savage demon bird that it is time to move out. Obediently, the fiery bird spreads its wings and soars into the deep blue sky, leaving the ruby pillar far behind. Standing under the shade of the trees, Quan Ning clenches her fist, wondering where her big brother Lin Ze is right now. Gliding high above, the fiery bird acts as the perfect scout, using its sharp eyes to overlook the massive forest below. The golden eyes of the savage demon bird scan every corner, capturing everything happening down on the forest floor. It spots intense battles as other candidates clash with groups of giant gorillas, slime monsters, and flying lizards. The bird also keeps track of its little mistress running below. Quan Ning jogs along, keeping in mind that beasts must not stray too far from their masters. Glancing up at the giant stone pillar through the leaves, she plans their meeting. She figures heading there is her best bet. With Lin Ze's incredible strength, reaching the top 10 should be easy for him. She might even locate his coordinates displayed right on the central stone. Lost in thought, Quan Ning is suddenly blocked by a massive aggressive ostrich covered in bright golden feathers. This creature lunges forward, pecking wildly. Showing impressive agility, she somersaults into the air to dodge. A furious kick hits a nearby tree. Landing safely, Quan Ning analyzes the situation based on her memories. The guide on beasts indicates that this golden-backed ostrich is around level 2 stage 5. Targeting the beast, the savage demon bird unleashes a scorching fire attack. Quan Ning smiles, confident that this opponent is no match for her level 2 stage 7 flame bird. The unlucky ostrich screeches in vain as the raging flames roast it. Quan Ning smiles to herself, thrilled to easily secure 20 points. And out of nowhere, a strange bone boomerang comes spinning through the air, completely catching her off guard. Startled, Quan Ning quickly spins around and demands to know who is hiding there. Her only answer is a hairy hand reaching out to catch the returning boomerang. The system displays information on the hairy creature, identifying it as a humanoid-type primitive servant level 2 stage 4. The gray-haired Shu Rui steps out from behind a tree with a sinister smirk, commenting on what a coincidence it is for them to meet again. Quan Ning glares at her old rival, pointing a finger and asking if he finds stealing points shameful. Xu Rui shrugs shamelessly, replying that no rule forbids it, and adds that points are not the only things he plans to take from her. He points aggressively into the air, ordering his beast to take her things too, and commands the primitive servant to bring down that foolish bird. Instantly, the primitive servant hurls its bone boomerang forward at a terrifying speed. Realizing the danger is critical, Quan Ning frantically yells for her beast to dodge immediately. Yet the boomerang curves spectacularly through the air, reversing direction and catching her completely off guard as it flies right back toward her. Quan Ning quickly leans far backward to narrowly dodge the potentially fatal surprise attack. But Xu Rui has already sneaked up behind her, grabbing her tight and covering her mouth. He sneers in triumph, telling her it was a nice dodge, but now she cannot order her flame demonic bird anymore. Then he leans in close to whisper a threat. Humanoid beasts are way smarter, acting on their own will, so his command was just to confuse her. Right on cue, his primitive servant easily grabs the firebird. Xu Rui licks his lips with a disgusting, depraved look. He says that before eliminating her, he should enjoy himself first, while Quan Ning glares at him with helpless fury. The creep system screen pops up, displaying formidable numbers, 40 points with 3 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, the stone demon is poking at the carcass of a fat wild boar. Lin Ze stands nearby with folded arms, casually reviewing the results of his hunt. Unfortunate monster carcasses litter the ground around him. The system scan shows a giant claw monkey at Beast Tier 2 Stage 4 and a wide-mouthed monster at Strange Tier 2 Stage 7. Looking at the round pink corpse of the wide-mouthed monster, he silently notes that these points were absolutely worth the effort. Suddenly, a chubby guy named Zhou Xiang appears with an impressive score of 60 on his screen, telling him not to act so casual as he calls out to him. Seeing Lin Ze turn around, Zhou Xiang greets him warmly, asking if they met back at the cafeteria. Lin Ze narrows his eyes with a friendly smile, calling him Big Brother Zhou Xiang. But his mind is racing. This guy probably doesn't know his identity yet, and with all the information he has, he could be highly useful. Zhou Xiang looks over at the stone demon, marveling that the creature looks pretty cool. The heavy guy inspects Lin Ze's beast, curiously asking if it is a rare type because he has never seen one like it before. Zhou Xiang observes closely and dismisses his suspicions. The guy doesn't seem to be the genius Lin Ze who cleared the highest difficulty level, since that person reportedly uses an ice beast. Lin Ze quickly speaks up to cover his tracks, telling Big Brother Zhou Xiang that his beast really isn't rare at all. He scratches his head in mock humility, explaining that it's just an ordinary rank D beast that only recently reached Tier 2. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang pumps his fist and pats his pet on the head, proudly boasting that he should take a good look at his massive pink, wide-mouthed monster, a rare and strange type already raised to Tier 2 Stage 7. Lin Ze immediately gives a big thumbs up to flatter him, which makes the heavy guy scratch his head in proud embarrassment. He laughs heartily and proposes that since they cross paths, he will help him earn points, just follow his lead, and he guarantees a top 10 spot. Lin Ze throws both hands in the air, acting absolutely thrilled as he cheers. But behind that friendly face, Zhou Xiang smirks with pure malice, revealing his treacherous thoughts. He wonders if this idiot actually expects a real partnership, planning to kill him and steal all his points the moment his usefulness runs out. Up above, fluffy white clouds drift across a bright sky, completely hiding the brutal battles raging down below. Back at Quan Ning's struggle watch this, a hand suddenly shoots out and tightly grabs Xu Rui's wrist. With a burst of strength, she executes a perfect over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the insolent jerk hard onto the dirt. Xu Rui lies flat on the grass, groaning and cursing in agonizing pain. But the moment he looks up, his pupils shrink in absolute terror from the chilling presence surrounding him. Quan Ning stands tall, completely enveloped in a dense purple-black aura of resentment. She leans down and speaks with deadly intent, asking if he really thought she would let him off easily just because her brother acted first last time. She loudly commands her beast to activate its latent power and undergo demonization. Instantly, the captured flame demonic bird erupts into massive dark flames, startling the primitive servant and sending it into a panic. The terrifying demonized firebird flaps its wings and swoops down as the Beast Tamer screams in sheer terror, begging his primitive servant to help him. However, the hairy monster can only stand there with wide, terrified eyes staring up at the darkening sky. Moments later, the cowardly beast turns tail and runs for its life, leaving its owner groveling on the ground, desperately shouting for it to come back. Quan Ning walks over slowly with a sarcastic smile, mocking him that having a pet with a mind of its own isn't always a good thing. Drenched in sweat, the Beast Tamer raises his shaking finger, desperately pleading that he has one final request. Please don't hit the exact spot her brother previously beat up. Before he can even finish pleading, his agonizing screams echo through the air as rustling leaves flutter around. Talk about instant karma. Quan Ning coldly turns and walks away as the jerk lies unconscious behind her. Her system instantly updates to 70 points, prompting her to whisper that it looks like his points have indeed been added to her total. The glowing red leaderboard displays the top rankers: Li Bingyun at 172, Guo Xingyi at 123, Lu Gang at 100, Quan Ning at 75, and Zhu Xiang at 60. In the observation room, an examiner folds his arms and nods, noting that this batch of candidates isn't as bad as expected, with some already exceeding 100 points in less than an hour. At the exact same time, a figure in a long trench coat strolls calmly through a mysterious pink-fogged forest. He crosses paths with a highly aggressive massive beast, which his system identifies as a spotted tiger beast tier 3 stage 1. Completely unfazed, the young man immediately summons his own companion, a poison ivy devil, which the system lists as a plant type at tier 3 stage 3. Enraged, the spotted tiger bares its fangs and charges straight at the challenger at terrifying speed. In the shadows, the plant demon's glowing green eyes suddenly light up with a deadly glare. A barrage of massive sharp vines crashes down, pinning the fierce tiger firmly to the ground. Refusing to submit, the beast leaps high into the air, launching a desperate counterattack against those menacing wicked vines. It opens its fanged jaw wide, tearing through the woody branches that are desperately trying to constrict its massive body. Landing in a defensive stance, the spotted tiger spits a chunk of mangled tree roots right out of its mouth. Watching this, the young man simply closes his eyes with a sigh and coldly orders his poison ivy devil to stop playing around, since it is time to find their next target. Suddenly, the spotted tiger's body erupts in a strange green glow, freezing the massive predator in absolute agonizing pain. Its pupils contract to tiny pinpricks, showing nothing but sheer raw terror in the face of its impending doom. In a mere split second, countless blood-drenched vines violently tear through the tiger's flesh from the inside out, scattering gore everywhere. The plant demon rises up, towering triumphantly over the corpse of its giant prey that was just so brutally slaughtered. Its hideous roots begin burrowing deep into the blood-soaked flesh, eager to suck every last drop of nutrients from the carcass. The monstrous plant swells in size and glows intensely, absorbing every ounce of life force from its unfortunate victim. Its master calmly walks away, leaving a shriveled corpse behind as his system score instantly skyrockets to 210 points. The smug boy smirks with arrogance, proudly declaring that the top freshman's spot is already as good as his. The scene shifts to a brilliant pillar of red light rising from the dense forest, broadcasting the exact coordinates of the leader. The leaderboard keeps shifting, showing Li Bingyun leading at 212, Guo Xingyi at 123, and Lu Gang at 114. The system flashes with 2 minutes and 39 seconds remaining, while a confident teen turns to his partner with a smile, saying she is in second place, just as expected. The pink-haired girl looks at her confident teammate standing with folded arms, asking if it is really okay that his score is still 0 after letting her take all the kills. He quickly brushes it off, saying they just need to hunt down those on the leaderboard and steal their points. Blinking her eyes innocently, the pink-haired girl asks who they should start with first. Looking at the glowing red leaderboard, the young man calculates his moves, realizing it is too early to target Li Bingyun while Lu Gang is their classmate. He eyes the screen as the scores show Quan Ning at 90 and Zhou Xiang at 70. Grinning with a sinister smirk, he decides to make Quan Ning their first target. Still, the pink-haired girl is quite puzzled and asks why she cannot find the name of that famous prodigy Lin Ze on the active ranking list. The young man scoffs with deep disdain, dismissing this so-called genius as a fraud who probably cheated to get his reputation. He then urges her to move, claiming that Quan Ning is not very far from their current position anyway. He confidently points a finger directly ahead, asserting that she is over in the east. Meanwhile, Quan Ning is taking a peaceful, leisurely stroll with her firebird through the sunlit forest. Furrowing her brow, she carefully scans the terrain, noting a wind-cutting mantis on her left and a man-eating plant to her right. Resting her chin in her hand, she sighs in frustration and wonders where her brother could be and which path she should take next to locate him. Back with Lin Ze, the young man is casually walking with his rock fiend while the chubby Zhou Xiang follows closely behind with his massive mouthed monster. Suddenly, a thorny tree-like beast blocks their path, prompting the system to immediately identify it as a plant-type withered monster at Tier 2 Stage 4. Stepping back, the chubby Zhou Xiang points ahead and generously offers to let Lin Ze take this one, promising to help out later. In reality, the fat guy is secretly snickering at his own cheap scheme, planning to jump in and steal the kill at the very last second to snatch the points. Without wasting a single moment, the rock fiend lunges forward and delivers a devastating, powerful punch directly into the unlucky beast. The root monster snaps completely in half, collapsing to the ground as a notification confirms its absolute defeat. The giant summon stands in eerie silence, smiling with menacing red eyes that send a cold shiver down anyone's spine. Staring at the terrifying display, the chubby Zhou Xiang breaks into a cold sweat, completely speechless and paralyzed with fear. A second later, his jaw drops as he screams inwardly in sheer terror, amazed that the monster was taken down in just one hit. The system updates, showing 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. The top ranks are Li Bingyun at 292, Guo Xinyi at 203, Lu Gang at 174, and Quan Ning at 145, while Lin Ze has climbed to ninth place with Zhou Shan at 70. Watching the leaderboard from afar, a young man strokes his chin and praises Lin Ze. He notes that the guy who supposedly beat the hardest trial went from rank 33 to ninth in under 2 hours, proving he is actually quite talented. But seeing Lin Ze traveling alongside the chubby classmate, he immediately jumps to a smug conclusion, realizing that the prodigy is simply teaming up with someone else. Meanwhile, Zhou Sheng folds his arms and complains, telling Lin Ze that he asked him to strike first, not to completely vaporize the beast in a single punch and leave him empty-handed. Lin Ze can only offer a sheepish smile, apologizing that he really did not mean to do that. The young man raises his hands defensively and innocently explains that since this exam determines their admission, he always tells his pet to go all out in every fight. He adds that if Zhou Sheng really wants some points, they can let him have the next monster. Hearing this, the chubby guy narrows his eyes and secretly curses, thinking that the brat is already acting smug, but he will be the one laughing in the end when he eliminates Lin Ze and steals his points. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, a warning that a rare beast has been detected nearby. Lin Ze looks up in surprise, wondering if a rare beast means they are about to score some major bonus points. The thick leaves overhead rustle as a brilliant golden light begins to radiate from deep within the dark forest. The group steps closer, completely mesmerized by a massive glowing golden ancient tree standing tall in the middle of a clearing. Forgetting all about his evil plan in his sheer excitement, Zhou Shang dashes forward and shouts that it is a literal golden tree, completely convinced it will yield a mountain of bonus points. But reality hits hard when two thick roots burst from the ground, tightly wrapping around the chubby guy and hoisting him into the air, while Lin Ze manages to dodge just in time. The fat guy spins wildly in midair as a thick vine wraps around his ankle, leaving him screaming in absolute despair. A massive glowing demonic face slowly emerges from the shimmering golden tree trunk. A giant beast growls menacingly at its hanging prey as the system immediately identifies it as a gold-grade withered plant beast rank 3 stage 9. Pale and dripping with sweat, Zhu Xiong panics, realizing this is a terrifying gold-grade withered beast. He frantically begs his pet big mouth monster to save him, but his own chubby beast is also bound tight, making helpless muffled noises. Below, Lin Ze quietly observes, realizing this tree is draining the man's spiritual energy, but the fat guy interrupts, frantically begging the young man to lend him a hand. But Lin Ze just shoves his hands into his pockets, coldly reminding him that they agreed the next beast was all his. The fat guy begs miserably, pleading for him not to be so heartless because this monster is unlike the others, looking incredibly strong, meaning they must team up. Ignoring the pleas, Lin Ze waves goodbye and turns around with his pet, telling Zhou Shang to stop joking since he trusts him to handle it alone while he takes his leave. Seeing his savior walking away, Zhou Xiong reaches out in despair, screaming for his brother to wait and begging him for help. Hearing this, Lin Ze stops, turns back with a smirk and agrees to help, but asks what he will get in return. Though cursing him bitterly in his mind and planning to make him pay after the rescue, the fat guy forces a greasy smile, offering highly valuable information about the others if Lin Ze saves him. Lin Ze casually crosses his arms in front of the giant beast, laying down his terms to speak up. Crying tears of terror, the fat guy screams that it is about the unique soul skills of Li Bingyun and Guo Xingyi begging to be saved first. Hearing this, Lin Ze frowns, calculating the value of a unique soul skill similar to Rhoda's enhancement technique before turning to command his rock demon to act. The young man decisively issues a tactical order to use a crushing blow directly on its trunk. Obeying the command, the rock demon builds momentum and charges forward with terrifying speed. It delivers a devastating punch directly into the shimmering gold trunk of the massive beast. Immediately after, it unleashes a barrage of sharp, continuous slashes to overwhelm its opponent. But the gold-grade beast is no pushover, swinging a massive branch to knock the rock demon away. A brilliant golden shockwave suddenly explodes outward with massive force, violently blowing everything back. The overwhelming impact sends the rock demon flying backward, completely unable to resist the force. To make matters worse, giant vines sprout up, wrapping tightly around the rock demon's body. Below, Lin Ze frowns as things take a turn. His rank 2 stage 9 pet is clearly struggling against this gold-grade beast. Seeing his pet in danger, he worries it cannot escape, realizing he has no choice but to secretly summon his ice spirit to end this quickly. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure astonishment as he notices a strange phenomenon. The trapped rock demon suddenly roars in agony, struggling desperately to break free from its bounds. Lin Ze calls out his pet's name, Rock Demon. He shouts urgently, trying to awaken its hidden strength, urging it to break free right now. Meanwhile, the golden beast swings its razor-sharp branches, launching a relentless assault on the trapped pet. The rock demon is completely enveloped by countless massive vines, constricting it to near suffocation. Under the immense pressure, its tough stone armor begins shattering into fragments of darkness. Zhu Xiong holds his head, screaming in panic that they are doomed as its energy is drained. Lin Ze stands silently looking up at the cold system screen displaying 1 minute 54 seconds and 27 eliminated. In the observation room, the examiner rubs his chin in anticipation, wondering what hidden power this genius boy truly possesses. On the battlefield, the rock demon's body dissolves completely into black smoke before the glowing golden vines. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex of dark energy erupts violently from within the lingering smoke. Lin Ze's eyes widen, left speechless by the mysterious and incredible sight unfolding before him. Soon, a massive demonic entity rises from the dark flames as the system flashes a new skill-unlocked phantom form lasting 30 seconds. Hanging from the tree, the fat guy stares in disbelief, stammering in terror at the monstrous sight. Lin Ze smirks, realizing multi-attribute strategies have unique abilities, eager to see the power of this phantom form. Refusing to back down, the gold-grade withered beast roars furiously to show off its power. On its master's command, the shadowy figure of the rock demon glides forward with lightning speed. The branches whip furiously but pass right through the translucent body, leaving the beast utterly bewildered, while Lin Ze proudly notes that the phantom form easily bypasses all physical damage and crowd control. The young man casually glances at the system screen listing unusable skills like stone projectile and crushing impact. Lin Ze confidently points forward, ordering an immediate strike with stone projectiles aimed straight at the giant beast's eyes and belly. Floating in the air, the stone demon in its phantom form begins gathering powerful magic. A relentless rain of sharp stones crashes down, shattering the massive beast's tough outer shell. Writhing in pain, the monster snaps its own tentacles, sending the chubby Zhou Shang falling to the ground screaming. Lin Ze frowns as he analyzes the situation. The level gap is simply too wide, and this damage is not enough to finish off the golden withered beast. In the distance, the fat guy's pet cradles him tightly and flees at full speed, while its master screams back at Lin Ze, telling him to run away immediately instead of just standing there like an idiot. Sweating bullets in his pet's arms, the fat guy regrets that if this kid dies here, all of his accumulated points will go completely to waste. But Lin Ze completely ignores the warnings of that coward currently running away in the arms of his beast. The golden beast violently swings a massive destructive branch straight down, intending to crush its target into dust. Right at this critical moment, Lin Ze calmly summons his ultimate trump card, the Ice Spirit Elf. Instantly, the beautiful Frost Elf appears, unleashing an icy aura that completely freezes the deadly strike in its tracks. Her ruby-colored eyes flash with a chilling light as she begins casting her magic. A terrifying blizzard erupts completely, sealing the massive monster inside a giant block of solid ice. The stone demon suddenly steps out of the shadows, and Lin Ze seizes the moment to shout, "Reveal yourself. Stone demon, it is time." Obeying the order, the stone demon leaps high into the air, roaring as it unleashes its ultimate crushing impact skill. The furious strike crashes down completely, shattering the ice and tearing right through the golden beast's defenses. The beautiful elf stands gracefully in the freezing air, keeping her ice magic fully activated. Lin Ze nods in pride, calling out the combo name Stone Demon Phantom Form. A heavy rain of massive stone spikes pours down like a waterfall, impaling the helpless beast. Clenching his fist, the young man charges forward with determination, declaring that this is not over yet. Then he unleashes an explosive punch, ruthlessly blowing his target away. The giant golden tree trunk body shatters into countless pieces, scattering all over the green grass. The withered corpse of the monster collapses, losing its brilliant glow, as the system screen announces you have defeated the golden withered beast. The stone demon transforms with new power as the system flashes a grand update. The stone demon has upgraded to rank 3, unlocking a new skill, Phantom Clone. In phantom form, the phantom can instantly split into two, dealing 100% of the original damage and copying all actions. Duration is 10 seconds, costing 100 achievement points. Lin Ze stares at the notification, highly satisfied with the result. It is totally reasonable for such a useful skill to be this expensive. After learning it, he smiles to himself, knowing that the phantom clone doubles his combat power. It even leveled up during the fight, proving perfectly worthy of the king-class path. This is a massive victory. The system screen displays new stats showing 108 points and 1 out of 20 minutes remaining, while Lin Ze stands back quietly observing his beast. Back in the monitoring room, the examiner sweats in utter disbelief, muttering that this kid is absolutely unbelievable, especially with that newly summoned ice pet. If he is not mistaken, that beast has god-tier potential. How on earth did this rookie pull that off? Lin Ze looks down deeply, calculating in his mind. It seems a rare rank 3 beast grants up to 60 points. He cannot afford to stay low-key anymore, but wait, what is going on over there? The young man stands before the scattered remains of the giant beast, wondering about the nature of this golden withered beast. A chubby Zhu Xiong runs back, staring in absolute shock as he stammers, "You actually defeated it." He points directly at the beautiful ice elf, demanding to know who she is, if she is another contestant, and what school she goes to. Sweating bullets, Lin Ze suddenly panics. Shoot, he forgot to unsummon the ice elf, and now that this fat guy has seen her, he cannot keep up his act. But right then, a brilliant plan flashes in his mind. Staring at the girl, the fat guy mutters to himself, trying to make sense of it. He thinks she must be some humanoid ice beast that defeated the golden withered beast, while the elf herself just stands there, looking completely confused. He then looks at his own chubby pet, wondering if that ice girl is a wild beast, why they are fighting each other, or if she belongs to another master who is hiding nearby. Suddenly, he grabs his head in pure panic, screaming that she uses ice magic, meaning her master must be the legendary Lin Ze himself. If he can easily defeat the golden withered beast, then they stand no chance and they will definitely be his next victims. Lin Ze stands there in utter silence, completely speechless at the fat guy's wild self-made drama. Thinking fast, he secretly sends an order to the ice elf through his system panel, pretend to attack us right now. However, the ice elf just blinks in confusion, completely baffled by what her master is trying to pull off. Terrified, Zhou Xiang points and screams that the monster is staring right at them while Lin Ze stands nearby, nodding along to keep up the theatrical act. Instantly, the obedient ice elf casts her magic, summoning a sharp rain of icicles that scares the living daylights out of the fat guy. Zhou Xiang is so terrified that he tightly hugs his big-mouthed beast, crying out that they are really being attacked and it is all over. The gorgeous yet cold elf raises her hand, gathering power to form an extremely menacing magical ice circle. Sweating profusely, the fat guy glances sideways, hatching a cowardly plan if they both get eliminated. Here it is a huge loss, so he might as well ditch this kid and save himself. The chubby big-mouthed monster suddenly leaps forward and swallows Lin Ze whole, leaving the young man completely dumbfounded. Having swallowed Lin Ze, the monster runs like crazy, while Lin Ze screams from its stomach, asking why he got eaten, as the running Zhou Xiang lies that it is obviously to protect him. Lin Ze smiles in relief, sending a system text to his elf girl that he is safe and she should head back. Then he commands his stone demon pet to return as well. Reaching a safe spot, the round chubby beast hunches over, dry heaving violently in front of everyone. Zhou Xiang rubs his face with a smug, devious grin, quietly celebrating how perfectly he escaped death while racking up free points. As the heavy guy catches his breath, a voice asks if it is finally safe. Zhou Xiang freezes, his eyes widening in pure horror as he stammers out, "How on earth are you still alive?" Safe inside his protective barrier, Lin Ze stretches lazily and casually responds, "What could possibly happen to someone like me? Now how about letting me out of here?" Wiping away cold sweat, Zhou Xiang desperately waves his hands, lying that the monster is still chasing them, so he should stay inside a bit longer. In his mind, he is completely losing it, wondering how on earth this kid survived instead of being digested. The bloated monster groans with a heavily distended belly, looking like it is seconds away from throwing up. Unable to hold it any longer, the beast violently spits Lin Ze onto the grass along with a massive pile of disgusting, slimy drool. The fat guy backs away, shaking as he asks how Lin Ze even got out. Brushing off his clothes, Lin Ze casually mocks maybe the big guy just has terrible digestion. Turning his back, Lin Ze confidently suggests that if the monster keeps pursuing them, they could just team up to destroy it, while Zhou Xiang stands there in awkward silence. The fat guy smirks silently, laughing at how incredibly stupid this kid really is. Turning back, Lin Ze notes that nothing seems to be following them anymore, asking if Zhou Xiang can finally tell him about those exclusive soul skills he mentioned. Pointing ahead, Zhou Xiang suggests heading to the stone monument first to check if they made the top 10, proposing they talk on the way. Taking the lead, the heavy guy proudly explains that these exclusive soul skills are actually unique mental abilities that only a tiny fraction of highly gifted Beast Tamers can ever awaken. They cannot be learned from any books, nor can anyone else mimic them, since they depend entirely on each individual's specific constitution. Because they are so incredibly rare, your ordinary run-of-the-mill teachers will never cover them in class. Lin Ze nods in curiosity, asking what kind of exclusive soul skills Guo Xingyi and Li Bingyan actually possess. Pointing toward a glowing red pillar of light, Zhou Xiang says the monument is right over there, eagerly walking over to inspect it. The leaderboard flashes with Li Bingyan at 372, Guo Xingyi at 343, Tanyang Lu Gang, and Lin Ze at 186. 10th place has 100 points with 58 minutes remaining. The heavy guy sighs as he scans the list, muttering that his name is nowhere to be found, just as expected. But clenching his fists, a dark plot brews in his mind. With an hour left and 10th place sitting at just 100 points, he realizes stealing this idiot's score would secure him a spot in the top 10. He turns around and calls out to him, "Hey kid." Suddenly, the fat guy's eyes shrink in total shock. You can practically hear his brain short-circuiting. Staring right back at him is the glowing number on Lin Ze's wrist, showing 180 points. Zhou Xiang stumbles back, shrieking in pure disbelief, 180 points. How does this kid have that many? The glowing leaderboard confirms the brutal truth, placing Lin Ze in fourth with 180 points. The heavy guy collapses, trembling as he stammers out, "Who? What is your name?" Folding his arms, Lin Ze looks down with a cold face and replies, "Lin Ze." Zhou Xiang points a trembling finger, screaming in absolute despair, "It is you. Why did you even want me to tag along? The ice spirit suddenly materializes behind Lin Ze, making the fat guy break into a cold sweat. He realized too late that those who cleared the super difficulty could summon two beasts. This kid was hiding his power all along, and that ice summon is his too. Lin Ze stands there with crossed arms, coldly reminding him that without his help he would have been killed by that gold-tier beast. Now it is time to start talking and share the information he promised. Suddenly, the heavy guy lunges forward in a shameless, desperate attack, roaring that he will never tell Lin Ze a single thing. He commands his beast to swallow him whole, and the bloated monster charges forward, opening its massive jaw to devour Lin Ze. Instantly, the stone demon materializes and delivers a brutal punch, sending the chubby monster flying backward. The beautiful ice spirit raises her hand, conjuring a freezing magic circle that chills the surrounding air. In the blink of an eye, the big-mouthed beast is completely frozen solid inside a massive block of ice. Zhu Xiong collapses to the ground in sheer despair, utterly crushed by the suffocating aura of Lin Ze and his duo of beasts. Lin Ze steps forward with a cold smile, noting that while his opponent's points are low, they are still worth a rare Tier 3 beast, so he will be taking them. Terrified, the heavy guy desperately begs him to wait, crying out that he will talk if Lin Ze just lets him go. Lin Ze simply sighs and shakes his head coldly, stating that he changed his mind and that whatever soul skills the others possess, they are all the same to him. Zhou Shang's eyes widen as he breaks into sweat, stammering, "What do you mean by that?" The young man spreads his arms with absolute confidence, boldly declaring that none of those geniuses are any match for him. Zhou Xiong gasps in sheer terror as the final judgment is ordered, calling down a freezing ice rain to end it all. The moment those words drop, sharp icicles rain down and pierce right through the cowardly fat guy. Thorny branches wrap tightly around Zhou Xiong, dragging him away while he groans in pain when suddenly a voice calls out Lin Ze from behind. A long-haired student with a murderous look steps out beside his plant monster, growling that he has been waiting for him for a long time. Tied up and helpless, the chubby Zhou Xiong excitedly shouts to his boss that this kid is Lin Ze and to watch out for his ice-type pet. Lin Ze frowns coldly, sizing up his opponent. He never expected to run into this guy here. It looks like they are finally going to settle their unfinished business. The long-haired youth brushes right past the fat guy, casually telling him he can go back and rest now, while Zhou Xiong just bursts into a loud, joyful laugh. The chubby guy laughs so hard his eyes squint shut shamelessly, bragging that his boss has already taken all his points anyway. Slowly turning into a cloud of smoke to safely exit the exam, he mutters to himself that he guesses this is not a total loss after all. Within seconds, the fat guy's entire body fades into thin air, completely vanishing from the sunlit forest. The leaderboard flashes with blazing numbers. Li Bingyun has 432, Guo Xingyi 343, Tan Yong 254, Lu Gang 215, Lin Ze 186, Quan Ning 167, Lu Daihong 148, and Hin Thian 139. The arrogant top-ranker Li Bingyun spreads his arms in open provocation. "Come on, show me your real power. Let's see who actually deserves the #1 spot among these rookies." Maintaining his usual expressionless face, Lin Ze indifferently replies that he has zero interest in the top rookie title. If the guy wants it so bad, he can just have it. Li Bingyun smirks with total contempt. "Are you actually admitting defeat?" he asks with a sneer. He suddenly throws his head back, laughing like an absolute maniac while shouting threats. "I never expected you to be such a coward," he screams, declaring that, after crushing Lin Ze, he will eliminate every single high ranker. Guo Xingyi, Tan Yong, Lu Gang, and Quan Ning, none of them will escape his wrath as he plans to completely wipe them out. Clutching his head with a sick, twisted expression, he mutters that the sheer satisfaction of wiping them out is highly addictive. Hearing that familiar name sparks a sudden frantic realization in his mind. Quan Ning. Sweating bullets, Lin Ze realizes that Tan Yong, Guo Xingyi, and Quan Ning are all currently in the same zone. He is suddenly gripped with intense worry for Quan Ning. Without losing a single second, Lin Ze turns on his heel and bolts at full speed with his pets, shouting to head east. The top rankerly reaches out his hand, gleefully ordering his plant monster to stop Lin Ze. "Ha, are you really trying to run away?" he mocks. "Block him now." Instantly, the bizarre vine demon beast leaps high into the air like an arrow shooting straight ahead. Massive, hideous vines shoot out in waves, tightly wrapping around the rock demon's sturdy body to block their path. Lin Ze quickly pulls off an impressive midair flip to narrowly dodge the sharp, thorny branches. The sinister top ranker smirks smugly, throwing out insults. "You're way too easy to catch," he mocks. "Turns out you are just a clown with a hollow name." He arrogantly commands his hovering plant demon to drain them completely. Ivy demons suck them dry, he yells. "Let's see you try running away again if you dare." Cornered, Lin Ze grits his teeth, glaring back with fierce anger. "You bastard," he mutters. Hearing that, Li Bingyun casually shrugs and waves his hand. "I do not have time to play with you," he says, but he is completely blind to the beautiful ice spirit materializing right behind him. And just like that, his smugness melts. He spins around with wide panicked eyes as a bone-chilling cold sweeps in from behind. In the blink of an eye, the elegant spirit unleashes her power, completely freezing the arrogant top ranker into a solid ice statue. The vine demon monster jolts in surprise, spinning around to find its master completely frozen, stiff, and unable to move. With pure grace, the ice spirit glides right past, instantly freezing the demon beast as well in a flawless, stylish move. At that very moment, the rock demon channels its massive strength and delivers a crushing blow, shattering the vines binding its body. Lin Ze looks back at the block of ice, calmly delivering a cool parting line. "I already warned you," he says. Walking away with his two loyal beasts, he leaves behind one final warning, saying that he simply does not have time to play around. The remaining vines desperately creep toward the massive block of ice, trying to free their highly unfortunate master. The plant beast desperately smashes against the thick layer of ice, leaving a nearby observer in black, utterly shocked at how such immense vitality could still survive after that. Right then, another candidate named Lu Gang steps out of the bushes with a smug grin, quietly reciting the classic proverb about the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. "It seems the last guy forgot to finish the job," he gloats, realizing this is his absolute golden opportunity to steal the points. Reaching out his hand toward Li Bingyun's frozen body with a greedy grin, he laughs that those precious points are finally his for the taking. The system screen pops up, revealing his level 2 stage 9 armored dragon, a dragon type. On command, the spiky muscular beast lunges forward to strike the frozen Li Bingyun directly. Pointing his finger with absolute confidence, Lu Gang smugly asks the frozen prey if his pets can revive, but wonders what will happen to his own life. Shattering the ice, Lu Gang smugly checks his score, thinking that capturing the leader is the best shortcut to winning and that luck is simply a major part of true power. He stares down at his arm in total confusion, wondering why his score has not changed at all. Cold sweat runs down his neck as Lu Gang tries to process this, muttering that something is highly unusual. Slowly, he turns around with a completely baffled, clueless expression on his face. Suddenly, a humanoid shadow made of thick vines lunges forward, launching a vicious attack right at him. Lu Gang screams as his arms are pinned desperately, asking what is happening and why. The dark shadow only sneers, replying that there is no harm in telling someone who is already eliminated. The creepy Li Bingyun reveals his hideous green-skinned face, smugly explaining that this is actually his exclusive soul technique called synchronized camouflage. Squeezed to the point of suffocation, he panics and desperately commands his armored dragon to attack. His hope quickly turns to absolute despair as he screams for his pet, seeing the massive beast pinned flat against the ground. Razor-sharp vines lash out in an instant, forcibly eliminating the highly unfortunate Lu Gang right then and there. The scene shifts to another part of the forest where Lin Ze's voice echoes with pure murderous intent, warning Guo Xingyi and Tan Yong that if they lay a finger on his sister. Lin Ze bolts forward like a gale-cutting arrow, his eyes blazing with absolute fury as he vows that they will pay with their lives. Back at the scene, Quan Ning is trapped completely inside a massive bubble of water suspended right in front of her enemies. The system screen pops up, showing the enemy pet hovering nearby, a Tier 2 Stage 8 Dragon-type steel-scaled hatchling. Inside the bubble, Quan Ning struggles, desperately gritting her teeth and cursing that she cannot break free, while a mocking voice sneers at her to stop wasting her energy. The system screen flashes with the stats of a staff-wielding necromancer, a Tier 3 Stage 2 undead water hybrid beast. Tan Yong smugly points his finger and gloats that nobody can ever escape the necromancer's water prison from the inside. Turning his bulky frame to his partner, he tells Guo Xingyi that he is handing her over, urging her to take the points so she can grab the top rank. Guo Xingyi strikes a playful pose with hands on her hips, teasingly asking if he is holding back because she is too pretty. Tan Yong silently crosses his arms and replies coldly that she already knows he has zero interest in other girls, yet she casually warns her partner not to rush, advising him to wait a bit before acting, leaving him completely baffled as he asks what they are supposed to be waiting for. The forest suddenly falls dead silent. You can practically feel the tension spike as the wind rustles. Guo Xingyi blinks, letting a cunning, devious smile spread across her face as she explains that they are waiting for the big fish to bite. Right on cue, a sudden, Earthen Spike's skill erupts violently from the ground, shooting straight up into the air. Tan Yong flinches, his eyes widening as he goes on high alert. He quickly swings his arm, creating a massive water shield wall to block the blast. Simultaneously, the steel-scaled hatchling charges forward, using its tail to swat away the stray rocks flying toward its master. As the water wall dissipates, Lin Ze steps forward alongside his stone fiend pet, coldly calling out his enemies Guo Xingyi and Tan Yong. Glaring with daggers in his eyes, he demands in a deadly tone that they release her right now. Tan Yong breaks into a cold sweat, visibly stunned as he mutters about the opponent's stacked combat lineup of two pets. Meanwhile, Quan Ning is overjoyed, realizing Lin Ze's pet is actually but shaking off her shock. She yells out a warning to him that these guys are incredibly strong and he must be careful. Yet Lin Ze maintains his cool, ultra-confident demeanor, casually stepping forward, while reassuring her not to worry because he will have her out in no time. Tan Yong points a finger at him, questioning if he is truly the famous Lin Ze who supposedly cleared the super difficulty level. Standing nearby, Guo Xingyi smiles with genuine intrigue, adding that it really is him, which makes sense since she felt he was different from the very beginning. Cracking his knuckles, Tan Yong eagerly declares that he will find out exactly how strong the guy is by fighting him head-on, but Xingyi quickly warns him to be careful since this guy is clearly not ordinary. He raises his hands to prepare a spell, confidently proclaiming that if he beats him and hands over his points, she will take the top rank, and if he fails, she can just take his. He thrusts his hand forward, shouting a command to his pet, ordering the necromancer to bind his target with a water prison. A massive whirlpool rises, instantly locking Lin Ze tightly inside its swirling depths. But Lin Ze swiftly triggers his soul shock skill, completely shattering the water prison to pieces. Seeing this, Tan Yong breaks into a cold sweat, internally reeling and wondering how this kid's soul skill could possibly be so powerful. The aggressive stone fiend charges, ready to drop a devastating punch. However, he quickly leaps high into the air to dodge the blow, countering with a rapid water column attack. This time, the water prison successfully traps the massive stone fiend, leaving it suspended helplessly in midair. Tan Yong looks up at his captured target with a smug grin, boasting about taking down one of his pets first. Unbothered, Lin Ze calmly commands his pet to enter its ghost form, and the spirit immediately emerges from a green misty portal. Its shadow fist slams down, driving massive earthen spikes through everything. In that very moment, the shadow monster's eyes glow with a deadly, menacing light. The majestic, terrifying presence of its undead form is now fully on display right in front of the enemy. Seeing this, Tan Yong bursts into a loud, mocking laugh, gloating that his own necromancer is also an undead type, which means it is completely immune to physical attacks. Suddenly, Guo Xingyi screams in sheer panic, calling him a fool and yelling to look behind him. Before he can react, Tan Yong is violently launched into the air by sharp earthen spikes, groaning in absolute pain. Grimacing as he looks back, he is completely horrified to see a dark shadow clone rising from the ground. The system screen flashes, showing the powerful skill Undead Clone. Tan Yong crashes hard onto the ground while Lin Ze casually mocks him, pointing out that too bad he is not immune to physical attacks himself. Breaking into a cold sweat, Tan Yong furiously mutters a bitter curse. He then throws his head back and screams in pure frustration, commanding his pet to use Undead Seal. The necromancer immediately gathers its dark energy, unleashing an overwhelming pitch-black undead seal straight at them. Tan Yong cowers on the ground, backing away from the immense pressure right in front of him. Watching Lin Ze from a distance, he realizes this guy is a real pain. It seems he has to let the young girl Sui take action. He warns the other to call back his stone demon or this necromancer will completely crush him. Seeing this, Tan Yong bursts into a mocking laugh, asking if this is the genius everyone keeps talking about. He sneers, wondering if that pathetic display is really all the guy has. Lin Ze immediately unleashes a blinding glow, reaching out with a cold glare. He barks at him to shut up, promising to show him what real power looks like. Guo Xingyi stares in absolute shock, breaking into a cold sweat under the crushing weight of that terrifying pressure. A massive pillar of light erupts into the sky, majestic and towering like some ancient god. Sweat pours down Tan Yong's face as he backs up quickly, realizing this guy is way out of their league if they keep fighting. Guo Xingyi trembles in fear, muttering that they are definitely getting disqualified, leaving Tan Yong completely bewildered and lost. She frantically waves her hands, desperately begging to wait a second, because they can still talk this out. Lin Ze casts a freezing glance, questioning if she really just said negotiate. She nods rapidly, reaching out as she slowly steps forward. She reasons that since they all made the top 10, there is no need to fight anymore, and they will be classmates soon anyway. Hearing that, Lin Ze slowly raises his hand, signaling his summoned beast to stand down. Guo Xingyi then quickly turns and screams at Tan Yong to release the girl immediately, leaving him completely dumbfounded. He frowns and argues back, warning that if they let her go and they team up, things will only get worse for them. But she fiercely orders him to just do what she says. Tan Yong reluctantly backs down, grumbling that she is the boss before dispelling the water prison. The giant water bubble bursts, sending Quan Ning falling helplessly toward the ground. Suddenly, a radiant fire dragon bird swoops in, catching her gently and bringing her to a safe landing. Quan Ning cries tears of joy, thanking her brother for coming to save her. Lin Ze smiles, warmly reassuring her that as long as he is here, nobody will ever touch her. He then turns around with a sharp glare at the two enemies, his voice dropping low as he tells them he can easily save his sister, while crushing both of them so that weak proposal is not going to cut it. Furious, Tan Yong's eyes flash with murderous intent as he roars, apologizing to his partner before declaring he is going all out to take this punk down with him. He panics and tells Xingyi to run, but she steps forward instead, confidently announcing she has something that will definitely make it worth his while. Lin Ze raises an eyebrow, staring back with a cold, curious look. Blushing deeply, Guo Xingyi looks at him with wide eyes, offering an exclusive soul technique. She claims she can use her special sensitivity to help him unlock a unique power of his own. Standing casually among his powerful squad of beasts, Lin Ze calmly admits that her proposal is actually a pretty tempting offer. Tan Yang freaks out and snaps at her, asking why she would ever need to help that idiot. But then his eyes widen as cold sweat drips down. He stammers in panic, praying she is not about to do what he thinks she is. Clenching her hands, Guo Xingyi blushes bright red and shyly calls out to Lin Ze. Suddenly, a hand reaches out to interrupt the tense moment, asking to join the fun. Lin Ze glances at the newcomer casually, mocking him, surprised he is actually still alive. From the distance, the top student Li Bingyun creeps forward with a twisted smile and his plant monster, threatening that since they are all gathered here, he can wipe them out all at once. Furious, Tan Yang points straight at the newcomer, screaming that one after another they are really starting to push his buttons. Lin Ze's group turns to face the new threat, while Guo Xingyi quickly suggests they all team up to claim the #1 spot together. Lin Ze narrows his eyes with a sharp glance, silently grumbling that this situation is turning into a massive headache. Suddenly, a glowing red countdown timer flashes brightly in mid-air, showing they only have 10 minutes left. The scene shifts to the monitoring room where an instructor stands with his hands behind his back. He thoughtfully watches the screens, noting he wants to protect these freshmen since an actual fight might cost them some real talent. He turns his head to command a shadowy figure in the dark corner, telling her it is her turn to step in and giving her 10 minutes to cool them down. Back in the forest, Tan Yang whispers to his partner, asking if she's actually serious about helping that kid. He pitches a plan to use Li Bingyun to stall him so they can seize the chance. However, Guo Xingyi coldly rejects him flatly, stating she is sorry but she truly wants to help Lin Ze. Hearing her harsh rejection, Tan Yang clutches his head in total despair, screaming and desperately hoping that Xingyi has not actually gone and fallen for that arrogant little brat. He furiously slams his fist onto the grass, roaring in anger that he will just have to eliminate every single one of them himself. Li Bingyun laughs maniacally, taunting them to come at him all at once when a loud voice suddenly echoes from out of nowhere, ordering them to freeze. A majestic system voice echoes, leaving everyone stunned as it announces they no longer need to fight since they are all accepted, though a special challenge mission is waiting for them next. Instantly, a massive blue spatial portal tears open the sky right in the middle of the clearing. A pair of leather boots steps out from the mysterious glowing magic gate. The voice continues, introducing 4 extremely powerful upperclassmen who have just appeared on the scene. It explains that since their skills are far ahead of their peers, it is time to see their true limits. These 4 are second-year students from a mid-rank academy whom they will spar against. If anyone manages to win, they will receive a sacred baptism, but even if they lose, they still get to enroll. Quan Ning glares and clenches her fists in frustration, complaining that it is totally unfair. They are not even official freshmen yet, so how could they possibly beat actual second-year students? Tan Yang crosses his arms and frowns, explaining that everyone has been through too many fights and their pets are completely exhausted. Lin Ze just smirks confidently and tells them to bring it on, leaving Quan Ning speechless behind him at her brother's crazy recklessness. Li Bingyun watches the backs of the 4 seniors and sneers, saying it is a pity he cannot eliminate him right now, but since they are classmates now, there will be plenty of chances to fight. Tan Yang clenches his fists and screams in anger, telling him to survive the second-year trial first before talking big. Guo Xingyi tilts her head and follows Lin Ze, asking with eyes full of hope if this means they are officially allies now. She flashes a sweet, hopeful smile, but Lin Ze only gives her a cold, sideways glance in return. Right on cue, Quan Ning clenches her fists in front of her chest and pouts loudly, shouting to protect her brother from this girl by stating he has not agreed to anything like that yet. Lin Ze narrows his eyes, calculating that his ultimate goal must be the baptism reward, as it strengthens both his physical body and his soul power. He looks over at the second-year group and points out mockingly that they only sent 4 people against their team of 5, clearly underestimating them. Lin Ze turns and offers a direct deal, telling Guo Xingyi that if she really wants to be allies, he lays down his condition without hesitation, telling her she must team up with his sister and fight one of those seniors, which immediately makes her pout and complain that she wants to go with him instead. Lin Ze gently pats Quan Ning on the head and tells her that he will handle one opponent alone, and if she teams up with Guo Xingyi against another, their chances of winning will be much higher. A second-year steps forward, placing a hand on his chest as his name tag displays the name Si Etao. He sneers and asks if the rookies are done talking, adding that he does not mind if they all want to rush him at once. Tan Yang immediately steps in front, shouting that he will be the opponent, while secretly thinking this is his perfect chance to show off his real strength to Guo Xingyi. Si Etao laughs and summons his pet, which the system displays as a Tier 3 Stage 8 insect-type wind-slashing mantis. He warns the kid that he has guts, but he should not just charge in blindly. A second-year girl in a maid outfit steps forward with her name tag showing Zhang Man. She playfully teases Li Bingyun, calling him handsome and asking him to be her opponent. Lee Bing-yoon covers his face with a creepy smile, laughing as he coldly replies that he will not go easy on her just because she is a girl. Zhang Man immediately summons a powerful beast, which the system confirms as a Tier 3 Stage 9 beast-type Thunder Lion. The maid runs her fingers through her hair with an excited look, telling him to hit her with everything he has got. In another corner, Guo Xinyi narrows her eyes seriously, focusing all her attention on the battle ahead. She scans the field, analyzing her potential opponents, and noting that of the remaining two, the girl seems slightly weaker, when suddenly a sharp voice interrupts her. A second year pointing his finger with the name tag Wu Zetian asks Lin Ze if he wants to fight, claiming his hairstyle is annoying, which only makes Lin Ze shrug and agree. Lin Ze flashes a completely harmless but highly sarcastic smile, asking the kind senior to please go easy on him. A blue-haired second-year girl smiles as she looks at Quan Ning and Guo Xinyi, commenting on how cute the new female students are this year. But instantly her expression turns into pure jealous rage, her name tag showing Huai as she growls that she hates cute girls and will not go easy on them. Hearing such an absurd reason, Quan Ning and Guo Xinyi are left utterly speechless with their jaws dropped. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, the defeated students hold their heads in despair, crying and cursing their bad luck. A pink-haired girl cries her eyes out, sobbing to Zhang Xiaoyun that they are really eliminated, while her friend comforts her with a gentle hug. Her black-haired friend sighs, explaining that there are simply too many geniuses and unless a miracle happens, they stood no chance, making the pink-haired girl cry even louder. Nearby, Lu Gang also clutches his head in regret, complaining that he played it safe the whole time, yet still ended up losing in the end. Rubbing his cheek, Lu Gang mutters in pain, wondering why it still hurts so much. Inside the monitoring room, Instructor Qin scoffs with an amused smile, noting that a few students are truly standing out this time. Suddenly, a heavy hand reaches out from behind and slaps Instructor Qin on the shoulder. An elegant teacher in glasses steps up with the name tag Cao Wenbai, telling Qin to hand over the next batch of candidates, which makes Qin turn around in surprise. Qin laughs and cries at the same time, complaining that Cao only rushed over here to steal his students after he worked so hard to filter them out. But Cao calmly waves his hand and argues that Qin's testing methods are way too extreme, and might miss some real talent, pointing out that he still has 10 open slots left on his end. Qin jokingly asks if it is wrong to look for a few hidden gems among the students who have already failed the previous test. Hearing this, Cao Wenbai can only laugh and shake his head before Qin waves him off, telling him to handle them himself. Instantly, Cao's voice echoes throughout the main hall, announcing to those who missed the top 10 that he has great news, as he still has 10 open slots for anyone who can pass his test. The eliminated students are completely shocked and start cheering loudly, asking if this is really happening. The two crying girls quickly wipe their tears away and hold hands with bright smiles, realizing a miracle just happened and urging each other to try harder, since making the top 20 is still totally possible. Lu Gang clenches his fist with burning determination, whispering to himself that he is definitely going to seize this second chance. Back on the battlefield, a lone figure suddenly drops to his knees on the grass. It is Tan Yong, screaming in utter helplessness as a massive tornado ravages the entire battlefield, a clear and brutal reminder of the massive gap in their power. Senior CA Tao points and smirks, arrogantly mocking him and calling him a total loser. Right then, a blinding blue electrical current erupts violently across the other side of the field. Maid Zhang Man chuckles as she looks at the battered Lee Bingyun, teasingly telling the handsome boy that while his endurance is impressive, he has already lost and any further fighting would just be a one-sided massacre. Hearing those words, Lee Bingyun gasps heavily for air, though his eyes still burn with an unyielding, eerie blue light. Zhang Man rests her chin on her hand with a sigh, asking if he can even hear her anymore. A monster wielding a flaming sword suddenly charges forward as his system screen identifies it as a Tier 3 Stage 7 humanoid berserker. Meanwhile, a blue-haired senior yells out, mocking the idea of geniuses and loudly declaring that this academy has absolutely no shortage of them. Pointing a finger directly at Quan Ning and Guo Xinyi, Hui harshly lectures them, saying that the time they waste putting on makeup would be far better spent on training instead. Over in the monitoring room, Instructor Cao shakes his head in disagreement with Instructor Qin, arguing that this brutal one-sided beating will only crush the students' confidence. However, Instructor Qin stands with his arms crossed, calmly explaining that he is intentionally crushing their egos now, so they do not enter the academy full of arrogance and forget that there is always someone stronger out there in the world. Instructor Cao suddenly glances back at the screen with a knowing, playful smile. He points toward a massive, brilliant blast of ice erupting on the monitor, and honestly, who could have predicted what happens next? Back on the field, the system screen shows a beast-type flaming steed at Tier 3 Stage 9 completely frozen solid inside a giant pillar of ice, leaving Wu Zetian in total shock. Pure shock. The sophomore Wu Zetian is gripped by terror, his eyes bloodshot as he screams that this is impossible. Lin Ze slowly turns around calmly, addressing his opponent with a cool, detached tone. As his snow girl hovers proudly in the air, he delivers a sharp, decisive victory declaration he won. As the timer officially hits 0, Instructor Kin bursts into highly excited laughter, admitting that while they have seen plenty of geniuses over the years, this kid is on a whole different level. Staring emotionally at the screen as Lin Ze shines brightly, he mutters that it feels exactly like watching one of the 8 legendary geniuses of the Federation back when they were young. Instructor Sao clenches his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he notes that at this age, even those legendary 8 geniuses might not have possessed such terrifying power, insisting they recruit Lin Ze when the time comes. Instructor King crosses his arms quickly, protesting that top 10 students must be distributed fairly according to school regulations, though Instructor Kao merely scratches his head and laughs it off. A red system notification confirms the defeat of the Flaming Steed, leaving a devastated Wu Ziqian on his knees muttering in absolute shame that he actually lost. Incredible. Instantly, Quanding jumps up and down with absolute joy, cheering that her brother actually won the match. Guo Xingyi stands completely speechless, a bead of cold sweat rolling down her cheek, as she admits she never expected him to be this ridiculously powerful. Frustrated, Tan Yong slams his fist into the ground, yelling that there is still a gap between them but promising to turn this bitter defeat into motivation once he gets back. The upperclassmen whisper in disbelief, wondering if Wu Zetian went easy on a freshman who hasn't even officially enrolled yet, refusing to believe a sophomore could lose like this. Lin Ze casually slips both hands into his pockets and asks his opponents if they want to keep going, which absolutely infuriates Si Tao, who snaps at the brat not to look down on them just because of a lucky trick. Lin Ze merely smirks with absolute confidence, asking if all 3 of them are seriously planning to jump him at the exact same time. Pure arrogance. Their beast dives straight down from the sky to strike him. In a flash, Lin Ze's massive stone demon blocks the strike, using its powerful rocky arms to intercept the incoming razor-sharp claws of the mantis. Up in the surveillance room, one of the examiners calmly states that they should end this fight because Egg Si Tao was never a match for the boy anyway, while his colleague agrees that letting this drag on will only humiliate the sophomores, further and cause young Lin Ze to attract far too many enemies. Right then, the instructor's voice echoes over the speakers to halt the battle, declaring that the trial is officially over and Lin Ze is the sole survivor to pass, though he warmly reassures the other students that they did well and will surely grow much stronger once they officially enter Jianming Academy. Bitterly recalling his mantis, Si Tao points aggressively and curses, warning the brat that they will settle their score once he finally enrolls. Lin Ze simply flashes a cheerful thumbs up, trying to play nice by telling his senior there is no need to keep fighting since he is clearly the superior one anyway. The senior only glares back with utter hatred, gritting his teeth, as he warns him that he had better watch his back from now on. No forgiveness. Si Tao storms off with his crew, throwing back one final warning that he will definitely not forget what happened today. At that moment, a voice announces it is time for his cleansing reward as his system screen displays his physical stats rising from 8.8 to 10.8, while his soul power jumps to 1080 and constitution hits 59. A bright red glow envelops Lin Ze as he is officially welcomed into Jiangning Academy, while his system confirms the cleansing ritual is complete, adding 500 achievement points to bring his total to 1180. The system continues updating his pets, showing the growth rate of his stone demon has increased to 33%. Right after, it displays details for his snow girl, whose growth rate has successfully risen by 12%. Walking back, Lin Ze is met with hushed whispers from the crowd, wondering who this insanely powerful guy is, while Quanding calls out to him happily, and others stare in awe at the legend who cleared the super difficulty trial. Watching the eager crowd gather around him, Lin Ze can only offer a wry smile, thinking to himself that this kind of dramatic atmosphere feels way too familiar. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl leans in close to whisper that she can sense his stone demon still has an unawakened form, which catches Lin Ze completely by surprise. Giving him a playful wink and flashing a peace sign, she teasingly promises to show him how to unlock its exclusive soul skill if he visits her after the exam. Classic Lin Ze. He merely blinks at her, giving a completely dry and unbothered response. The scene shifts as Instructor Qin raises a hand to quiet down the crowd, loudly declaring that the top 10 scoring students are now officially admitted. Next, Mr. Tan gestures toward the stage and announces that it is time to reveal this year's top freshman. He calls out Li Bingyun's name and asks the crowd to give him a massive round of applause. The entire hall erupts in applause, but the student standing right next to Li Bingyun breaks into a cold sweat, muttering in complete disbelief. Whispers of doubt spread through the crowd as people question how someone like him could possibly win, while Li Bingyun just stands there with his head down, radiating a dark, gloomy aura. He gnashes his teeth, his face darkening with intense frustration. He silently fumes that the other guy clearly performed better, making this whole victory feel like a total insult. Watching this unfold, Mr. Cow frowns and turns to his colleague asking if the other kid actually deserved the top spot, more wondering if this decision is just a bit too unfair. Mr. Tan replies with a calculating smile, explaining that they cannot bet everything on just one person. Besides, the rules state the top spot is strictly based on test scores, leaving Mr. Cow with no choice but to drop the matter and agree. Mr. Cow then waves over the eliminated students, directing anyone taking the special revival trial to follow him, while the top 10 are free to leave and wait for the opening ceremony in 10 days. Nearby, 3 girls share a supportive hug. The orange-haired girl smiles to comfort her friends, telling them it will be fine and that she knows they can pass the revival trial if they just do their best. Just then, a chubby guy in a black shirt runs over out of breath, shouting for boss Lin Ze. Lin Ze looks back pretty curious and asks if it is really him. The chubby guy scratches his head with a flattering grin, admitting he did not realize Lin Ze was this famous. But after seeing him crush that second-year senior in battle, he thought it was incredibly cool and wants to make a proposal. Lin Ze gives him a sideways glance, looking completely indifferent, and asks what exactly he wants. The chubby guy immediately bows with his eyes squeezed shut, practically begging with a wide grin to become his loyal underling, leaving Lin Ze staring back in total disbelief. He puffs out his chest with a dramatic pose, declaring his deep admiration flows like an endless river. But Lin Ze shuts him down without a second thought, saying he simply does not take on followers. Then Lin Ze shrugs with open palms, delivering a brutal reality check by pointing out that the guy has not even officially qualified for admission yet. The chubby guy runs off but still looks back to shout that he will definitely pass and to wait for him, leaving our main character completely speechless. Another student walking by catches the conversation, shoots them an annoyed look, and lets out a disdainful snort. Meanwhile, Quan Ning walks excitedly beside Lin Ze on the bustling street, happily suggesting that to celebrate passing the difficult trials and officially joining Jiangning Academy, they should skip going home tonight and stay to enjoy a full day of fun in the city. Lin Ze stretches his tired muscles and nods in agreement, admitting that 4 hours of intense trials was exhausting and they definitely need to wind down. Quan Ning blushes deeply, nervously fidgeting with her fingers as she shyly suggests they go back tomorrow and just spend the night in the city. Lin Ze smiles gently and agrees to stay in town, telling her it is absolutely not a problem. Hearing this, Quan Ning shyly looks down her cheeks, flushing red with pure excitement and happiness. Suddenly, Lin Ze breaks into a sweat, staring at his phone and quickly telling her to wait. The screen shows crazy hotel prices reaching thousands of yuan, causing him to panic and curse under his breath. His face turns pale with dread and sweat pours down as the system shows a balance of only 300 yuan. He trembles, remembering he spent all his savings to buy upgrade materials for that stubborn stone demon monster. Noticing his strange reaction, Quan Ning tilts her head and asks if something is wrong, suggesting they grab some food first, while Lin Ze just stammers nervously. Lin Ze reluctantly follows her quietly, agreeing to get food as they stop right in front of a massive sign advertising a luxury restaurant that welcomes contracted pets. Sweat rolls down Lin Ze's face as he stands there completely bewildered, with endless question marks floating through his head. Taking in the extremely lavish interior of the restaurant, Lin Ze cannot help but wonder if a place like this actually exists. Sitting at the fancy table, Quan Ning clasps both of her hands together with pure excitement and says she has wanted to visit this place for ages. She eagerly suggests summoning all their pets since they fought hard all day and deserve a great feast. Although sweat is practically dripping down Lin Ze's forehead, he has no choice but to give in. The pets are summoned in a flash, gathered around the massive table, while Quan Ning happily calls out to her brother. Quan Ning stares in awe at the glowing snow girl, amazed that she has evolved so quickly and beautifully since she was just a little kid last time, asking Lin Ze how on earth he managed to pull it off. Lin Ze offers a calm smile, making up an excuse about their high compatibility. But in his head he knows explaining his system is a long story he will share with Quan Ning later, because right now the most urgent issue is something else. Quan Ning giggles behind her menu, teasingly telling him he is amazing and must teach her his secrets tonight, but insists they should order some food first. Lin Ze glances at the menu with insane prices like 18,000 for stewed lamb and 6,000 for grilled octopus. He gulps hard, sweating profusely as he silently screams about all those terrifying zeros. On the bench nearby, the silent stone demon holds its utensils tightly, humming a little tune as it patiently waits for the food to arrive. Across from it, the gentle snow girl reaches out softly, patting the massive stone demon's head to comfort her big companion. The elegant waitress smiles as she asks if they are ready to order. Quan Ning immediately starts pointing frantically at the menu, ordering dish after dish, while poor Lin Ze can only watch in sweating, completely speechless horror. 5 minutes later, a spectacular feast of luxurious gourmet dishes is spread out across the entire table. The stone demon and snow girl stare in wide-eyed amazement at the food, while Lin Ze breaks into a cold sweat, sighing and crying inside over this disaster. Before long, the stone demon finishes its massive meal, letting out a satisfied burp while rubbing its perfectly round belly. On the other hand, Lin Ze is drenched in sweat, desperately trying to figure out if they should just eat and run. The waitress politely presents the bill and announces that the total comes to 37,000 yuan, asking how they would like to pay. Just then, Quan Ning stands up with a reassuring smile, telling him she has saved up plenty of secret money and will cover the bill. Talk about an absolute lifesaver right when he needed it. Stepping out of the restaurant, Lin Ze and Quan Ning look at the glowing skyline as she opens both of her arms and sighs happily at how beautiful the city looks at night. Clasping her hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkle with absolute joy as she talks about how excited she is to study in the city with her brother. Meanwhile, Lin Ze breaks into a nervous sweat, grimacing as he realizes he desperately needs to start making money. But taking on a quest now might be too late. The two of them pass by a building glowing in intense red light with wild cheers of "nice shot" echoing from inside. A giant neon sign on the roof spells out the Death Arena, while the crowd inside continues to scream in pure excitement. Inside the arena, the crowd goes absolutely wild, screaming that the four-armed berserker is undefeated. Meanwhile, the system screen shows the monster totally dominating a giant Tier 2 Stage 3 beast-type kangaroo. On the battlefield, the giant four-armed beast grins savagely. The system immediately updates its data, displaying the mutant-type four-armed berserker currently at Tier 3 Stage 2. The bald MC stands on the stage and points his microphone at the crowd. He shouts out, "Are there any other challengers? Beat this four-armed beast and you win the entire prize pool." The announcer keeps baiting the crowd. Pay a 300 yuan entry fee and the winner takes home 50,000 yuan. Lin Ze smiles, realizing he just found a great way to make some quick cash. Without any hesitation, Lin Ze reaches his hand forward and instantly activates his pet summoning skill. The rock fiend materializes right beside Lin Ze, who quietly asks his companion if it is feeling confident. Meanwhile, the announcer continues outlining the brutal rules of the match. No magic or spiritual arts are allowed, only raw physical hand-to-hand combat to give the crowd the ultimate primal thrill. Of course, once you step onto the stage, you must sign a death waiver. If your pet kills the opponent or if it gets killed itself, the arena bears zero responsibility. Lin Ze turns to his sister and asks if she wants to watch the match. Quan Ning breaks into a sweat, nervously asking, "Brother, do not tell me you are actually planning to join." Hearing this, Lin Ze smirks confidently. "If they are literally giving away free money," he says, "then I am not going to be polite." On the stage, the berserker is busy showing off. Lin Ze carefully analyzes the system screen, confirming the enemy is Tier 3 Stage 1 while his rock fiend is only at Tier 2 Stage 9. To play it safe, he decides to upgrade his pet right now. Lin Ze places his hand onto the rock fiend's back, channeling raw energy into its body to trigger the upgrade. The rock fiend erupts in a blinding flash of red light. The system announces the pet has been upgraded to Tier 3 Stage 3, consuming 780 achievement points, leaving him with 400. Lin Ze sighs, feeling a bit of pain as he realizes the higher the level, the more achievement points it takes to upgrade. Honestly, we can all relate to that brutal grind. Meanwhile, Quan Ning stares in absolute shock. "Did it just level up?" she gasps. "How on earth did that happen?" Lin Ze puts his hands in his pockets, walking casually as he makes up a ridiculous excuse. Maybe it just had a really good meal. Quan Ning pumps her fist into the air, cheering with pure excitement. She screams out, "I know we can definitely win this." The bald MC enthusiastically points toward Lin Ze and roars. "A new challenger has stepped up," he yells. "Let us give him a huge round of applause for his bravery." Lin Ze and the rock fiend calmly step onto the stage. Seeing this, a heavy spectator laughs in disbelief. What are this skinny kid and his weird red-haired stone creature thinking by entering a death arena like this? The entire crowd erupts into loud jeers and mocking laughter. "This brat must be completely drunk to lose his mind like this," they shout. "Where did this clueless kid even come from? That red-haired thing next to him does not look threatening at all." Ignoring all the insults, the rock fiend just stands there with a blank expression, letting out a massive loud burp. The giant four-armed berserker looks down at the tiny rock fiend standing before him, baring his fangs in a mocking sneer. The monster's owner, a burly guy with a square haircut, walks over with his hands on his hips. He warns Lin Ze, "Kid, if my berserker accidentally crushes that tiny little toy of yours, do not come crying to me." Lin Ze keeps a calm smile, his eyes half closed as he casually replies, "Please go right ahead and use your full strength." The brute snorts in response, his arrogant face twisting in disgust as he mumbles, "What a cocky little brat." The death waiver is brought forward and sealed with a thumbprint. The official quickly urges them to sign and stamp it, and just like that, the waiver is finalized. The bald MC wide eyes and screams into his microphone at the top of his lungs, "Let the match begin." As soon as the signal sounds, the big guy steps back and waves his hand, ordering his pet, "Show them your real power, berserker." The four-armed beast instantly charges forward with terrifying speed, swinging its sharp claws at the rock fiend, but the little creature quickly dodges. Lin Ze calmly observes the battle with sharp eyes, quickly analyzing that the rock fiend still holds a clear advantage in terms of speed. Moving with incredible agility, the Rock Fiend glides forward to evade another violent attack from its massive opponent. Furious, the Berserker throws a heavy kick, but the clever Rock Fiend steps directly onto the giant's foot, leaping high into the air. Right in midair, the Rock Fiend swings its massive stone arm, unleashing an incredibly heavy punch straight down at the target. However, the Berserker is incredibly fast, easily catching the Rock Fiend's punch in one of its giant hands. It lifts the Rock Fiend high into the air, leaving the little stone creature wide-eyed in sheer surprise. With a massive swing, the Berserker violently slams the Rock Fiend directly down onto the arena floor. The impact is brutal, burying the Rock Fiend in a deep crater and completely shattering the solid stone stage. Sweat drips down Lin Ze's face as he marvels at the beast's raw power. Now that he thinks is some seriously primal strength, the square-headed owner clenches his fist in sheer pride, boasting that his Berserker might not know any flashy skills, but when it comes to pure, raw physical power, it can easily crush pets far above its level. Lin Ze narrows his eyes to analyze the match, realizing that the rules are heavily skewed in the giant beast's favor. No wonder they were so incredibly confident. Back on the stage, the Berserker clasps its massive hands together and raises them high, preparing to deliver a devastating final blow. Showing incredible reflexes, the Rock Fiend quickly slides backward to avoid the incoming strike. But the Berserker quickly grabs the Rock Fiend's leg with one hand, raising its other fists to finish off the opponent. The giant monster's terrifying strike lands, unleashing a massive destructive shockwave right across the stage. The sheer pressure of the impact sends the Rock Fiend tumbling backward across the stone floor. Watching from the sidelines, the burly owner smirks and mockingly sneers, "Is that really all you have got?" The crowd erupts in cheers, praising the brutal attack, while Quan Ning looks at her brother with deep worry, softly calling out, "Brother." On the arena stage, Lin Ze calmly frowns and analyzes the situation. If he were allowed to use the stone demon's undead form, he could easily toy with this brute. Unfortunately, the rules do not permit it. In terms of pure strength, he is clearly at a disadvantage, especially since his opponent has 4 arms, basically the perfect setup for a brutal brawl. Yet a glimmer of hope flashes in his eyes. He remembers that the last time the stone demon unlocked a new form, it was in a moment of extreme danger. If what Guo Xingyi said is true, it is worth the gamble. Either he unlocks a new form right now, or he gets absolutely crushed by this 4-armed maniac. Lin Ze glares straight at his summon and mutters in a serious tone, "Stone demon, show me if you are actually fighting with everything you have got." He continues to taunt his fallen companion on the ground, asking if they are always going to rely on Snow Girl just to win. Right on cue, the giant foot of the 4-armed Berserker stomps heavily onto the stone demon's head. Pushed to the absolute brink, the demon's glowing eyes suddenly flare up with rage. With lightning speed, the demon delivers a devastating punch straight into the giant's stomach. The impact is crazy. Its stone armor begins to crack and fall away in pieces. The stone demon completely sheds its skin into a sleek, muscular form. Suddenly, the system screen flashes Demon General form unlocked for 60 seconds, boosting speed by 300%, but dropping defense by -100%. Lin Ze smiles in satisfaction. This is an incredible transformation. It turns out that heavy stone armor is meant to be shed, depending on the flow of the battle. In this agile new form, the stone demon effortlessly leaps high into the air, completely vanishing from the monster's sight. The giant's beefy owner screams in anger, "Ha, you still haven't learned your lesson, have you?" The 4-armed brute swings to attack, but the stone demon has already vanished, leaving behind only a faint blur of light. The massive owner's jaw drops in absolute shock. What on earth just happened? Blinking in and out of sight, the demon suddenly teleports behind the brute and delivers a vicious hook kick to his neck, throwing him into utter confusion. Furious, the 4-armed Berserker swings all 4 hands wildly at the empty air, but he cannot hit a thing. Seizing the opening, the stone demon lunges forward and drives a devastating blow straight into his opponent's back. Underneath its dark stony face, the demon smirks, flashing a sinister and aggressive grin. Gathering its power, the demon moves at blinding speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes from every single angle and leaving the giant completely dazed. Seeing the system warning flashing with only 10 seconds remaining, Lin Ze frowns and yells, "Stone demon, stop playing around! Finish this now!" Diving down from the sky, the stone demon charges straight toward the battered brute lying on the ground. He unleashes a thunderous fist that crashes down like a meteor, blinding the entire arena with his earth split skill. With a 1 million damage hit, the 4-armed brute lies completely flattened on the smoking stage, totally knocked out. The stone demon's body begins to reform its signature armor, while the system floods with good news. The stone demon has reached Tier 3 Stage 4, unlocked Earth Split for the Demon General form, and the form has now ended. Staring at his defeated beast, the beefy owner breaks into a cold sweat and stammers in horror, This is simply impossible." The crowd goes absolutely wild, jaws dropping in shock. What on earth just happened? That demon is terrifying. Holding his microphone next to the flattened giant, the bald referee proudly announces, "I declare the winner of this match is..." Before the announcer can finish, the beefy owner panics and screams that his brute was cheated, leaving Lin Ze thoroughly confused. Right away, the beefy owner plays dirty and complains loudly to the crowd, shouting that his four-armed beast lost, but this is completely ridiculous because this kid ignored the rules and used a magic skill. The bald announcer immediately jumps on the bandwagon, raising his hand to deliver an absurd verdict. Since this challenger's pet used a magic skill, I declare a foul. The crowd immediately gets angry at this corrupt ruling, shouting that the demon simply shed its heavy stone armor, which is definitely not magic. Meanwhile, Quanding frowns in absolute rage, muttering that this is way too unfair. Ignoring the angry crowd, the beefy owner rubs his nose smugly and sneers, "Kid, do not think you can walk away with the prize money using cheap tricks." Hearing this, Lin Ze puts his hands in his pockets and delivers a bold challenge. "I have a new offer. I admit defeat in the pet match, so let's have a raw fist fight, just the two of us. If I win, the money is mine." The giant is stunned and asks what. The beefy owner's face darkens with a threatening look. He smirks and growls, "Are you saying you actually want to challenge me?" The bald announcer gets hyped all over again, dramatically shouting to the arena that he cannot believe this young challenger wants a real physical fight. The crowd roars, cheering wildly for the muscular former professional kickboxing champion Xiong-gu, chanting for him to beat the kid up because they want to see some blood. While Xiong-gu confidently takes his fighting stance, Lin Ze keeps his hands in his pockets, smirks, and calmly says that this is going to be way more interesting than a pet battle anyway. At those words, the stone demon hangs its head, looking like a guilty child who feels bad for causing trouble for its master. Lin Ze smiles and gently pats his companion's pointed head, praising it. "You already won, buddy. Now it is my turn." The stone demon looks up, its glowing red eyes wide with appreciation. The announcer nods in admiration of Lin Ze, shouting, "All right, you are the first in history to challenge Xiong-gu. I respect your absolute bravery." The MC keeps hyping the arena, yelling that if the kid can beat Xiong-gu next, he can still claim the prize money. Meanwhile, Xiong-gu cracks his knuckles, ready to crush his opponent, while the bloodthirsty crowd chants for him to teach this brat a lesson. Lin Ze remains calm, smiling and nodding to accept the challenge, completely ignoring a deeply worried Quanding watching him from behind. Brimming with murderous intent, Xiong-gu releases a terrifying purple aura as he prepares to pounce. "Come on, kid, let's have some real fun here." The scene shifts to a quiet street at night where a young man follows a pink-haired girl, asking in frustration, "Hey Guo Xinyi, you do not actually like that kid, do you?" Guo Xinyi turns away and flatly rejects him. "So what, didn't I already tell you that I only see you as an older brother?" Clutching his chest in agony, the young man cries out in pure jealousy. "What makes me worse than that smelly brat? Besides, you are not even close to him, are you? I just do not want to see you get hurt." Guo Xingyi closes her eyes and crosses her arms with a cold sigh, shutting him down. "Fine, fine, I will make my own decisions. You should just go home and get some rest." With that, she walks straight into the building, leaving the young man behind to helplessly mutter her name, Guo Xingyi. Standing alone in the dark alleyway, he tightens his fists in sheer resentment. "Damn it, Lin Ze, I will definitely surpass you, just you wait." The scene shifts to a rundown street where a young man named Tan Yong screams in absolute panic and despair, begging for someone to save him. A savage shadow monster lunges at a crying blue-haired girl who desperately begs for help. On the ground, the system screen displays her defeated pet, a Tier 1 Stage 2 fire hound. Seeing the danger, Tan Yong unleashes a powerful kick to blast the shadow monster backward, roaring at it to get out of the way. That heavy strike instantly sends the shadow creature flying backward through the air. Tan Yong rushes over to help the girl up, asking with deep concern if she is alright and where this beast even came from. While he stands there wondering how on earth a beast like this could even exist, a mysterious figure is quietly watching everything from a rooftop. Suddenly, the shadow and its beast leap down from above, startling Tan Yong as he whips around in pure terror. As the cloaked stranger slowly lands, Tan Yong warily demands to know who he is and if that beast is his pet. But the stranger only coldly repeats beast. Letting out a creepy smirk, the cloaked man casually drops a provocative question. "Why are beasts labeled as evil, while pets exploited by humans are called good? Who even decided that?" Hearing this, Tan Yong gets up and drops into a defensive stance, angrily asking what on earth he is trying to say. The stranger goes on a long, dramatic rant. "Did you know that a pet's lifespan is actually much longer than a human's? Yet because of their deep loyalty, some of them will never serve another master. Once their owner passes away, they are left to live in complete isolation for a very long time, cared for by absolutely no one until they are ultimately treated as savage beasts." Ignoring the lecture, Tan Yong waves his hand to summon his own pet. "Stop talking nonsense," he barks. "If you are controlling that thing to hurt people, I will never let you get away with it." Hearing that name, the stranger pauses, narrowing his eyes to ask, "You are Tan Yong?" Tan Yong is stunned for a second, but then aggressively threatens him, asking how he knows his name. He demands the stranger's surrender immediately so he can drag him to the Beast Association for punishment. Behind the cloaked figure, the shadow beast steps forward, baring its fangs with a terrifying, ghostly grin. The stranger calmly raises his hand, gesturing for his terrifying creature to step back first. He casually plunges his hand straight into the body of the fallen wolf on the ground, ruthlessly pulling out a glowing energy core. The poor wolf writhes in pain on the bloody ground as its life force is ripped away. That energy core floats in midair, releasing a crimson mist that wraps around the beast and forces Tan Yong to stumble back in horror. The stranger smirks and reaches out his hand. Honestly, I plan on hunting you all down anyway, but since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, let's see if you have any value to me. Instantly, the massive aura-flared werewolf charges straight at Tan Yong, leaving him absolutely speechless with fear. Suddenly, the scene cuts back to the death arena where the crowd is roaring for blood. They scream for Xiang Gu to teach him a lesson as Guo Xingyi stands at the entrance looking utterly confused. She walks into the excited, shouting crowd who are cheering for Xiang Gu to crush the kid and show him who's boss. The moment her eyes land on the fighter in the ring, Guo Xingyi's pink eyes widen in complete shock. Standing right there on the platform is none other than Lin Ze, calmly facing away as he prepares for battle. Now standing below the stage, Guo Xingyi cups her hands around her mouth and cheers with all her might, shouting that he can do this. Suddenly, both girls lock eyes and stare in utter confusion. In 32-41, I won my first free combat championship in Shangxia City. In 32-43, I crushed the heavyweight Thunder Dragon from Sakura in Kinping City. Then I won the Jiangning title 3 years in a row. They call me the meat grinder, Sangu. Meanwhile, the system shows a normal human's physical stat is usually between 2 and 4. Lin Ze keeps a completely flat face, casually sizing up his opponent. This guy's physical stat is probably around 4.8. Seeing Lin Ze's indifference, Xiang Gu breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that most people would tremble with fear after hearing his record, yet this kid is completely unfazed. Then he grunts in surprise. The muscular giant smirks and arrogantly offers a free pass. Hey kids, so people do not say I am bullying you, I will let you hit first. Go ahead, strike me. Over on the side, the bald announcer closes his eyes mockingly, fueling the fire. Since he is letting you go first, feel free, but be careful not to break your own hand. Xiang Gu smugly raises his hands to call for everyone's attention, but Lin Ze decisively swings his arm, declaring that he will not hold back and punches the giant square in the face. In a single fraction of a second, boom, Lin Ze's heavy hook punch instantly blasts Xiang Gu away like a dry leaf. The massive body of the former champion flips through the air, crashes right out of the ring, and lands heavily amidst the spectating crowd. Xiang Gu lies completely unconscious on the ground, his bruised and battered face frozen in absolute bewilderment. Overcome with absolute shock, the bald announcer clutches his head and screams wildly into his microphone. Wait, what on earth just happened? Xiang Gu has actually been knocked out with just one single punch. Below the stage, Guo Xingyi and Quan Ning grin widely with joy, instinctively giving each other a high five to celebrate the overwhelming victory. But right after their hands slap together, both girls instantly freeze, staring at each other in total awkwardness. In the blink of an eye, they quickly turn their backs on each other, crossing their arms and pouting, both too embarrassed to look. The bald host panics. He raises his hands in a cold sweat, desperately trying to backtrack. He screams that because he did not announce the start, Lin Ze attacked early and broke the rules, so the winner is. But under Lin Ze's icy, murderous glare, the host begins to tremble with fear and instantly backpedal, saying he completely misspoke and that this young man did not violate any rules at all. The host has no choice. He reluctantly screams into his microphone while Lin Ze stands tall with hands in his pockets. The winner is Lin Ze. Lin Ze's phone pings with a sweet reward notification: 50,000 credits received. He smiles to himself, thinking they finally have enough cash to get a nice hotel room for the night. Quan Ning and Xingyi run over waving. A surprised Lin Ze turns and asks what they are doing here. Xingyi pats Lin Ze on the shoulder with an approving grin, teasing that she is seriously impressed he managed to pull off such a victory. Seeing the sudden closeness, Quan Ning pouts and glares with a hint of jealousy, muttering that they are not even supposed to be that close. Xingyi just winks back, playfully teasing the clearly jealous girl, and reminds her that since they already teamed up before, they are basically teammates. The pink-haired girl flashes a brilliant smile and reaches out her hand, adding that they are actually about to be classmates. She introduces herself as Guo Xingyi, asking if they can get along. Quan Ning just pouts. She puffs out her cheeks like an annoyed little kitten and refuses to say a single word. Lin Ze scratches his head, totally confused, and asks his new classmate what she is even doing here. Xingyi leans forward with a big smile, explaining that she is here to help him awaken his exclusive soul power. This leaves Quan Ning staring in total confusion, asking what that even means. She confidently raises a finger, smiling as she offers to help out if he considers her a true friend. Xingyi starts leading them away from the loud arena, suggesting they find a nice quiet place to talk. They step inside. The three of them walk into the lobby of an incredibly luxurious high-end hotel. Awkward silence. Inside, the two girls sit on opposite sides of the bed as the tension in the room skyrockets. Talk about uncomfortable, how on earth did they all end up sharing a single room? Lin Ze shrugs. He ignores the awkward tension entirely, casually rolling up his sleeves and suggesting they get started. Sinyi flinches in surprise, quickly stammering out an okay. With animated hand gestures, she seriously explains that her unique soul power is called perception, which she has possessed since she was just 7 years old. It allows her to sense things that normal people cannot, such as a person's hidden aura, their movements, or even events that might happen in the future. Hearing that, Quan Ning immediately forgets her sulking. Her eyes sparkle as she gasps, wondering if those 3 incredible abilities actually exist, calling it absolutely amazing. Lin Ze steps forward and cuts straight to the chase, calmly, asking how exactly she's going to help them. Xingyi's eyes begin to glow with a mysterious purple light as she seriously tells him to close his eyes. Lin Ze obeys. He closes his eyes and tilts his head up, following her instructions perfectly. Closing her own eyes, Xingyi slowly leans in and gently presses her forehead against Lin Ze's. Quan Ning snaps. Seeing how intimate they look, she flinches in anger, but Xingyi quickly raises a finger to signal for silence. This is the only way she can truly feel his energy and guide him. Though still incredibly worried, Quan Ning pouts and gives in, muttering that she will trust her just this once. Xingyi closes her eyes, focusing with intense concentration. Her heart starts pounding furiously as she desperately tells herself to focus and stay calm. Suddenly, Xingyi's mind plunges into a vast void-like dimension filled with swirling, vibrant flows of multicolored energy. Right in the center of that power, a figure radiating a brilliant blue light emerges, leaving Xingyi utterly stunned as she wonders what it could be. The massive, mysterious entity seems to be made of countless flowing streams of glowing magical water, completely mesmerizing her. Releasing Lin Ze, she clutches her head in confusion and reveals she saw a very strange beast, one that looks nothing like his stone demon or his snow girl. She gasps. Xingyi explains it looks like a fusion of the two. Lin Ze frowns. He asks if she really means a fusion, and Xingyi nods firmly in agreement. Rubbing her temples, she explains that because her physical stats are still too low, she can only sense vague, blurry details. With a smile, Xingyi points at Quan Ning, saying it is her turn next. This sends Quan Ning into a panic, asking if they seriously have to touch foreheads too. Xingyi leans in close, confidently assuring her that this is the only way to tap into the deepest potential hidden inside her. Time to start. Xingyi closes her eyes tightly and begins concentrating to sense the girl's hidden energy. Terror strikes. Suddenly, Xingyi's pink eyes snap wide open, her pupils shrinking in absolute raw fear. A horrifying vision of a dark demon ruling over a massive horde of lesser monsters flashes through her mind, terrifying her to the core. The mysterious shadow suddenly flashes, a single glowing red eye filled with pure malice staring directly into her soul. Breaking out of the trance, Xingyi recoils in panic, panting heavily. This worries Quan Ning, who quickly asks what she saw. Sweating profusely, she quickly makes up an excuse, saying it was nothing but a few dark shadows and that Quan Ning probably just needs more training to awaken her latent power. Quan Ning crosses her arms with a sigh, feeling like she has a long way to go. Meanwhile, Xingyi breaks into a cold sweat, thinking that whatever those terrifying shadows were, she should definitely keep them a secret for now. The digital clock on the table blinks, showing that it is already 11:29 p.m. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Xingyi acts completely shocked. She gasps that it is so late, playing the part of a helpless girl with nowhere else to go in the dangerous night. She winks playfully and flashes a peace sign cutely, asking if he is definitely going to let her stay the night. Quan Ning puffs her cheeks and glares at the new girl, while Lin Ze scratches his head, completely flustered. Xin Di finally gets her way, happily grabbing both of their hands and jumping up in celebration to thank them for letting her stay. When night falls, all three share one massive bed, leaving Lin Ze squeezed right in the middle, with his eyes wide open, unable to sleep. Quan Ning lies next to him, pretending to be fast asleep while secretly cracking one eye open to keep watch. On his other side, Xin Di is doing the exact same thing because, of course, she is squinting to spy on her friend. Trapped between two absolute beauties, Lin Ze breaks out in a cold sweat, forcing a completely awkward and helpless smile. Remembering that brilliant fusion from earlier, Lin Ze realizes it is finally time for the Stone Demon and Snow Girl to learn to get along. Staring into the pitch-black hotel corridor, he tells himself he needs to unlock their exclusive soul skills as soon as possible. 10 days later, a magnificent academy is bustling with excited fresh students arriving for their opening ceremony. A crowd of students rushes toward the main board, murmuring that the class placements are out and pushing to get a look. Lin Ze stands before the giant electronic board displaying the new rosters, scanning the names while muttering his own to find his placement. The screen clearly displays the roster for Class 1, showing Lin Ze with Quan Ning listed right underneath, taking him completely by surprise. Quan Ning runs up with a beaming smile, cheering that they are in the same class again, while Lin Ze nods happily just before Xindi slyly cuts in from behind them. Xindi waves with a triumphant grin, excitedly announcing that she has some great news: she got into Class 1 too. Hearing this, Quan Ning's face immediately goes dark, her eyes lifeless and completely drained of joy. Down the hallway, Cindy flinches at the sound of a familiar voice calling her name, turning around to gasp, Tan Yong. Seeing him completely covered in heavy bandages, she asks in absolute shock what happened and if he got into another fight. Clutching his bandaged arm, Tan Yong grimaces and mutters that he ran into some pretty tough guys. Looking up at the board, he mutters that he ended up in class 2. He sighs with relief, calling it destiny, while the guy behind him keeps his head low and mutters that it was a close call. His face darkens with pure hatred as he mutters that it is a good thing they are separated or he might have killed him. Glaring over at Tan Yong, with heavy killing intent, he whispers that he wants to tear him apart right this second. Somewhere nearby, Quan Ning happily skips over to congratulate her friends on passing their entrance exams as well. One girl smiles, explaining that they only made it to Class 4 since only Class 1 and 2 are the elite tiers that get special treatment, but they are just glad their hard work paid off. Cindy smiles warmly, chiming in that they definitely owe all their success to Quan Ning for training them so hard. In the elite classroom, Mr. Chin stands confidently at the podium, smiling as he assumes they have all seen him around before. Clearing his throat, the teacher formally announces that starting today, he is the official head of their elite Class 1 and will be guiding their cultivation journey for the next 3 years, where they are completely free to attend lectures or study on their own. Glancing around, he sternly warns them that his only absolute rule is to never stop training even if they skip class, especially since failing any of the regular assessments means getting demoted straight down to the standard classes. Suddenly, he raises a finger to drop some exciting news. The top 3 students in each assessment will receive a scholarship of 100,000 yuan, catching Lin Ze completely off guard. At the mention of cash, Lin Ze's eyes instantly light up as he calculates that winning just twice at this elite school would give him enough to buy a brand new high-level contracted beast. The teacher continues, explaining that while they can explore various clubs and training programs after hours on their own, there is one mandatory system that every single student in the academy is required to participate in. Lin Ze listens intently as the teacher explains the virtual battle arena located right behind the main building, a massive state-of-the-art facility where thousands of students can fight simulated battles to gain raw combat experience and easily level up both themselves and their pet beasts. Because the virtual system is fully interconnected, they will be facing Beastmasters from across the entire global federation rather than just their own classmates. Ranking up in this system not only yields massive rewards, but more importantly, their overall score will directly determine their official rank as bronze, silver, or gold-level Beastmasters. Lin Ze bows his head, setting a firm goal to quickly level up his stone demon so it can catch up to the snow girl. Back in his room, Lin Ze folds his arms, watching his stone demon and snow girl glare at each other with intense tension. Without wasting any time, Lin Ze confidently raises his hand and commands them to fuse. The system screen immediately shuts him down, announcing that the fusion failed due to incompatible levels, leaving both of his beasts standing there in absolute silence. The school bell rings out, signaling the end of the day classes. Strolling out with his hands in his pockets beside Quan Ning, Lin Ze is eager to hit the virtual battle arena to start grinding some levels. Suddenly, the door is flung wide open by an aggressive hand. A swarm of senior students suddenly surrounds Lin Ze to recruit him, begging him to join their famous winter club because it is the most prestigious group for ice beasts, while others shout that their massive rock beast club is the ultimate place to duel and grow stronger together. Another weird crowd pushes through, screaming at him to join the Soul Club because they specialize in ghost beasts, while loudly boasting about all their beautiful girls and massive student funding, forcing Lin Ze to raise his hands in a polite refusal, apologizing to all of the seniors that he has absolutely no plans of joining any student club right now. Suddenly, the crowd parts as the elite Gaoshan Club arrives, leaving everyone in absolute awe of their sheer height. Confused, Lin Ze asks who they are, prompting a girl nearby to quickly explain that this is easily one of the top 5 powerful clubs in the entire academy, where every single member is a true elite, and that the intimidating second-year student leading them was actually a top 3 scorer in his original entrance exam. The muscular, towering giant marches aggressively toward Lin Ze with a pack of lackeys following right behind him. This arrogant officer tilts his chin up, looking down to ask if he is Lin Ze, while his system profile reads Han. His little sidekick immediately kisses up, pointing and confirming that yes, that is definitely him, boss. Shindi watches anxiously from the crowd, thinking he's in major trouble since Izzy Tao turned out to be a Gaoshan Club member. But Lin Ze stays totally cool, looking right back at them to confirm that yes, he is Lin Ze and asking what they want. Han points arrogantly as if granting a royal favor, offering a chance to join Gaoshan and wipe their past grudge clean. He reminds Lin Ze that they do not just recruit anyone off the street, while his lackey chimes in, telling him to be smart and not waste this generous gift they are handing him. Lin Ze just smiles and makes an X with his arms, flatly declining the offer because he has no interest in joining any club. Secretly, he knows joining right now would only bring useless drama and zero actual growth, even if it is the prestigious Gaoshan Club they are talking about. That rejection completely shocks the sidekick, who stares with wide eyes, unable to believe someone would actually turn down Gaoshan and waste such a massive opportunity. Furious, he points a finger directly at Lin Ze's face, warning the kid not to be ungrateful because refusing to join today means turning himself into a prime enemy of the Gaoshan Club. Ignoring the threat completely, Lin Ze casually turns his back and walks away, with Quan Ning tossing a cool, not interested over his shoulder. Humiliated right in front of the crowd, Han's face goes completely dark, grinding his teeth and glaring with absolute boiling rage. Watching Lin Ze's retreating figure, Cindy lets out a sly smirk, thinking to herself that there is definitely a good reason this guy caught her eye. Walking down the hallway, Quan Ning looks around nervously, asking his bro if he is worried about inviting trouble. But Lin Ze confidently replies that if those guys actually have the skills, they should prove it with real strength and force him to change his mind. As the machine room doors slide open, a massive virtual reality combat training arena is revealed, leaving Quan Ning completely stunned by the sheer scale. Finding a control console, Quan Ning looks around the bustling area and gasps at how incredibly crowded it is. Lin Ze quickly hops onto a teleportation platform, declaring it is time for them to get started too. Sitting in the pod next to him, Quan Ning closes his eyes and vows to catch up to Lin Ze no matter what. Right beside him, Lin Ze closes his eyes as the pod begins synchronizing his data. His eyes snap open with a sharp, piercing gaze as he materializes inside the digital world. He stands calmly before a massive gateway of pure light, looking out into a vast sea of stars. His status window displays his name, Lin Ze, showing he is a trainee ranked 573,620. Rubbing his chin, he realizes just how crowded this virtual battle zone really is. He reaches out to tap the matchmaking button with a confident smile, setting a modest starting goal to reach the top 10,000. A blinding beam of light flashes down as a system notification alerts him that matchmaking is successful and the battle begins in 10 seconds. A second later, Lin Ze is floating in midair, slowly drifting down to the arena where his opponent already stands waiting. Looking around the terrain, Lin Ze quickly notes that the combat zone has changed to a grassy plain. His opponent, sporting a bowl cut and a flashy jacket, tilts his chin up to ask if this is his very first match. The guy points right at Lin Ze, continuing his smug greeting by asking if he is just some student trying out virtual combat. Instead of giving a long answer, Lin Ze simply nods his head to confirm it. Spotting what looks like incredibly easy prey, the bowl-cut guy smirks with a sly, sinister grin. He reaches out to summon his battle pet, bragging that every school season brings a bunch of clueless rookies into the system. Laughing, he gloats that today must be his lucky day to claim some completely free rank points. Right on cue, a massive, aggressive wild boar charges out from his glowing magic circle. The beast growls and bares its sharp fangs, showing its status window above its head as a Tier 2 Level 1 steel-toothed boar. The opponent punches the air in pure excitement, shouting for them to put on a real show as his wild boar snorts aggressively. Looking at the incredibly low level of his opponent, Lin Ze sighs in disappointment, realizing why the system matched him with a Tier 2 rookie. Wasting no time, Lin Ze summons his stone demon, dropping it straight out of the sky right in front of the angry snorting boar. The stone demon looks down with an intense aura of murderous intent, leaving the opponent completely speechless as the system goes dead silent. Still completely clueless about the massive power gap, the bowl-cut guy arrogantly raises a finger, boasting that he will gladly teach this young kid a lesson about experience and age. Without hesitation, the stone demon lifts its massive leg and delivers a casual but absolutely devastating kick right into the boar's face. The mighty steel-toothed boar instantly crashes to the ground, knocked out cold as a bright red skull symbol pops up to declare the match over. Watching his prized pet get utterly demolished in a single second, the arrogant opponent grabs his head, staring in absolute speechless horror. With the first easy match over instantly, the system immediately drops Lin Ze into a second, far more violent battle where the screen shows a Tier 2, Level 3 humanoid Viking warrior tearing through a bird-type summon. The stone demon easily smashes a Tier 2 Level 6 lynx, sending notifications popping up everywhere as his rank climbs first to 573,511, then straight up to 572,494. His stone demon goes on to crush the next opponent, a Tier 2 Level 9, smelly man-eating flower, launching his rank all the way up to 548,325. 2 days later, Lin Ze checks his status panel to find a flood of achievements. His stone demon reached Tier 3 Level 7, Snow Girl hit Tier 4 Level 2, and he is officially ranked 99,832, breaking into the top 100,000. Looking down at his stone demon lying exhausted on the ground, Lin Ze decides to call it a day, knowing that jumping 3 entire levels over 2 days of intense combat has left his summon completely drained. The school forum instantly explodes with a viral post about a super talented rookie breaking into the top 100,000 in just 3 days. Comments flood in with wild excitement, calling him a true boss with a perfect 100% win rate, wondering if this freshman is actually real, with people asking who this handsome guy is after getting knocked out by him in mere seconds. Opening his eyes and stepping out of the gaming cabin, Lin Ze is immediately greeted by Quan Ning, who asks when he finally woke up. He just smiles and waves back. A white-haired guy wandering around the room spots the two familiar faces and gasps, wondering if that is actually Lin Ze. Just as Lin Ze is about to leave, he spots someone in the distance and wonders if that is indeed the Academy's top-ranked rookie. The guy confidently struts over with a cold smirk, mocking him for training so late before telling him to brace himself for some absolutely shocking news. Seeing the guy's incredibly smug and excited expression, Lin Ze just points a finger and delivers a devastating blow, asking if he got eliminated. Now get this, the white-haired guy immediately holds up 3 fingers excitedly, bragging that it only took him 3 days to break into the top 150,000, proudly asking what he thinks of that. While the white-haired guy laughs triumphantly with his head held high, Quan Ning blinks in disbelief from behind, asking him to repeat what he just said. She scrolls through her phone and holds it up, throwing cold water right on his parade by pointing out that her brother entered the top 100,000 a long time ago, according to the latest update. The white-haired guy instantly freezes, his eyes wide and mouth agape in absolute shock as he gasps in disbelief. Strolling around the quiet campus grounds, Quan Ning sighs and admits her rank is currently stuck around 180,000. Since she cannot seem to climb any higher no matter what, she plans to contract a second pet beast and asks Lin Ze for some recommendations. Lin Ze turns to her with wide eyes, completely taken aback as he asks since when she even met the requirements for a second beast. Quan Ning lightly punches him on the cheek, playfully complaining that he forgot she was the only classmate to pass the difficult trial. Lin Ze glances at the system screen showing one person cleared the hard trial and another cleared the super hard level, scratching his head with an embarrassed laugh, claiming he was obviously just joking. As they continue walking side by side, he asks if she has decided on a species, yet leaving Quan Ning in deep thought. She admits she is still undecided, as she still needs to carefully evaluate critical factors like growth potential, rarity, and compatibility with her gunpowder eagle. With a highly reassuring smile, Lin Ze tells her not to worry, boasting that he has plenty of valuable experience when it comes to picking beasts. Secretly, he is already scheming to find her an amazing creature with a powerful hidden evolution path. Overjoyed by his offer, Quan Ning immediately clings onto his arm and excitedly begs him to visit the local beast shop together this weekend, which Lin Ze gladly agrees to with a warm nod of approval. But as they walk, Lin Ze suddenly halts after spotting a very familiar figure waiting for them in the distance. Standing right before the magnificent Academy Castle, the two friends wave goodbye to each other as they part ways. Watching them from nearby, Guo Xinyi makes a rather suggestive comment about how inseparable the two of them seem to be. Lin Ze quickly tries to shift the mood by inviting her to join their training sessions. She keeps pacing forward while listing off all their daily activities, from studying together to eating every single meal. Suddenly, Xinyi leans in uncomfortably close with a completely dead serious expression, demanding to know the truth about what is actually going on between the two of them. Breaking into a cold sweat, Lin Ze awkwardly avoids eye contact for a moment before muttering that he should probably head back to rest if there is nothing else. Seeing him try to run, Xinyi grabs his hand to hold him back, warning him in a serious tone that they are about to face major trouble. Her face turns incredibly grim as she shares some shocking news, explaining that Tan Yong was recently ambushed by a mysterious attacker. Judging from his retrieved memories, every single examinee from their group seems to be on that killer's hit list. Lin Ze instantly tenses up and presses her for details, asking who this person is and what they want, but his friend can only shake her head in frustration. Xinyi gestures helplessly, explaining that the attackers are incredibly powerful and possess a unique soul technique capable of demonic beast corruption. Either way, she urges him to remain on high alert from now on. Lin Ze waves goodbye as he turns to leave, thanking her for the warning before heading on his way. Left alone, Xinyi anxiously wonders if this beast corruption has anything to do with the dark future she foresaw for Quan Ning, feeling a deep sense of dread wash over her. The scene shifts to the towering academy building standing tall against a bright blue sky. Lin Ze sits cross-legged on the virtual simulation platform, completely focused on his goal of breaking into the top 10,000 today. His snow girl unleashes a freezing blizzard to sweep the field, pushing his ranking up to 10,002. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a mysterious hooded figure sits typing away at a computer. The monitor displays Lin Ze's detailed profile, noting his age of 18, a rank of 10,002, a perfect 100% win rate, and mysterious ice and rock-type beasts with unknown abilities. You have to wonder what they are planning as the hooded figure cracks an ominous smile, noting that it is finally time to send someone to test the kid. The system announces a successful matchmaking immediately, throwing Lin Ze into a new battle against a bizarre opponent who leaves him rather confused. Standing across from him is a strange challenger sporting an incredibly eerie demon's skull mask. Lin Ze rubs his chin with a sigh, genuinely wondering when wearing masks during combat became such a popular trend. Meanwhile, the masked challenger strikes an excessively dramatic pose, trying to look as intimidating as possible. The system alerts ring out as a Tier 4 Stage 1 Spiky Earth Tortoise and a Tier 4 Stage 1 Water Dragonfish are summoned. Leaping onto his giant tortoise, the masked guy proudly boasts that Lin Ze is not the only one who can control two beasts. Lin Ze calmly extends his hand, welcoming a simple 2-on-2 battle. Instantly, his Snow Girl and Rock Fiend materialize by his side, ready to make this a truly even fight. Lin Ze breaks into a slight sweat, realizing that everyone near the top 10,000 is a genuinely formidable elite. He cannot even begin to imagine how absolutely monstrous the top 10 players must be. The challenger sneers, acknowledging Lin Ze's impressive speed in climbing the ranks so quickly. He admits it is not bad, but warns him that his streak ends here. Pointing a finger directly at him, the guy smugly declares that all of Lin Ze's past opponents were mere small fry. He claims that only by entering the top 10,000 can he be considered a real elite, and only then will he be worthy of joining their secret organization. Lin Ze just cleans his ear with a bored sigh, telling him to stop making assumptions for others without asking first. Since the talking is finally over, it is time to fight. The masked man scoffs, raising his finger to deliver a cold lecture. Fine, let me show you that there is always a higher mountain. Next, the masked man orders his arowana to launch a water pillar blast, reminding him that there is always someone better. The Snow Maiden immediately summons a massive ice wall to block the raging torrent. Meanwhile, the Stone Fiend lunges forward at high speed. The Stone Fiend shatters the ground, propelling himself forward with terrifying speed. Not to be outdone, the Thorn Turtle leaps into the air and unleashes a barrage of razor-sharp spikes. The Stone Fiend glares back with blood-red, murderous eyes. The system displays his ghost form skill as the Stone Fiend turns into a phantom to slip past the raining spikes. Next, the system displays chariot form. The Thorn Turtle curls up and spins rapidly like a giant tire. Then the system triggers the Pure Shield skill. The Snow Maiden reaches out, conjuring a solid ice barrier to block the spinning turtle. The Thorn Turtle slams into the ice wall and immediately bounces backward from the fierce collision. Suddenly, the Snow Maiden whips her head around her face, filled with surprise and high alert. The system displays the Whirlpool skill. The arowana had sneaked behind her, launching a massive water vortex to trap the Snow Maiden. From midair, the Thorn Turtle in chariot form seizes the opening, hurling itself down directly toward her. But the Stone Fiend reacts in time, slamming his fists down to raise sharp stone spikes. The system displays earth spikes. The stone spikes stab straight into the spinning chariot, causing a violent earth-shaking shockwave. Thanks to the Stone Fiend's timely intervention, the Thorn Turtle is sent flying backward once again. Remaining calm, the Snow Maiden raises two fingers to form a hand seal, preparing a sharp counterattack. A terrifying blast of pure white energy erupts as the system displays the Blizzard skill once more. The Thorn Turtle and arowana are utterly helpless, instantly frozen solid into giant blocks of crushed ice right on the spot. Lin Ze smirks, praising his opponent's attack as not bad at all. The masked man nods in acknowledgement, admitting that the kid really does have some genuine skill. Sweating bullets, Lin Ze analyzes the situation. Although he currently holds the upper hand, he has actually been forced into a defensive passive state. His opponent's two beasts coordinate way too smoothly. In the future, he will need to train the Snow Maiden and the Stone Fiend to work much better together. The masked man spreads his arms, declaring that the real battle starts now, just as the system displays the mud form skill. The arowana immediately blasts a stream of water directly onto the Thorn Turtle's dissolving mud shell. The thick mud rapidly boils and swells up in a bizarre fashion. The Thorn Turtle transforms into a sloppy mud monster as the masked man shouts out the water and earth fusion regeneration skill. Witnessing this, Lin Ze's jaw drops in absolute shock, wondering how such a fusion skill is even possible. It is truly a major eye-opener for him. Carrying an overwhelming pressure, the massive pile of mud hurtles straight down toward Lin Ze and his two beasts. The Stone Fiend bravely rushes to the front to intercept this sweeping onslaught. However, the soft, slimy mud instantly clings to the Stone Fiend's arm, trapping him in place. Lin Ze quickly waves his arm, calling out for the absolute frost domain. The Snow Maiden instantly channels her power, raising a massive ice mountain toward the sky to hold the line. The violent collision blows Lin Ze backward as the system warns of a dangerous spiritual backlash. As the dust settles, the turtle's muddy shell is revealed completely unscathed without a single scratch. The masked man laughs mockingly, boasting that the Thorn Turtle's defense is not something ordinary beasts can ever hope to match. Besides, once this mud gets frozen, it becomes as hard as cold steel. You still have a lot to learn, kid. The arowana opens its mouth, triggering the high-temperature water jet skill. Lin Ze is left completely speechless, grumbling that the damn fish can actually blast hot water too. The monstrous mud ball rains down once more. Lin Ze grits his teeth in worry, realizing this is bad. He cannot activate the absolute frost domain again within such a short amount of time. Lin Ze immediately spreads his arms, shielding the Snow Maiden as he screams for her to get behind him. He bravely takes the hit with his own body, shattering the ice and getting blown back, making the watching masked man mutter about what a crazy kid he is. Crossing his arms, the masked man withdraws his forces, declaring that Lin Ze has passed. The Snow Maiden glares furiously, ready to strike back, but Lin Ze quickly stops her, telling her that it is enough. Exhausted, Lin Ze collapses to the ground and comforts his beast. He tells her he is fine and that they lost fair and square, but they still have plenty of time to train and grow stronger. Meanwhile, the system coldly announces that he is defeated. His rank drops to 10,081 and he will exit the battle in 30 seconds. Leaning against the mud monster with folded arms, the masked man casually remarks that at the critical moment, Lin Ze did not hesitate to risk his life to protect his beast. No wonder the big boss has his eyes on him. Hearing this, Lin Ze frowns in confusion, demanding to know what his opponent actually means by that. A masked figure extends a hand, offering a highly tempting invitation to Lin Ze. He urges him to join their symbiosis organization, claiming they have the power to unlock all his hidden potential and take him further than anyone else. Watching from a distance, Lin Ze questions him back. The symbiosis organization, that name does not sound like a normal student club at all, so what is their ultimate goal? But the masked man coldly cuts him off, telling him he does not need to care. He only needs to answer with a simple yes or no. As the masked man presses him, saying time is running out and demanding his choice, Lin Ze smirks with pride. Of course it is a no, he wants to rely on his own strength to crush him. The masked man flashes a creepy grin, accepting the challenge. Fine then, he says he will wait right here to see him try. The online forum immediately explodes with a sensational headline about the rising rookie god of war stopping at rank 10,000 for his first defeat. Loyal fans rush to defend him, arguing that reaching such a rank as a newcomer is already insanely impressive. One user smugly comments that the kid was too arrogant and they have been waiting forever for him to fall. Another chimed in, laughing that he just got schooled by a real boss. Meanwhile, a girl asks if anyone has info on this little brother. A silver-haired guy walks up and asks Lin Ze if he also ran into the symbiosis organization. Lin Ze turns around, confirming it, then asks if the guy has joined them. The silver-haired teen clenches his fist with a cold snort. Do not underestimate me, he says. Anyone who acts tough in front of me will pay a heavy price. Lin Ze looks at him seriously, asking if he knows anything about where they came from. The silver-haired teen turns around to leave, tossing back a vague reply that he will find out himself. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Lin Ze realizes they seem to have quite a large following. What exactly are they plotting? Surely these are the very people Guo Xingyi warned him about that day. With the masked man flashing in his mind, Lin Ze mutters that they might squeeze some information out of him. If they ignore this, he has a bad feeling that something terrible is about to happen. The scene shifts to a grand, magnificent building gleaming brilliantly under the warm rays of the sun. Walking in the yard, Lin Ze calculates his assets. His rock demon is at level 3 stage 7, and the snow maiden is at level 4 stage 2. He sighs. His remaining 1,000 achievement points could upgrade the rock demon, but without the materials breaking through is impossible. The system displays the rock demon's next evolution form, the earth spirit. Requirements level 3 stage 9. Other conditions include a 100% growth rate, 30 high-grade earth essences, and 3 spirit nurturing stones. Lin Ze breaks into a cold sweat, figuring it would cost at least 400,000 to buy all of this. Suddenly, a voice interrupts him, shouting, "Boss." A beanie-wearing youth runs over in a panic. He says he just read on the forum that his boss was defeated, wondering if there is actually someone Lin Ze cannot beat. Lin Ze tilts his head, sighing that he is not invincible. Lin Ze gets an idea. He reaches out his hand and asks if a well-informed guy like him knows how to get high-grade earth essences and spirit-nurturing stones. Zhou Xun closes his eyes knowingly. He says those are extremely rare, hard-to-find treasures, and asks how many his boss needs. Lin Ze calmly states his demands: 30 high-grade earth essences and 3 spirit-nurturing stones. The chubby guy's jaw drops in horror as he screams that even if they robbed a bank, they could never gather that much. The lackey suddenly raises his thumb with confidence, telling his boss to wait. He excitedly suggests that he actually knows a place where they can get these materials, offering to lead the way. Lin Ze smirks with satisfaction and agrees to head out immediately. The youth hesitates, asking if they are going right now. The scene instantly transitions to the steep, rugged cliffs of Mount Langyun. Zhou Shang points up to a glowing pink spatial rift, explaining that before the ancient war, many such rifts appeared worldwide. As they walk, he adds that this rift connects to another world, and rumor has it that all their soul beasts originally came from there. Decades ago, the Beast Taming Association and the Academy secured safe mystic realms for steady resources. The lackey frowns mysteriously, warning that unexplored zones exist too. Many went inside searching for treasures, but none ever returned, leaving those areas completely sealed off. Stopping before a massive rift emitting dazzling light, Lin Ze turns to ask if he is absolutely sure they can get what he needs in this mystic realm. The lackey proudly shows off an old notebook. Of course, he boasts some extraordinary individuals managed to escape with those resources, and he had to go through hell just to dig up this precious information. Brilliant pink light radiates from the rift as he firmly assures him that this place contains both high-grade earth essences and spirit-nurturing stones. Lin Ze slaps his shoulder, praising him for a job well done. Let's head inside and check it out then. The two take bold steps, marching directly toward the brilliantly glowing spatial rift. Lin Ze resolutely steps forward, shouting, "Let's go." But the lackey suddenly calls out, sounding deeply anxious as he yells, "Boss." Sweating profusely, the chubby guy desperately warns him to think twice. If things go south in there, he might never make it out alive. Crossing his arms, Lin Ze stares at the portal with absolute resolve. He says securing these two materials is worth any risk, but if he is scared, he can head back first. Clenching his fists, the lackey grits his teeth for courage. He yells that he is going too, declaring all his intelligence gathering was meant for this exact moment. Standing proudly next to Lin Ze, he confidently claims that with his boss around, they are bound to haul in massive loot. He excitedly envisions a rich future, while Lin Ze smiles and nods. With that, they do not hesitate any longer, leaping straight into the mysterious spatial rift. As soon as they enter the freezing ice cave, the lackey accidentally trips and falls. Scrambling up, Zhou Xiong looks at the glowing crystals on the cave ceiling and gasps in shock. He immediately takes action, summoning his wide-mouthed monster. The strange pink beast quickly reaches up to grab a glowing crystal. Hugging his beast, the lackey happily explains that these are low-grade crystals used to upgrade low-grade Earth-type beasts. They might not be worth much, but being able to freely gather things they once had to pay for makes this realm a goldmine. He waves his arms, wildly cheering for his beast to gather more and more. Lin Ze frowns as he senses something is off, quickly shouting for him to stop immediately. At that moment, a monster covered in ice crystals drops from the ceiling, startling the wide-mouthed monster. The system flashes details on the enemy, a rock-type crystal lizard, level 2 stage 4. Lin Ze thoughtfully analyzes this. So these materials actually grow on other beasts. It seems evolution materials are parts of their bodies. He turns to ask if his lackey can handle a level 2 stage 4 threat. Standing before his wide-mouthed monster, the underling clenches his fist and confidently tells his boss not to underestimate his trusty beast. Hands on his hips, the chubby guy smugly explains their next move. They just need to wait for that lizard to be completely digested inside his monster's belly. But in the very next second, the wide-mouthed monster gag and barf the lizard right back out. Sweating bullets, the panicked underling quickly translates the whimpering complaints of his beast. It says this prey is way too hard and completely impossible to chew. Lin Ze is genuinely surprised, wondering if this kid can actually understand the language of beasts. Opening its mouth filled with jagged crystal teeth, the lizard growls coldly to mock the two of them. Suddenly, dozens of other crystal lizards slowly crawl out from the dark, watery crevices to surround them, leaving the fat guy completely dazed. The swarming pack of crystal lizards slowly tightens its circle across the freezing cavern floor. Backing away in terror, the underling screams that his beast is not built for group fights, but Lin Ze calmly holds out his hand and tells him to step back. The system immediately flashes the blizzard's skill as the snow girl summons a freezing vortex that completely clears the battlefield. The rock fiend charges in right after shattering the frozen crystal monsters with its heavy fists. Happily grabbing 2-drop crystals, the underling cheers that they are definitely going to strike it rich this time. He has his beast carry the crystals while trying to suck up to Lin Ze, offering to let his monster hold them so they can do a 70-30 split later, but Lin Ze coldly orders him to dump them all. Hearing that, the underling clutches his face in absolute shock and yells out, "Why would they do that when this is literally free money, and even if they are cheap, the sheer quantity makes them highly valuable?" Lin Ze inspects a crystal and explains that since the wide-mouthed monster can only carry a limited amount, hoarding these low-grade materials is a waste of time. There are bound to be far better treasures deeper in the secret realm, and he can grab as many of those as he wants. The underling nods and dumps the loot, admitting his boss has a point as Lin Ze turns and gestures for them to start moving deeper into the area. Together, they venture into a cavernous deep cave where strange-looking creatures are seen clinging tightly onto the stone walls. Looking up at the tiny bugs on the ceiling, Lin Ze concludes that the high-grade earth essence and spirit-nourishing stones are definitely not going to be found on these small insects. Pausing on a rocky ledge, they look down to find a massive valley completely covered in shimmering emerald-green crystal formations. Suddenly, the crystal-covered ground below begins to shake violently, catching both of them completely off guard. The underling panics and screams, asking what on earth these things are supposed to be. A massive towering monster made of crystal blocks suddenly erupts from the ground and clamps its jaws onto the wide-mouthed monster, making the underling scream out in utter despair. Nearby, Lin Ze leaps high into the air to dodge a heavy blow coming down from another giant monster. The rock fiend springs forward as well, throwing a devastating punch that completely shatters another crystal monster. The system immediately warns him of a Tier 3 Stage 4 Earth giant rock snake. Lin Ze grits his teeth in frustration, complaining that these pests run away after taking one hit, keeping them on the defensive and putting them at a major disadvantage. He quickly devises a counter-strategy, telling his partner to study their movement patterns and prepare to land a decisive finishing blow the exact moment they resurface. Nearby, the panicked underling charges madly toward the snake, holding his companion, screaming at the monster to spit his beast out right now. He bravely leaps onto the rocky body of the monster, shouting out that he is ready to risk his own life to fight them all off. But the rock snake effortlessly tosses both of them into the air, leaving the crying underling to scream for his boss to save him. Lin Ze breaks into a sweat as he gets a sudden wave of déjà vu, speechlessly wondering why this exact scenario looks so incredibly familiar to him. Suddenly, Lin Ze looks up into the cavern with a silent gasp of shock. He immediately calls back his mighty rock fiend beast to prepare for action. The system flashes the Ice Rain skill as the Snow Girl waves her hands to summon a barrage of razor-sharp icicles. Lin Ze quickly orders his summon to jump back and get out of the way, prompting the rock fiend to spring backward to avoid the incoming icy storm. From below, the underling is totally confused by the strategy, wondering why Lin Ze made the rock fiend jump away instead of just phasing through the attack with its ghost form. The hail of icicles rains down to strike the weak spots of the rock snake, allowing the rock fiend to seize the opportunity and grab the beast's tail. The rock fiend pulls hard, dragging the massive snake to flee away. But in a flash, another giant rock snake suddenly rears up from behind to ambush the summon. Reacting with incredible speed, the rock fiend spins around and uses both hands to block a fatal bite from its new opponent. The crystal snake coils and thrashes its massive body, desperately trying to constrict the heavy summon. Watching from a distance, Zhou Xiang screams in pure terror for his boss to dodge because another monster is coming right for them. But Lin Ze simply stands his ground with narrowed eyes, telling his partner to stay still and be patient for just a little longer. As the giant rock snake lunges forward with all its power, Lin Ze knows this is his chance. The system shows the blizzard's skill as the Snow Girl unleashes a freezing vortex of wind that completely engulfs the monsters. The bone-chilling cold instantly turns the giant snake into a harmless frozen ice statue. The lackey finally understands, gasping in awe. It turns out his boss used the rock fiend as bait to herd them all into one spot and wipe them out. Lin Ze coldly orders his rock fiend to deliver the finishing blow using the pulverize skill. The system announces that he successfully defeated the giant stone serpent, obtaining 2 high-grade earth essences. Lin Ze smiles realistically, calculating that he only needs 28 more to get the job done. Suddenly, the lackey screams out for his boss as a giant serpent clamps onto him and drags him away. Right at that moment, the ground right behind him begins to split open violently. Both he and his beast slip and plunge straight into a dark, deep pit. Terrified by the glowing red eyes staring from the shadows, he screams, wondering where on earth they are begging his boss to save him. The crystal monsters slowly close in on the 2 poor souls. Hugging his beast tight, the lackey whines that if he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have come crying out that their meat tastes terrible. Just as he is screaming, an escape route suddenly opens up right above him, leaving him completely dazed. Lin Ze and his 2 beasts suddenly appear at the edge of the pit to rescue him. Overjoyed, the lackey bursts into tears, crying out for his great boss. Clasping his hands in absolute gratitude, the lackey frantically yells that his boss has come to save them. Lin Ze curls his lips into a confident smirk, pointing down at the monsters. 28 more, and this horde is more than enough. Standing down in the pit, the chubby guy spreads his arms and weeps with gratitude, saying he knew his boss would never abandon him. The stone serpents suddenly lunge forward, making him jump in pure terror. He frantically screams for Lin Ze to act quickly before he becomes snake food. Watching from above, Lin Ze calmly calls out to his Snow Maiden. Snow Maiden spreads her arms, summoning a torrential rain of ice onto the horde to clear the path. The system displays the blizzard's skill. The lackey hugs his pet tight, crying out to his wide-mouthed beast if they are going to die here. His summon cries out in terror, sharing his dread. The system repeatedly chimes, notifying him of obtaining 1 high-grade earth essence and then another 2 high-grade earth essences. Lin Ze simply shrugs, thinking that while they only drop a single material, these baby serpents are far squishier than the fully grown ones. The system then notifies him of gaining 9 high-grade earth essences. The moment he escapes, Zhou Xiang collapses on the ground with a sigh of relief, glad to still be breathing. He suddenly looks up at Lin Ze with deep affection, dramatically declaring that they are officially long-lost brothers from another mother. Talk about terrible luck. Before he can even finish his sentence, another stone serpent bursts from the ground, launching him into the air. His jaw drops as he screams in utter despair, wondering why he is always the one getting targeted. Feeling completely helpless, Lin Ze quickly commands his rock fiend to go save him. The rock fiend leaps into the air like lightning, spreading its arms to catch both the lackey and his beast. It gently tosses them back down to safety, though the poor guy still screams his lungs out. The rock fiend slowly turns its head, its glowing red eyes flashing with a defiant glare. The giant stone serpent that just emerged thrashes its body, wildly gearing up for a ferocious attack. Lin Ze sneers with utter disdain, mocking the creature, asking if it has already lost its mind. He then excitedly orders his two loyal summons, telling Snow Maiden and Rock Fiend that it is time to show off their training. With full force, the stone serpent charges forward like a giant missile aiming right at them. Snow Maiden instantly shifts into an illusionary form to dodge the direct headbutt. The system displays her phantom form skill. She then glides back, focusing her mind to gather frost energy and prepare for a devastating strike. The system displays the Arctic Chain skill as freezing ice chains suddenly manifest, tightly binding the stone beast. Seizing the moment while the target is locked down, the Rock Fiend drops from the sky to finish it off. Watching from a distance, Lin Ze loudly barks the order to strike. The Rock Fiend instantly channels its power, transforming into a much more fearsome battle form. The system displays its Demon General form. A fiery energy-wrapped punch crashes directly onto the giant serpent's head. The system displays the Thunderous Collision skill. The system announces that the Rock Fiend has leveled up from Tier 3 Stage 7 to Tier 3 Stage 8, reaching 24% growth. The system alerts him that he has unlocked the Giant Stone Serpent Nest Clearer achievement, rewarding him 500 achievement points, 10 high-grade Earth Essences, and a Spirit-Nurturing Stone. Lin Ze happily calculates his gains. He has gathered all 30 upgrade materials, and his Rock Fiend even leveled up. Once he exchanges his achievement points for experience, his beast will be fully ready for a breakthrough. Witnessing the incredible display, the lackey cheers in admiration, praising his boss's absolute greatness, excitedly suggesting they head down to hunt for treasure, convinced the nest holds rare loot. Suddenly, slow clapping echoes through the cave along with a mocking compliment on what a truly spectacular battle that was. A mysterious green-cloaked figure appears, raising a finger with a sly smirk, telling Lin Ze that he is indeed fully worthy of catching his undivided attention. Sensing danger, Lin Ze instantly gets on guard, demanding to know who the stranger is and how he knows his identity. But the cloaked figure only responds with a mysterious laugh. A smirk plays on his lips as he repeats the question, "Who am I?" He spreads his arms wide arrogantly, claiming that Lin Ze has definitely heard of him before. The moment the stranger reveals his connection to the Symbiosis sect, Lin Ze's face drops. The Symbiosis sect again. Standing nearby, Zhou Xiong gapes in pure horror, screaming out if he is really with that group. Lin Ze turns to ask if he actually knows this group, and his trembling underling nods, rapidly stammering that of course he knows them. Terrified, the guy explains that just 2 days ago, Boss Li had actually ordered him to investigate this bizarre cult. They constantly ambush local beastmasters, forcefully stealing away their loyal spirit beasts. They always claim they are protecting these beasts, preaching extreme doctrines about how liberating them is the only path to true symbiosis. Suddenly, the underlings shrieked in terror as a massive ghostly monster looms behind their enemy. The Extreme Beast Protection Group, the Symbiosis Sect. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure begins rambling about history, specifically how hundreds of years ago space rifts unleashed terrible monsters upon this land. He glances at Snow Girl and the Stone Fiend, preaching that creatures humans can tame are labeled as spirit beasts. He points to the stiff stone python corpse, noting that any creature refusing human control is branded a wild monster. His face is hidden beneath his hood, voice dripping with bitter resentment as he asks why things must be this way. A memory of a poor boy clutching a loaf of bread flashes by. Human society is obsessed with grading status and looking down on others. He remembers a rejected creature tossed into a box like trash, hating how humans arbitrarily rank every other living species into rigid classes. Spreading his arms wide alongside the massive dark monster behind him, he loudly declares that this world is entirely unfair and the Symbiosis sect exists to shatter that injustice once and for all. Next, he eyes a completely speechless Lin Ze, trying to recruit him by promising that joining their ranks will unlock his latent power and push him past his limits. He promises to unleash the true power of Lin Ze's two beasts, allowing them to evolve into real kings, which startles Lin Ze, who wonders if his crazy guy actually knows the secret evolution paths of his team. Squinting in deep suspicion, Lin Ze quickly shakes off the reckless thought, realizing this guy is just trying to manipulate his emotions to recruit him. Staring directly at his foe, he coldly reasons that while the world is indeed cruel and unfair, he absolutely refuses to join any crazy cult just to end up as a mindless puppet on strings. Suddenly, his chubby partner clenches his fists, yelling at Lin Ze not to believe a single word of his nonsense. He investigated them, and they are just a bunch of ruthless terrorists using fancy speeches to trick gullible people. The fat guy scoffs, shouting that if they were actually that powerful, they would have overthrown the association and ruled the world long ago, but his words hit a nerve and the cloaked man just sneers, amused by their disbelief. He casually raises a hand, snapping his fingers and saying that is fine. Instantly, the dark monster tears, its glowing crimson jaw wide open. It drives its sharp claws deep into the frozen stone python, while Lin Ze's system immediately identifies the target as a level 2 stage 7 monster. The cloaked figure gently strokes the python's head in absolute silence. Suddenly, the ice encasing the beast begins to glow with a strange blinding light. A surge of sinister red energy shatters the ice, completely blasting straight into the sky. Wrapped in the blinding light, the python screeches as it mutates, leaving Lin Ze and the onlookers absolutely frozen in fear. Now check this out, the mastermind spreads his arms smugly, telling them to just watch. The python now mutates into a massive spike-covered nightmare-bearing razor-sharp fangs. Its master commands it to break its chains and rise reborn, leaving Lin Ze utterly stunned. The villain laughs savagely, shouting that unleashing their true nature is the first step. As the system screen flashes a terrifying update, Demonized Stone Python Level 5, Stage 1. Lin Ze grits his teeth, cold sweat pouring down the monster's level, just jumped by 3 whole tiers, proving this guy has a forbidden art to demonize any beast, and he is definitely the one who attacked their allies. Pointing a cold finger straight at Lin Ze's group, the mastermind commands his new abomination to go and show them its true power. The mutated python lets out an earth-shattering roar, tearing the air apart. Sharp stone spikes erupt from the ground, shattering the thick ice and shooting straight into the air. Thick clouds of dust and debris instantly blanket the entire battlefield. Shielded by the haze, Snow Girl quickly gathers her energy, conjuring a massive crystal ice wall to protect the team. Cowering behind the barrier, the fat guy clings to the stone fiend's leg, wailing that they are totally doomed and he should have treated his big-mouth beast to a proper final meal. First leaving the stone fiend looking down in sheer, silent disbelief. Dripping with sweat, the fat guy mutters that it hurts, then blinks in utter confusion. Writhing inside a thick purple haze, the mutated python actually begins to moan in absolute agony, crying out that its body hurts way too much. The terrified sidekick turns to Lin Ze, frantically translating that the giant snake is crying about how much pain it is, in which makes Lin Ze spin around in sheer shock. Gritting his teeth in pure anger, Lin Ze growls that these hypocrites preach equality, but do nothing but enslave and exploit the weak for their own goals. Is that really what they call fairness? Losing all control, the thrashing beast slams its heavy tail around, shattering the nearby ice. Quickly assessing the dangerous battlefield, Lin Ze shouts that running is entirely useless. Snow Girl frees it solid with a blizzard, while Stone Fiend finds its weakness. Snow Maiden steps forward on command, her eyes flashing sharp and cold as she channels her freezing spiritual energy. Lin Ze quickly compares their power levels. Snow Maiden is currently at Tier 4 Stage 2, while this demonized giant stone python is already at Tier 5 Stage 1. The beast tears through the ice with raw, brutal strength, making Lin Ze realize with dread that the ice element stands absolutely no chance against Earth. He clenches his fists, his mind racing for a solution as he thinks that in normal circumstances, their only hope would be drawing another rage card. The demon python bared its jagged fangs with a terrifying roar while he keeps calculating otherwise. Closing a massive tier gap to defeat this enemy is virtually impossible. Lin Ze smirks confidently and taps the virtual screen. This giant stone python is not a true Tier 5 Stage 1. If he is not wrong, a secret art that forcefully drains a beast's potential will surely trigger a massive backlash. The system immediately alerts him, confirming the consumption of all skill points to upgrade the stone demon's growth level. The stone demon erupts in brilliant crimson flames. The system immediately reports the breakthrough. The stone demon's growth rate has risen to Tier 3 Stage 8, then Stage 9, hitting 100% maturity. Armed with this newly unlocked power, the stone demon dives down like a blazing red spear, aiming straight for the giant python. At the exact same time, the sharp ice shards around them begin to tremble violently under the Snow Maiden's magical control. Lin Ze weighs the high-risk tactic. The demon general form can boost the stone demon's speed by 300%, but its defense will drop by 100%, turning it into a glass cannon. He quickly calls out to the Snow Maiden. Receiving the command, Snow Maiden coldly unleashes a wave of freezing energy forward, executing her orders to coordinate perfectly with the stone demon. Using its terrifying speed, the stone demon nimbly dodges through the sharp shards of ice, shattering in midair. The two beasts lock eyes, showing seamless chemistry and absolute determination on the battlefield. A purple system notification suddenly flashes. Talk about perfect timing. The fusion rate has increased, unlocking a powerful combo skill called Frost Rock Impact. This devastating attack injects pure frost energy into a stone core, filling it with absolute sub-zero cold that explodes upon hitting the enemy with its power and mana cost determined by the total charging time. Lin Ze's eyes widen in sheer shock and joy as he gasps a combo skill. A glowing stone core wrapped in crackling frozen lightning appears on screen, while the system confirms the exact mechanics of the Frost Rock Impact skill. This powerful attack injects freezing energy into a stone core, filling it with absolute sub-zero cold that detonates on impact with the raw power and energy consumption determined by the charging time. He rubs his chin, his eyes shining with excitement as he realizes a key truth. They unlock the combo skill, which means that to trigger this secret fusion art, simply having the Snow Maiden and the Stone Demon at the same level is not enough. As the demon python thrashes wildly in the blizzard, Lin Ze reaches a conclusion: they also need a deep, unspoken bond between them. High above, the stone demon pulls off a graceful mid-air flip, smoothly dodging the enemy's attack. The stone python snaps its horrific glowing red jaws, lunging upward to swallow its arrogant target whole. But the stone demon is lightning fast, leaping high over the monster's head as it receives a decisive command from Lin Ze to strike its weak spot. Furious at being toyed with, the stone python twists its massive body, preparing to launch a deadly counterattack. Its brutal tail swipe shatters the thick ice sheet, sending a devastating shockwave ripping straight forward. The stone demon bravely takes the blow head-on, seeking any opening to strike back. Seeing the danger, Lin Ze worries that things are looking bad. The giant stone python's attacks are too relentless, and Snow Maiden cannot summon her ice crystal mirrors fast enough to protect the stone demon. Watching the battle unfold with amusement, the blue-robed man lazily taunts them. "You had better try harder and not die so easily, or I will be highly disappointed." Furious, Lin Ze barks orders to his two beasts. "Snow Maiden, Stone Demon, use your combo skill now. This guy is just playing games with us, and who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve. We must end this fight immediately." He then turns to his chubby teammate. "You and the wide-mouthed monster need to find a way to distract that giant stone python because my beast's skills need time to charge up." Fatty can only gasp in complete bewilderment. "Wait, seriously?" Fatty's face turns pale as sweat pours down his mind, swirling with sheer panic. He has to distract that thing. "Are you seriously for real right now?" Lin Ze snaps to snap him out of it. "What else do you expect? If all 5 of us die here, there won't even be anyone left to collect our bodies." Terrified, Fatty covers his face and wails, "No, please, I really don't want to die." Cornered and desperate, Fatty summons his courage and points a trembling finger, ordering his beast. "Wide-mouthed monster, use your acid spit attack now." The wide-mouthed monster obeys, instantly spewing a stream of highly corrosive green acid right at their giant enemy. The thick stream of acid hits its mark, eating through the demon python's rocky hide. This sudden attack sends the giant stone python thrashing around in pure agonized pain. Seizing this precious window of opportunity, Snow Maiden begins condensing a massive, highly potent aura of icy light. Step by step, the stone demon's core is enveloped and packed with an intense glowing frost energy. Their perfect combo skill is officially primed and ready to unleash frost rock impact as go. Both the Snow Maiden and the Stone Demon channel their entire spiritual reserves into this single decisive blow. With sharp eyes, Lin Ze roars out the final command, "Strike now." The impact triggers a cataclysmic icy explosion that completely engulfs the demonized stone python's gigantic body. Huddled behind a protective barrier, Lin Ze and his chubby companion hold their breath, staring through the thick white smoke. Fatty winces and clutches his head, groaning that it hurts. It is still alive, and he can still hear its voice. Lin Ze quietly decides that they should go check it out, while Fatty follows closely behind, whimpering, "Do we really have to go over there? Bro, wait for me." The defeated demonized python lies crushed beneath the ice, barely breathing as it wheezes out painful cries for help. It hurts so bad. Its head twists in agony as it begs for salvation, and Fatty reluctantly translates for Lin Ze. It says it is in deep pain and wants us to put it out of its misery. The chubby teammate begs his leader, Lin Ze, to end the creature's suffering. Lin Ze remains silent, staring forward with a heavy contemplative look. Closing his eyes, Lin Ze condenses a sharp sword of ice from his spiritual energy, preparing to deliver the final merciful strike. He swings his blade to end the poor beast's life. The system immediately floods him with notifications. For defeating the demonized giant stone python above his level, he earns 1,000 achievement points, 10 high-grade earth essences, and a frenzy seed card. He also unlocks an achievement for freeing the python, rewarding him with 500 achievement points, 2 soul-nourishing stones, a soul crystal, and a soul recovery elixir. Examining the rewards, Lin Ze calculates his loot. He now has 2 soul-nourishing stones, which combined with his previous stone means the stone demon finally has all the necessary materials and meets every requirement for an upgrade. He glances at the newly acquired system cards deep in thought. Why did he also receive a soul recovery elixir and a frenzy seed card? It just does not make sense. Gritting his teeth, his eyes reflect a mix of deep sorrow and growing frustration. He asks himself why his chest feels so tight and heavy with anger. The robed man approaches from afar, clicking his tongue to mock him with a sarcastic sigh. Smirking deviously, he points at Lin Ze. "Is that look on your face supposed to mean you are actually angry? Do not you Beast Tamers normally survive by slaughtering wild beasts just to gather 10 upgrade materials anyway?" His provoking words infuriate the snow girl, who instantly manifests sharp ice shards aimed directly at the robed villain's face. Lin Ze lowers his face in silence, fighting to suppress the boiling anger inside his chest. Looking up, he gestures firmly and fires back with a sharp retort. "It is true that Beast Tamers hunt wild beasts for upgrade materials. But by that same logic, if a tamer encounters a beast they cannot defeat, they simply end up as food for that creature." He then points right at the robed man's face with pure disgust. "This world is indeed full of injustice and contradictions, but compared to all of that, I despise hypocrites like you even more." You open your mouth to babble about equality and freedom, yet you are the ones forcing your beliefs on others, carelessly exploiting and taking advantage of those weaker than yourselves. In the end, your symbiosis society is nothing but a bunch of hypocrites pretending to act in the name of justice. Hearing this, the green-robed man remains quiet for a moment, then turns with a helpless sigh. Fine, it looks like our conversation has reached a complete dead end. He flashes a sinister smile as he thinks of Quan Ning. But what about that girl with the evil spirit magic? She might be much more willing to have a chat with me. That girl who uses spirit magic will surely be happy to talk to me. Hearing this, Lin Ze's expression changes completely as he yells, "What are you trying to do?" realizing Quan Ning is in grave danger. The roadman waves his hand and steps into a portal of light, leaving behind a mocking question. "Why do not you guess?" Lin Ze quickly points his finger and shouts a command, ordering the Snow Girl to stop him. Snow Girl's devastating ice attack blasts, violently freezing the exact spot where the roadman stood a second ago. However, once the dust clears, the area is completely empty with not a single person in sight. Lin Ze clicks his tongue in frustration as the harsh reality hits him. The bastard got away. The group quickly rushes back to the spacious campus of the Jiangning Beast Taming Academy. Panicked, Lin Ze runs around holding his phone, desperately asking a female student if she has seen this girl, wondering where Quan Ning could be. While he is frantically showing her picture to anyone around, he suddenly spots two familiar figures standing in the distance. Guo Xingyi immediately notices him from afar and remarks how incredibly worried he looks, prompting her muscular companion to grumble and ask why she cares so much about that guy. Ignoring his annoying grumbles, the pink-haired girl immediately runs toward Lin Ze, promising to check what is going on while her companion can only shout after her in vain. Guo Xingyi catches her breath and asks what is wrong. Lin Ze gravely replies that he just fought the guy who attacked Tan Yong and Quan Ning is likely his next target. Hearing this, Guo Xingyi pales in shock. Quan Ning, right after class, she mentioned she was heading to the virtual combat room to train. Lin Ze starts sprinting instantly, shouting that he is heading to the virtual combat room right now as his pink-haired friend rushes to keep up and join him. Left far behind, Tan Yong frowns in pure confusion, muttering to himself about what on earth is going on and how ridiculous the whole situation is. Just then, the chubby teammate arrives, panting, explaining that they ran into the Symbiosis Society in the Rift, and they are planning to kidnap Quan Ning. Hearing this, Tan Yong gasps in absolute shock. Furious, Tan Yong bolts forward like an arrow. He yells at him for not saying so sooner, swearing he will never let something so terrible happen again as he rushes to help. The group runs breathlessly into the hallway of the virtual combat room, their voices echoing as they shout Quan Ning's name over and over. Suddenly, a silver-haired upperclassman steps out from a corner, with folded arms, casually asking if they are looking for Quan Ning and claiming he knows where she went. He smirks playfully, teasing them to beg him first, suggesting that if he is in a good mood, he might just share her whereabouts. Without wasting any words, Lin Ze lunges forward, grabbing the silver-haired guy by his collar and demanding answers, making him stutter in panic to let him go. Once released, the upperclassman coughs violently, explaining in terror that he only crossed paths with her by sheer coincidence. He quickly confesses that her friend Zhang invited her to buy breakthrough materials, so they likely went to the spiritual beast shop together. Lin Ze quickly pulls out his phone to call, but the line only gives empty, endless rings. This is bad, even Zhang Xiaoyun's phone is completely unreachable. He immediately instructs his chubby teammate to alert the academy authorities right away, while the rest search for them. The fat friend nods with a serious expression. Meanwhile, inside a dark abandoned warehouse, Quan Ning is tightly bound, struggling to break free from her restraints. Staring around the damp, unfamiliar room, Quan Ning wonders in confusion where they are and calls out for Xiaoyun. She gasps in terror as she realizes both of her hands are bound tight by glowing red tentacles levitating in midair. From the dark corners, two masked strangers slowly step out, asking with a heavy dose of sarcasm if she is finally awake. Quan Ning angrily demands to know who these suspicious kidnappers are and why they dragged them here. Hearing her, the one-eyed masked man waves his hands defensively, casually claiming this is hardly a kidnapping since they only want to make some new friends. He proudly introduces them as members of the Symbiosis organization. Quan Ning pales with rage, shouting that nobody wants to be friends with kidnappers and demanding they release them right this second. Bound tightly, Quan Ning secretly plots an escape. Since her Flamebird's fire attribute naturally counters plants, she just needs to summon it to burn these thick vines to ash. But the moment she tries to channel her spiritual energy, the tentacles suddenly tighten, forcing a sharp, painful gasp from her throat. The black-robed man steps forward, explaining that his hideous plant monster, the poison vine fiend, has already injected its deadly toxins into her veins. He warns her to stop channeling her energy if she wants to avoid being permanently crippled. Quan Ning silently grits her teeth, resolving to stall for time until the poison wears off, while on the outside, she coldly demands to know what they actually want from her. Spreading his arms wide, the one-eyed masked man enthusiastically explains that they are inviting her to join their symbiosis organization for a grander goal, needing her unique strength to tear down this unjust world together. Raising a single finger, he slyly asks if the rumors are true that she possesses a unique secret technique capable of turning soul beasts into demons. The surrounding tentacles begin to squirm threateningly around her body as he issues a stern warning demanding that she cooperate and answer their questions properly. Refusing to break, Quan Ning fiercely denies it, shouting that while her soul beast can indeed transform into a demon, it is purely an innate ability of her flame bird. The one-eyed masked man falls silent, then shakes his head in deep disappointment, noting that she clearly has no intention of telling them the truth. His smile instantly turns chillingly cruel, suggesting that they will just have to resort to some highly specialized interrogation methods instead. Quan Ning pales in sheer terror, helplessly screaming for them to stop because she truly knows nothing about any unique secret technique. Talk about perfect timing. A massive blast suddenly shatters the abandoned warehouse doors, sending debris flying everywhere. Radiating intense murderous intent, Lin Ze steps inside with his guide Beast clenching his fists as he angrily commands them to put her down. Seeing her savior arrive, Quan Ning gasps in pure relief, crying out that he actually made it in time. The one-eyed kidnapper is stunned, wondering why Lin Ze is here when their leader was supposed to handle him personally. At the exact same moment, Lin Ze recognizes that mask from their previous clash in the virtual training arena. The one-eyed masked man stares intensely at the beast standing below them, nodding as he finally puts the pieces together. He clicks his tongue as the system displays the beast's details, revealing a level 2 stage 3 soul mastiff. No wonder he tracked them here. The system quickly details its specialized soul sense skill, which tracks designated targets regardless of any physical obstacles, prompting the masked kidnapper to recognize it as a scouting beast from the Beast Tamer Association, meaning they have officially attracted some very serious attention this time around. Coldly crossing his arms, he suggests that since the boy delivered himself on a silver platter, they might as well capture both of them together, and his dark energy-wielding ally eagerly agrees. The command is given, and the poison vine fiend roars ferociously, baring its claws as it charges straight ahead. Seeing this, Quan Ning quickly shouts out a desperate warning, telling Lin Ze to be careful, because the monster's poison can completely block his spiritual energy flow. Dozens of glowing red thorny vines whip downward with the explosive force of a lightning strike. But Lin Ze is too fast, executing a flawless roll to evade the deadly strikes. Leaping back, he instantly activates a glowing magic circle to summon his primary battle beasts, bringing them onto the field. The one-eyed masked man scoffs, watching Lin Ze summon his Earth-type and giant insect companions, sneering that this is no longer a harmless virtual arena duel. He issues a brutal warning that injuries are real and death is permanent here, while activating a powerful combined water and earth skill. Pointing directly at Lin Ze, he ruthlessly orders his monsters to launch their attack. The ground beneath the massive creature instantly liquefies into a disgusting, bubbling pool of mud. The mud rapidly shifts into a boiling swamp of molten lava, unleashing a burning marsh attack. The enemy laughs arrogantly, bragging that both of his beasts have reached level 4, making Lin Ze absolutely no match for him. The snow girl struggles against the intense heat of the lava swamp, while the masked man mockingly tells her that submitting now will save her a lot of pain. Lin Ze analyzes the battlefield, realizing the heat limits the snow girl's ice abilities, leaving the stone fiend to carry the fight before coldly asking the kidnapper if he truly thinks he is the only one with level 4 beasts. Opening his palm, he reveals glowing crystals, noting that his stone fiend already met every requirement to evolve except for consuming these soul-nourishing stones, a final step they skipped earlier in their frantic rush to rescue Quan Ning. The stone fiend eagerly swallows the evolution crystals and roars with excitement, showing that Lin Ze's beasts are now hitting level 4 as well. A brilliant purple light erupts around the stone fiend as the system alerts that all conditions for its evolution have been met. Amidst the blazing glow, a massive and powerful stone entity emerges from the evolution screen as the newly upgraded Earth Spirit. Quan Ning watches in utter shock, amazed that his beast evolves so incredibly fast in the middle of a battle. Then she notices the enemy's armored turtle suddenly trembling in fear, completely lost in hesitation and refusing to fight. Breaking into a cold sweat, the one-eyed captor wonders in absolute horror what is happening, as he has never seen his armored turtle show such fear, especially when there should be no suppression effects between beasts of the exact same earth element. Lin Ze nods, calmly agreeing with his opponent that there normally shouldn't be any suppression effect whatsoever between standard beasts sharing the earth element. He points forward and proudly declares that his Earth Spirit is no ordinary creature, immediately unleashing its brand new skill, the Earth's Divine Majesty. The system quickly displays the skill details. It is a wide-area suppression ability that unleashes crushing pressure from the Earth's core onto rock-type enemies. Since the effect depends on the level gap, the mud turtle is left groaning helplessly, completely pinned flat to the ground. Realizing the tide has turned, the one-eyed masked man panics. He points at his partner and yells that something is wrong, so they need to grab the woman and retreat immediately. His companion obeys on the spot, summoning the poison vine demon to cover them. As the order is given, the vines tighten around Zhang Xiaoyun and Quan Ning, preparing to drag them away. Quan Ning bites her lip, her eyes flashing with pure determination. She refuses to become a burden to her big brother. Believing the poison in her body must have dissipated a bit, she prepares to fight back. She channels all her remaining strength, loudly activating her contract with the demon flame bird. A blazing firebird swoops down from above, completely burning away the thorny vines that are holding her hostage. Quan Ning catches the unconscious Zhang Xiaoyun and shouts to Lin Ze, calling out that Xiaoyun has only fainted and they are both perfectly fine. Clutching her friend tightly, she points angrily at the retreating enemies and screams for Lin Ze to capture them. The black-cloaked man urges his partner to run, warning that the association's search team will arrive soon. He quickly orders the poison vine demon to unleash its toxic mist. The plant monster immediately spews a thick purple mist, completely enveloping the entire abandoned warehouse. Standing inside the thick toxic fog, Lin Ze calmly asks with cold disdain if they really think they can escape. The two kidnappers sprint out onto the street, loudly blaming each other. One yells that it is all because of his useless partner who could not even hold onto a single woman. The black-cloaked partner snaps back in rage, shouting that his friend's beast is just as useless, cowering in fear before the opponent even made a move. The one-eyed man argues back, pointing out that Lin Ze's beast evolution is bizarre and challenges his partner to fight if he is so brave. The other urges him to shut up and keep running, warning that the poison mist will dissipate soon and their pursuers will catch up. But get this, a giant earth spirit crashes down right in front of them, completely blocking their escape route. Both kidnappers break into a cold sweat, paralyzed with sheer terror under the immense crushing pressure of the beast. Towering over them, the earth spirit locks its glowing red murderous eyes onto the two helpless targets. As night falls, a quiet, heavy stillness settles back over the entire abandoned warehouse. Faint moonlight streams through the dusty window, dimly lighting up the dark room. Standing tall, Quan Ning glares down at the chained captives and demands to know what this exclusive demonization secret technique is that they keep talking about. She also demands to know what their so-called greater goal is, while the tightly gagged, chubby partner can only weep in total helplessness. Lin Ze is lost in thought, recalling the blue-cloaked man from before. He wonders if this demonization ability is the same evil skill that Guy used and how it could possibly involve Quan Ning. Turning to the bound captives, he calmly offers an ultimatum, telling them that this is their very last chance to speak the absolute truth. Lin Ze glares at them with a sharp, threatening look. Terrified, the kidnapper quickly cries out that he will confess, explaining that a scout reported the freshman at Jiangning Beast Academy had incredible potential. His partner weeps in sheer frustration at his cowardice, but the talkative kidnapper keeps rambling on. He reveals that most of those who join their symbiotic organization are just low-level Beast Tamers with mutated or defective low-grade beasts. He yells excitedly to defend his cult, claiming that if they want to grow stronger, they simply have to gather much more power. Pointing directly at Quan Ning, he says she is their main target because she demonized her beast during the trial. He explains this technique is vital to them because demonization multiplies a beast's combat power. He passionately asks if she understands how significant that is, leaving Quan Ning tilting her head in confusion. Sighing in exasperation, the pink-haired girl walks over, reiterating that she already told them it is just the innate power of her demon flame bird. Lin Ze coldly demands to know why they are still targeting Quan Ning if they already possess the demonization technique. The terrified captive falls silent before admitting that their version is actually not a technique at all, but rather the result of using a strange, mysterious item. Beside him, his gagged partner can only grunt in protest. Lin Ze narrows his eyes skeptically, questioning the chained, one-eyed captive about this strange item. The man nods frantically, begging and promising that he will hand it over immediately if they just release him, while his black-clothed partner grunts angrily in protest. Lin Ze immediately chops the complaining partner on the head, forcing him to let out a muffled groan and shut up. Lin Ze scoffs in disdain at the attempt to negotiate, asking if he really thinks he is in a position to make demands. He orders Snow Girl to search him while the sweating partner watches in silent terror. The freezing air radiating from Snow Girl makes him shiver violently as he begs for mercy, screaming that it is in his coat pocket and pleading with them to stop. Snow Girl quickly retrieves a glowing purple crystal fragment. The system interface pops up, identifying it as a dimensional rift fragment containing powerful energy from the great spatial disaster 100 years ago, which is used as a beast evolution material. Quan Ning steps closer out of curiosity and stares at the glowing fragment. She asks her brother what it is, noting she has never seen anything like it in the encyclopedia of rare items. Taking the purple crystal from Snow Girl, Lin Ze explains to his sister that strange items refer to supernatural objects that possess highly unusual and extraordinary powers. They originate from the great disaster 100 years ago, created by the collision between the interdimensional rift and their own world. Their uses are incredibly diverse. Some have massive spatial pockets used to store rare items, while others can directly enhance the combat power of both Beast Tamers and their pets, acting like precious spirit herbs and mineral ores. Lin Ze narrows his eyes at the purple fragment, analyzing it. According to the system description, it is primarily used as an evolution material. The other function the captive mentioned is likely the beast demonization method, explaining why they mistook it for a strange item. As he falls deep into thought, Quan Ning's demon flame bird lands nearby, chirping with absolute excitement. The creature seems highly drawn to the material, suggesting it might be closely linked to its future evolution path. Lin Ze smiles gently and hands the crystal to his sister, telling her to keep it since it is surely an evolution material perfect for her demon flame bird. She can only stare back in complete bewilderment. He then turns back to the trembling blonde captive and coldly asks about the demon flame bird's demonization ability, demanding to know what it is actually about. Suddenly, an urgent shout echoes from the warehouse entrance, instantly shattering the tense silence as someone calls out Lin Ze's name. Shindy leads the rescue team as they rush inside, anxiously asking if everyone is alright and checking on Quan Ning. Lin Ze gestures toward the captives and smiles reassuringly, saying they are all fine and both suspects have been securely captured. Meanwhile, the frozen, shivering kidnappers cry out in protest, whimpering that they are definitely not doing okay. Then he points toward their friend, sleeping soundly on the hay, explaining that Jiang Xiaoyun is going to be fine. She was only hit by the poison vine demon's sleep mist, and she will wake up once the toxin fades. The spirit mastiff wags its tail, running around the warehouse as if proudly reporting a successful mission. A stylish man in his suit quickly enters, ordering his subordinates to seal off the area and tend to the injured. The system screen reveals his identity as Yu Yan, the captain of Search Team A23 from the Beast Taming Association. Yu Yan approaches Lin Ze, taking the initiative to ask if he is indeed Lin Ze. The young man nods politely, confirming his identity before asking who the officer is. The friendly captain explains that he is Yu Yan, lead searcher for the Ningjiang City Beast Taming Association. He mentions hearing Lin Ze's principal praise him as a brilliant freshman, then thanks him for the timely tip about the symbiosis organization, promising a worthy reward. Lin Ze smiles warmly, expressing his genuine excitement and thanking him for the generous offer. Pointing at the two prisoners being led away, Yu Yan notes that they have officially taken over the case, adding that they might need his cooperation later. Lin Ze nods in immediate agreement, saying it will not be an issue at all. Yu Yan watches the staff carry Jiang Xiaoyun away, kindly advising that he will have his team take them to the medical center for a full checkup to make sure there are no hidden internal injuries. Dragged across the ground by security guards, the one-eyed man weeps and wails, desperately begging for them to return his precious mask. The group quickly makes their way to the Academy Treatment Center under the dark cover of late night. Now fully awake in her hospital bed, Jiang Xiaoyun chuckles nervously, amazed that so much drama occurred while she was out. She explains she only felt a bit dizzy while walking, and in the blink of an eye she woke up right here. She adds how lucky they are that Lin Ze noticed the danger and rescued them in time. Hearing this, Quan Ning looks down in deep regret, her voice barely a whisper as she apologizes, admitting their real target was her, and that she dragged everyone into this terrible danger. Guo Xingyi quickly waves her hands to comfort her, assuring her that even Tan Yang and Lin Ze had crossed paths with the symbiosis organization before, so there is no way she can blame herself for this. Standing in the corner, Lin Ze turns to Guo Xingyi to analyze the situation, adding that the captives already confessed they only targeted Quan Ning to steal her demonization secret technique. In his mind, a dark and terrifying vision suddenly flashes, making Lin Ze wonder if this demonization secret technique is directly connected to the horrific scene he witnessed with his own eyes before. Standing near the back of the ward, Guo Xingyi turns her head hesitantly, suggesting that she has a few things to discuss with Lin Ze and Quan Ning in private. As the three of them step out into the quiet corridor of the medical facility, Lin Ze curiously asks what she wants to talk about. Guo Xingyi adopts a serious tone, asking if the two of them still remember what happened when she previously tested the potential of her spiritual secret technique, leaving Lin Ze and Quan Ning startled and confused. Looking rather apologetic, she explains that while she claimed to have only seen a few faint shadows back then, she did not actually tell them the full truth of what she saw. And get this, in that eerie and terrifying vision, a powerful dark figure with wicked demon horns appeared, showing Quan Ning growing demonic features that were definitely not human, with countless demon-type beasts kneeling down in absolute reverence. Clasping her hands together, Guo Xingyi sincerely apologizes for keeping it a secret, explaining that the scene was so incredibly bizarre that she wanted to research it herself before telling them. Quan Ning bows her head in confusion after hearing the shocking news, admitting that she has only ever heard rumors about demon-type beasts before. Guo Xingyi shares more of her knowledge, explaining that the demon type is actually a highly unusual branch with incredibly rapid growth, but these beasts are inherently vicious and can slowly but surely corrupt a tamer's mind after forming a contract. An image of a crazed, demonized tamer appears as a grim warning, showing how a tamer can become brutal, dark, and twisted in personality, eventually turning into a mindless, fallen soul who brings nothing but disaster. Pointing to the glowing red band symbol behind her, she adds that under strict rules from the association, breeding or trading demon-type beasts is completely banned and even their evolution materials are strictly prohibited from circulation. Lin Ze rests his chin in thought, recalling the green-robed man. But the person he fought in the secret dimension also possessed a demon-type beast, and yet he seemed to maintain absolute sanity. The contrast between the two dark forces is incredibly striking. Fallen Tamers are entirely consumed by the beast's evil power, while the symbiosis organization involves beasts that suffer the severe backlash of that dark energy instead. Lin Ze turns to ask Quan Ning how she managed to help her demonic flame bird demonize. Quan Ning explains hesitantly that this skill automatically unlocked after her fierce bird evolved into the demonic flame bird. With the firebird engulfed in wicked purple flames, its detailed stats appear. The demonic flame bird is currently at Tier 2, Stage 7, but demonizing temporarily boosts it to Tier 3, Stage 2 for 1 minute. With her current spiritual energy, she can only use it once a day. Lin Ze ponders deeply before reaching a clear conclusion. He personally witnessed the demonized beasts of the symbiosis organization, and they are highly unstable while suffering huge backlash. They must be desperate to control her stable power, which is exactly why they targeted Quan Ning in the first place. Now Guo Xingyu raises a finger to share a broader perspective, noting that this world is full of wonders and humanity's current understanding of spiritual secret techniques is merely the tip of the iceberg. She then steps forward to take Quan Ning's hand, happily telling them to stop scaring themselves over this. The most urgent task right now is raising their strength, adding that contracting a second beast might reveal some new clues. If this is indeed an exclusive technique that strengthens beasts, her future as a tamer will be incredibly bright. Quan Ning looks down anxiously, noting that if this really is a completely new secret technique, the symbiosis organization definitely won't give up on trying to kidnap her so easily. She suddenly clenches her fist to motivate herself, determined that getting stronger is the absolute best solution. She will face whatever challenges come her way to quickly grow and take full control of her own destiny. As the siblings walk together along the quiet corridor, Quan Ning softly calls out to her brother. She hesitantly shares her wish, mentioning that the first-year trial is coming up, but her demonic flame bird is stuck at Tier 2 Stage 7. She wants to quickly find a second beast to boost her power, asking if he can help her choose. Lin Ze smiles and agrees, saying it is not a problem. He thinks to himself, a calculating amber light flashing in his eyes, that this is the perfect opportunity to take a much closer look at the demonic flame bird's hidden attributes. Guo Xingyu runs up from behind to remind them that it is already very late and normal beast shops are definitely closed by now, suggesting they go tomorrow since they still have 3 days before the trials. Lin Ze playfully winks and raises a finger, sharing his plan that he knows a shop open 24 hours a day that sells basic materials and offers beast assessment services, suggesting they head there now. Just a short moment later, the three of them are standing in front of the bright neon sign of the all-night beast shop. Lin Ze strolls through the shop quietly, observing that there are still many ordinary beasts without any special evolution paths. It seems even beasts of the same species do not necessarily possess hidden evolutionary routes. Meanwhile, Quan Ning presses her face against the glass display case to look at the tiny creatures, pouting and commenting that they all look rather ordinary. Lin Ze casually walks alongside the demonic flame bird as it flies proudly right next to him. He gently reaches out to stroke the bird's fiery wings, and immediately, the system panel pops up to display optional evolution paths. The system displays the first option for the demonic flame bird, the Scarlet Flame Eagle path, which boosts basic attributes and power to focus on explosive damage, while slightly sacrificing agility, allowing evolution up to Tier 5. The second option appears with a wicked aura holding potential that far outclasses the Hell Demonic Phoenix path. It awakens an ancient bloodline hidden within the body to achieve a higher state of existence, focusing heavily on flame control. The next stage is the fiery demonic red heron with an evolution limit reaching up to level 9. Lin Ze narrows his eyes carefully, analyzing the stat screen. The bird's original path was just a common red flame eagle, but Quan Ning somehow unlocked an incredibly rare hidden route called the Hell Demonic Phoenix. Based on what Guo Xin discovered, this evolutionary line is definitely tied to the dark demon element. He gently strokes the little bird, weighing his options in silence. Once they commit to this hidden path, there is absolutely no turning back. He either has to push the fiery demonic bird to its absolute peak or let it remain stuck at its current level while he focuses on training a second spirit beast. The system screen details the brutal requirements. To reach the fiery demonic red heron stage, they need 100% maturity, 3 feathers from the bird, 15 mid-grade fire essences, and any ancient medium item to trigger the bloodline awakening. Lin Ze wonders why little Snowball and the stone demon never needed a medium. Could this be a unique trait of the demon element? Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Ze gently calls to his sister, who stands there looking quite lost. Quan Ning looks up and answers him, and Lin Ze tells her that he has something incredibly important to share. He quickly invents a believable excuse to keep his system a secret. He explains that he recently unlocked a rare spiritual ability, allowing him to glimpse a beast's hidden evolutionary path. Quan Ning stares at him with wide, disbelieving eyes, asking if such an unbelievable power could actually exist in their world. She practically jumps with joy, realizing that is how little Snowball became so incredibly strong. She praises his talent, but Lin Ze quickly waves his hands to downplay it. He claims it is just a faint, highly unstable feeling, and using it drains a massive amount of his spiritual energy every single time. He breaks into a cold sweat just thinking about it. He can hardly tell her he is a transmigrator with a cheat system. If anyone else ever found out about this power, they would drag him straight to the Beastmasters Association and exploit him until there was absolutely nothing left. Lin Ze puts away his smile, getting dead serious as he breaks it down for his sister. He warns her that he felt a terrifying dormant force sleeping inside her bird. This hidden evolutionary path is immensely powerful, completely outclassing any standard upgrade she could ever hope to find. Lowering his voice, he warns her of the severe risks involved. This energy feels incredibly wild and highly unstable. If they push it to higher levels, the bird will develop a deep, irreversible bond with the dangerous demon attribute, which could easily spiral out of control. She kneels down to stroke her flaming pet, whispering in absolute shock. A dual-attribute spirit beast combining pure fire with the dark demon element. While unheard of, it is not completely impossible. The sheer potential of such a creature is enough to make any tamer tremble. Lin Ze nods slowly to confirm her thoughts. His vision was a bit hazy, but one thing is clear: to fully unlock that hidden power, they absolutely must get their hands on a highly ancient medium item to serve as the catalyst. Quan Ning clenches her fists, finally understanding why her partner has never evolved before. She resolves to face this wild power head-on and master it alongside her beast. But when she starts thinking about the rare ancient medium needed to unlock its true potential, something clicks. Suddenly, a realization hits Quan Ning like a lightning bolt. Could it actually be that one mysterious item? The image of the glowing purple crystal flashes deeply in her mind. She quickly pulls out the strange stone she was just gifted, stammering with excitement that this rift fragment must be the key. Lin Ze stares at the glowing purple shard, his mind racing. The system did state that any ancient relic could trigger the awakening, so this rift fragment fits perfectly. But now he is stuck. How can he explain this to Quan Ning when he just claimed his spiritual art only gave him vague, blurry feelings? Fortunately, his sister notices something unusual the moment she brings the purple crystal close to her pet. She points out that she can feel a powerful energy vibrating from the shard, and it seems to be naturally resonating with her fiery demonic bird. But in the next second, her expression turns to utter shock. This is no longer just a simple, friendly resonance between them. Her pet is absolutely desperate for the item. It suddenly snaps its beak and swallows the glowing crystal whole. Lin Ze and Quan Ning can only stand there completely frozen in disbelief. Did it really just gulp down the whole crystal? The moment the stone slides down its throat, a dark, wicked purple flame erupts completely, swallowing the bird in a massive blaze. The flames swirl, causing the tiny bird to expand and undergo a full transformation right in midair. The sheer heat is overwhelming. Quan Ning shrinks behind her brother, screaming that the dark fire is spreading. Lin Ze quickly conjures a protective barrier, holding his ground and telling her to stay calm. Slowly, the wild purple flames begin to recede, revealing massive wings and sharp crimson spikes radiating immense power. The system screen flashes with massive news. The bird has successfully evolved into the fiery demonic red heron, a level 3 phase 1 fire beast. The newly evolved beast lets out a majestic screech, landing gently on the hand of its thrilled master. Lin Ze lets out a long breath, a smug smile tugging at his lips. It is a relief the evolution went so smoothly. He will definitely have to dive deeper into its secrets for the next stage. The pink-haired girl beams, happily nodding in agreement with her brother. But in the next second, she completely freezes as she notices something terrifying on the stats screen. Quan Ning looks around the smoke-filled, completely ruined training room, holding back tears. She realizes they have caused a massive disaster and the entire place is utterly wrecked. Lin Ze can only stare in speechless shock at the debris. The next morning, a booming voice from the training center management echoes over the speakers, calling out the two guests from their specific training room. The manager coldly warns them to use the professional outdoor fields for evolutions next time. Meanwhile, Lin Ze and Quan Ning are crying over their completely empty wallets, mourning the loss of every single penny of their hard-earned secret savings. Lin Ze grits his teeth, his anger boiling over. The fat reward he just received from the association vanished in the blink of an eye. He needs to make money, and he needs to make it right now. Meanwhile, inside a dark, mysterious, abandoned warehouse located on the quiet outskirts of the city, a mysterious figure in a green cloak from the Symbiosis organization stands there, stroking a massive glowing purple crystal pulsing with dark energy. A panicked subordinate wearing bright orange rushes into the room, breathlessly reporting that 2 of their scouts have just been captured by the association's search team. The green cloak leader smirks, completely unfazed, as if he had anticipated this, calmly stating that he already knows. The nervous lackey presses on, asking what their next move should be. The cloaked leader remains silent, his eyes locked onto the glowing, ominous crystal. Crossing his arms, the leader delivers a direct command. He tells him to spread the word to halt all operations immediately and lay low. Reaching toward the massive, pulsing shard with a sinister grin, he whispers that they just need to wait for the right moment and their targets will come right to them. The scene shifts to a serene academy courtyard where Lin Ze sits in deep meditation on a massive stone platform. His mind is already busy planning his next moves. Once this trial concludes, the first evaluation exam of the new semester begins. Scoring at the very top would secure him a scholarship of 100,000, while climbing the virtual battle ranks would bring in massive prize money and valuable rewards. His interface pops up showing his apprentice rank has plunged. With 10,970 points and a 99% win rate, he sits at rank 11,985. Lin Ze frowns, shocked that skipping just a few days of fights dropped him by nearly 2,000 spots. He reaches out and taps the glowing green button, resolving to go absolutely all out to climb back up. Let matchmaking begin. The stone demon unleashes a crushing punch, shattering his opponent's spirit beast. He set a simple goal for himself before the upcoming evaluation exam: break into the top 100. Defeating a level 2 phase 3 humanoid monk pushes his rank up to 10,038. Snow Maiden waves her hand instantly, freezing a giant water-type spirit beast. Defeating this tier 3 phase 1 cloud-swallowing sea turtle bumps his rank to 8,890. With absolute confidence, the stone demon crosses his arms, finishing another foe. Defeating this level 3 phase 3 three-headed dark dog pushes his rank up to 5,903. His winning streak keeps going and the leaderboard updates at a dizzying pace. His rank skyrockets to 1,234, then 500, and finally hits rank 37. The Academy forum explodes with posts talking about the fastest climber in history. To go from rank 10,000 straight to the top 100 in a single day is an absolute miracle. Everyone is asking, does anyone know who this mysterious expert with a 99.9% win rate is? Excited comments flood the section below. One person screams that this guy averages only 30 seconds a match, with his longest fight taking just 1 minute. It is absolutely insane. Some predict this god-tier player will break into the top 10 before sunset, while others argue that is way too exaggerated since top players are not pushovers. Everyone wonders who he actually is. The next battle begins as an arrogant red-haired challenger steps up with 2 high-level spirit beasts, a tier 4 phase 3 frost flare and a tier 4 phase 1 holy sprite. He boasts that he knows exactly who Lin Ze is, calling him the famous rookie who somehow climbed all the way from rank 10,000 in a single day. Crossing his arms in a display of pure arrogance, he adds that Lin Ze actually has some skill and has earned a bit of his respect. The system reveals his formidable opponent as Zhang Liang, currently ranked 9th. The guy boasts that everything ends here, claiming he will personally break Lin Ze's undefeated streak. Lin Ze looks completely bored, lazily scratching his ear before telling his opponent to just get on with it. That dismissive attitude drives Zhang Liang completely insane with rage. He points at the quietly standing Snow Maiden and screams, demanding to know what is with that attitude. He yells at Lin Ze, asking if the brat really thinks he can win with just a single trashy beast before demanding that he summon his other one immediately. And just like that, before the guy can even finish his sentence, a sudden freezing chill sweeps over the arena, trapping the arrogant red-haired challenger solid inside a giant block of ice. Over and out. Lin Ze smiles affectionately at Snow Maiden, praising her for a job well done. He notes that at this level, his little companion can easily crush any opponent without breaking a sweat. The system displays her upgrade status. Currently, at Tier 4 Phase 4, her growth has hit 100%. Her next evolution path is the Frost Blue Empress, requiring max growth 30 top-grade ice essences and a single Frost Blue tier. He proudly pats her head with a warm smile. Today's relentless high-intensity battles have finally pushed her growth to the absolute limit. Now his only task is to gather the remaining materials so he can trigger her evolution. His quest notification panel lights up with rewards pouring into his account as he unlocks a new bronze achievement. In total, he receives 3,000 achievement points, 6 spirit crystals, 6 body strengthening crystals, and a bottle of spiritual energy potion. Lin Ze's eyes widen in absolute delight at the surprise. It looks like he successfully triggered a hidden achievement reward, and even better, it turns out to be a chain quest. Clenching his fist with resolve, he plans to buy the evolution materials for her first thing tomorrow. He can also use these spirit crystals to boost his own basic stats at the same time. The next day, the scene shifts to the main headquarters of the school's Dragon Heart Guild. A stylish pink-haired girl wearing sunglasses suddenly pokes her head out the door, cheerfully calling for Guo Xingyi. She is Zhang Manman, the president of the Dragon Heart Guild. Zhang Manman enthusiastically invites her junior to team up with her beautiful senior for next week's Secret Realm trial. Guo Xingyi turns around with a startled, utterly confused look on her face. She immediately nods in eager agreement, explaining she was worried about not finding a suitable team and had almost given up on the trial. She then asks who's already on their roster so far. Raising an eyebrow, she counts on her fingers, listing herself Guo Xinyi, Gu Lengyan, and with a knowing smirk, she raises a finger and instructs her to go recruit Lin Ze since their group is still short 2 members. Guo Xinyi realizes the truth immediately and laughs to herself. Talk about a clever move, the senior only approached her because she wanted a direct line to the young prodigy. She flips her hair with absolute confidence, smugly explaining that he is the phenomenal gladiator who recently swept the entire ranking system and caused an absolute storm online. Back in his room, Lin Ze's system displays the item consumption screen, confirming he has used 7 spiritual energy crystals and 6 body strengthening crystals. His body glows with brilliant light as he absorbs the crystals. The status panel immediately updates with his new attributes, showing a physical constitution of 13.5, 15 spirit, and maximum spiritual energy at 1500. His offensive spirit arts are upgraded as well, with his achievement points now sitting at 4500. Walking down the street with total confidence, he smiles with satisfaction at his boosted stats. With his spirit level and spiritual energy limit raised, the combined power of Snow Maiden and the Stone Demon will be even more devastating, significantly boosting his active spirit arts as well. At the counter of a spiritual materials shop, the clerk welcomes him with a warm smile. Lin Ze cuts straight to the chase, asking if they have any frost blue tiers in stock. She nods, asking him to wait a moment while she checks their inventory. She returns looking deeply apologetic, placing a hand over her chest as she explains that their very last frost blue tier was sold just moments ago. Because it is a highly sought-after material, the next shipment will not arrive for at least another month. Lin Ze frowns in disappointment, muttering that a month is way too long to wait. Right then, a familiar female voice calls out his name from behind. Guo Xinyi stands nearby, waving her hands excitedly, calling him over and marveling at the coincidence. Lin Ze turns around in surprise, recognizing her instantly. She jogs over and asks if he has managed to secure a team yet for the trial starting next Monday. Lin Ze simply shakes his head, replying that he has not. She flashes a playful grin, blinking her eyes suggestively as she makes her move. Enthusiastically, she invites him to join their group. Right on cue, Zhang Manmin steps up from behind with her hand on her hip, introducing herself and saying she has heard plenty of rumors about Junior Lin Ze. Introducing herself confidently as Zhang Manmin, the president of the Dragon Heart Guild and a second-year student, she then gestures to her companion, Gu Lanyan, who serves as the vice president and is also his second year. Gu Lanyan adjusts her glasses with a quiet, polite nod. Lin Ze politely shakes her hand but calmly declines the offer, stating that he does not intend to find a team. He silently calculates with a highly practical look on his face. Splitting loot with strangers is always a major headache. If he just takes Quan Ning with him instead, they can freely explore the secret realm and keep all the treasures for themselves. Guo Xingyi is taken aback quickly, asking if he is skipping the trial altogether. Lin Ze raises an eyebrow in genuine confusion. She quickly explains the academy rules, noting that to ensure safety, every official trial must be tackled in a group of at least 5 members. Lin Ze's jaw drops in utter disbelief, asking if such a restriction actually exists. She crosses her arms, giving him a sharp look as she accuses him of trying to run it completely solo. Lin Ze scratches his head with an awkward laugh, wondering how she figured it out so easily. Gu Langyan, who had been standing silently in the background, finally speaks up, asking if he was trying to buy a frost blue tear earlier. She opens her hand, revealing a deeply glittering sapphire blue crystal that leaves Lin Ze completely stunned. She looks at him and makes an incredibly tempting offer, proposing that if he joins their squad, she will hand over the crystal. On top of that, she promises 10 other premium ice-type materials once the trial is wrapped up. Lin Ze's eyes light up as he greedily stares at her palm. It is the irresistible frost blue tear, and there is absolutely no way he can refuse. Although his hand is already reaching out to touch the crystal, he still pretends to be polite, muttering that this might not be appropriate. Gu Lingyan raises a single finger to deliver her final pitch, promising to give him an extra cut of all the rewards they earn. Lin Ze immediately spins right back around, hastily agreeing while adding that he has one small request. Gu Lengyan simply smiles and nods in complete understanding, assuring him that bringing Quan Ning along is absolutely fine. Grinning from ear to ear, he eagerly shakes Gu Lengyan's hand with immense enthusiasm, saying he will see his seniors next Monday. Gu Lengyan calmly nods in agreement, leaving Guo Xingyi standing right next to them, completely speechless at the sudden change of heart. And just like that, the wait is over. The scene shifts to a majestic cliffside as a notification pops up, signaling the day of the trial. At the entrance of the secret realm, a massive stone gate towers over everyone, engraved with a giant spirit beast glowing in a brilliant golden light that leaves the crowd of students staring in absolute awe. Quan Ning opens her eyes wide, marveling at how magnificent the gate looks. Standing with her hands on her hips, Zhang Manmin proudly boasts about how breathtaking it is, admitting she was also dazed for a long time when she first saw it. Lin Ze turns to her curiously, asking what kind of fierce beast is carved onto the stone. The giant engraving of a mythical creature glows with a majestic, mysterious aura against the rough stone wall. Shrugging her shoulders, Zhang Manmin looks up and seriously explains that according to the Federation and the Beast Taming Association, no one has ever actually laid eyes on this creature. Even so, Beastmasters still refer to it as the Void Beast. Lin Ze places a hand on his chin, quietly repeating the name Void Beast to himself. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat clears his throat to get everyone's attention, calling for order among the students. Standing before the crowd, the teacher loudly announces that the first Secret Realm trial of the semester is about to begin for the entire class. He warns those who registered to prepare themselves for the upcoming challenges, adding a massive bonus that they are free to keep and divide all collected materials among themselves without having to turn anything into the academy. The crowd of students immediately erupts into excited cheers, praising the academy for being incredibly generous. A glowing map appears as the teacher explains that the Red Soil Realm is divided into 5 rings, with the danger level scaling up dramatically the closer they get to the center. Each ring has a portal leading to the next, featuring completely different environments and wild beasts. Raising a single finger, the teacher delivers a strict warning, reminding them that they are absolutely forbidden from entering the innermost ring without special permission. As Teacher Qin lowers his hand with a smile, he notes that the trial will last for 7 days and they can withdraw at any time. The moment he declares the trial officially underway, Guo Xingyi happily grabs Quan Ning's hand and drags her off, shouting for them to get moving. The group of 5 steps onto a vast, endless desert as the system interface displays a notification confirming they have entered the 5th ring of the Red Soil Realm. Gu Lenyan waves her hand to summon her beasts, bringing up their stats on the system screen. A Lightning-type Swift Dragon at Tier 3 Stage 8 and a Frost-type Divine Dragon at Tier 3 Stage 5. Zhang Mammon smiles, confidently patting her massive beast as she explains that it will secure the surrounding area. The system identifies it as a Rock-type Dragon Lion at Tier 4 Stage 1. She then summons a highly muscular fiery entity, a Fire-type Red Giant Spirit at Tier 4 Stage 1. Her third beast materializes, holding a gleaming silver spear identified as a Light-type Silver Centaur at Tier 4 Stage 2. Lin Ze stares in absolute shock at her incredible strength, completely amazed that she actually commands 3 Tier 4 beasts. Talk about an absolute cheat code. Zhang Manmin strikes a proud pose, laughing as she brags about being ranked 2nd among all the second-year students, telling him not to worry since she will definitely protect him. Suddenly, Zhang Manmin clasps her cheeks, squealing with absolute delight upon seeing Lin Ze's summons. She gushes over how incredibly stunning his humanoid beast is, comparing her to a flawless beauty before admiring his handsome rock-type tank and calling him insanely cool. Receiving such high praise, both the Snow Girl and the Stone Demon blush in embarrassment, shyly scratching their heads. Quan Ning turns to Guo Xingyi, curiously asking if she plans on summoning her own beast anytime soon. Guo Xingyi smiles confidently, holding up an X-shaped hairpin as she boasts about having a secret magical artifact. The hairpin in her hand suddenly erupts in a brilliant pink light, completely enveloping her body. Standing nearby, Quan Ning curiously watches the pink smoke drifting from her fingers, amazed to learn that the hairpin is actually a magical artifact. Smiling warmly, she explains in detail that the hairpin functions as a spatial item, while the pink mist is actually a combat-focused magical artifact she keeps stored inside, known as the Star Mist. She spins around confidently to display its power, explaining that it clings to the user to shield them from harm while also serving as a weapon. With its help, she can unleash a level of power that easily rivals a Tier 4 beast. Quan Ning stares at the mist with sparkling eyes, highly impressed by an artifact that provides both perfect offense and defense. Standing with her hands on her hips, Zhang Manmin laughs as she points out how expensive it must be, boasting that Guo Xingyi comes from a massive, powerful clan and has plenty of incredible treasures. Guo Xingyi simply scratches her head, sheepishly downplaying the claim. Lin Ze and Quan Ning freeze in disbelief, silently screaming to themselves that they are standing right next to a literal billionaire. Lin Ze rubs his chin as he calculates his options, realizing that as his strength grows, he will spend far more time in the wild. A spatial artifact would be a lifesaver, and he makes a mental note to get one. Gu Lenjian coldly turns around and begins to lead the way, declaring that since everyone is ready, it is time to move out. The scene transitions to the mangled corpses of a pack of bandaged monsters scattered across the barren desert. The group approaches the chaotic battlefield, looking around at the fresh monster corpses littering the sand. Squatting down to inspect one of the mummies, Gu Lenjian analyzes that they are common Tier 2 beasts in the 5th ring. She notes there are 15 in total, and shockingly, every single one was taken down with a single blow. Standing back up, she looks into the distance with a serious expression, pointing out the numerous footprints left behind. It appears a highly formidable team of 5 is moving right ahead of them. Hearing this, Guo Xingyi pumps her fist in excitement, cheering that someone else did the heavy lifting for them. She eagerly urges the group to keep pushing forward. As the party moves forward, Gu Lenjin quietly stares at the backs of Lin Ze and Quan Ning, lost in thought. Zhang Manmin notices her expression and leans in to whisper, asking what's wrong and if something is bothering her. Gu Lenjin replies thoughtfully that she has never seen the beast species belonging to Lin Ze or Quan Ning before. That answer makes Zhang Manmin break into a cold sweat. She gasps, asking how someone known as the walking encyclopedia of beasts could possibly not recognize them. Looking over at the Snow Girl and Stone Demon riding on Quan Ning's giant bird, Zhang Manmin wonders aloud if this means those three beasts are incredibly rare or perhaps they have never even been recorded in history. Gu Lengyan shakes her head with a serious expression, admitting she is not entirely sure after all. Beast evolution is an ongoing field of research, and some elite families even guard their own private exclusive evolution pathways. Next, she glances at Lin Ze's back, reminding herself that raising soul beasts is always a closely guarded secret among masters. Unless you are incredibly close, you do not just pry into someone else's training. She is dying of curiosity but decides it is best to keep her mouth shut. The scene shifts to a new passage leading deeper into the fourth ring, where a heavily bandaged hand tightly grips a rusted iron chain. A giant skull monster rises with a furious roar as the system identifies it as a dark-type death mage level 3 stage 4. Gu Lengyan calmly watches the growling dark monster crackle with lightning, explaining to the team that this creature is actually the evolved form of a death mage mummy. The lightning-swift dragon immediately charges forward, unleashing a blinding bolt of electricity straight at the enemy. Taking a painful hit, the death mage staggers back, its entire body smoking heavily. Lin Ze calmly steps forward, asking his senior to let him handle it. He wants some real combat experience, since this is a perfect chance to practice his beast's skills. The dark beast collapses onto the sand, struggling desperately to stand, but it fails completely. Suddenly, the stone demon delivers a fiery explosive strike, completely finishing off the death mage. Lin Ze smiles in satisfaction at the clean kill. It is a solid win and a great way to boost his beast's growth rate. Watching from behind, Zhang Manmin crosses her arms and nods in approval, highly impressed that her junior brother has such a remarkably proactive attitude. 1 hour later, the students halt in sheer awe. Zhang Manmin marvels at the massive barrier, explaining that it dates back to the cataclysm separating the third and fourth rings. Its name is... She looks up at the towering cliff shrouded in thick fog, finally naming it the Pale Wall. She raises a finger to explain further, noting that the Pale Wall encloses everything from the third ring to the central first ring. To get inside, passing through is mandatory. As they walk along the massive base, Zhang Manmin advises them that the Pale Wall has 4 main entrances which they can easily locate by following its perimeter. Leading the way, Lin Ze suddenly calls out as he spots a large ravine cutting through the cliff face. He found it. Instantly, the red demon uses its massive strength to shove the 2 heavy stone doors wide open. Zhang Manmin smiles at this, noting how incredibly convenient it is to have a powerful soul beast by your side. In the past, her old team had to sweat and struggle endlessly just to budge this heavy, stubborn gate. Lin Ze then steps through the gateway, entering a dark, silent forest completely blanketed in thick, white mist. Gu Lengyan scans the area before turning back to issue a serious warning. The third ring holds far more dangerous creatures than the previous zones, with much higher-level beasts. On top of that, an undead threat known as the Pale Lord roams these lands. With a sharp, cold look, she emphasizes that a lone Pale Lord is not much of a threat, but its terrifying command ability is the real problem. Gu Lengyan explains that the Pale Lord has the power to summon lower-tier members of its own race. This means whenever it appears, it is always flanked by a massive, relentless army of Pale Sentinels. Cautiously stepping over the thin snow, Gu Lengjian reminds the team that their ultimate goal is the second ring. It is best not to waste energy here, so they should avoid fights if possible and keep moving forward quickly. Zhang Manmin waves her hand with a casual laugh, assuring everyone that the Pale Lord spends most of its time sleeping deep underground and rarely wanders up to the surface. She smugly adds that they would have to be phenomenally unlucky to ever run into one. Her casual comment instantly makes the other 3 break into a cold sweat, sighing that she basically just raised a massive death flag. Realizing her slip of tongue, Zhang Manmin turns away with her hands on her hips, laughing awkwardly. She tells them to just pretend she said nothing, as there is no way they are that unlucky. Before she can even finish, a flock of birds suddenly panics and scatters from the trees, making everyone freeze. Zhang Manmin stares ahead in absolute disbelief. Talk about terrible luck. Right at that moment, a dense wave of fog rolls in, carrying a bone-chilling killing intent. A horde of white-cloaked skeleton monsters rushes out. The system panel instantly identifies them as level 3 stage 7 Pale Sentinels of the dark-type undead. Terrified, Quan Ning grabs her senior's hand and cries out that her prediction came true instantly. Zhang Manmin steps back, stammering that she really did not mean to jinx them. Standing close by, Guo Xingyi panic asks what they should do and if they can just run for it. But Gu Lengjian remains perfectly calm, immediately ordering the Ice Abyss Divine Dragon and Lightning Swift Dragon to step forward. She knows these undead beasts are incredibly fast and never tire, making running through the open wild a terrible idea. Facing them head-on is the only option. Brandishing their weapons, the Pale Sentinels charge with bloodthirsty rage as Gu Lenjian shouts for everyone to prepare for battle. The lightning-swift dragon immediately slashes its claws, bringing down a blinding bolt of electricity onto the advancing enemy horde. Smiling confidently, Zhang Manmin summons her own powerful beast, the Scarlet Giant Spirit. Heeding its master's call, the fiery giant raises two fingers, charging up a devastating explosive fireball. The massive fireball strikes, triggering a shaking explosion that instantly burns the skeletons to ashes. Guo Xingyu rushes forward with her hands glowing a bright pink, eagerly shouting that she is joining the fight. Deadly blades of pink mist fly through the air, easily slicing the oncoming monsters into tiny pieces. High above, the Snow Girl floats with outstretched arms, unleashing her frost field skill to instantly freeze the entire area solid. The Red Demon immediately charges in, shattering the frozen, helpless Pale Sentinels into countless shards of ice. Zhang Manmin turns to Lin Ze with absolute shock written all over her face, completely unable to believe his beasts have already mastered such a powerful area of effect skill. Standing calmly in the back, Lin Ze silently analyzes the situation. As his senior warned, the Pale Lord possesses incredible leadership, meaning a massive assault like this must be orchestrated by the boss itself from behind the scenes. Yet it is highly unusual that he cannot spot the creature anywhere on the field. In another corner, Quan Ning quickly signals her own beast, ordering it to head out and search for where the hidden Pale Lord is hiding. A fiery bird flaps its wings, soaring high into the thick fog on a scouting mission. The system flashes stats for a Tier 3 Stage 7 Pale Sentry Undead, just as Quan Ning calls out that it is less than 100 meters to their southeast. Emerging from the thick fog, the Pale Lord slowly reveals itself, its eyes burning with a cold, deep blue fire. The monster unsheathes its massive sword and roars, radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust as it prepares for battle. Panicking, Quan Ning points straight ahead and screams that it is charging right at them. Calm and collected, Lin Ze quickly waves his hand, commanding his golem to block the beast with earth spikes. Sharp stone spikes erupt from the ground, successfully stopping the skeletal steed right in its tracks. Suddenly, Lin Ze freezes as his eyes widen in realization. Wait a minute. The Pale Lord on horseback is covered in cracks and battle scars, while the system screen notifies him of a 1200 achievement point deduction. His Spirit Arrow skill has officially upgraded to level 6. This new feature allows him to stack extra spiritual energy on top of the base 60 points to heavily boost his spell power up to a maximum of 400 extra points. Lin Ze realizes this is the perfect setup. This Pale Lord is already heavily wounded, and it is currently struggling just to survive the relentless onslaught of his summoned beasts. A smug grin plays on his lips as he calculates his next move. With Snow Girl and Golem pinning the monster down, he can easily seize this perfect opening to unleash a massive surprise attack and maybe even finish this beast off in one shot. Standing nearby, Gu Lenjian shivers as she senses the massive spike in energy, gasping at the sheer intensity of the spiritual fluctuations. Watching Lin Ze condense a glowing blue energy arrow, Gu Lenjian quickly calls out to stop him. A Spirit Arrow, junior brother, a basic shot like that will never kill this monster. We can easily wear it down over time. Ignoring her, warning, Lin Ze continues to channel energy into his hand while thinking ahead. They will have to push deeper into the second ring soon, and a drawn-out battle will only drain his soul beasts. Besides, this boss was already injured, which means other competitive teams must be lurking nearby. They absolutely have to finish this fight as quickly and cleanly as possible. As power continues to surge, he stares ahead, evaluating the spell. For a normal cultivator, a basic Spirit Arrow only uses a few dozen points and is quite weak. Using it in a high-level fight like this would normally be a huge waste of precious energy. A brilliant green light erupts as the system screen displays super compressed Spirit Arrow. Lin Ze smiles with absolute confidence. He has a massive pool of 1,500 spiritual points. Packing 400 points into a single level 6 arrow is more than enough to put this already wounded Pale Lord straight into the grave. With cold, sharp eyes, Lin Ze fires the arrow, shouting for it to go. Slicing through the air, his Spirit Arrow pierces the Pale Lord's chest, completely shattering its glowing blue energy core. The massive armored rider slips from its horse, crashing heavily onto the ground. It leaves behind a giant floating question mark of pure confusion. Everyone gasps in absolute shock, unable to believe their eyes. A single Spirit Arrow actually took down a boss-level Pale Lord in the blink of an eye. Gu Lenjian breaks into a cold sweat as her mind races wildly. Back when they fought the Tier 3 Death Mage, he never showed this kind of terrifying power. To manually inject energy to boost damage, you have to train Spirit Arrow to at least level 6. Lin Ze is just a first-year college student. How is any of this even possible? Nearby, the remaining Pale Sentries stand completely frozen like stone statues, with massive question marks and exclamation points practically floating over their heads. Lin Ze stares coldly at the remaining skeletons, warning them not to even think about escaping. Snow Girl and his golem unleash a brutal barrage, raining down freezing ice and heavy stones that send the monsters into a screaming panic. Explosions burst across the field, throwing up thick clouds of dust and completely sweeping away what was left of the skeletal army. Zhang Mammon lets out a relieved smile, asking if everything is finally over. Gu Lengjian nods, calling him incredibly reliable, while Quan Ning squeals with shining eyes, shouting that his senior brother is absolutely amazing. Lin Ze quickly turns and urges the group to gather the loot quickly, warning that they need to leave the area immediately. Suddenly, a group of male students appears out of nowhere, pointing at him and yelling out why it had to be him. Dumbfounded, the team turns around to face the newcomers with absolute confusion written all over their faces. A guy wearing a headband points an angry finger, yelling about whether their trash Team 5 has any shame at all stealing prey right from the prestigious Gaussian Association. Zhang Mammon stares right back at him with a knowing smile, pointing out that he is Luo Hen, an executive from the Gaussian Association. She remarks on what a strange coincidence it is to meet them here. Unbothered, Luo Hen grinds his teeth and warns them not to act friendly, demanding they hand over the loot immediately. His lackey, chiming in behind him, yells to give up all the rare materials dropped by the Pale Lord right now. Releasing a menacing pink aura, Zhang Mammon coldly questions if they honestly believe the Pale Lord was supposed to belong to them. The black-haired leader of the Gaussian Association steps forward, brushing back his hair as he addresses President Zhang. He asks if she has forgotten the golden rule of the secret realm which forbids stealing another team's prey. Closing her eyes, Zhang Mammon calmly shoots back that it is merely an unwritten rule and points out that they seem to have forgotten the second half of it. She points out that if a beast escapes, the hunt is immediately considered a total failure. From the exact moment they let the Pale Lord slip away, stopped being their prey and became free game for anyone else. Standing beside her, Guo Xinyi sticks out her tongue, mocking them for having no skill to keep their prey, only to come back begging for it now, like shameless cowards. Feeling deeply humiliated, Luo Hen loses his temper and screams that he will tear her limb from limb. Their leader quickly holds him back, telling him not to act rashly. Luo Hen steps back with a heavy scowl, angrily demanding to know why they are backing down. Luo Hen continues to argue, asking if they are really just going to let them walk away when the boss was clearly theirs. The leader frowns, asking him what he proposes doing instead, and if he plans on taking it back by force. He narrows his eyes, scheming. A direct fight will not benefit them at all. This is a secret realm, and there are far better ways to make them suffer. Besides, that brat, Lin Ze, has repeatedly shown them disrespect. Since they can never be allies, there is only one option left. Hearing this, Luo Hen grins wickedly and asks what he has in mind. His face twists into a malicious, crazed grin as he suggests trailing them first. Once they find the right moment, they will deliver a very special surprise. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Lin Ze and his teammates as they gather the valuable materials from the fallen skeleton. Zhang Mammon excitedly holds up a glowing skull gem, cheering that this pale bone gem can easily sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars, making them absolutely rich. Driven by curiosity, Lin Ze turns to his senior and asks if there is some kind of bad blood between the Dragon Heart Guild and the Cao Shan Guild. Zhang Mammon smiles and looks down to explain. Their two guilds have always been bitter rivals, clashing countless times before. In fact, incidents like today have happened quite often in the past. Lin Ze scratches his head with a smile and turns to Gu Lengyan, asking if her cold reaction earlier means she also holds a grudge against the Cao Shan Guild. She looks away to avoid his gaze, murmuring that they should just forget it and keep moving forward. She then picks up her pink notebook to check the info. Once they pass through the gloomy wall of the second stage, they will be able to enter the inner zone of round 2. Gu Lengyan then seriously announces their next target is the Grey Blood Valley. It is a place that produces a rare material called Grey Blood Stone, which is valued at up to 5,000 credits per kilogram. 3 hours later at the Grey Blood Valley, Gu Lengyan leads the way and advises them that thanks to Guo Xinyi's spatial storage item, they can bring back plenty of resources, but they must keep their guard up. She continues to issue warnings as bizarre shadows loom within the thick mist, reminding them that level 5 beasts will start appearing from this point onward. Standing behind his stone fiend, Lin Ze quietly observes and realizes that the level and density of monsters in this secret realm are far higher than in the wild. In less than half a day, his monster's growth progress has already shot up by 12%. He continues to analyze his options. School's secret realms require a set number of participants, but the Beastmasters Association's dungeons do not. Although entering costs a pretty penny, it is honestly worth every single cent. As they venture deeper, Zhang Mammon stands excitedly before a glowing red stone pillar and cheers that she has finally found the Grey Blood Stone. Instantly, the stone fiend swings its massive fist and smashes the pillar into 100 tiny pieces. Seeing this, Zhang Mammon beams with a bright smile, praising Lin Ze and noting that his beast is incredibly powerful. Zhang Mammon struggles to carry a pile of the glowing red stones and suggests they gather them all first. Guo Xinyi happily chimes in saying her spatial storage still has plenty of room, so they should collect even more. From a distance hidden behind massive boulders, 3 members of the Kaoshan Guild are still secretly tracking the group's every move. Huddled in a dark corner, the 3 Kaoshan members scheme. A lackey asks what they should do next since the target group does not seem to be going any deeper. The leader narrows his eyes, saying that entering the second stage is enough and they should stick to the plan of leading that massive trouble right to them. They all wear sinister smirks as the leader proudly declares that they will have a front-row seat to a magnificent show. The scene shifts to the crimson sky of the valley as a few birds fly past in a rush. Suddenly, the lightning-speed dragon breaks out in a cold sweat, its entire body trembling in pure terror. Gu Lenjin quickly calms down her panicked glacial divine dragon and dragon lion. Frowning, she notes that something is wrong because their beasts are acting incredibly strange. Hearing this, Guo Xingyi jumps in fright. Wide-eyed and panicking, she yells that it cannot be happening again, swearing she did not say a single word this time. Lin Ze looks back at the Suen Nu and his stone fiend, calmly noting that his beasts still seem perfectly fine. The crimson flame owl hurriedly flies back with a giant invisible question mark hovering right over its head. Suddenly, Quan Ning's eyes go wide, her pupils shrinking in absolute horror. Lin Ze gently places a hand on her shoulder and asks what is wrong, but Quan Ning just stays silent. Cold sweat drenches her forehead. Shaking uncontrollably, she stammers out a single word: dragon. A giant purple dragon roars as it rips through the clouds. Quan Ning panics, reporting that the crimson flame owl just spotted a dragon heading straight for them, making everyone scream in shock. The massive dragon opens its maw wide, revealing sharp fangs as it charges a glowing purple energy sphere. The group quickly retreats in a panic, screaming out that the beast is about to attack them. Packed with destructive lightning, the dark purple energy sphere shoots straight down toward the ground. Lin Ze grits his teeth and glares at the sky, shouting a command that they are the targets and everyone needs to get close to him immediately. The violet light violently erupts, crashing down on the students' position in an attempt to obliterate them completely. A massive ocean blue shield called Soul Guardian rises to envelop the entire group. Instantly, the system screen flashes to show that 1,800 achievement points have been spent to upgrade Soul Guardian to level 8. Its new trait allows continuous spiritual energy input with a base cost of 80 points to boost defenses, though the transfer limit at this stage is capped at 600 points. The 3 girls stare at the sturdy barrier in absolute shock, left utterly speechless by the sight. Up front, Lin Ze grits his teeth and breaks a sweat under the intense pressure, wondering how a level 8 Soul Guardian is barely holding off this blast. The massive purple dragon hovers in the air, its blood-red eyes locked onto its prey below. It suddenly dives from the heavens, charging straight toward its targets with terrifying speed. The glowing blue stone armor takes a devastating blow as the dragon unleashes a powerful blast of purple energy. Instantly, Lin Ze's beast releases a pitch-black shadow that shoots up into the sky, with the system screen displaying the skill Fiend Phantom. Using the explosive momentum, the shadow rockets into the sky, aiming directly at the purple dragon's energy stream. The impact triggers a massive mid-air explosion, releasing a blinding flash of light that eclipses the entire sky. The stone fiend then transforms into a flaming ball of lightning, charging forward to execute a powerful attack called Lightning Charge. The stone fiend quickly ascends, standing tall right in front of the roaring, menacing dragon. Immediately after, the beast leaps high, facing the monster, as its body radiates a bright purple-pink glow, unleashing the skill Majestic Earth. The purple dragon is instantly overwhelmed by the immense pressure. The system panel displays the skill details of Majestic Earth, explaining that enemies within range will suffer divine pressure originating from the planet's core. All Earth attribute enemy units inside the field will be suppressed based on their tier, with a suppression effect decided by the tier difference. The purple dragon roars in pure rage, unleashing its massive body and overwhelming power. The stone demon unleashes its dark power, and the system panel displays its combat status Ghost Spirit form. Gu Lenjin adjusts her glasses in shock, identifying it as an adult stone demon dragon. Lin Ze turns with a serious look, estimating its dark and earth attributes to be at least level 8. Lin Ze breaks into a cold sweat, completely startled. A level 8 beast is a whole tier higher. No wonder his Majestic Earth skill had absolutely no effect. Gu Lenjin rubs her chin and analyzes the situation. The stone demon dragon is the overlord of the first ring, meaning it never leaves its nest without a reason. It was definitely lured here, and those flying beasts earlier probably belonged to other teams. Quan Ning grits her teeth in pure anger. Only students from our academy can enter this secret realm, which means the mastermind behind this plot must be one of their own. The seniors clench their fists. Absolute fury. It is the Gaoshan Association. Guo Xingyi curses them furiously. It has to be them. They are incredibly insidious, clearly trying to drive everyone here straight to their deaths. Suddenly, a miserable scream echoes from afar as a crawling Gaoshan Association lackey begs for someone to save him. The lackey is completely paralyzed with fear, his face turning pale as he stares in utter horror. A fiery red dragon suddenly crashes down, sending the man flying as he lets out one final desperate scream. Watching from a distance, Guo Xingyi gasps in horror as she reports another stone demon dragon is actively chasing the Gaoshan Association, and it is heading straight toward their position. Zhang Manman frowns in anger, snapping that the Gaoshan group must have lured this beast here on purpose. Standing behind her, Gu Lengyan rubs her chin and calmly agrees. Staring at the aggressive purple beast, Zhang Manman grits her teeth and realizes they are facing a male dragon. Looking over at the red dragon, chasing down the Gaoshan member, she adds that the other one must be the female dragon. Gu Lengyan calmly raises her finger to add some crucial beast knowledge. Dragons are typically solitary creatures, but they make a massive exception during their breeding season. The resident encyclopedia calmly explains that during this crucial period, the male and female will live together as a pair until their dragon egg successfully hatches. The only reason they appeared in the second ring is because they chose this area to nest and hatch their egg. Watching the lackey run for his life, Gu Lengyan concludes that the Gaoshan Association must have stolen or harmed their egg. There is a deep soul connection between the parents and their egg, which explains why they are pursuing him so relentlessly. Meanwhile, the fleeing lackey curses in absolute terror, wondering how everything went so horribly wrong. Suddenly, the man stops dead in his tracks as the purple dragon rushes over to deliver a brutal, fatal blow to his companion. Guo Xingyi and Lin Ze turn around in absolute shock. Wait, the Longshan Association group is actually still alive. In the distance, the Gaoshan lackey gnashes his teeth, his entire face twisting in pure venomous resentment. Desperate and furious, he sprints away, harboring a dark thought that if he is going to die, he will drag everyone else down with him. Sensing his malicious intent, Guo Xingyi quickly points and yells that the man is trying to lure the dragon straight toward them. Lin Ze coldly unleashes a brilliant beam of golden light directly at the fleeing lackey, causing the man to scream in sudden panic. By now, the massive red dragon is right on his heels, leaving the desperate lackey staring back in absolute disbelief at its terrifying speed. The enraged red dragon swings its massive claws, sending the screaming lackey flying and spinning violently through the air. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Ze clicks his tongue with a grim expression. Too late. It is already too late. As the bloody beaten lackey crashes heavily onto the dirt, Lin Ze coldly notes that since the dragon egg was stolen, these beasts will never spare a single human here. The two furious dragons let out earth-shaking roars, completely cornering Lin Ze and the three girls inside a deadly circle. Gu Lengyan waves her hand to command her glacial divine dragon to strike the purple beast with a deadly barrage of ice spikes. Her lightning speed dragon coordinates perfectly, releasing brilliant bolts of electricity that crash straight down on their massive opponent. Gu Lengyan yells out fiercely to maximize their damage, ordering the lightning speed dragon to unleash a devastating thunderstorm. This powerful combination creates a massive explosion, completely engulfing the giant monster in blinding light. The lightning speed dragon hovers in mid-air, panting heavily as its energy reserves run dangerously low. Through the thick smoke, the giant purple dragon slowly opens its eyes. Blood red, filled with pure malice. The beast opens its massive jaws, releasing a devastating torrent of flame that threatens to incinerate everything in sight. Unable to dodge the incoming blast, the glacial divine dragon's entire body instantly crystallizes into a solid stone statue. The purple dragon ruthlessly swings its massive tail, shattering the frozen stone statue into a million tiny fragments. Suffering severe backlash from her beast's death, Gu Lengyan spits out blood, causing the group to cry out in sheer panic. Quan Ning rushes over to support her, deeply worried, noting that this is the painful backlash of a beast being slain. Gu Lengyan wipes the blood from her lip, her expression growing dark as she recognizes the stone demon dragon's ultimate skill, lava blood mist. To make matters worse, she quickly warns that unless someone possesses an incredibly high-level status-resistance skill, any creature with a lower level than this beast will immediately petrify into solid stone the moment they make contact with that deadly lava mist. Both the silver centaur and the majestic dragon lion are now helpless as thick gray stone slowly consumes their bodies. Within moments, the two once proud beasts are completely petrified, reduced to nothing but cold, lifeless stone statues. Zhang Manman bites her lip to fight through the pain, her eyes flashing with pure determination. If this keeps up, they will all be wiped out. It is only a matter of time. The nine-flame scarlet fiend flaps its blazing wings, diving straight down from the pink sky to block the advancing enemy. The brave firebird pours every ounce of its strength into crashing straight into the giant purple dragon to buy time. Quan Ning anxiously urges them on while supporting his senior, warning that the nine-flame scarlet fiend cannot hold on much longer and they must leave. Gu Lengyan shakes her head in despair, replying that they cannot escape because there is absolutely no running away from these two giant dragons. Zhang Manman suddenly steps forward, her voice firm and decisive as she tells them there is another way. She raises her hand high, summoning a sparkling golden bell that radiates a brilliant light, illuminating the entire cavern. Zhang Manmin grips the powerful treasure tightly, shouting to the others that she will hold back these two dragons while they must seize the chance and run for the exit immediately. Standing nearby, Guo Xingyi widens her eyes in shock as she recognizes the familiar item and gasps that it is the thousand-layer bell. The golden bell gleams majestically as the system explains its power, revealing that using the thousand-layer bell allows one to bypass rank limits and forcibly bind any target. Guo Xingyi looks at her senior with deep sorrow, adding that the user will also be completely immobilized and unable to move. In contrast, Zhang Manmin frowns with pride, showing absolutely no fear of death as she declares that her sacrifice is better than everyone dying together. Hearing this, Gu Lengyan bites her lip with tears welling up, hesitating because she cannot bear to leave her behind. Zhang Manmin snaps, urging them not to waste any more time before turning to Lin Ze and pleading with him to get everyone out of there. Zhang Manmin screams for him to hurry, promising that Lin Jian will give him the ice blue tier as agreed once they are safe. However, Lin Ze just stands there calmly, replying that he cannot abandon his comrades under any circumstances. Lin Ze pulls a glowing card from his pocket, flashing a highly confident smile as he tells them things are not that bad yet. Right then, his system screen displays the item details for the Burst Seed card, which temporarily unleashes a spirit beast's raw potential, pushing it far beyond its natural limits. The young man raises the card high, calling out the names of his two main spirit beasts, Snow Girl and Stone Fiend. A massive surge of energy erupts and envelops both of his beasts as Lin Ze commands them to perform their fusion art. The resulting blast of power unleashes a violent gale, forcing the three girls to shield themselves as they ask what on earth is happening. Out of the blinding light, a majestic giant ice warrior emerges as the system announces the successful fusion of Snow Girl and Stone Fiend into the abyssal frost titan. The giant warrior lands heavily, shaking the entire cavern as the system screen continues to update the fusion parameters for the abyssal frost titan, showing it is currently at level 6 stage 2 with a duration of 60 seconds. Zhang Manmin's eyes widen in shock at the sight, while Guo Xingyi clenches her fists in pure excitement, shouting that she felt this incredible presence once before, and that this is Lin Ze's exclusive fusion art. Gu Lengyan breaks into a sweat as she analyzes the situation, noting that while the aura is incredibly strong and at least level 6, they are still no match for two level 8 stone demon dragons. Lin Ze remains completely calm, pulling out yet another card and quietly murmuring that things are far from over. The card instantly shatters into a blinding beam of light as the system confirms he has successfully used one Burst Seed card. The Abyssal Frost Titan absorbs the surging power, its aura skyrocketing as Lin Ze points his finger straight ahead and commands it to attack. Under this sudden surge of power, the system announces the Titan's level has spiked to level 8 stage 4 for 60 seconds, pushing the tension in the room to an absolute peak. Standing right there, Guo Xingyi breaks into a cold sweat of sheer disbelief, completely unable to hold back a startled gasp. Meanwhile, Zhang Manmin and Gu Lengyan are just as bewildered, whispering to themselves about how the beast jumped from level 4 to 6 and now straight to 8. They wonder if that card is some legendary artifact capable of doubling a beast's rank. Paying absolutely no attention to his senior's utter amazement, Lin Ze maintains his cool composure as he calls out to his massive trump card, the Abyssal Frost Titan. The young man immediately points straight ahead, decisively commanding his giant titan to tear those two dragons apart. Answering his call, the massive ice warrior leaps high into the air and unleashes a devastating strike aimed straight at the two giant monsters. Immediately after, the system screen flashes with bright light to announce the Abyssal Frost Titan's ultimate skill, Absolute Zero. The purple dragon's eyes widen in sheer panic as the system panel confirms the skill's terrifying effect, which inflicts massive frost damage and applies deep freeze to all targets. Caught completely off guard by the strike, both massive beasts crash heavily into the dirt in a miserable heap. Writhing in agonizing pain, the purple dragon opens its massive jaws and unleashes a furious roar that shakes the entire cavern. Suddenly, the beast rolls back its blood-red eyes in sheer panic, finally realizing the lethal threat bearing down on it. Giving the enemy absolutely no room to recover, the system quickly displays the Titan's next major skill, the Frost Earth Binding Domain, which continuously slows down and weakens any foe caught in its massive area of effect. Weighed down by the oppressive domain, the giant dragon can barely crawl as the ruthless frost slowly freezes its entire body solid. Seizing the momentum, the massive ice warrior delivers a powerful slash that rips right through the beast's thick scales. Next, the Abyssal Frost Titan ruthlessly pulls back his fist, channeling his massive energy to prepare for a heavy beating. A barrage of lightning-fast punches rains down relentlessly, pummeling the beast and leaving it absolutely no room to breathe. Watching the brutal beatdown from afar, the seniors break into a sweat and step back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. As for Guo Xingyi, she simply gulps, her wide eyes practically shining with absolute adoration for her junior's unbelievable power. As the massive explosion marks the end of the battle, the system screen displays the final notification that the Burst Seed card has reached 0 seconds. At the exact same time, the system officially announces the Abyssal Frost Titan's fusion has ended, signaling that the show is over. The giant warrior splits apart within a flash of bright light, returning both of his main spirit beasts to their original forms. Supported by allies, the exhausted stone demon staggers with limp arms. It quickly shifts back into its familiar fiery form to keep itself alive. Nearby, Lin Ze rushes over to steady the trembling snow girl. He smiles warmly and praises them all, saying they did an absolutely amazing job. Raising his hand, the young man unleashes a glowing light to recall his beasts, gently telling them to rest since that fusion skill drained too much energy. Seeing things settle, a shocked Zhang Maman gasps at how easily the stone demon dragon fell. She asks junior brother Lin Ze about that card, but her friend next to her just shakes her head. The senior girls stare closely at the mysterious card in his hand and quietly analyze its unbelievable power. Normally, common combat artifacts only boost a soul beast by 3 or 4 minor tiers at best. Yet the special relic Lin Ze just activated allowed his beast to completely break through and shatter major rank limits. Gu Lengyan frowns with extreme seriousness, realizing that this massive amplification effect is simply terrifying. Even the oldest and most powerful beast-rearing clans in the world might not possess such an incredibly formidable relic. Guo Xingyi nods in agreement, clenching her fists in pure admiration. She admits she has never seen such an extraordinary and powerful artifact in her entire life. Gu Lengyan looks around with a dead serious expression, strictly warning everyone to keep this a total secret. The 3 girls immediately nod their heads in rapid agreement, promising to stay completely quiet about it. While the gorgeous seniors are busy worrying about hiding their secret trump cards, Lin Ze turns around with a bright, practical smile. He casually asks if they can take all of these drop materials with them. The system screen pops up, listing a bunch of valuable loot waiting to be gathered. It includes 10 dragon teeth along with rare dragon blood horns, scales, hide, and meat. The moment they see the mountain of rare loot, Guo Xingyi and her friend's eyes light up like stars. They both squeal with pure, unbridled excitement. While the girls eagerly gather all the loot, Lin Ze scratches his head and wanders off. He mutters to himself that something still feels a bit off, like they missed something. Remembering the main goal of those thugs from earlier, he smacks his forehead with a realization. That is right, the dragon egg. Trusting his gut, he quickly runs over to the corpse of the dead thief to search for any clues. Watching her junior casually search the dead body, Quan Ning looks on with curiosity, asking her leader what he is looking for. But a second later, her jaw completely drops when she sees what Lin Ze pulls out, leaving her totally speechless. Resting right in his palm is an exquisitely carved silver ring. She gasps out that it is a rare spatial artifact. The excited girl eagerly urges him to channel his energy inside right away and check for any good loot. Lin Ze just smiles and nods, agreeing to give it a shot. Lin Ze studies the silver ring, recalling his basic knowledge. These kinds of artifacts do not require any blood-binding rituals, meaning anyone who holds them can freely use them. With that, he slowly closes his eyes, stabilizes his breathing, and tells himself to focus his mind and expand his senses. Instantly, his consciousness is drawn inside a massive storage space packed with floating supply chests and various rare items. Looking around, he estimates it is about 12 square meters, similar to a master bedroom. It is way bigger than expected, making for a nice surprise. While scanning the room, his gaze lands on a brilliant purple stone hidden away behind a pile of random crates. Lin Ze snaps his consciousness back to reality and pulls the stone out. Cradling it in his hands, he grins, having finally found the stone demon dragon egg. The system immediately scans the item and displays the full details. This is a dark attribute stone demon dragon egg. Its unique bloodline evolution path focuses on unlocking raw primordial power, steadily boosting both physical strength and defense while enhancing control over dark elemental energy. Its current developmental phase is ready for hatching. To help him understand better, the system displays a detailed note. Unlike ordinary soul beasts, the growth of purebred dragons is divided into unique stages. These phases are hatching, hatchling, juvenile, adult, mature, ancient, primeval, and primordial. The system clarifies that these titles only describe different developmental cycles and do not reflect the creature's actual age. Cradling the precious egg, Lin Ze smiles with absolute satisfaction. He now has his 3rd core beast. Once they exit this secret zone, his next stop is the official Beast Tamer rank assessment. Back outside, he explains the situation to the girls. The thieves hid the egg in a spatial artifact to mask its aura, which explains why the furious mother dragon chased them so relentlessly. Gu Lengjin steps forward and sincerely tells Lin Ze that everything is thanks to him. The group agreed that all the loot from this run, including the dragon egg, belongs to him. She promises to deliver his other rewards soon too. Lin Ze hurriedly waves his hands to reject their generosity, saying the egg and the ice blue tears are already more than enough. He insists the seniors split the remaining materials among themselves. Suddenly, Zhang Maman steps forward and grabs his hand. Her intense, fiery gaze makes it clear that refusal is not an option, leaving the young man completely bewildered. She fiercely argues that while they can always find another dungeon, they only have one life. Without him, they would all be dead. These materials are valuable, but they are nothing compared to him saving their lives. Behind her, the other girls nod in enthusiastic agreement, murmuring their support. Cornered by their overwhelming enthusiasm, Lin Ze breaks into a nervous sweat, completely at a loss for words. He chuckles nervously and tries to pry his hand away repeatedly, insisting he cannot possibly accept any of it. But Jiang Manman remains stubborn, locking eyes and demanding that he take every single piece of loot right now. After a hilarious tug of war, the system pops up with a notification to settle the dispute. The final result shows he got 80% of the loot, leaving him sitting blankly on a massive pile of treasure. Suddenly, Quan Ning raises her hand to suggest a pretty brilliant idea. She points out that dragons are famous for hoarding treasure, so they should definitely go inspect their nest and see what is hidden inside. Gu Lenjian nods, mentioning her 9-flame scarlet dragon already found the nest and she wants to check it out too. Lin Ze happily jumps on board, calling it a fantastic plan. Wasting no time, the group eagerly heads deep inside a frozen cave glowing with a faint blue light, ready to pull off a little heist. But standing inside a completely empty cave filled only with boulders, Guo Xingyi crosses her arms and pouts. She complains that it is nothing like the stories, as these dragons hoarded absolutely zero treasure. Gu Lengjin explains that since these are breeding nests, dragons typically store energy crystals here. Hearing this, Lin Ze's brain immediately starts working. If there are energy crystals for dragons around, he absolutely has to grab some before they leave. Suddenly, Quan Ning senses something is off and mentions she keeps feeling a strange familiar aura nearby. Guo Xingyi just looks at her blankly, claiming she does not feel a single thing. Placing her hand against the solid stone wall, Quan Ning insists she is not joking. She claims the strange energy is coming from right behind this wall. She cautiously edges along the frozen wall, stepping forward with a mix of intense curiosity and suspicion. The moment her hand makes contact, the wall vibrates violently before slowly sliding open to reveal a hidden passage. The entire group is absolutely stunned by the sight. Guo Xingyi wonders aloud if dragons actually know how to build secret doors. Lin Ze leans against the frame to get a closer look, guessing that this seems man-made. He wonders if someone actually lives here, even though this realm is supposed to be restricted to their school. But the moment the words leave his mouth, his eyes widen in terror as he realizes something absolutely horrifying. They step into a dark room filled with heavy iron chains and plastered with ancient talismans. Right in the center, a magic circle glows with a dark, ominous purple energy. Right above a stone altar in the middle of the circle, a massive dark purple beast egg floats in the air, surrounded by swirling currents of pure evil energy. Lin Ze immediately turns to his adoptive sister with deep concern in his eyes, softly calling out her name, Quan Ning. Quan Ning looks completely entranced, her lifeless eyes staring blankly ahead as she whispers to her brother that she can feel the egg calling out to her. The group carefully steps inside and Gu Lenjian warns them that this looks like a dangerous demon-type beast egg. Sensing the danger, Lin Ze quickly urges everyone to take the egg and get out of there immediately. Just as they step out of the realm portal, they spot a familiar face waiting for them right outside, and trust me, he does not look pleased. Teacher Qin stands with his arms crossed casually, noting that they are back early when he expected them to stay the full 7 days. Gu Lengyan bows, politely speaking for the group and explaining that they wanted to head back early to rest up. Teacher Qin silently watches them walk away, wondering to himself what could possibly have them in such a rush. Before long, the group heads back to their dormitory, which looks more like a grand, luxurious castle than school housing. Gathering in the common room, Gu Lengyan starts dividing up their loot, telling Lin Ze that they will sell off the extra materials and transfer his and Quan Ning's shares directly to him later on. She pulls out a silk pouch and a glowing gem, delivering the promised blue ice tears and 10 ice element essences, which Lin Ze happily accepts while expressing his gratitude to her. Suddenly, Gu Lengyan grows serious, warning him to be extremely careful with the egg they found back in that dragon's nest. Adjusting her glasses, she warns that because it is a demon-type beast egg, he absolutely should not hatch it. She suspects that Dark Room might be linked to the Red Moon sect, leaving Lin Ze utterly stunned. Gu Lenjian explains to her younger classmate, assuming he has already heard about the dangerous Fallen Ones and the notorious Red Moon sect. It is a dark, dangerous cult where all the top-ranking members are corrupt, Fallen Ones. While the Symbiotic Society is just a nuisance, the Red Moon sect is a true plague, aiming to plunge the entire world into darkness. They have orchestrated massive terror attacks that rock the Union, costing the lives of countless innocent civilians and talented beastmasters alike in their wake. Connecting the dots, she notes that demon-type eggs only appear through dark summoning rituals. When she mentions its sudden appearance inside their school's secret realm, Lin Ze cuts in, asking if she truly believes a member of the Red Moon sect has infiltrated their academy. Gu Lengyan pushes her glasses up to calm them down, explaining that this is just the worst-case scenario. There is always a chance that ancient ritual remnants simply drifted into the secret realm by accident. She concludes by strongly advising them to hand over the demon egg to be destroyed. Seeing her serious face, Lin Ze and Quan Ning instantly shrink into obedient chibi versions of themselves, nodding along in agreement. Sensing the heavy mood, Zhang Manman waves her hands with a laugh, steering the conversation away from such serious topics. She tells Lin Ze to keep in touch and invites him to drop by the Dragon Heart Club anytime, while her classmate winks playfully, telling him to call whenever he needs anything. With that, Lin Ze and Quan Ning wave goodbye to their senior classmates and head off. On the way back, Quan Ning curiously asks about his next move. Walking beside her, Lin Ze calculates that since Snow Girl is finally ready to evolve, his immediate plan is to buy the rest of her upgrade materials. The scene quickly shifts to a sprawling, brightly lit city bustling under the night sky. Back in his room, Lin Ze pulls out a massive crystal block and places it onto his bed, a high-grade ice element essence. Holding a small shard of the crystal in his hand, the young man gently calls out to Snow Girl. Snow Girl happily appears, snatching the glowing fragment and nibbling on it like a child who just got some candy. She giggles with delight, striking a playful pose to tease her master. Lin Ze can only shake his head and laugh helplessly at his mischievous beast, turning to the stone demon to whisper that she is acting up again. As Snow Girl absorbs the energy, Lin Ze sits nearby with a nagging feeling in his chest, muttering that something still feels missing. Suddenly, his fist clenches as it hits him. He still has not claimed his latest achievement rewards. Recalling the fierce battle from earlier, he remembers that defeating those two Abyssal Frost demonic dragons unlocked a brand new achievement he was too rushed to check before. The system panel suddenly flashes to life, displaying his newly unlocked Dragon Slayer achievement for defeating a dragon hybrid beast. The rewards are generous: 500 achievement points, 10 low-grade dark element essences, a dragon tooth, dragon blood, and a dragon heart. Another notification pops up right after the David and Goliath achievement for taking down an opponent twice his beast's level. This one grants 1500 achievement points, a burst seed card, a resurrection potion, an evolution stone, and a growth crystal. Lin Ze is absolutely stunned, jumping up to celebrate in pure excitement at how insanely rich these rewards are. Back in his room, he paces around to plan his next moves. The dragon-slaying loot consists of perfect materials for raising dragons, which will be incredibly useful for hatching his new demonic egg. Plus, even though he had used up his valuable burst seed card earlier, this new achievement has conveniently replaced it. The system panel continues to roll out descriptions for each of his newly acquired treasures. First is the Resurrection Potion, which is a highly miraculous liquid packed with intense life force that can instantly heal any wound for both a Beastmaster and their companion. Next up is the Growth Crystal, a unique item that stimulates a beast's hidden potential to accelerate its development speed by 10%, though this only works on beasts below level 7. Finally, he looks at the Evolution Stone, an extraordinary crystal containing pure evolutionary energy that can push a beast directly to its maximum maturity for instant evolution, provided its post-evolution rank does not exceed level 5. Lin Ze points at the screen with a clever smile, thinking that since he is about to form a contract with his third beast, this evolution stone has arrived at the perfect time. But as he speaks, his gaze drifts toward two strange crystals floating in the air, leaving him muttering in confusion. Suddenly, the crystal explodes violently, releasing a freezing wave of cold smoke. Lin Ze panics and screams in absolute agony, "Damn it, my bed is ruined." From the midst of the blinding light radiating in all directions, a pair of gorgeous pinkish-purple eyes slowly open. As the light fades, Snow Girl reveals her brand new form, much more gorgeous and mature. She stands there, radiating elegance like a true goddess of ice. The system immediately updates her stats. Frost Blue Maiden, Ice Attribute Level 5, Stage 1, Growth Rate 0%. Her next evolution form is the Arctic Princess. Requirements: growth rate must reach 100% along with 30 low-grade ice elemental stones and 1,000-year Arctic ice. Lin Ze curiously turned to his beautiful soul pet Xiao Shui, asking if she felt any weird resonance between herself and the stone demon's fusion state. Deep down, he felt a bit worried that because her level was quite a bit higher, their fusion skill might not actually work anymore. The Ice Blue Maiden gently shook her head and swayed her pigtails, making Lin Ze breathe a deep sigh of relief. He smiled, realizing that once the fusion form is unlocked, they can still merge despite their level difference. He continued checking the stone demon's status screen. It was a dual stone and demon type level 4 stage 5 with a growth rate of 73%. Its next evolution path was the Stone Warrior God, requiring 100% growth rate, 10 low-grade earth elemental stones, and 1 boundless earth. Lin Ze muttered that Xiao Shui was already at level 5, while the stone demon was still a bit away from evolving, but their current power was more than enough to pass the test. The next day at the Beastmaster Assessment Center, crowds of candidates gathered in masses to prepare for their rank-up exam. An examiner stepped forward, clearing his throat to demand silence. "Order, please." Examiner Ye Zubing crossed his arms as he paced around, telling the applicants to choose their exam difficulty now. He warmly advised everyone to pick a level that matched their actual power, warning them not to aim too high and end up wasting this precious opportunity. Examiner Ye then turned to a nearby staff member in black, asking if the selection list was finalized, and the worker stepped forward to confirm it was closed. The crystal stone screen immediately displayed the final numbers: 1 person for super difficulty, 4 for high, 34 for medium, and 24 for low, making Examiner Yi utter a curious gasp. He quickly turned to ask his assistant if someone really selected the super difficulty, and the staff member nodded, confirming it was a first-year Jiangning Academy student named Lin Ze. Examiner Ye stroked his chin, remembering reports from the Binhai branch 2 months ago about an apprentice who aced the super difficulty test. If he remembered correctly, that kid was also named Lin Ze. He muttered to himself that while calling the boy a genius was no exaggeration, he truly hoped the kid could actually pull off passing this bronze-level assessment on super difficulty. Right then, the giant crystal block in the center of the hall lit up, signaling everyone that the exam was starting. Get ready. 3, 2. The system countdown hit 1. Lin Ze was instantly pulled into the challenge space. The young man landed right inside a massive ancient Roman-style colosseum, looking around and whispering that it was the arena mode again. An emotionless system voice echoed, announcing the super difficulty exam would have 5 stages. Get ready, because things are about to get intense. The arena gates flung open as a pack of hideous giant rats rushed out. The screen identified them as abyssal violent rats, dark and fire attributes at level 3 stage 9. A massive monster with blood-red eyes led the pack. It bared its fangs, roaring aggressively at its enemy. But the ice-blue maiden did not flinch, gracefully raising her hands to unleash a surging wave of freezing frost. Absolute freezing power. The blue light swept through the pack, instantly freezing them solid. The screen displayed details of her incredibly overpowered new skill, Snow Maiden's Sigh. This move conjures a freezing, bone-chilling mist to deal massive ice damage in a wide fan-shaped area right in front of her. Right after that overwhelming attack, the system announced the first stage was cleared. The challenge continued while Lin Ze and his soul pet simply stood there, looking as relaxed as if they were taking a casual stroll. The opposite gate opened as a giant shadow with hideous claws slowly emerged from the darkness, flexing its muscular physique in front of the master and disciple. Their opponent this time was a truly revolting mutated beast, with the screen warning that it was a multi-headed lizard at level 4 stage 2. The ice-blue maiden did not show a hint of fear toward the ugly creature, elegantly raising a finger to gently gather freezing frost directly aimed at her target. She unleashed her ice rain move, turning countless giant icicles into sharp spears that pierced straight through the bloated monster's fleshy body. The next stage had a swarm of dark bats that were wiped out in a blink. The system repeatedly notified him that level 4 stage 5 night shadows were defeated, and the third stage was cleared. Even the terrifying tentacle monster in the 4th stage suffered the exact same fate of being completely frozen into a solid block of ice. The system announced that the level 4 stage 8 dark demon was defeated, clearing the 4th stage. Watching from outside, Examiner Yi Zubing stared with wide, utterly shocked eyes, muttering how this was even possible. Those dark demons were notoriously strong beasts, yet they were wiped out almost instantly without a fight. He stared blankly at the monitor, completely bewildered that not only the demon but all the other beasts were utterly wiped out with a single blow. He wondered if Lin Ze's soul pet had already surpassed level 5, especially since the kid was only 18 this year. A nearby judge in sunglasses immediately chimes in to explain. The first time the kid took the assessment, it was just like this. He easily cleared the supergrade difficulty. The Beast Tamer Association of Pinghai City once extended an invitation, but he actually turned them down. Hearing this, Judge Yi crosses his arms and nods thoughtfully. No wonder the kid dared to choose the super difficulty. Still, that final boss, the level 5 bronze dragon, is definitely not going to be an easy fight. But the monitor slapped him right in the face. Lin Ze's stone demon crushed the frozen brass dragon, leaving him utterly speechless. Examiner Yi broke into a cold sweat, staring blankly as he questioned reality, muttering how he passed so easily. He had only just summoned his second soul pet and won instantly. At the same time, the other exhausted candidates slowly limped out of their exam rooms in pretty terrible shape. One grumbled in frustration about almost killing his target, while another admitted in pure terror that even the low difficulty was absolutely brutal, featuring a level 3 stage 7 boss beast. Amidst the gloomy crowd, a young man suddenly laughed and bragged about his results, shouting that he finally did it and was officially a bronze-level beastmaster from now on. Placing his hands on his hips, he proudly announced that he chose the high difficulty, noting that out of the 4 people who picked it, he was seemingly the only survivor. But his friend nearby was sweating bullets, staring at the main display and trembling as he said something was seriously wrong, leaving the proud guy turning around in pure confusion. What caught their eyes was the image of the giant frozen brass dragon on the announcement board. The crowd shrieked in horror, pointing out that a dragon of this size must be at least level 5 and asking how on earth such a beast could appear in a bronze exam. Someone in the crowd suddenly recognized a very familiar figure, pointing in shock and explaining that this was the exact guy who chose the super difficulty. Identifying him as Lin Ze, he recalled seeing him easily clear the super difficulty back in Binhai City, leaving the bragging guy completely stunned and asking what on earth he just said. Ignoring the noisy commotion of the crowd outside, Lin Ze stood calmly in the arena as the system announced congratulations to him for clearing all stages and successfully passing the super difficulty bronze level assessment. Instantly, a wave of top-tier rewards flooded into his status screen. Lin Ze's physical stats increased from 13.5 to 18.5 spirit, went from 15 to 23, and his designated soul pet's growth rate increased by 30%, bringing the Ice Blue Maiden to level 5, stage 3. He clenched his fists. Power surged. A satisfied smirk crept onto his face. Inside the massive main lobby of the assessment center, the atmosphere seemed to completely freeze as everyone eagerly awaited the exit of a very special guest. Lin Ze casually strolled out of the exam room, and the candidates automatically parted ways on both sides, staring with deep admiration mixed with absolute awe as he walked past. Examiner Ye Zubing stood waiting near the exit with his hands behind his back, flashing an appreciative smile as he warmly offered his congratulations to Lin Ze. Spreading his arms warmly, the judge introduces himself. "My name is Ye Zuping, and I am one of the assessors here. You know, back when I was your age, I only had 2 level 3 beasts to my name." He immediately extends an incredibly tempting offer as the first tamer in the Federation to clear the bronze level super difficulty assessment. Would he like to join the association? But Lin Ze politely declines with a smile, saying he just wants to focus on his personal training for now. Despite the rejection, Judge Yi is not offended at all. He hands over a business card warmly, stating that if Lin Ze ever changes his mind about the association or needs any help in the future, he should feel free to reach out anytime. After all, he knows the kid already turned down Pinghai City before. Lin Ze gladly accepts the business card from the senior, nodding politely to show his gratitude and thanking him for the kind offer. The scene shifts to a high-end apartment complex, sitting quiet under the peaceful night sky. Back in his living room, Lin Ze relaxes on the sofa, while Stone Demon and Frost Blue Maiden stand obediently by his side. The young man gently cradles the Stone Demon Dragon egg in his hands, watching the vibrant purple light radiating from within. Recalling his senior's instructions, Lin Ze murmurs that Gu Lingyan told him to simply channel his spiritual energy into the dragon egg. Once it hatches, he can finally establish a formal contract with it. With that, he places his hand on the hard shell and begins channeling a massive wave of spiritual energy inside. Before long, Lin Ze is drenched in sweat and gasping for air. This energy drain is absolutely insane. Even with his 2,300 spiritual power points, he feels completely exhausted. A normal bronze tamer would have been sucked dry in an instant. Under his palm, the egg begins to shake violently, signaling that the life inside is finally waking up. Spotting the first few cracks, Lin Ze curiously turns to his 2 companion beasts, wondering out loud if he should give the little guy a hand in breaking out. Before he can even do anything, a web of cracks spreads rapidly across the shell, unleashing a brilliant blinding light. A sudden burst of energy completely shatters the tough stone shell, sending fragments flying everywhere. Out of the shattered ruins, an incredibly adorable dark purple baby dragon slowly crawls, looking around at this strange new world. The little dragon raises its head to look at its master, letting out a soft, friendly chirp to greet him. Right after that, it immediately turns around to munch on its own eggshell, happily chewing away with a satisfying crunch. Lin Ze smiles and gently pets the little dragon. Meanwhile, the system panel pops up to display the hatchling stats: Stone Demon, Dragon, Dark, and Rock Attribute Level 1, Stage 1 Growth Rate 0%, possessing the skills Dragon Breath and Rock Rend. The system continues to outline its future potential. Its bloodline progression unlocks evolutionary forces that will steadily boost both its physical limits and its shadow element control, capping out at the mighty King tier. The next form is a juvenile Stone Demon Dragon, requiring a growth rate of 100%, 5 low-grade shadow elemental essences, and 1 dragon tooth. Stroking his chin, the young man realizes there are no hidden evolutionary paths for this beast, but that is perfectly fine. Its baseline potential is already at the legendary King tier. Even if there were hidden paths, they might not even match this one. The baby dragon rolls over to rub its full belly, letting out a satisfied burp. Lin Ze laughs, noting that while the little guy is only level 1, purebred dragons grow incredibly fast early on, and he luckily has all the materials needed to force an immediate evolution. He confidently starts mapping out his upgrade plan. First, he will use achievement points to boost its growth rate, and by combining that with his stockpiled materials, he can skip right ahead to level 3. Suddenly, Lin Ze breaks into a cold sweat as a realization hits him. He mutters that something is not right, causing the confused baby dragon to tilt its head up in question. The scene immediately shifts to a vast open meadow stretching out under a brilliant golden sunset. The little purple dragon is placed by its master, sitting obediently on a small mat in the middle of the field. Lin Ze lets out a sigh of relief, gesturing toward his screen. He explains that if he had triggered the upgrade inside his apartment, the dragon might have grown too fast and trashed the place. Fortunately, he thought quickly. He decisively taps the screen to confirm spending achievement points to accelerate his stone demon dragon's growth. Since the little guy already ate all the necessary evolution items, he just needs to boost its growth rate. A blinding beam of light erupts, outlining the giant silhouette of a dragon stretching as it undergoes rapid growth. Swirling waves of pure energy whip through the air, violently blowing back the wild grass all around them. Lin Ze struggles to shield his face against the brutal gusts, shouting in shock. He wonders if this is the unique privilege of dragons, as the sheer energy fluctuations feel like a literal hurricane. As the thick smoke slowly disperses, a massive and majestic figure begins to loom through the haze. The dragon lets out a thunderous roar that shakes the air, and the system congratulates him on the successful evolution to a level 3 stage 3 juvenile stone demon dragon. The massive beast lowers its huge head, its brilliant glowing eyes staring intently at the tiny human standing right in front of it. Instead of attacking, the giant beast lets out a soft, obedient chirp, prompting Lin Ze to calmly wave back with a warm greeting. Smiling, the young man gently rubs its massive snout, praising the dragon for growing so much and being such an obedient partner. Not keeping his new companion waiting, Lin Ze pulls out a glowing crystal and tells him to eat up. The system identifies this as an evolution stone, a rare crystal containing evolutionary power that immediately brings a beast to its maximum maturity, though it cannot push past level 5. Gulping down the stone, the dragon arches its neck in pride as its body surges with another massive growth spurt. The system updates Stone Demon Dragon Adult Form Level 4 Stage 4 Growth Rate 0%. His skill panel is also updated with a series of formidable moves: Dragon Breath, Rock Rend, and 2 brand new abilities. First is Shadow Bind, which manipulates shadow elements to trap targets and deal damage that bypasses all physical defenses. Second is Death Hand, forming a giant shadow claw that deals heavy damage while inflicting curses of decay, fear, and weakness. Reviewing the stats, Lin Ze analyzes them thoughtfully. Lava Blood Mist is still locked, likely because the beast is not high enough level yet. Even so, having 2 level 4 beasts and 1 level 5 beast makes him completely overpowered at this stage. He looks up at the massive monster blocking the entire sky, calmly asking if it can actually control its giant body size. Understanding its master's wish, the stone demon dragon instantly shrinks down, shrouded in a soft violet glow. In a flash, the mighty dragon turns into a cute tiny version, resting neatly on Lin Ze's hand as he laughs and calls it absolutely amazing. He gently pets its tiny head and mutters that it is incredibly lucky it can change size, otherwise he would never even dare summon it inside his own house. A time card flashes on the screen, showing a few days later, accompanied by a voice calling out to the students, echoing down the school hallway. Inside the classroom, the female teacher stands at the podium and loudly announces to all the students that she has an important update for the class. The teacher rests her hands on the desk, smiling brightly as she announces that the school's annual tournament kicks off in exactly 1 week. The classroom instantly erupts with excited cheers and shouts of joy. Meanwhile, Lin Ze sits resting his chin in his hand, wondering about this upcoming tournament. Suddenly, a glowing blue system screen pops up right in front of him, leaving him stunned. It displays a notification for a special achievement quest to win the championship. The system screen displays a highly tempting quest: win the upcoming tournament to become the top student at Jiangning Academy. The rewards are massive: 1,500 achievement points, 1 spiritual technique scroll, and 1 random artifact. Lin Ze is absolutely thrilled, thinking this new achievement quest offers a payout that is just too good to pass up. Without wasting a single second, the young man raises his hand high and asks aloud if underclassmen are also allowed to sign up for the event. Smiling, the teacher raises a finger to answer his question. Of course, she says any student can sign up regardless of their grade level. But then her expression shifts. Her face turns incredibly serious as she warns the class that the tournament uses a direct knockout format. She adds that most first-year students only sign up to gain experience and join the fun, except for a very select few who are exceptionally talented. While the teacher continues to encourage everyone to register and build up experience for future tournaments, the students below start whispering among themselves. Some whisper that the teacher might as well just call out Lin Ze's student ID directly. Others complain that even though they are all first years in the same class, the gap in their abilities is just massive. One student whispers if they heard about how he completely wiped out a super difficult bronze level trial just a few days ago. After class, Lin Ze walks down the hallway with his friends. One girl excitedly asks him if he is participating and suggests they register together. Quan Ning happily chimes in, urging her brother to sign up with them too. As they walk, the 2 girls suddenly stop and look at each other with confusion in their eyes. Sensing a stranger tailing them, the 2 girls instantly shrink into cute chibi forms. Working together, they cling tightly to Lin Ze's arms and angrily snap at the stalker, asking why he keeps following their brother. Their little act makes the stalker behind the door grind his teeth in pure jealousy. He curses Lin Ze under his breath while weeping tears of absolute frustration in his own mind. The flashy male student smooths his hair and pokes his head out, his eyes burning with a fiery determination as he declares that this time he will definitely defeat Lin Ze. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a gloomy basement where flickering candles cast eerie shadows over strange drawings and dry skulls scattered along the walls. Inside this secret room, a group of figures in dark hoods gather around a long table, creating an incredibly creepy atmosphere that is dripping with conspiracy. Sitting at the corner of the table, one cloaked figure suddenly breaks the silence in a raspy, mysterious voice saying he heard something. Another member looks toward the central cloaked figure and cautiously asks if that fellow Sing Tao has vanished. The system screen immediately reveals the leader's true identity as Lord Yan, a deacon of the Red Shroud Society. A blue-haired lackey quickly steps up to explain, telling Lord Yan that since Ningjiang Academy has been conducting training in the secret zone for the past few days, it is only normal that they cannot reach the boy. Before he can even finish, a powerful kick from the furious deacon sends him flying into the wall. He coughs up blood, screaming in pain as the leader snaps, calling him a fool. Clutching his bleeding face, the miserable subordinate falls to his knees, trembling and begging his lord for mercy. Lord Yan slams his hands on the stone table, his face twisted in absolute rage as he growls, demanding to know how losing contact with them could possibly be normal. The leader slowly approaches the trembling lackey, coldly reminding him that he was the very person who claimed the Red Clay secret zone was safe, and that incubating their experimental subject there would never be discovered. Sweating bullets, the terrified lackey stammers, begging his lord to please listen to his explanation. Lord Yan smirks with murderous intent, narrowing his eyes at the kneeling man as he growls, demanding to know what there is to explain. Turning his back on his minions, he roars in anger that the subject's energy has completely vanished to the point that even the mother body cannot sense its existence. He furiously demands to know how this could have happened. He yells that the test subject must have been stolen because if it were still in that secret zone, the mother body would easily feel its presence. He states there's only one possibility: it was either hidden inside a spatial artifact or completely destroyed. This sends the surrounding subordinates into a panic as they quickly kneel, begging him to calm down. Lord Yan tilts his head up in utter disgust, hurling a bitter insult at his useless henchmen, calling them nothing but a bunch of trash. Turning away coldly, the leader orders his followers to go investigate and find out exactly who participated in the recent training session and who made contact with the subject. He declares that Ningjiang Academy is only so big, and he refuses to believe they cannot track down the culprit. The cloaked figures immediately fall to their knees, bowing their heads to the ground as they obediently accept the command, promising to obey. Time flies by and the scene transitions to a bustling university campus with text on the screen indicating that a week has passed. Standing before the magnificent arena, a male student gasps in awe at the massive crowd, muttering that the turnout is absolutely insane. In the crowd, Quan Ning looks up at her brother, bombarding him with questions about where he trained all week, if he bonded with a third beast, and if it is indeed the stone demon dragon. But Lin Ze simply keeps his hands in his pockets, smiling mysteriously as he tells her she will find out once the tournament starts. Seeing how secretive he is being, Quan Ning pouts and turns away, complaining that he is being annoying by keeping secrets and leaving her dying of curiosity. Suddenly, the steady clicking of high heels echoes from behind, followed by a familiar voice calling out to Junior Lin Ze and Junior Quan Ning. It turns out to be their beautiful seniors Gu Langyan and Zhang Manman. Approaching them, Zhang Manman cheerfully says she knew they would register for the event. She casually drapes an arm over Lin Ze's shoulder, winking to encourage him and saying she is cheering for him. She adds that this year's prize is far bigger than before, reaching 100,000 credits alongside a priceless artifact. Hearing this, Lin Ze's eyes instantly light up in surprise. He lowers his head, scheming a way to get rich. The school offers one artifact as a prize and the system offers another for the quest. If he wins, he can walk away with 2 magical artifacts at the same time. Nearby, some upperclassmen spot his figure and point in fear, whispering that they would rather get disqualified than have to face a monster like Lin Ze in the qualifying rounds. Suddenly, an arrogant student roughly shoves past a boy in a hood, shouting at him to get out of the way, which startles the poor kid. The sudden arrival of this arrogant crew immediately draws everyone's attention. The system screen reveals their identities as Xu Li, the current president of the High Mountain Club, and Liang Jun, a 4th-year and former president of the club. Liang Jun leads his group over to Lin Ze's party, acting polite as he greets President Zhang and asks how she has been. But Zhang Manman frowns defensively, asking what tricks he is planning now. The blonde former president puts on a fake mocking smile, claiming that she hurts his feelings by treating him like a bad guy. He says he just wanted to say hello since they have not met in a while. Suddenly, the smile vanishes from his face. His eyes turn cold and calculating as he lowers his voice, speaking in a sharp tone. Glancing out of the corner of his eye at Lin Ze, he slowly asks if they happened to cross paths with Luo Han and Xing Tao during their recent training session inside the secret zone. Hearing the probing question, Zhang Manman crosses her arms and mockingly asks if the High Mountain Club members got lost, forcing him to run over to their Dragon Heart Club to report a couple of missing children. The jibe makes Xu Li instantly lose his temper, ready to charge forward to settle the score. However, Liang Jun holds him back, maintaining his smug tone to humiliate them. He scoffs that her judgment is terrible, calling her chosen successor completely mediocre and noting how pathetic it is that they cannot even control their own members. Liang Tuan raises a hand to hold his men back, keeping a perfectly calm face as if nothing happened. He casually adds that he was just curious, and if they have not seen those guys, then forget about it. With a nod, the former president signals his lackeys. He leads them away, heads held high. Once the group is out of sight, Quan Ning frowns with worry and whispers to Gu Lengyan that those guys definitely seem to be getting suspicious of them. Gu Lengyan remains completely composed, calmly adjusting her glasses. She points out that since they were actually the victims and given the circumstances at that time, absolutely no one can prove they ever had any conflict with Luo Hen's group. Even so, Zhang Manman still feels pretty anxious. She clicks her tongue, noting that Liang Tuan always looks for trouble without any reason, and while they are used to his ways, there is still a major problem. She stares at Xu Li's bulky frame and gives a serious warning to the others. He is also registered for this tournament. Despite his overly flashy style, his strength is incredibly formidable. As a top third-year student, he commands 3 spirit beasts. 2 of them are at level 4, and the last one has even reached level 5, making him a nightmare to deal with. Concerned, she turns to her junior and warns him to be extremely careful if he is unlucky enough to face that guy in the tournament. He is famous for dirty tricks and sneak attacks, but Lin Ze just nods calmly, replying that he understands. At that very moment, in a deserted hallway inside the venue, the members of the Kaoshan Club are gathered together, whispering among themselves. Still burning with rage, Xu Li punches the wall hard enough to crack it. He grashes his teeth and curses, asking if they are seriously just going to let those guys walk away that easily. In contrast to his junior's anger, Liang Tuan keeps a sly half-smirk on his face. He calmly asks what else they could do. Without any solid evidence, even if those guys are the real culprits, there is absolutely nothing they can do. He continues feeding Xu Li's hatred with wicked arguments. He says that instead of wasting time on useless matters, he should focus on dealing with that brat Lin Ze. He points out how ridiculous it is for a kid from an ordinary background to have such strength. Yet that kid dared to reject their invitation to join the Kaoshan Club. Many people are already using him as an excuse to mock them. If they let him steal the spotlight in this tournament, their reputation will be completely ruined, dropping their prestige to 0. Fueled by his senior's words, Xu Li lets out an arrogant mocking laugh. He points and scoffs that talent means absolutely nothing. A dirt-poor loser like Lin Ze could never afford those highly expensive evolution materials. He bets the kid has already hit his absolute limit. He declares that if they ever cross paths, he will definitely teach him a lesson he will never forget. Right on cue, the loudspeakers blare out the official announcement. They call for the qualifying round of Group 11, asking the participants to prepare. It is a match between third-year student Xu Li and a first-year student. Hearing this, a cruel glint flashes in Xu Li's eyes. He smirks with pure satisfaction, acting as if his prey has willingly walked straight into his trap. Stepping onto the arena, Xu Li is already bursting with excitement. He waves his arms and yells arrogantly, bragging that he has just caught a nice juicy prey. He glares at Lin Ze's back as the junior walks up the steps with his seniors. Inside, he is swearing bitterly, promising to teach Lin Ze a lesson he will never forget. The speakers echo throughout the massive arena. Get ready, because the highly anticipated battle between Xu Li and Lin Ze is officially beginning. Suddenly, every single eye in the stands turns toward the VIP section. The shocked crowd starts whispering, gasping out, "Is that the principal?" Escorted by a group of teachers, the respected head of Jiangning Academy slowly walks in. The system screen displays his identity, Lu Jidian, the principal of Jiangning Academy. Everyone around bows, respectfully greeting the esteemed principal. The entire crowd immediately erupts into excited whispers, shocked that the principal actually showed up in person. After all, has he ever attended any of these school tournaments before? One male student explains to his friend that their principal is one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Federation, so it is completely natural that he usually has no time for these games. His friend nods in agreement, realizing the academy must be taking this year's tournament extremely seriously. Sitting right next to the principal is Wu Yan, the captain of Search Team A23 from the Beast Tamer Association. With curiosity in his voice, he asks what kind of wind has blown Principal Lu Jidian all the way here to watch the tournament this year. Principal Lu strokes his beard and lets out a bright, hearty laugh. He replies that this year's students are of much higher quality, and he heard rumors about several promising talents in their school. Wu Yan laughs and teases him, saying that since the principal is always busy, he might not believe it, but a true genius has indeed appeared this year. He warns that if the principal does not keep a close eye on him, someone else might just snatch him away. Principal Lu narrows his eyes with a warm, gentle smile, asking if he means the student who just cleared the bronze level trial on super difficulty. He recalls the boy's name is Lin Ze. Wu Yan immediately gives a thumbs up, confirming that is the one, and mentions that he even helped the search team capture members of the Symbiosis Society. Wu Yan points toward the arena, eagerly grabbing the principal's attention. He notes that the timing is perfect, as that very kid is about to step onto the stage right now. Down in the stands, students are buzzing with predictions about who will win. A student wearing glasses rubs his chin and analyzes that it is hard to say. Su Li is a top third-year student, but Lin Ze is also unusually strong. Another guy scoffs, acting like an experienced expert. He argues that Shu Li has the clear advantage. After all, Lin Ze is only a freshman and Shu Li commands 3 spirit beasts with one already at level 5. Back on the arena, Shu Li spreads his arms in an incredibly flashy display. He sneers, addressing Lin Ze directly. He says he heard all about the genius from a common background and offers him one final chance to join them. He points at his own face, arrogantly telling him to join the Kaoshin Club. He promises that in the future, when they feast on meat, they might leave him some broth. But Lin Ze coldly shuts him down, saying he already stated he has zero interest. The young man's eyes turn razor-sharp as he directly criticizes his opponent. He adds that he completely disagrees with their club's toxic philosophy of bullying the weak and constantly looking down on ordinary Beast Tamers. Furious at the flat rejection, Shu Li grimaces and lets out a wild, angry roar mixed with a savage laugh, yelling that things just got interesting. The match officially begins. Shu Li waves his arm to release his massive spirit beast, loudly shouting at the ungrateful brat. He vows to show this ignorant frog in a well the true crushing gap between their power levels. Right on cue, a system panel appears. Shark, Lizard, Beast, Water, and Earth attribute level 5 stage 2. Panic spreads through the surrounding crowd as they break into a cold sweat at the sight of the terrifying monster. They gasp in shock, realizing it is a fully grown Shark Lizard Beast, Shu Li's strongest companion. They whisper that Lin Ze is completely finished. Water energy swirls furiously around the Shark Lizard Beast as it lets out a roar. Shu Li proudly commands his beast, yelling that a single summon is more than enough to handle him. Shark Lizard Beast, Shockwave. Charging forward with terrifying force, the giant monster moves like a massive tidal wave aimed straight at Lin Ze's small figure, ready to crush him. However, Shu Li's brows furrow in deep confusion as he sees his opponent standing completely still. He silently wonders to himself why this kid is not even attempting to summon his own spirit beast yet. Soon, he confidently turns his back on Lin Ze with a smug smirk, assuming his victory is already guaranteed. He mocks that the kid is probably too terrified to even summon his beast. He mutters that trash is always trash, and this is just saving some energy for his partner. He sneers a threat as his beast closes in on the target, warning him that this is the price for offending the Kaoshin Club. But right then, a streak of magical light pierces the wind, tearing straight through the chest of the Shark Lizard Beast, making it scream in agony. A direct hit. The massive beast rolls over, crashing hard on the arena floor and sliding a long distance. His smug expression instantly vanishes as Su Li's face turns pale. He whips around, his eyes wide with absolute horror as he stutters, demanding to know what on earth is happening. Looking at his main spirit beast lying knocked out and foaming at the mouth, Shu Li panics completely. He stammers that it is impossible for his Shark Lizard Beast to be defeated by just a single spiritual arrow. Complete silence. The entire crowd stands frozen, eyes wide and jaws dropped in total shock. Honestly, who could have seen this coming? Everyone is just left speechless. A few seconds later, the entire arena erupts in pure, deafening shock. Students scream at each other in total disbelief, asking if everyone just saw that. They yell that the kid did not even summon a beast but took down a level 5 Shark Lizard Beast with just one single arrow of spiritual energy. Down below, Zhang Manman jumps up in pure excitement, shouting that her junior is incredibly cool. Meanwhile, Quan Ning clasps his hands together with eyes full of deep admiration, cheering that his senior is simply amazing. Up in the VIP section, Principal Six strokes his beard with deep interest, raising an eyebrow at this sudden, impressive display. Young Lin Ze still holds his incredibly cool magic archery pose, looking completely unfazed. Watching this, the principal quietly estimates in his mind that this boy's spiritual energy arrow has easily surpassed level 6 by now. Standing on the stage, Tu Li feels completely humiliated as veins pop on his clenched fists, and he screams in sheer rage, "Damn it, are you kidding me?" Lin Ze's cold, calm stare only drives Tu Li crazier, making him feel utterly insulted. He wonders if this kid refuses to summon a beast just because he looks down on him. Pointing a desperate finger at his opponent, he quickly blurts out a pathetic excuse to cover up his humiliating defeat. He yells, "Do not get cocky. I just underestimated you earlier. That was definitely a fluke. You just got lucky and hit my weak spot by accident." Refusing to accept defeat, Tu Li summons his final 2 spirit beasts. The system screen instantly pops up, displaying a level 4 Stage 8 Dread Elephant Man and a level 4 Stage 6 Ice attribute Snow Ape. He frantically orders the two ferocious beasts to charge straight at Lin Ze, desperately trying to salvage his pride. He screams, "Tear him into 100 pieces for me." Tu Li stands with his hands on his hips and laughs mockingly, feeling completely victorious with his own self-deluded theory. He sneers, "So what if your spirit arrow is high level? Crafting one takes massive mental energy, and that last shot definitely drained almost all your power." He roars like an absolute madman, frantically provoking his opponent to fight back. He yells, "Summon your spirit, beast already, and fight me like a real man." But instead of a beast, his frantic screaming is answered by brilliant beams of magical light. Get ready for this, they pierce straight through his remaining two monsters, sending them crashing down in absolute agony. Both the massive Dread Elephant Man and the Snow Ape collapse onto the floor, completely knocked out as thick smoke rises from their fatal wounds. Tu Li is totally broken. He loses his balance and stumbles backward, his trembling legs completely giving out from the sheer shock of it all. The third-year student's face turns completely pale, covered in cold sweat. He looks totally devastated and desperately stammers, "No, how is this even possible?" Lin Ze casually points two fingers like a gun, completely pouring cold water on his opponent's wild delusions. He calmly says, "There really is a massive gap between you and me." Lowering his hand with pure confidence, the young man delivers the final blow. He says, "With your weak strength, you are not even worthy of making me summon a beast." The system announcement chimes, declaring the end of the Group 11 match. Tu Li is left kneeling miserably on the ground, while Lin Ze coldly turns his back and walks away. The screen displays the official match result, declaring Lin Ze the winner. Tu Li can only glare with wide bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. The moment it ends, the group happily rushes to Lin Ze's side. Zhang Mamin smiles, admitting she worried for nothing, while Guo Xingyi congratulates him, noting that beating upperclassmen will earn him bonus points and likely secure a spot in the main tournament. Standing nearby, Quan Ning clenches his fist and eagerly suggests they go watch some of the other matches together. Lin Ze smiles and politely declines, saying he actually needs to head over to the Spirit Beast shop to grab some upgrade materials instead. Over in another corner, Tu Li sits slumped on a stone bench, swearing in absolute frustration. Liang Jun stands nearby, scowling with rage. He growls that this kid dared to humiliate members of their Gaosan club and promises he will definitely make him pay for this arrogance. Holding his head in his hands, Tu Li mutters that Lin Ze beat him using only 3 spirit arrows, realizing the kid's energy is actually insane. Trembling all over, he begins to speculate, wildly convincing himself that Lin Ze must be using some high-grade stolen relic, because there is no way a regular guy could ever afford something that valuable. He suddenly looks up, clutching his face and screaming like a lunatic that he needs to report him immediately. Unable to take the whining anymore, Liang Jun swings his hand and slaps Tu Li hard across the face. Glaring coldly at his junior, he warns him that he has already caused more than enough embarrassment for one day. He turns to the rest of his team, telling them to stay sharp and give it their all in the upcoming matches. Narrowing his eyes as he watches Lin Ze's group, he plots his revenge, knowing this tournament has more than just one-on-one matches for him to personally teach that arrogant punk a painful lesson. As night falls, the scene shifts to the bustling streets of the academy. Warm streetlights cast a soft glow across the quiet corners of the town. Lin Ze steps out of the shop with his tiny dragon resting on his head, complaining about how insanely expensive everything is. Looking at the soaring prices of the items listed in his mind, he sighs deeply under the heavy financial pressure. Now that the upgrade materials have switched from essence to origin stones, the cost of a single item has shot up 5 times over. It turns out that the biggest hurdle on the path to becoming stronger is not actual combat training, but the ridiculous cost of these rare materials. Without the necessary items to evolve, even the most legendary and talented beasts will remain stuck in place forever. He strolls down a quiet alley, figuring they need to find a solid way to make money. He realizes it would be much better to farm upgrade materials directly from special dungeons. Suddenly, his steps halt in the middle of the narrow alleyway. Lin Ze narrows his eyes, immediately on high alert. Staring at the solid brick wall blocking his path, he realizes this alley should not be a dead end. There is no way he took a wrong turn, unless this is an illusion. Suddenly, a playful female voice echoes from behind, "Oh, you figured it out already." Lin Ze quickly spins around. Standing at the entrance of the alley, 2 figures in dark cloaks block his only escape. Perched on top of a trash can, a girl identified by the system as a Blood Moon member named Mo smiles flirtatiously, teasing him. "Hey handsome, you must be Lin Ze, right?" The man next to her, a Blood Moon member named Wu, scowls and growls, "Cut the playfulness and take this seriously." She lightly hops down to the ground and shrugs her shoulders. All right, you are always in such a rush." In the blink of an eye, she closes the distance, standing right in front of him. She whispers in the red-soiled dungeon, "You took something you should not have, right?" Lin Ze keeps his cool, replying that he has no idea what they are talking about, though he is secretly stunned by her incredible speed, wondering who these people really are. He steps back to evaluate his opponents, piecing the clues together. If they know about the Red Soil Dungeon, they must be part of the infamous Blood Moon organization. The black-cloaked man named Wu coldly calls him out, telling him to drop the act. They already investigated, and that thing on his chest is clearly Sing Tao's spatial artifact. Mo strokes her chin, trying to sweet-talk him. She says a young talent like him has caught their director's eye. Join the Blood Moon and everything he did will be forgiven. But Lin Ze raises his hand and flatly refuses, even as she keeps whispering about how smart he is and how talent needs resources to grow, claiming the Blood Moon can offer what his academy never could. Mo's face darkens with disappointment. She coldly remarks that he clearly doesn't grasp the situation he's in. Instantly, a glowing pink barrier seals the alleyway. She threatens that with this barrier up, no one is coming to save him. She slowly steps back, laying out her ultimatum: either join the Blood Moon, as their pack of hideous beasts roars into existence, or die right here. Mo reaches her hand out, demanding he choose one of those two paths. She smirks, bringing up his friends as leverage. She calls it a friendly reminder, warning that he isn't the only one involved and joining them is the only way to keep his friends safe. Lin Ze's face instantly darkens, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. But then he just laughs and brushes back his hair dismissively, asking if they think they're actually threatening him. He waves his hand, summoning both Snowgirl and Stone Fiend to his side, ready since they wanted to give him two choices. Hearing that their pack of hideous beasts roars ferociously and charges straight ahead. Sharp stone spikes erupt from the ground, skewering a giant worm as the system registers a successful Earth Spike raid. Lin Ze calmly watches the chaos, quietly calling out his partner's name, Xiao Shui. On command, Snowgirl raises both hands, her eyes glowing as cold energy builds up. A massive blizzard of bone-chilling wind immediately sweeps across the battlefield. She swoops down from above to deliver a heavy strike, catching a red-furred beast completely off guard. Her strike sends the monster crashing backward, forcing its strike master to retreat in utter panic. Then silence. The strange man coldly steps close to the bloody corpse. Lin Ze's eyes widen in shock at the horrific scene unfolding right in front of him. The red monster opens its massive, hideous jaws and bites clean into its own fallen ally. It violently tears and feeds on its very own kind. Blood splatters everywhere as the beast rips through flesh and bone. It is sickening. Lin Ze can't hide his absolute disgust, horrified that they are cannibalizing each other. After gorging itself, the monster throws its head back and exhales a plume of dark, icy mist. Its blood-red eyes bulge as its body begins to twist and mutate wildly. The beast swells to a massive size, muscles bulging as it roars with terrifying power. Watching from afar, Mo practically drools with hearts in her eyes. She praises the B-tier experiment, calling it absolutely gorgeous and marveling at its incredible raw strength. The mutated beast charges forward as Mo excitedly orders it to shred the human to pieces, wanting him to realize how foolish it is to oppose them. Lin Ze quickly backs away, bracing himself against this hideous mutated threat. The monster brings its hideous face right up to him, letting out a menacing, savage laugh. He grimaces and steps back, guiding his little dragon away from the filthy pools of blood. From above, the narrow alleyway looks like a horrific, blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Stepping through the gore, Lin Ze mutters in sheer disgust, wondering what this freak is right as his system begins scanning. Mo proudly boasts that this is their masterpiece, an experimental creation far superior to any normal beast. Lin Ze frowns, realizing it is definitely not a standard dark-type creature. His screen populates with nearby targets: a dark-type cannibal centipede, a frenzied shadow demon, and bloodthirsty bats. Lin Ze breaks a cold sweat. His system cannot identify the main beast at all, showing no evolution path, no name, and zero basic stats. He glares at the beast, realizing its power spiked after eating its ally. It gets stronger with every casualty. Now that he has gathered enough data, he needs to end this fast. But he hesitates as the horde closes in. Xiao Shui and his other beasts are pinned down, and his own energy is running dangerously low. Nearby, Snowgirl is bound tight by the giant centipede's chains, struggling to hold her ground. Yet Lin Ze simply smiles, gently patting the tiny purple dragon on his shoulder. He whispers to see what the little guy can do. The Blood Moon members watch with smug grins. Mo mocks that struggle is useless, while her partner adds that two beasts are not enough to beat them, especially since he is just a rookie who recently passed the bronze exam. The man eyes the little dragon, guessing he contracted a rock dragon from the red clay realm. He notes that judging by its size, it is clearly just a harmless newborn. Lin Ze smirks, confidently asking whoever said this was just a harmless baby. The little dragon suddenly radiates a brilliant light as thunder rumbles, signaling a terrifying transformation about to begin. Blinding light from the evolution process bursts outward, completely illuminating a corner of the dark alleyway. Out of the thick dust, a ferocious giant dragon emerges, making the man cough violently as he panics and screams, asking what on earth is this? The two Blood Moon members stare in absolute shock, and honestly, can you blame them for panicking over a fully grown rock dragon? Lin Ze casually shoves his hands into his pockets with a calm smile, saying he is sorry, but he has no obligation to tell them anything. Then, with a sharp wave of his hand, he commands the rock dragon to attack, and the massive beast immediately charges up, churning lightning in its jaws. A massive explosion along with a blinding flash of lightning lights up the quiet night sky above the academy. Curious bystanders gather at the entrance of the alleyway where the bright light just flashed. Wu Yan and his beasts lead the security team to the scene quickly, giving orders to lock down the area, disperse the crowd, and check if anyone is hurt. A security guard suddenly calls out to Captain Wu Yan, who has frozen in place, completely stunned by the sight before him. Inside the alley, Lin Ze and his beasts stand proudly amidst a pile of monster corpses, leaving Wu Yan to ask in sheer confusion what he is doing there. Looking at the two black-robed figures chained to the ground, Wu Yan asks if Lin Ze captured them, and the boy calmly nods in confirmation. The scene shifts as Lin Ze speaks with a very serious tone, telling Captain Wu Yan that the Blood Moon cult has successfully infiltrated the academy and appears to be conducting a series of highly dangerous classified experiments. The setting shifts to the daytime outside a grand high-rise building with a sign clearly displaying the investigation team office. Wu Yan places a hot cup of tea on the table, kindly warning him to be careful, while Lin Ze sits opposite and politely thanks him. Wu Yan sits down on the sofa and sighs deeply, sharing that although they had previously received reports about suspicious people lurking near the school grounds, he never imagined those intruders belonged to the Blood Moon cult and certainly never expected them to target Lin Ze so directly. Crossing his arms with a stern expression, he asks if Lin Ze is absolutely certain that Blood Moon has actually infiltrated the academy. Lin Ze nods with a cold, sharp gaze, confirming that he strongly suspects the cult has already planted a mole deep inside the academy. Pulling a spatial ring from his coat, he places it on the table and explains that this magic ring originally belonged to Sing Tao, a member of the Gaoseng Club at their academy. He then starts recalling the events, explaining that he ran into them during a recent training trial inside a secret realm, which quickly led to a clash. They ventured deep into the secret realm to provoke a mating rock dragon, aiming to make it attack his squad so they could steal its eggs, but their plan failed miserably, and they were killed by another dragon instead. After he defeated that giant rock dragon, he went in to inspect its nest, where they discovered a hidden door, and what was waiting inside was. Hearing this, Wu Yan gasps in utter shock, asking if it was really a secret room belonging to the Blood Moon cult. Analyzing the clues, he realized how incredibly suspicious it was. After all, why on earth would dangerous Blood Moon cultists be roaming freely inside a secure realm managed directly by Ningjiang Academy? Gently tapping his finger on the ring, he points out the most damning clue, noting that the black-robed woman from earlier instantly recognized this spatial artifact as belonging to Sing Tao. Hearing this, Wu Yan rests his chin in his hand, but Lin Ze cuts in with a serious analysis, stating he believes Sing Tao and Blood Moon were working together. Wu Yan nods in agreement, saying he understands and will send men to investigate immediately. The camera cuts to the interrogation room where the two black-robed figures are handcuffed as Wu Yan adds they will definitely extract plenty of information from them. Lin Ze curiously asks about the experimental specimen, questioning if the dead one he killed could still be used for further research. Wu Yan suddenly closes his eyes, falling silent in deep thought. Leaning forward, he speaks in a serious tone, revealing that although this matter must be kept strictly confidential, Lin Ze played a massive role, so he should know that Blood Moon is secretly breeding artificial shadow beasts. Lin Ze raises his hand in thought, wondering about artificial beasts since the Beastmaster Association also breeds various kinds of pets. Folding his arms, Wu Yan goes on to explain in detail that while the search hounds used by their own investigation team are indeed a unique species artificially bred years ago, shadow-type beasts are entirely different because although some creatures carry mixed shadow bloodlines, a purebred shadow type can only be brought into existence through one single highly specific method. An image of a glowing red heart of blood resting on a sacrificial stone altar appears, with Wu Yan's voice echoing that it requires a summoning ritual. Wu Yan raises a hand to rub his temple in exhaustion, stating that they are investigating this issue step by step and have already successfully shut down a few of their secret breeding facilities. Looking up with a very serious expression, he warns Lin Ze that the Blood Moon has marked him as a target, hand-delivering a special communication device to contact them immediately if anything similar happens in the future, and Lin Ze obediently nods to show he understands. With that settled, Lin Ze pushes himself up to leave politely, saying he will head back to the academy now. Wu Yan nods, promising to update him as soon as they make progress, and mentions he will apply for a reward for Lin Ze, but adds that the entire matter must be kept strictly confidential. Lin Ze casually strolls down the busy street, bathing in the warm, bright sunshine. Lin Ze raises his wrist to examine the strange bracelet, utterly amazed. So this is the communicator from the Beastmaster Association. They said if he runs into danger, pressing this button instantly broadcasts his coordinates. It is incredibly high-tech. But right now, he needs to head back to the academy to prepare for tomorrow's big tournament. The scene shifts to the academy's massive plaza the next day, where crowds of excited students are gathering to watch the upcoming matches. Quan Ning pouts and runs over complaining to her senior about why he did not reply to her messages last night. But Lin Ze just waves his hands with a strained laugh, making excuses. He claims he was so focused on training his soul techniques that his phone completely died without him realizing. He apologizes and promises to pay more attention next time, though Quan Ning just narrows her eyes in deep suspicion. Then she smiles and lets out a sigh of relief, waving her hand warmly. It is great that he is okay. She actually thought the Gaosan Club had targeted him again. Since today is the official tournament round, she urges him to go check his bracket on the board. The group stands beneath a massive electronic bulletin board. The system clearly displays the official matchup, Lin Ze versus Zhao Ji. Quan Ning excitedly throws her fist into the air, cheering wildly for her senior, telling him he has got this. Up on the stage, Lin Ze stands tall and oozes pure confidence. Behind him, his frost maiden radiates a biting, freezing chill. His tough-looking opponent beats his muscular chest as the system displays his 2 million power level, and his level 4 stage 1 rock-type ironclad turtle roars. The referee in dark sunglasses throws his arm down, signaling the start of the fight. Instantly, the system screen flashes a massive victory message as the turtle freezes solid, sending Lin Ze straight into the top 32. The crowd goes absolutely wild with shock. What just happened? Nobody even saw how the ice beast attacked. Did that turtle's supposedly ultimate defense just get frozen solid like that? It is impossible. The giant arena scoreboard flashes to display the next official matchup, Lin Ze versus Li Yunyun. Backed by his Frost Maiden and Stone Demon, Lin Ze confidently faces a stunning opponent in high-heeled black boots. The screen reveals her profile as third-year student Li Yunyun. Clutching her whip, she breaks into a cold sweat as her level 4 stage 2 Shadow Leopard growls. Before a single blow is even traded, Li Yunyun sweats nervously, forcing a weak smile and shouting that she yields. The crowd erupts into whispers. Did she really just surrender? Honestly, anyone would. Those two beasts are terrifying, but his beasts are not even the scariest part. He crushed his last opponent instantly using only his own spells. Up on the second-floor balcony, a glamorous purple-haired woman peers down softly, whispering Lin Ze's name. Crossing her arms, she smiles with genuine amusement, murmuring that he truly is an interesting guy. The scene fast-forwards through his next matches as his Frost Maiden effortlessly freezes massive wood-type beasts, pushing Lin Ze easily into the top 128. His Stone Demon slams a heavy fist down, shattering a massive rock monster and securing his spot in the top 64. Next, a giant lizard hybrid gets bound in freezing chains, easily launching Lin Ze into the top 32. Down in the stands, the students are jaw-dropped again. Another instant knockout. He is incredibly handsome, and is he seriously just a first year? The entire arena erupts as thousands of fans raise their hands, chanting Lin Ze's name over and over. Lin Ze calmly stands with his pockets as the system continuously spams notifications for unlocking achievements, awarding him 50, 100, and then 200 bonus points. He rubs his chin with a smug grin, silently calculating his growing haul. They are small achievements, sure, but the upcoming matches will definitely unlock much bigger rewards. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise as his mind goes completely blank. A barrage of purple system notification windows suddenly stack up right in front of his face, flashing endless achievement unlocked alerts. Lin Ze blinks, completely lost as he wonders what on earth is going on. After the tournament matches wrap up, Lin Ze and his friends walk off, basking in the crowd's absolute admiration. His chubby friend grabs his hand with a huge laugh, praising how he made upperclassmen surrender in fear and truly put the first-year students on the map. Guo Xingyi stands with hands on her hips, proudly calling him the first rookie ever to reach the top 4. She tells him to keep it up. Meanwhile, the losers sit miserably nearby, a massive failed label floating above them. One rubs his temples, wondering how the gap between them grew so wide, while another dramatically weeps over losing his beloved Xingyi. Meanwhile, Quan Ning diligently checks the tournament schedule on her phone, muttering that his opponents kept forfeiting. She scans down to see who his semifinal matchup will be. Suddenly, her eyes go wide as her jaw drops in sheer disbelief. She shoves her screen in front of Lin Ze, frantically warning him that the semifinal matches are locked in and his next opponent is none other than Liang Jun. The bracket clearly reads, Lin Ze versus Liang Jun. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Ze chuckles at the coincidence of facing the Gaotian Club once again. His chubby friend pales, frantically shouting if it is really the former president of the Gaotian Club. He rushes over, warning his boss that since they already had beef with that club, fighting this guy is bad news. Lin Ze calmly tells him to explain. His friend explains that Liang Jun is a powerhouse 4th-year ranked second in the entire class, a bronze-level Tamer wielding 3 formidable level 5 fire-type beasts. Even worse, rumor has it he possesses a classified family art that allows him to instantly boost his beast's combat levels right in the middle of battle. Up in the VIP booth, Dean Liu watches Lin Ze from afar, nodding in approval as he notes the boy is far better than he anticipated. Captain Yu Yan smugly chimes in, reminding the old Dean how much he doubted him earlier. He points out that Lin Ze single-handedly captured two dangerous high-ranking wanted criminals. Compared to fighting for his life against those killers, this little academy tournament is probably just child's play. Down in the stands, fans are already debating who will win. Out in the hallway, a blonde student asks her friend Xiao Ru who she expects to advance between the two powerhouses. The purple-haired beauty smirks, confidently tossing the question back. Her friend quickly argues that Liang Jun will obviously win since Lin Ze is only a first-year rookie. She gasps in shock, asking if her friend actually believes the rookie can win. Watching the stage, she calmly points out that Lin Ze has not even used his true power yet. The blonde sighs and agrees, deciding to root for Lin Ze too, since she highly trusts her friend's flawless judgment as the top-ranking fourth-year student. She then playfully teases that if they meet in the finals, it will be the ultimate genius beauty versus the freshman monster, making Xiao Ru sigh and tell her to shut up and watch. Up on stage, Liang Jun spreads his arms wide, arrogantly declaring that he will easily take this victory. Lin Ze stands calmly behind his two beasts, throwing back a casual jeer. He points out that words alone won't win battles, asking if everyone in the Gaussian club is just a big mouth. Liang Jun's face darkens. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that it is fine, very fine. Then he raises his hand, summoning his blazing fire beasts to show off. He warns Lin Ze that he really hopes he can keep that cocky attitude in a moment. The crowd below clenches their fists in excitement, shouting that Liang Jun is actually getting serious. The crowd panics, pointing at the multi-armed flame beast. Look, his fire-weaving fiend seems to have evolved yet again. Facing three level 5 beasts, they believe Lin Ze is completely finished. Lin Ze flashes a knowing smile, softly counting under his breath. 3 is it? With a simple snap of his fingers, he summons a colossal entity that blocks out the sky itself. What a coincidence, he says, because he has 3 beasts too. The crowd's jaws drop in sheer disbelief at the sight. Damn it, they cry, is not that a lava dragon? Good lord, how could he actually contract a lava dragon? Zhang Manman and her crew watch excitedly, cheering that it is indeed the lava dragon. Gu Lenjian pushes up her glasses, analyzing the beast. Judging by its massive size, this is a fully grown lava dragon. To hatch, contract, and raise its level so incredibly high in such a short time is almost impossible. As the lava dragon flaunts its massive, majestic figure, the entire arena is left in awe, wondering just how many secrets this guy is still keeping hidden. Ignoring the buzzing crowd, Lin Ze decisively waves his hand, ordering his beasts to go all out. The lava dragon immediately lets out a massive roar, gathering a glowing ball of destructive energy in its jaws. It unleashes a devastating beam of pure light, blasting it straight toward the opponent. The energy slams violently into the fire-weaving fiend's protective barrier, unleashing a massive shockwave across the arena. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden conjures razor-sharp blades of ice, letting them hover in midair. The stone demon roars and charges ahead, preparing to unleash a devastating punch at the armored flame beast. Meanwhile, Liang Jun stands proudly on the shoulder of his giant fiend, waving his hand to cast a powerful fire shield skill. The blazing wall of fire immediately blocks the incoming onslaught of attacks. He glances aside, clicking his tongue. He points straight up, harshly commanding his beast to take down the dragon first. Seeing the glowing chains flying straight toward it, the giant lava dragon quickly activates its red mist skill to turn invisible. Burning with intense killing intent, the flame fiend charges straight into the dragon's shadowy mist, condensing its power. The fiend swings its massive arms, unleashing a violent shockwave with a mist explosion. The lava dragon roars in pain as sharp crystal shards detonate violently across its body. In stark contrast, the Snow Maiden remains completely calm, pointing her finger forward to control the battle. Under the Snow Maiden's frozen influence, the blazing red figure of the flame fiend is tightly bound. Liang Jun watches in utter shock, his brow furrowing as he tries to make sense of this madness. Are you kidding me? How is it resisting the mist monster? This humanoid ice beast must be at the peak of level 5. How on earth can a commoner freshman beast tamer have a pet this insanely strong? He extends his hand, gathering spiritual energy while silently plotting his next move. As long as he takes down that annoying ice beast controlling the battlefield, that level 4 dragon will be nothing more than a sitting duck. Liang Jun suddenly unleashes a blinding red beam, aiming a lethal strike directly at the Snow Maiden, unleashing his soul-piercing flame spell. However, a brilliant blue light shoots from the other side just in time to intercept it with an astral arrow spell. The two powerful spells collide, exploding in a massive burst of energy. Lin Ze smiles, blowing the smoke from his fingertips while casually mocking his senior. Trying to interfere in a beast battle with a sneak attack only makes you look incredibly pathetic. Looking up with sheer contempt, he adds that this shameless behavior fits the Gaussian club perfectly. Liang Jun grits his teeth in fury, yelling that he will rip him apart. He stomps his foot as a magic circle ignites, veins bulging. He roars that Lin Ze has only himself to blame. On the arena stage, the fire-weaving fiend curls up inside a wicked blazing aura, beginning its terrifying transformation. Blazing flames erupt violently, devouring the surrounding life force to concentrate its dark power. Suddenly, the fire-weaving fiend sprouts multiple muscular arms, looking exactly like a demon rising from the depths of hell. The spectators stare in absolute shock, screaming in confusion. What the hell is he doing? What is happening on the stage? A purple-haired student frowns, analyzing the battle. Are those other two beasts being absorbed? Meanwhile, Zhou Xiong closes his eyes. He confirms this is their family's absolute forbidden soul inheritance technique. Up in the VIP seats, an elder stands up in rage. He snaps that this is a forbidden soul technique. It forces a power boost by draining the life force of other beasts. He demands to stop this match immediately. But the bearded man next to him crosses his arms, calmly smiling. He tells him not to worry since Lin Ze can handle this. The elder still grumbles in disbelief. A level 6 beast is simply too dangerous. Back on the stage, the transformation is complete. The system screen flashes, showing the fire-weaving fiend has reached level 6 stage 2 with a duration of only 3 minutes. Laughing like an absolute maniac, Liang Jun shouts that this soul fusion will drain his life force and sacrifice his last two beasts. He lets out a feral roar, screaming that no matter the cost, he will kill Lin Ze today. Meanwhile, Lin Ze just sneers, asking if this mediocre power-up is really his proudest trump card. Lin Ze narrows his eyes with a cold glare. To him, a fusion that sacrifices companions is nothing but dark magic. He calls out to Xiao Shui and the Earth Golem, telling them it is time. Instantly, the Snow Girl and the Stone Golem erupt in a blinding glow, floating into the air as they merge together. Two opposing forces of hot and cold collide violently, triggering a massive explosion of light that completely blinds everyone in the arena. Emerging from the thick mist, a massive, majestic silhouette looms as a shocking system notification flashes. Soul Fusion Technique Fusion form the Abyssal Frost Giant. Lin Ze looks up at his creation and nods with a proud grin. Just as he expected, now that Xiao Shui has evolved, her fusion form has upgraded as well. The system screen glows brightly. Abyssal Frost Giant level 6 stage 4 duration 1 minute. Lin Ze smirks, confidently declaring that 1 minute is more than enough to end this fight. The crowd gapes in absolute shock, instantly breaking out into a wild uproar, and honestly, can you blame them? How on earth can Lin Ze's beasts fuse too? Damn it, this massive aura is actually way stronger than Liang Jun's flame. Weaver Fiend. Zhou Xiong tilts his head back and groans, wondering how his boss can possibly use the Liang family's signature inheritance technique. Right next to him, Ning proudly boasts that her brother's soul technique is easily far superior to anything Liang Jun has. Up in the VIP area, the bearded man laughs heartily, turning to tease the speechless old headmaster, asking if he sees it now. He knew the kid could handle it. Completely opposite to the crowd's excitement, Liang Jun stares wide-eyed, his face pale as a ghost. He stammers in disbelief, demanding to know how this is even possible and how his opponent did it. Driven to absolute madness and unable to accept reality, he waves his arms frantically, screaming for Lin Ze to stop playing tricks and go straight to hell. The Flameweaver Fiend immediately goes all out, launching a devastating fiery strike as the system flashes the skill name Purgatory Meteor Blast. Lin Ze just stands there with his arms crossed, casually analyzing the situation. Logically speaking, fire should counter ice. But against absolute zero, a tiny spark is nothing more than a flickering candle in a hurricane. To prove his point, the Frost Giant begins to condense a massive solid core of deep ice, unleashing a freezing aura that literally cracks the surrounding space. It raises one massive arm high, holding the giant core to deliver a decisive, crushing blow triggered by the skill Abyssal Ice Core Collision. Staring at the massive ice meteor crashing down toward his beast, Liang Jun can only cry out in absolute hopeless despair, screaming that this cannot be happening. The ice block ruthlessly slams into the arena, destroying everything in its path and completely crushing Liang Jun's spirit along with his ultimate trump card. Immediately after, a devastating wave of absolute frost sweeps across the arena, completely freezing every single inch of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Liang Jun collapses onto the freezing ice, clutching his chest and coughing violently. He grits his teeth in bitter defeat, realizing this is the backlash of a failed fusion. He looks miserably at his three beasts now separated and frozen solid. He knows the Flame Weaver Fiend is finished, and the power of both his Red Mist Monster and Hellfire Giant has been completely wiped back to zero. Kneeling on the frozen ground, Liang Jun clenches his fists in sheer frustration. He cannot accept losing like this to some young brat who has no right to surpass him. Moments later, the referee steps up to loudly declare the final verdict to the roaring crowd. Liang Jun and his beasts are unable to battle, making the winner of this semifinal. The arena explodes into absolute chaos as the crowd cheers for Lin Ze. He actually pulled it off and beat Liang Jun. It serves the Gaosan Club right for always looking down on everyone else. Over the frozen floor, the fusion finally ends. The Snow Girl and the Stone Golem separate back into two independent forms, slowly stepping back. Lin Ze gives his three beasts a gentle, proud smile. He nods and praises them, telling them they all did an incredible job and worked hard. Looking closely at Xiao Sui, he realizes she and the others did not pass out from exhaustion this time. It seems that as his own power level increases, the energy cost of maintaining a fusion drops. Sensing their fatigue, he waves his hand to recall them as they dissolve into sparkling stardust, letting them return to rest and recover their energy for now. Right on cue, a familiar system screen pops up to notify him of a brand new achievement. Reaching the Academy Finals earns him 600 achievement points, and Lin Ze smirks confidently, knowing he just needs to win one more match. But over in the honorary stands, the red-haired beauty who holds the top spot in the Academy suddenly raises her hand, calmly telling the referee she is forfeiting. The entire stadium gasps in absolute confusion as the speaker proclaims that their top fourth-year student, Deng Ru, has voluntarily withdrawn from the final match of the tournament. Talk about a complete plot twist. Her short silver-haired friend grabs her arm in a panic, desperately asking why she is backing out when everyone was waiting to see them go head-to-head. Deng Ru calmly walks away, flipping her hair with a highly confident smile. She explains that her trump cards are reserved only for real enemies and fighting Lin Ze is pointless since the top rank of this academy is just his starting line anyway. Instead, she is excited to watch him crush the elite schools in the upcoming Beastmaster League. With that, Deng Ru elegantly walks down the steps, heading straight toward Lin Ze, who's waiting calmly down on the battlefield. Seeing his senior approach, Lin Ze offers her a polite, warm smile and thanks her for handing him the victory. Deng Ru offers a knowing smile and reaches out her hand, congratulating him on the championship. She says he truly deserves the title and predicts they will be working together very soon. Lin Ze shakes her hand with a confident, steady gaze, replying that he is also looking forward to fighting by her side in the future. Their firm handshake marks a beautiful passing of the torch, and right at that moment, the system dings once again. The glowing screen flashes with his newest achievement. For winning the Grand Academy tournament, he receives 1,500 achievement points, 1 soul technique manual, and 1 random artifact reward package. A grand award ceremony is quickly held in front of the Academy's majestic hall, with every eye locked onto the young new champion. The elderly white-haired headmaster steps forward, carefully taking the prestigious gold medal from his assistant. He personally drapes the medal around Lin Ze's neck, praising him warmly and saying the boy has brought him endless surprises. With a gentle smile, the old man promises that Lin Ze's strength is ready for a much larger stage and the Academy will spare no effort to support him. The headmaster gently holds the glittering medal, acknowledging the immense weight of the effort the young man has put in. The headmaster announces that starting today, Lin Ze is officially the top student of the Ningjiang Beastmaster Academy. This prestigious medal grants him unique privileges, ensuring any of his requests to enter secret realms or take leaves are instantly prioritized. Lin Ze nods politely, thanking the headmaster for the immense honor. With a sly wink, the old man adds that Lin Ze can pick up his cash prize and champion artifacts at the school administrative office tomorrow. He even reveals that he personally handpicked some high-grade items so the young man can choose his favorite. Right after a sign announces a 3-day holiday, a student stretches his arms and cheers, happily thrilled to get 3 whole days off to finally kick back and relax. On the way home, Ning holds Lin Ze's hand, playfully sharing that she and Cindy have planned a 3-day trip to the nearby Green Forest dungeon to level up their combat skills. Lin Ze looks at the 2 girls holding hands, utterly confused. Only the 2 of them are going, since when did they get so close anyway? He looks at them and sighs, feeling a bit worried. Although the Green Forest dungeon is pretty low level, the terrain is quite complex and easy to get lost in. Worse, one of these girls is too impulsive and the other is just hyperactive. Completely ignoring his worries, the girls hold hands and declare with absolute confidence, "Don't worry, it's just the Green Forest dungeon, we can totally handle this. Since we failed to even pass the tournament qualifiers, we really need to step up our training game now." Completely helpless against their sheer determination, Lin Ze shrugs and gives in. "Fine," he tells them, "but I am still pretty worried. Oh, by the way." As Lin Ze walks down the hallway, he starts pondering his next move. With his current strength, hoarding too many artifacts is pretty useless. If the system's random reward pack can pull something suitable for a Ning, it might just become a crucial life-saving tool for her. With a quick thought, he activates his system. A glowing notification panel pops up instantly. Random artifact reward pack used, and he successfully receives a flickering shadow orb. The detailed info of the item pops up clearly. The flickering shadow orb allows the user to teleport instantly to any location within their line of sight. It can be triggered up to 3 consecutive times with a cooldown of 24 hours. Lin Ze rubs his chin with a satisfied smile. Not bad, this item is actually pretty perfect. He turns to his sister, standing right beside him, telling her he has a gift for her. Curiously, Ning looks back and asks what it is. Lin Ze opens his palm to reveal a small glittering gem, offering a gentle warning. This is a flickering shadow orb. It lets you teleport short distances to save your life in an emergency. Always stay in touch, and if you run into any wild beasts, do not try to be a hero. Understood? Holding the precious gem tightly, and Ning gives him a playful wink. Wow, thanks a lot, brother. Do not worry, I will be super careful. Her friend standing nearby teases her with a hint of jealousy, pointing out how expensive the artifact is and how good Lin Ze is to her. And Ning lifts her chin proudly, asking if she is jealous, since he is her brother after all. Watching them, Lin Ze feels relieved, having given them a safety net. Now he must gather materials to upgrade his Earth Spirit and the Obsidian Dragon. Staring up at a magnificent building in front of him, Lin Ze keeps thinking. The market price for dark attribute raw stones is just way too high right now. Going straight to the source to find them himself is definitely his best option. Cut to Zhou Xiang, who stops slurping his noodles to warn him. Dark attribute materials. There are plenty of those in the Thousand Insect Dungeon, but that place is seriously creepy. High-level bugs and dark beasts crawl everywhere. Are you really planning to go in there completely alone? Shrugging off the warning, Lin Ze grabs his backpack and heads straight to the Beast Tamer Association lobby, a place teeming with bustling crowds and massive bizarre spirit beasts. Calmly pulling up his face mask to cover his face, he slips his hands into his pockets and weaves through the dense crowd to head deeper inside. The moment he reaches the reception desk, a polite receptionist wearing glasses bows with a warm smile. "Hello there, how can I help you today?" Lin Ze pulls out his bronze Beast Tamer card from his jacket, sliding it over calmly. "I would like to register for permission to enter the Thousand Insect Dungeon, please." The receptionist takes the card with a professional smile, asking him to please wait for just a moment. But the moment she glances at the information on her computer screen, she completely freezes, her eyes widening in pure shock. Glancing from the ID photo to the young man standing right in front of her, she stammers and steps back. "Are you really Lin Ze?" Lin Ze quickly raises a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep quiet. Panicked, the receptionist covers her mouth with both hands and nods frantically. "Oh," she whispers, "I totally get it." Clasping her hands, her eyes sparkle with pure admiration as she whispers, "I watched your match, and you were absolutely incredible. I am such a huge fan of yours. Could I possibly get your autograph, like, secretly?" Lin Ze chuckles awkwardly, gently steering her back to the task. "Thank you, but could we please handle the registration first?" Blushing, the receptionist quickly gets back to work, promising to process everything right away. Now get this, Lin Ze nervously pulls his scarf all the way up to his nose as whispers erupt behind him. "Look, is that Lin Ze?" Where hearing them, he frowns, wondering if that tournament at Ningjiang Academy really had this many outside viewers watching. He grows inside, remembering how crowds constantly corner him for awkward photos. Ever since the tournament ended, he has basically become an overnight celebrity. No matter where he goes, people immediately recognize him and drag him into pictures to post online. Meanwhile, the fangirl receptionist is still blushing furiously as she taps away on her keyboard, completing his registration. Just a moment later, she happily hands the card back to her idol. "All done, your permit is officially registered to your ID. Once you leave this counter, just turn left and head down to the basement, which leads straight to the entrance." Lin Ze politely takes his card back, giving her a quiet nod of thanks. Following the directions, he heads down into the basement of the building. Right before his eyes is a massive metal door, beautifully carved with reliefs of two giant flaming monster birds. Gathered in front of the massive closed door is a crowd of dozens of beast tamers of all shapes and sizes, eagerly waiting to enter. Lin Ze walks up slowly and looks at the towering gateway, frowning. That is a pretty massive crowd. Suddenly, a stranger steps up from behind him with a friendly grin. "Hey there, little brother, are you also here to check out the Thousand Insect Dungeon?" He extends a hand, offering a warm invitation to join their party. But Lin Ze turns his back without hesitation, offering a flat refusal. "No thank you." Shut out, the young man scratches his head in embarrassment and steps back. "All right then." Nearby, a young man glances at the stunning woman beside him, wondering what she is staring at. Crossing her arms, the captain turns her head to avoid his gaze, whispering that it is nothing. Suddenly, the massive gateway rumbles loudly as it slowly swings open. A loud announcement booms over the speakers, declaring that the Thousand Insect Dungeon is opening and urging all adventurers to get ready. The massive crowd immediately surges forward toward the glowing red dimensional portal as the automated system continues its grim broadcast. "This dungeon is extremely dangerous, so please proceed with absolute caution." A liability waiver takes effect immediately upon entry, which means any losses, damages, or casualties inside will be entirely your own responsibility. One by one, they leap through the fiery boundary, their silhouettes quickly devoured by the magical portal. Following a blinding flash of light, Lin Ze opens his eyes and finds himself standing before an endless, lush green grassland. So this is the inside of the Thousand Insect Dungeon. Zhou Xiang's advice instantly comes back to his mind. According to his friend's intel, the main destination in this dungeon is a place called the Scorching Valley. It is crawling with dark attribute beasts and contains a priceless material called bloodline crystals, which are apparently worth an absolute fortune. Lin Ze pulls out his map, noting the long trek through grasslands, swamps, and rainforests. To reach the Scorching Valley, he will have to cross the entire Thousand Insect Dungeon. He smiles, realizing this is the perfect opportunity to hunt some wild beasts along the way. Flicking his finger toward the sky, he summons his obsidian dragon. A massive dark claw crashes down onto the grass below. Soaring into the sky on the back of his obsidian dragon, Lin Ze leisurely scans the terrain below. Spotting beast hordes from the air is definitely much easier than walking. Xiao Shui needs to polish or control the earth spirit needs frontal attack practice, and the obsidian dragon needs training in aerial combat. They all have some room to grow. Lin Ze confidently waves his arm, ordering his giant companion that it is time to set off. Down on the grass, a swarm of aggressive bugs blocks their path. The system notification identifies them as level 3 stage 4 spike blade insects. The stone fiend dives right into the swarm, swinging his massive fists wildly. Glowing system notifications flood the screen, showing the earth spirit's growth rate is rapidly rising. As night falls, Lin Ze sets up a cozy, secure campsite inside a cave, leisurely grilling meat over a crackling campfire. As he slowly turns the meat skewers, he begins to calculate his next moves. Sure, he could easily use his achievement points to directly boost their growth, but without actual combat experience, his beasts would eventually grow too lazy. Having the stone dragon fight during the day while the earth spirit takes over at night is a flawless rotation. He turns and gently pats the snow maiden's head to comfort her since she is dying to join the action. He explains that the beasts they are encountering right now are far too low level to help her grow. He promises she can fight the moment they face much stronger opponents. Meanwhile, the stone fiend is still busy delivering thunderous punches to a beetle just outside the cave, bringing in another notification that the earth spirit's growth rate has increased. Suddenly, the stone fiend freezes. His glowing red eyes glare deep into the pitch-black shadows of the dense forest. Lin Ze immediately senses the danger. Narrowing his eyes, he mutters, "Is someone heading this way?" A faint light flickers behind the bushes and an unfamiliar voice breaks the silent night. "Look, there's a fire up ahead. Could it be another group of adventurers?" 3 rough-looking men step out from the shadows. The bald leader laughs, greedily gloating that they just got lucky and can steal a fully built campsite without wasting any energy. His bald lackey eagerly flatters him, agreeing that their Greenwood team has already claimed this territory, so nobody should dare fight them for it. The leader steps forward and stares at the stone fiend, commenting with curiosity. He remarks that he has never seen this kind of beast before. It just looks like a pile of rugged rocks. Is it an earth type? He glares menacingly at the stone beast, which is already radiating pure aggression. He warns that their Greenwood team has taken this spot, so it needs to get inside, tell its master to pack up and get lost. Seeing the stone fiend stand completely still, the leader frowns in annoyance. What is wrong with this thing? Just as he speaks, Lin Ze calmly walks out of the cave, accompanied by the stunning snow maiden who radiates an icy, piercing chill. The spiky-haired boss stares with wide eyes, completely losing his mind over the breathtaking beauty of the ice-type beast. He cannot help but gulp, muttering about what a gorgeous humanoid beast she is, while the snow maiden simply tilts her head in confusion. Lin Ze frowns slightly and steps forward, shielding his beasts with a cold, indifferent expression on his face. He sweeps his sharp, icy gaze over the intruders and asks calmly if there is something they need. The bald lackey aggressively points at Lin Ze, shouting that he is telling him to get lost because this cave belongs to them now. But his love-struck boss quickly holds him back, telling him to hold on. He tries to act polite, putting on a fake smile as he approaches Lin Ze. He says it is getting late and they need a place to rest. Seeing that the boy is all alone, he asks if it would be okay for them to stay. Without wasting a single second, Lin Ze completely shuts him down, bluntly stating that it is not convenient. The bald man immediately flies into a rage, glaring and roaring that they are the Greenwood team. Lin Ze casually cleans his ear with a finger, mocking them with utter contempt. Oh, are they famous? He has never heard of them. Enraged by the insult, the bald guy charges forward to attack, but the quiet companion in the green shirt behind him quickly grabs his shoulder to stop him. The bald guy turns around in frustration, shouting at his teammate about why he is holding him back. The green-shirted man quickly lowers his head, whispering a tense warning about how familiar the kid looks. But the bald guy stubbornly scoffs, calling his fear absolutely ridiculous. The green-shirted man turns pale, breaking into a cold sweat as he gulps and asks if he has not been watching the recent Ningjiang Academy competition. Inside his mind, the terrifying images of those 3 monstrous beasts immediately flash. He begins to tremble as he recalls them in detail: a stunning ice-type humanoid beauty, a bizarrely shaped rock creature, and a massive stone dragon. He stares at Lin Ze in sheer terror, stammering out his final realization. This exact lineup belongs to the rumored genius Beastmaster, who became the top student of Ningjiang Academy in his very first year. He is the youngest top student in history, and the ultimate rising star of the beast-taming world. Hearing this, the bald guy breaks into a cold sweat, fearfully whispering the news into his boss's ear. Hearing the warning, the boss turns back to look at Lin Ze, hesitating as he admits that now that it is mentioned, the kid really does look a bit like him. Yet the boss still points right at Lin Ze's face, threatening that since the brat refuses to show him respect, he has no reason to play nice either. Instantly, the boss summons a hideous giant spider. The system displays its details as a level 5 stage 2 poison-type demon-face spider. He sneers, telling Lin Ze he has exactly 5 seconds to grab his beasts and get lost because this cave belongs to them now. He smirks with a disgusting grin, suggesting that perhaps he should leave that beautiful humanoid beast behind to entertain them. He warns that a lone traveler like Lin Ze should really know his own limits before making a massive mistake. Before he can even finish his sentence, the Snow Maiden and Stone Fiend launch a devastating coordinated attack. Glowing skill boards light up, unleashing Spirit Arrow, Frost Burst, and Earth Spikes. Suddenly, the boss grimaces in agony, covering his mouth as he begins to cough violently. He hunches over, looking down at his hand, which is completely stained with bright red blood as his face pales. Staring in absolute horror, he turns away, stammering in pure panic over how something like this could even happen. The scene cuts to his level 5 demon-faced spider skewered by sharp stone spikes and completely dead. The leader screams in despair, unable to believe his precious high-level summon was wiped out just like that. Lin Ze coldly points his finger right at him. His gaze is razor-sharp as he delivers his sentence, "Since you do not know how to hold your tongue, you will not be needing that mouth anymore." Seeing things get way too tense, a lackey in green quickly rushes forward to intervene. "Wait, brother, please, our boss did not mean it like that at all." Cowering while supporting his boss, the lackey desperately pleads with Lin Ze, "Our boss is always a reckless idiot, please forgive him. We will leave right this second. Just pretend we do not even exist and let us go." Then the lackey leans close and panics into his boss's ear chief, that is Lin Ze, the guy who has been making massive waves recently. The boss is so shocked he practically screams, "What?" Realizing he just crossed the boss, the leader breaks into a cold sweat. He laughs awkwardly and tries to kiss up Lord Lin. "I have heard of your great reputation. This is all a huge misunderstanding." He quickly bowed and cowered in fear, babbling that they would leave immediately and absolutely never disturb his rest ever again. The thugs were about to bolt when they froze in terror, stopped cold by Lin Ze asking if he ever gave them permission to leave. Lin Ze slowly raised his hand as a massive surge of energy gathered, asking them with pure murderous intent if they would have spared anyone weaker had they met them today, knowing that their answer would absolutely be. He growled it out instantly, crushing all hope. No. Shaking with fear, the thugs backed away slowly, their eyes wide with absolute panic under his terrifying pressure. Right then, a swarm of blood-red ants flooded out from the shadows like a torrent, triggering a flashing notification for Tier 4 Stage 1 Dark Attribute Bloodline Ants. The guy with glasses panicked, screaming out in terror, asking how on earth there could be so many bloodline ants in this place. While their leader stood frozen in disbelief, his panicking lackeys scrambled to run, screaming that they could deal with 10 Tier 4 beasts, but over 100 of them meant even summoning their spirit beasts was useless, so they needed to flee immediately. Before he could even get far, a giant ant pounced on the glasses guy, brutally tearing him apart as blood splattered everywhere. Horrified, the cowardly bald guy abandoned his crew and ran for his life, screaming that he did not want to die yet and to flee while they still could. Unlike the panicking thugs, Lin Ze and his beasts stood tall against the massive swarm, a smug smile spreading across his face as he wondered if such good luck was even real. Licking his lips, his eyes flashed with raw excitement because honestly, who wouldn't love hundreds of dark attribute materials delivering themselves right to your door? A vicious bloodline ant suddenly lunged forward, testing his strength with a direct strike. But the stone demon immediately intercepted it with a crushing punch, unleashing its most powerful state, the blinding thunder devil general form, to smash the beast. A devastating burst of lightning energy crashed straight down, instantly vaporizing rows of surrounding bloodline ants in a massive and violent explosion of power. Lin Ze calmly turned to Snow Girl, telling her that the stone demon was fully capable of handling this Tier 4 Stage 1 swarm on its own, and that battling opponents of the exact same level would help speed up its growth, so she should just keep an eye on it and only intervene if it truly could not hold on any longer. Right on cue, the rock dragon spread its wings and soared high into the sky. The stone dragon's massive body tore through the air, creating a shockwave of intense pressure that pushed back everything in its path. Lin Ze leaped onto the dragon's back to make his escape, completely ignoring the gang leader below, who was desperately begging him to wait and not leave. Below, the terrified leader ran for his life from the red ants, crying out in absolute despair, apologizing for what he did and begging Lin Ze to take him along since they were all adventurers who should not be abandoned like this. Watching the dragon disappear, he looked up at the sky in total despair, screaming for them to come back. Leaving the desperate screams far behind, the rock dragon soared high over the dense forest canopy, while Lin Ze silently analyzed the situation, noting that bloodline ants usually lived in the Savage Valley, which was at least 100 kilometers away from their current position. Staring down at the massive army marching below, he figured that a normal hunting colony could never wander this far from their own territory. Glancing toward the barren rocky peaks in the distance, Lin Ze frowned as he realized that something highly unusual must have happened back in the Savage Valley. Deep in thought, he was suddenly startled by something bizarre appearing right ahead of them. He quickly pointed toward a dense patch of forest, instructing his dragon to fly over there first so they could check it out. Underneath the dark forest canopy, another pack of bloodline ants was moving quietly through the shadows. Suddenly, an unusual ant with a pale mutated shell stepped forward to take the lead. That bizarre creature suddenly raised its head, staring intently up at the night sky. Under the bright glowing moon, the silhouette of the gliding rock dragon entered its field of vision. Instantly, the eyes of the mutated ant flashed with a dangerous glowing red light. Suddenly, a sharp headache strikes him out of nowhere, and watch closely, this is no ordinary pain. Clenching his teeth as cold sweat poured down, he realized this had to be a direct mental attack. As the rock dragon wobbled in mid-air, Lin Ze struggled to maintain his balance quickly, figuring out that while invisible mental attacks were extremely difficult to defend against the beasts, possessing them were usually incredibly fragile and weak once you got into close quarters. Combat. Pointing straight down at the ground, he ordered his dragon to land so they could take it out in close combat. A beam of brilliant magic shot down from the sky like a falling star, unleashing his elven arrow skill. The fatal blow crashed down, but a worker ant quickly threw itself in the way as a shield exploding into pieces to protect its commander. Surviving the surprise attack, the leader ant glared back up with blood-red eyes filled with pure rage. The rock dragon touched down with a heavy thud, and Lin Ze jumped off casually, praising the beast for its surprisingly quick reaction speed. A red system notification instantly flashed around the beast, identifying it as a Tier 5 Stage 2 Dark Attribute Bloodline Ant, which made him realize that this powerful creature was indeed the supreme commander of the entire swarm. Turning confidently to his massive rock dragon, which was already bursting with power, Lin Ze told it that it was its turn to shine, since wiping out these bloodline ants would boost its growth rate significantly. The dragon instantly swung its claws, unleashing deadly waves of darkness as it activated its brutal Shadow Bind Death Grip skill. Massive hands of pure darkness erupted from the ground, ruthlessly crushing the surrounding worker ants to pieces. The shattered remains of the beasts rained down onto the grass below. Sensing the danger, the clever commander ant immediately backed away and signaled for a full retreat. Refusing to back down, the boss ant unleashes another wave of invisible energy, triggering a system notification warning of a mental attack. This time, the rock dragon quickly roars and lowers its massive head to shield its master. Thanks to a life-saving artifact, a glowing green magic barrier instantly envelops Lin Ze. He smirks confidently, "Don't worry, the same trick won't work on him twice." Staring coldly at the insect, he analyzes its intelligence, noting it is actually pretty smart. It even knows to target the Beast Tamer first, showing an intellect far superior to ordinary bloodline ants. Even so, Lin Ze remains completely confident in his giant companion. He tells the dragon that although this bloodline ant has a higher level, it stands no chance in close combat. They need to finish up quickly to pick up Xiao Shui and the others. The rock dragon unleashes an ear-splitting roar, displaying a terrifying jaw full of sharp fangs to threaten the tiny ant. With absolute overwhelming power, the dragon delivers a fatal strike that splits the ground, activating its brilliant rock-splitting claws skill to end the fight. And just like that, the fight is over, but look at this ruined campsite on the other side, burning and completely covered in blood. Mangled corpses lie scattered all over the place, while a bloodthirsty bloodline ant furiously devours its prey in the chaos. In a desperate life-or-death situation, a heavily bruised and blood-covered man frantically reports to his captain that there are too many bloodline ants and the eastern defensive line is completely collapsing. Grit-toothed and fighting on, the red-haired captain shouts to encourage her squad, telling them that even if they cannot hold, they must keep trying. Beside her, a lightning puppet desperately crackles with electricity to defend them. A system screen identifies it as a Level 6 Stage 1 lightning pattern puppet. Analyzing their strategy, she shouts that bloodline ants do not fight to the death and will retreat if they take heavy casualties. Since they are fully surrounded, their only hope is to stand their ground and keep killing the beasts until they run. In another corner of the battlefield, a thick-furred beast companion lies defeated and motionless on the blood-soaked grass. Nearby, another male squad member lies completely unconscious on the freezing ground after surviving the fierce clash. Observing from above, Lin Ze slowly walks over with a remarkably calm and relaxed demeanor. He casually steps past the corpses of the cowardly Green Forest team who fled earlier. With the rock dragon hovering behind him, he clicks his tongue. This miserable end is likely karma for their habit of bullying and terrorizing the weak. Back at his safe campsite, Lin Ze greets his two pets with a warm smile, letting Xiao Shui know he has returned. Glancing at the system screen, he is thrilled to see his Frost Maiden at Level 5 Stage 3 with 40% growth, and his Earth Spirit at Level 4 Stage 6 with 82% growth. This massive progress makes Lin Ze gasp in excitement. Giving them a big, proud thumbs up, he praises his two reliable helpers, telling them this result completely exceeded his expectations and thanking them for their hard work. But then Lin Ze's smile quickly fades as he seriously analyzes the situation. The nearby scouting reports and the ant swarms along the road seem highly unusual, meaning they will have to venture much deeper into Savage Valley to investigate. Under the bright glow of the full moon, the rock dragon carries Lin Ze soaring swiftly through the dark night clouds. Riding alongside the Frost Maiden, Lin Ze frowns in deep thought, noting they have already spotted 4 or 5 bloodline ant swarms, led by boss-level beasts. He wonders what on earth could have happened in Savage Valley to make such a massive horde swarm out like this. Looking down at the arid mountains below, he suddenly spots a bright red glow and realizes there is a fire. Lin Ze gently pats the rock dragon's tough scales and gives a firm command to head down and check it out. The grim sight below reveals a completely ruined campsite with scattered stones and fresh pools of wet blood still glistening under the flickering firelight. A heavily injured male Beast Tamer, clutching his bleeding arm in pain, frantically reports to his superior that the situation is looking incredibly bad. He looks despairingly at the massive crimson ants surrounding them from all sides, crying out that they have killed so many, yet the swarm shows no signs of retreating at all. With his final beast companion dead, he desperately asks what they should do now. Even worse, a massive bloodline ant is ruthlessly devouring its own fallen comrades to heal itself, making the terrified Tamer tremble as he explains that these monsters can regenerate by cannibalizing their own, while their own squad has absolutely no way to recover. A massive tremor shakes the ground as a series of lightning bolts rain down from the sky, scorching the battlefield with a powerful thunderfall skill. However, the exhausted lightning puppet casting the spell is barely hovering over the red-haired captain. She gasps for breath. She has completely run out of options. Frowning deeply, sweat dripping down her beautiful yet helpless face, the captain laments that they have barely managed to clear one wave before another massive swarm immediately rushed in to surround them. The lightning-patterned puppet suddenly crashes to the ground, gasping for breath amidst the enemy. The relentless assault of thousands of level 4 bloodline ants has already killed or injured more than half of their squad's companion beasts, and it was only thanks to this level 6 puppet that they have managed to hold out for this long. But their final guardian beast is now completely spent, its electric sparks rapidly fading away. It can only last about 10 minutes at most, and without its protection, their last line of defense will instantly collapse. Looking around at her dying comrades, she thinks bitterly that all companions with area of effect skills in the squad have already been killed, making it completely impossible to wipe out such a massive swarm. With her own spiritual energy almost depleted, she wonders if she is truly going to die in this place. Turning to her with his remaining strength, a badly wounded ally screams that they cannot hold out any longer, and she must escape immediately instead of dying here with everyone else. Another member wearing glasses grabs a metal pipe and charges into close combat to protect her, shouting for her to go. He tells her not to worry about them since her other 2 beasts are dead, urging her to escape while the lightning puppet can still fight. Hearing those final words, the red-haired captain smiles, releasing her last surge of purple spiritual energy with fierce determination. She asks what on earth they are talking about, declaring that since she is their captain, they will die together if they must. Just as she prepares to die, check this out, a cool, icy crystal suddenly lands on her cheek, leaving her completely dazed. She looks up to see shimmering white snowflakes gently drifting down from the deep night sky, wondering if it is actually snowing. The remaining squad members stare blankly at this bizarrely beautiful sight amidst the bloody battlefield, wondering since when it snows in Savage Valley or if they are just hallucinating before death. Suddenly, the wounded ally jumps up and points straight to the sky, screaming excitedly that it is not an illusion. He tells everyone to look, pointing out someone riding a giant dragon heading straight toward them. From high above, Lin Ze stands majestically with his arms crossed on the rock dragon, accompanied by the glowing Frost Maiden like a divine savior descending to earth. The Frost Maiden's beautiful face remains completely cold, her icy gaze sweeping across the bloody battlefield. With a gentle wave of her hand, she instantly summons a raging blizzard that sweeps away the beasts, displaying her massive area of effect blizzard skill. The red-haired captain stares in absolute shock at the beautifully frozen ant statues, whispering to herself, wondering if they have actually been saved. Nearby, a squad member in black sunglasses gapes, furrowing his brow as he racks his brain before blurting out, "Wait, this guy looks incredibly familiar." Suddenly, he excitedly points toward the sky and shouts, "I know who he is, that is Lin Ze. He is the genius Beast Tamer who conquered the super difficulty bronze trial and won the championship at Ningjiang Academy. He is the genius who confused soul beasts. We are actually going to survive." Like drowning men grabbing a lifeline, the entire squad of 5 throws their hands up desperately, begging for help. "Almighty Lin Ze, please save us, we really cannot hold out for another minute." Keeping a completely calm expression, Lin Ze softly commands his beloved beast Xiao Shui clear out this entire area. The snow girl obediently nods to carry out her master's order. The snow girl coldly raises her slender, elegant finger, gathering a blinding, freezing energy that lights up the entire sky above them. Right on cue, the sky pours down a devastating razor-sharp storm of ice, pinning the swarming ants to the ground as her ice rain skill flashes on screen. With the obstacles completely cleared, Lin Ze casually puts his hands in his pockets and strolls forward majestically escorted by both his rock dragon and the snow girl. The relieved adventurers let out a massive sigh of relief, crowding around to thank him. "Thank heaven we ran into you, otherwise our whole squad would have been wiped out. Thank you for saving our lives." Their red-haired captain steps forward to shake his hand, a warm and deeply grateful smile spreading across her face as she thanks Lin Ze for his incredible help. She apologetically explains that her name is Yi Fujing. She actually recognized him back at the entrance of the secret realm but held back out of fear that she might bother or offend him. Lin Ze politely shakes her hand, getting straight to the point. "Captain Yi, no need for formalities. We were also ambushed by hordes of bloodline ants on our way here. Do you know what is going on in Savage Valley?" Yi Fujing's expression instantly grows serious as she hesitantly replies, "This is not the safest spot to talk, but we actually came here because we have been tracking an extremely suspicious trail." Lin Ze narrows his eyes as she shares her suspicion that the bizarre events in the valley are connected to the Fallen. Hearing this, he quietly mutters to himself, "The Fallen again." Looking around at the gloomy environment, Lin Ze is genuinely surprised. He wonders how the Fallen could possibly dare to show their faces so openly in a realm strictly controlled by the Association. Yi Fujing points ahead and explains that they discovered some highly unusual footprints and heavy drag marks while they were gathering materials. Driven by curiosity, they followed those bizarre traces all the way into the depths of Savage Valley. She sighs bitterly as she continues her story. Who would have thought that right after setting up camp, they were suddenly hit by two massive waves of thousands of bloodline ants. The onslaught felt completely unnatural, as if they were being driven or provoked by something. The captain then turns a sincere gaze toward her young savior, softly adding that he arrived just in the nick of time to save them all during their most desperate moment of life and death. Lin Ze touches his chin, lost in thought. While the Fallen might not be actively looking for a fight, it is highly likely they are the ones pulling the strings behind the chaos in Savage Valley. He suddenly recalls Captain Du mentioning that the two captured members of the Blood Moon group did not utter a single useful word during their interrogation, keeping their secrets tightly locked away. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he asks Yi Fujing how far those tracks lead. She quickly replies that they go on for about 2 kilometers, heading straight to a northwest pass where they did not dare explore further. Noticing the determined look on Lin Ze's face, Yi Fujing suddenly gasps in shock. "Wait a second, do not tell me you are actually planning to go in there and check it out." Lin Ze calmly glances down at his smartwatch and nods to confirm, "Yes, I am going to head over there and take a look." One of the injured squad members quickly limps over to protest, "You cannot go, who knows what kind of dark plot they are hatching. What if you get yourself killed in there?" The man in sunglasses waves his hands in frantic agreement. "Exactly, it is far too dangerous. Why don't you come back with us first? Once we are safe, we can report everything to the Association and let them handle this mess." Hearing that, Lin Ze turns back and counters with a razor-sharp argument. If they wait until they get out to report and let the Association investigate, it will be far too late. Judging by this bizarre activity, the enemy's plot is likely nearing completion, and waiting around only raises the danger. The captain can only stammer, unsure of what to say. Lin Ze calmly adjusts his smartwatch to reassure them, "Do not worry, I have already notified the investigation team. I am going in first to cause a distraction and keep the Fallen pinned so they cannot escape." Hearing this, Yi Fujing decisively steps up to stand beside him, stating she is going along too. This causes her bandaged teammate to gasp out in pure shock, "Captain." The red-haired captain turns around to give a firm command, telling her team to take the injured and retreat back the way they came. Her worried subordinate tries to protest, arguing that it is far too dangerous for her. Yi Fujing turns to Lin Ze and firmly replies that she cannot simply stand by and watch her savior walk into danger. She points out that her tracking and scouting experience will be highly useful, arguing that 2 heads are always better than 1, unless of course he thinks she is too weak to keep up. Lin Ze smiles gently and responds with humility, "Of course not, you must be joking. How could a Beast Tamer with a level 6 summon ever be considered weak?" He glances at her, realizing that her extensive exploration experience makes her a valuable ally. Agreeing to her proposal, he smiles, "Then I will have to trouble you to lend me a hand." Hearing this, she triumphantly puts her hands on her hips, saying that is more like it. Lin Ze tosses her a small blue potion and tells her to drink up, explaining that it is a spiritual recovery medicine. He suggests she rest up so they can set off in half an hour. Catching the bottle with ease, Yi Fujing flashes him a grateful wink and a bright smile, thanking him for the thoughtful gesture. Deep inside the Savage Valley, a dark cave dripping with a sinister aura looms ahead, waiting like an open mouth in the shadows. Inside, a horrifying sight unfolds as countless bloodline ants crawl and squirm, completely packing every single corner of the cavern. A hideous bloated monster with pale purple skin ruthlessly devours a helpless red ant, chewing it up with terrifying hunger. A bit further back, an entire swarm of these bloated creatures crawl over mounds of flesh, looking exactly like ravenous zombies. Suddenly, Lord Yan, clad in a black cloak with strange tattoos covering his face, slowly steps into view and asks how the breeding experiment is progressing. A group of fully cloaked minions quickly bow low to respectfully report that most of the screaming flesh beasts have reached maturity and will be fully developed and ready for combat in just a few hours. Lord Yan stared coldly as he asked for the current head count. His trembling subordinate quickly replied that they had 425 beasts in total, with 389 of them fully matured. Hearing that number, the leader flew into a rage, glaring at his men and shouting that it was far too few. He ordered them to speed up the hatching because he wanted 1,000 fully grown howling flesh beasts by the day after tomorrow. The subordinates broke into a cold sweat, exchanging panicked looks and stuttering nervously about the impossible demand. One henchman risked it all and bowed flat to the floor, explaining through his shaking breath that the bloodline ants had migrated. Because of this, they lacked the crucial fertilizer needed to nurture the beasts. Lord Yan roared at his groveling crew, calling them useless idiots. He spat that if they lacked fertilizer, they should go find a new source instead of expecting him to hold their hands. Terrified, the underlings begged him to calm his temper. Covered in a cold sweat, the subordinates scrambled to promise that they would search for more immediately and guarantee the Lord would get exactly what he wanted. Lord Yan narrows his eyes with killing intent, coldly warning them that they had better complete this mission or else there would be hell to pay. Turning his back, his voice drops to a cruel, menacing snarl as he promises to use their very bodies as fertilizer for the howling flesh beasts, while his terrified subordinates scream in agony and desperately beg for mercy. Leaving his battered underlings behind, Lord Yan walks off in a rage, silently cursing those two idiots, Mo and Wu. He cannot believe they failed to handle a simple 18-year-old student and got captured by the investigation team on top of that. Gritting his teeth, a sinister smile creeps onto his face as he plans his next move. Trash will always be trash, but since it has come to this, he will personally teach the Beast Tamer Association a lesson. Though he admits that kid Lin Ze is starting to look a little interesting. While he is plotting, a guard suddenly rushes in, panting and panicking, shouting that something terrible has happened. Lord Yan snaps back in annoyance, demanding to know what the hell is going on now. The guard collapses, gasping and trembling as he delivers the grim news. They have an intruder, a monstrously strong one, and the outer guard of howling flesh beasts has been completely wiped out. The leader's eyes pop as he roars, "What?" Out on the perimeter, Snow Girl calmly raises her hand and unleashes her skill, instantly freezing a bloated flesh monster before shattering it into pieces with her frost explosion ability. Her graceful form glides across the battlefield, littered with frozen chunks of meat. Right on cue, the familiar system notification rings out, announcing that Snow Girl's growth rate has increased and new skills have been unlocked. Thrilled, Lin Ze pulls up his system panel to inspect the 3 incredible skills he just unlocked. Glacial Meteor, an area of effect damage skill for 500 achievement points. Absolute Zero Ray, a single target debuff attack for 500 points. An Ice Dragon Burst, a devastating multi-target locking skill for 800 achievement points. He rubs his chin with a satisfied grin. Real combat is indeed the best catalyst. These 3 brand new skills look incredibly powerful, and since he still has over 4,650 achievement points left, there is only one logical choice. Without a second thought, Lin Ze taps the button to unlock them all, eagerly declaring that he is going all in on these upgrades. Looking down at the disgusting, slimy corpse of a flesh monster, Yi Fujing sighs in frustration. She complains that after all the trouble it took to locate this place, they were ambushed by these repulsive things the second they stepped inside. She then turns to her young benefactor, asking if he has ever run into a bizarre abomination like this before. Lin Ze scans their dark surroundings with a serious expression, analyzing that while he has never seen them, he highly suspects the Blood Moon Association is breeding artificial demon-type beasts. Hearing this, Yi Fujing turns pale in absolute shock, realizing this whole situation is far more dangerous than she could have ever anticipated. Suddenly, Lin Ze freezes in his tracks as his sharp eyes instantly pick up on a hostile, bloodthirsty presence nearby. Clenching his fists, he glares into the deep darkness of the cave, warning his partner that a massive swarm of creatures is heading their way right now. Deep within the pitch-black abyss, countless pairs of glowing red eyes light up, accompanied by sickening skin-crawling sounds of movement, drawing closer and closer. Emerging from the dark is a skeletal beast sporting a giant red eye on its forehead, closely followed by a zombie wolf with a savage, snarling face. An entire army of grotesque crossbred demonic beasts pours out of the shadows, creating an incredibly tense and suffocating atmosphere of dread. Breaking into a cold sweat, Yi Fujing drops into a defensive stance and warns her companion that these are all level 5 demon types, urging him to be careful. But Lin Ze just offers a confident smile, fully prepared for another clean sweep. The grotesque fallen slowly creep out of the shadows, their leader sneering with a cruel grin as he mocks that they have finally caught the 2 smelly, wretched sewer rats. Spreading his arms wide, he arrogantly asks why they would break into a dead end like this and even dare to lay their filthy hands on their precious, valuable research specimens. Yi Fujing prepares to strike while the smug cultist continues to mock them, laughing that it is actually perfect timing since they were just running low on fertilizer. The two black-robed cultists stare down at them with cold, merciless eyes, declaring that they should feel honored to serve as the next batch of nutrients for the howling flesh beasts. Before they can even finish speaking, a sudden burst of psychic energy slams into the pair, blowing them backward as the system displays her mind shock skill. Yi Fujing points forward and coldly snaps at the villains, telling them to shut their mouths if they are going to fight because fear would not have brought them all this way. Crashing onto the ground, the fallen cultist wipes blood from his lip and snarls in fury, cursing her and asking how she dared to strike him. The system immediately flashes a prompt as a piercing arrow of energy shoots straight through the fallen cultist, making him shriek in agonizing pain. Completely defeated, the henchman's limp hand drops to the cold, hard ground as his life fades away. Just a short distance away, Lin Ze keeps his finger pointed, crackling with green electricity before casually lowering his hand after that swift, lethal blow. Sliding his hands into his pockets, the young man glances at the remaining sweating cultists and spots their badges, confirming that they really are members of the notorious Blood Moon Association. Right then, a familiar chime rings inside his head, causing Lin Ze to pause in slight surprise. His bright system interface pops up, revealing a newly unlocked achievement, Enemy of the Fallen. For defeating a fallen cultist for the first time, he is awarded 500 achievement points and 1 spiritual power recovery potion. Lin Ze raises an eyebrow in amusement, thinking to himself that he had no idea this kind of achievement existed, let alone that it was part of a progressive questline. Smiling at the rewards, Lin Ze nods to his loyal beast, Snow Girl, ordering her to wipe out the remaining demonic monsters and tie up these 2 captured cultists. Snow Girl immediately spreads her arms, summoning razor-sharp frost magic as her active skills, Arctic Chain Burst and Ice Dragon Burst, flash across the screen. The relentless combo continues as icy chains bind the 2 cultists, while the sky rains down absolute fury in a barrage of freezing meteorites and sharp icicles. Bound tight by the freezing chains, the trapped cultist stares in complete disbelief, muttering that this is simply impossible since the kid looked like nothing more than an inexperienced rookie. But before he can complain further, he is screaming in pure agony as the bone-chilling frost bites deep into his flesh. Witnessing this overwhelming display of absolute power, Yi Fujing is left in complete awe. She highly praises his beast's incredible skills, noting that this level of sheer destructive strength easily rivals her very own level 6 Thunder Puppet. Ignoring her compliments, Lin Ze casually walks over to the captured cultist, who is now completely sealed inside a massive block of solid ice. Staring coldly into his eyes, Lin Ze demands to know what kind of creatures these are and what their ultimate goal is. The defiant cultist grits his teeth, telling him to screw off because he will never talk. Letting out a weary sigh, Lin Ze slowly extends his finger, gathering a crackling charge of electrical magic and presses it directly against the stubborn prisoner's forehead to force a confession. Wearing a threatening smile, he turns to the second accomplice and asks if he is ready to talk, leaving the terrified man shivering and breaking out in a heavy cold sweat. Completely terrified by Lin Ze's cold ruthlessness, the second cultist frantically screams that he will tell them everything if they just spare his life, explaining that they were sent to this cave to breed and train the experimental specimens known as howling flesh beasts. The captive spills everything about the origins of those hideous screaming flesh clods. He confesses they are a new demonic-type beast his group recently bred, explaining that their breeding and expansion methods are completely different from any normal spiritual beast. A chilling sight unfolds as the monster splits its own body to reproduce. The henchman goes on to explain that they multiply and expand through self-division, with the fully grown adults capable of reaching up to level 6 stage 5. Tears stream down his wrinkled face as he blabbers on. He reveals that their leaders treat the monster like a precious treasure and ordered testing right away. Since these screaming flesh clods need tons of raw flesh to multiply, they chose this exact location. Lin Ze rubs his chin and pieces the clues together. It all makes sense now. The massive colony of bloodline ants was the perfect food source to fuel their rapid breeding, but the sudden mass disappearances triggered a panic in the colony. Yi Fujing, standing right behind him, chimes in that this explains why so many bloodline ants fled the Savage Valley and began crazily attacking humans. Lin Ze presses the captive harder, demanding to know the ultimate goal behind creating these monsters. Trembling with fear, the thug reveals their entire dark plot. Lord Non plans to wait until enough screaming flesh clods hatch and then launch a massive full-scale assault directly on the Beastmasters Association branch in Ningjiang City. Hearing this insane plot, Lin Ze and the captain frown in disbelief and curse. What in the world is wrong with you guys? You are all completely out of your minds. The tied-up thug shakes and cries, desperately begging for his life. He pleads that he has told them everything he knows and begs them to please just let him go. But before he can even finish his sentence, a massive tentacle shoots out from the shadows, skewering him instantly and leaving the unlucky bastard coughing up blood. The newcomer coldly insults his fallen subordinate. What a pathetic piece of trash, unable to even guard a door properly. The enemy slowly steps out from the darkness, accompanied by a blazing humanoid fire spirit and massive writhing tentacles behind him. He barks an aggressive threat. How dare you trespass into our blood moon territory, you two miserable little brats. I am going to skin you both alive. He looks around the cave floor, seeing his highly valuable screaming flesh clods frozen completely solid and shattered into pieces. His face twitches with absolute rage as he grinds his teeth and bellows. Good, very good. Do you have any idea how much resource, manpower, and effort I invested to breed these screaming flesh clods to this scale? He glares intensely at the two troublemakers standing calmly before him, hissing with pure venom. All because of you two little brats. My entire plan has gone completely down the drain, huh? Suddenly, recognizing a familiar face, the man's eyes go wide as he roars. Lin Ze. It is you again, you damn brat. Last time you dared to capture our Blood Moon members, and now you want to ruin our plans too. Consumed by absolute rage, he unleashes his demonic flames and whips his tentacles forward, yelling that today he will settle all old and new scores once and for all. Facing this ferocious onslaught, Lin Ze remains completely calm, taking a step back to let his Snow Maiden move forward and fight. The Snow Maiden gracefully reaches her hand forward, unleashing a blast of freezing cold air with her stunning skill, Sigh of the Snow Maiden. The bone-chilling wave of cold air shoots forward, successfully freezing the surface of the enemy's hideous tentacle. But the enemy's fierce flames quickly explode easily, melting the layer of ice and shattering her frost seal in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Ze frowns slightly as he analyzes the battlefield. Fire naturally counters ice, and with their level disadvantage, a Xiao Sui will definitely struggle if they keep trying to fight head-on. Right then, Yi Fujing steps in to assist, directing her lightning puppet to unleash its devastating signature move, Lightning Storm Explosion. A blinding blue bolt of lightning carrying destructive force tears through the air, striking the enemy's burning fire spirit dead on. The two opposing energies collide with a deafening blast, shaking the entire cave and forcing Lin Ze and his senior to take a defensive step back. As the smoke clears, Yi Fujing grins confidently and splits up the targets. She tells him that she will handle the blazing fire spirit while he takes care of the giant octopus. Lin Ze nods calmly, preparing to summon a new partner, as he tells her is a plan. The glowing red eyes of a powerful creature suddenly flash in the dark as a system notification confirms the Earth Spirit's arrival. Boasting a massive muscular frame and spiky armor, the Earth Spirit erupts from the ground, charging forward, ready to fight. Meanwhile, outside in the desolate valley, the flashing light from the massive explosion immediately catches the attention of the guarding mercenaries. Wiping cold sweat, the vice captain turns to his captain, whose arm is in a cast, and asks what just happened. The captain replies that it is the direction Lin Ze and the female captain went. Back on the intense battlefield, Lin Ze and Yi Fujing unleash a joint attack to shatter the cave ceiling, opening a path straight to the moonlit sky. Standing calmly on the back of his black dragon as they ascend, the young man smiles and explains his tactical retreat. He notes that the cave is far too narrow, giving the enemy's tentacles an advantage and limiting their own wide area skills. Moving the fight to a wider battlefield will make things much easier. Furious that his prey is escaping, the enemy chases after them, whipping his tentacles upward while roaring out in order to attack and give them absolutely zero breathing room. Even so, waves of freezing magic descend right on time to stall him, using two familiar skills, Ice Dragon Burst and Arctic Chains. Thanks to that perfect distraction, Lin Ze sits securely on the back of his massive dragon, looking down at his foe with a cold stare. Finally, the black dragon spreads its wings, carrying them both safely to a high cliff under the quiet night sky, ready for round 2 of this bloody battle. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Ze looks down at the field, calculating his next move. Although his spirit arrows could support Xiao Shui and the others, he decides to let them fight on their own to gain rare experience against high-level opponents. Right on cue, the Snow Maiden below raises her slender hands into the air to unleash her freezing ice magic. She releases a blinding icy light as her system skill panel flashes, sending a freezing frost ray straight toward her target. Taking the full force of the surprise attack, the giant octopus monster shrieks and pulls back its tentacles in agony. Not to be outdone, the Earth Spirit unleashes a massive wave of power, shifting into a fierce new form, the Demon General. Sporting a massive body glowing with fiery red energy, the powerful beast slams a heavy fist into the ground, completely blocking his opponent's advance. Instantly, a flurry of glowing system notifications flashes before Lin Ze, announcing that his growth rate has increased, new skills are unlocked, and evolution requirements have been fully met. The system goes on to list several high-tier, highly expensive skills on the screen. First is Mountain Crushing Strike, a powerful single-target move causing massive shatter damage that costs 300 achievement points. Next is Stone Sentinel, a single-target defensive skill wrapping the user in protective rock crystals for 500 achievement points. Finally, there is Earthquake Shockwave, a massive area of effect crowd control skill that generates a slow-inducing shockwave around the user for 800 achievement points. Without hesitating for even a single second, Lin Ze smirks confidently and taps the screen to unlock absolutely everything. As it turns out, even before they set out, the greedy earth spirit had already devoured every single precious crystal required for its evolution. The young man proudly explains his beast training strategy, saying that as long as his pet hits the maximum growth rate, it can evolve directly right on the spot. Amidst a blinding burst of exploding light, the system officially announces the birth of a brand new combat machine, the newly evolved Stone Soldier form. The system screen breaks down the terrifying stats of this mighty beast. It is currently a demon golem at level 5, stage 7, with a growth rate of 0%. To reach its next evolution path as a stone general, it must achieve a 100% growth rate, 10 mid-grade earth element origin stones, and 1 meteorite star. Watching this frustrating spectacle, the Blood Moon leader gapes in absolute shock and roars. How is it evolving right in the middle of battle? Damn it, why does this brat have all the luck? Standing nearby, Yi Fujing cannot hide her utter shock at this immense new power. It feels almost like a level 6 beast. Did it seriously just jump an entire tier upon evolving? How is that even possible? Ignoring everyone's sheer disbelief, Lin Ze simply raises his eyebrow completely, maintaining the cool and calm composure of a truly master-class Beast Tamer. The young man casually explains his secret. He realized from the very first time this stone monster evolved that its natural potential was incredibly vast. So even though both of his beasts went through evolution, this one's starting level is always significantly higher than Xiao Sui's. Wasting no more time, Lin Ze looks straight ahead and commands, "Stone Soldier, go ahead and show them exactly what your real strength looks like now." Obeying its master, the massive stone giant slams its huge hands into the ground, instantly unleashing its newly unlocked skill, Earthquake. The ground ruptures as sharp stone pillars thrust upward, tossing the giant octopus's thrashing tentacles high into the air and leaving it completely defenseless. At the same exact time, the enemy's fire spirit is bombarded with icy blue lightning bolts from Yi Fujing's puppet, rendering it entirely overwhelmed and helpless. Backed into a tight corner, the deeply panicked villain stumbles backward as cold sweat pours down his face. Helpless, but refusing to back down, he glares up at the cliffside and roars in fury. "You smelly brat, do not think for a second you can defeat me this easily." Standing right amidst the scattered remains of the screaming flesh golem, he begins to channel a dark, magical aura, causing the slimy meat piles to quiver softly. Under the influence of his sinister demon magic, the piles of meat absorb nearby energy and slowly rise up, signaling a horrific transformation. The grotesque pieces gradually fuse together, forming a massive monstrosity whose colossal back blocks out a huge portion of the dark night sky. Standing proudly in front of the newly reborn giant creature, the villain confidently delivers a chilling threat. "None of you are leaving this place in one piece today." He reaches inside his cloak to pull out a small black wooden box, which is strangely pulsing with a creepy heartbeat-like rhythm. Instantly sensing the danger, Yi Fujing calls out to her junior. "Lin Ze, look at that wooden box in his hand." The box pops open to reveal a bloody heart beating frantically inside, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Seriously, what on earth is that awful thing? Cradling the beating heart, the villain smugly reveals his plan. This blood origin heart was meant to be the trump card for raiding the Beast Tamer Association branch, but I never expected to use it on you two kids. With that, his rough hand squeezes and crushes the bloody heart, releasing a massive wave of dense, dark energy into the air. A foul, bloody mist begins to billow outward. Yi Fujing pinches her nose and complains about the awful stench, while Lin Ze covers his nose too deeply, sensing that something is very wrong with this red fog. Bathed in the crimson mist, the giant beast behind the villain throws its head back and roars out with absolute fury and excitement. Its massive tentacles begin to glow a deep, ominous red, absorbing the corrupted power at a rapid pace. The monster's grotesque flower-like face splits wide open, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs as it growls terribly and menacingly. The colossal creature is completely bathed in a dark, ominous red glow, exerting a suffocating pressure that seems to distort the space around them. Slimy clumps of flesh intertwine, shifting and restructuring themselves into a brand new, terrifying form that looks more monstrous than ever before. Sensing the grave danger, Lin Ze quickly channels lightning magic into his hands and shouts, "It is evolving by restructuring its body. We have to interrupt it right now." Yi Fujing instantly nods and agrees. Refusing to let the enemy succeed, Lin Ze fires a brilliant beam of energy, cutting through the darkness, triggering his shining spirit arrow skill. The purple energy arrow pierces directly into the expanding mass of flesh, breaking through its tough outer layer. Yet the shredded meat of the crimson monster immediately begins to squirm and reconstruct quickly, returning to its previous grotesque form. Yi Fujing gasps at how incredibly fast it heals, but Lin Ze frowns and quickly analyzes the situation. That is not healing. Its body is currently in a fluid state during the restructuring process, which severely weakens both physical and energy attacks. As the towering red demon fully materializes against the night sky, Lin Ze immediately devises a combat plan. Talk about a massive scale, we have to take this thing down with a single massive blow. The villain bursts into a crazed laugh and mockingly jeers at them. Do not flatter yourselves because the Blood Origin Heart is an extremely rare boosting item that can completely break a beast's level limits. He boasts that under its influence, his screaming flesh beast can reach level 7 stage 4. This makes Yi Fujing incredibly worried, asking her junior how they can handle such a massive gap in combat power, but Lin Ze only smirks and casually replies, "Is it really just level 7 stage 4? Hearing his terrifying confidence, Yi Fujing stares at the young man, unable to believe her own ears. "What did you just say? Did you really say, just?" Standing below the villain also roars in anger at the kid's dismissive attitude. "You little brat, what is that supposed to mean?" Lin Ze calmly puts his hands in his pockets and slowly exposes him. "Back then, you used firestone dragons as gatekeepers and secretly built a hidden room to breed demon beasts because you thought the Red Soil Realm incident was related to me. If so, then you should also understand that truth." The young man raises his eyebrows with a smug smile. "I could easily handle 2 fully grown level 8 dragons, let alone this artificial trash of yours." Hearing those words, the villain's face turns pale with sheer rage. Ending his provocation, Lin Ze channels energy into both of his beasts and yells out his skill. Fusion Art Astral 1. A surging torrent of ice magic envelops the giant stone combat machine, beginning the process of fusing their elemental powers. A blinding light suddenly explodes, revealing a massive warrior covered in sharp ice armor alongside a system screen. Abyssal Ice Giant, current tier level 7 stage 4, duration 60 seconds. Lin Ze rubs his chin in satisfaction at his newly fused beast, planning his next move. The Abyssal Ice Giant has also reached level 7 stage 4. "Looks like I can save my Burst C card for now." Witnessing that overwhelming power, the leader gapes in horror as cold sweat pours down. How could its level skyrocket like that? Didn't the intelligence report say this brat's fused form was only at level 6? Sensing he is in deep trouble, the man quickly commands his Crimson Beast to charge forward, screaming at it to stop his opponent. While his monster buys him time, the coward turns tail and runs desperately, telling himself that as long as he survives, there will be another chance, and he must report this kid's freakish power to his superiors the moment he gets out. But before he can even take a step, his legs freeze completely, his pale face showing absolute terror. Looking down, he sees a cold blue frost creeping up his legs and binding them tight, making him scream in horror. Why can he not move a single muscle? The freezing ice creeps higher and higher, rapidly covering his entire body and rendering all of his frantic struggles completely useless. The Abyssal Frost Giant prepares to unleash its final catastrophic punishment across the entire battlefield, activating a massive ultimate skill, the Abyssal Frost Arctic Binding Domain. Suddenly, the pitch-black sky tears open as a colossal ice core hurtles down to deliver the devastating final blow, the Abyssal Frost Ice Core Impact. The giant ice meteor crashes down in a devastating explosion, instantly blasting away both the Blood Moon and Void monsters amidst a massive hail of shattered rock. The earth-shaking battle finally ends. The morning sun begins to rise, casting its first warm rays over the majestic mountains. Elsewhere, a mercenary with his arm in a sling hastily leads the rescue team up the mountain, pointing ahead to reassure them that this is definitely the right way. The group cautiously climbs onto a steep, jagged ledge only to spot thick white smoke still rising in the distance. The entire rescue squad freezes in absolute shock, their jaws dropping as they bear witness to the devastating ruins left behind by the battle. Talk about complete destruction. The entire vast valley is completely flattened with nothing left but shattered white rocks and ruins stretching all the way to the horizon. One of the team members drops to his knees in terror, breaking into a cold sweat as he stutters out, "Did we arrive too late?" Dressed in his black suit, Captain Vu Ngan breaks into a cold sweat as he stares at the wasteland, swallowing hard and whispering, "Is this level of destruction even possible?" Hearing a loud shout calling out to him, the captain quickly turns his head around. Lin Ze stands on a ledge, cheerfully waving alongside his senior and their tightly bound prisoner. "Good morning, Captain. Vu, things got a bit out of hand, so we might need you to clean this place up." Vu Ngan's eyes widen in absolute shock as he gasps, "You actually managed to capture another one alive." Staring closely at the miserably kneeling prisoner, the captain suddenly realizes this is none other than Triu Nan, a level 6 deacon of the Blood Moon organization. Captain Vu points a trembling hand toward the ruined battlefield, his voice shaking as he asks if this was. He stares out over the pulverized rock, wondering how this entire mountain peak got completely flattened. He continues to scan the chaotic area, noting the gruesome debris and the scattered corpses of test subjects and fallen enemies alike. To top it all off, he cannot help but stare at the defeated high-ranking Blood Moon officer who is currently kneeling in total humiliation. Captain Vu yells out in complete disbelief, "Did the two of you really take care of all this?" Diep Fucan quickly waves her hands humbly, admitting that Lin Ze did almost all the heavy lifting. Captain Vu rubs his forehead in disbelief, chuckling nervously. This is absolutely insane, and if they had arrived any later, the entire pocket dimension might have been blown off the map. Quickly snapping back into his highly professional self, Captain Vu commands his team to immediately cordon off the area, document every single piece of evidence, and carefully search every last inch of the battlefield. Clad in full hazmat suits, the cleanup crew moves into the center of the zone, carefully collecting biological samples with tweezers. Climbing down to the site, Captain Vu strokes his chin as he carefully analyzes the situation, noting that the Blood Moon organization actually dared to conduct a massive experiment right inside the pocket dimension. He admits that if the two of them had not intervened in time, Ningjiang's city would have fallen into complete chaos, and promises to secure a generous reward from his superiors. Turning to Deep Yu Kan with a look of deep admiration, he tells her that tracking down this hidden Blood Moon base was entirely thanks to her team's hard work, and they will never forget this massive achievement. The captain hands over a business card and formally extends a warm invitation, stating that on behalf of the Beastmaster Association, he is officially inviting her and her entire squad to join their ranks. He explains that their exceptional stealth and investigative skills are exactly the core capabilities his elite division currently lacks, making them the perfect candidates for the job. Hearing this, the injured mercenary standing behind her jumps up in sheer excitement, urging her to accept immediately, because joining the elite Beastmaster Association squad is a massive opportunity that countless other hunters will literally kill for, so she needs to say yes right away. Captain Vu waits in silence for her answer, while Lin Ze simply grins already, predicting his senior's final decision. Seeing their excitement, Captain Vu breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that at least some people react normally, because after being bluntly rejected by Lin Ze, he was honestly starting to worry if his prestigious squad had completely lost its appeal. Regaining his confident smirk, Captain Vu looks at the red-haired squad leader holding his card, asking her what she thinks and telling her they are highly anticipating her decision. Diep Fukan glances over at Lin Ze, who merely offers a supportive smile, telling her that this is her big break and she should choose for herself without worrying about him, especially since he has absolutely zero interest in joining the association anyway, prompting her to nod in understanding. Closing her eyes with a bright and beautiful smile, the red-haired squad leader makes her final decision to join the elite investigation team. With everything settled, Deep Yu Kan turns to Lin Ze, telling him to reach out anytime he needs help, to which the young man smirks and promises that he definitely won't hesitate to take her up on that offer. After delivering their final report to the team, their mission wraps up much earlier than expected, with Captain Vu waving them off and telling them to leave the cleanup to his division, while wishing them a very safe journey home. Lin Ze quickly takes all the monster materials he harvested during the trip to the trading post, exchanging them for a massive pile of glowing red bloodline crystals. But the moment he gets paid, the young man immediately blows every single cent on rare evolutionary materials for his pets, buying so much gear that even his dimensional ring completely overflows, leaving him to carry heavy bags down the street. Collapsing onto his soft bed after a long and exhausting journey, Lin Ze lets out a tired sigh, finally done. Lying lazily on the bed while staring at the ceiling, he maps out his next move now that his materials are ready. The goal is to accelerate his pet's growth, especially since his 3-day break is over and it is time to head back to school. The next morning, the bright early sun shines down on a completely empty and completely silent classroom. Lin Ze stands there frozen, completely baffled, as he wonders if he somehow walked into the wrong classroom. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through his thoughts from the doorway. "Hey boss, I knew you didn't check your phone." Lin Ze turns around in surprise, confirming it is indeed his buddy and Nin. Behind him, Quan Ning and her friend approached, holding up a phone, complaining that the school sent an alert 2 days ago. They changed the schedule, giving everyone a long vacation. She asked if he really just never checks his messages. Lin Ze stroked his chin, staring at the screen and mumbling that he had been busy exploring a mystic realm lately, so he had not touched his phone at all. This sudden vacation adjustment was probably because the school was cooperating in the investigation of Ying Tao, colluding with the Blood Moon Syndicate. The young man stood there blankly, wondering what to do with this sudden long break. He debated whether he should just head back into a mystic realm to keep grinding. Hearing their friends' workaholic plans, the two girls immediately exchanged knowing glances, preparing to lure him into a little trap. The pink-haired girl happily grabbed his arm, urging him to forget about those realms for a while and explore some ruins with them. Her friend chimed in, noting that Senior Zhang Manmin and Senior Gu Lengyan were tagging along too. Lin Ze could only blink, asking in confusion, "Ruins?" Quan Ning excitedly painted a grand picture, explaining that these ruins were remnants of the great era left behind on this world after the great catastrophe came to an end. She went on to compare the two options, explaining that while normal mystic realms require people to enter through a magic gate, ruins exist directly right here in our actual physical world. Clinging to his arm, Quan Ning eagerly went on about how adventurers had just discovered a brand new set of ruins in Luan City. She mentioned that someone had already found sacred relics inside, and others even picked up incredibly rare spirit beast eggs. To make it even better, the environment inside is highly beneficial for speeding up a beast's growth. That young lady on the other side playfully shook Lin Ze's arm, urging him, "Well, Mr. Top Student, are you going to lead us, or what?" Stop overthinking and just say yes. Helpless against their dramatic act, Lin Ze held out his hands and smiled, agreeing that it was fine and asking when they would start. The two girls high-fived in pure joy, cheering that they would set off tomorrow. The very next day, the group quickly packed their bags and boarded a massive armored train hurtling down the tracks as they began their journey toward Luan City. Led by Senior Gyu, the group eagerly followed one another through the door, stepping inside a highly luxurious cabin. Right then he felt it. A strange heavy aura made Lin Ze stop and glance back over his shoulder. Standing there was Colonel Meng Long. He and his guards slowly boarded his scarred face, looking as grim as ever. The heavily bearded train master rushed over, bowing respectfully to ask Colonel Meng why he was traveling in person this time. He noted that a single silver-ranked beastmaster was usually more than enough to guard this route, asking if something was wrong. The gold-ranked colonel merely gave a very brief curt grunt in response. Frowning seriously, the colonel warned him that wild beasts had been constantly launching violent outbreaks along this route lately. He added that their movements were extremely strange and unpredictable, demanding to know if the train's armor, weapons, and emergency systems had been thoroughly inspected. Standing firmly at attention, the trainmaster confidently assured him that absolutely every single system had been thoroughly checked 3 separate times, promising that not a single issue would occur. Inside the spacious carriage, Lin Ze's group found a comfortable spot and began spreading out snacks across the table to enjoy the long ride. Resting his chin on his hand, Lin Ze stared out the window quietly, watching the ancient architecture slowly drift by in the distance. The young man silently analyzed the situation. Unlike the world he used to live in, trains in this place were not a common means of transport at all. Only a few rare routes actually connected the major cities, making this train a high-end luxury that ordinary citizens could rarely afford. Generally speaking, only elite beastmasters and the ultra-wealthy had enough money to ride in such a grand carriage. Furthermore, because they were traveling straight through a wild, uncontrolled region where any disaster could easily strike, this entire train had been heavily reinforced with thick armor plating to keep the passengers completely safe. Leaning his chin, Lin Ze sighed softly, muttering he felt worried. With his eyes glued to a flock of birds scattering in panic across the sky, he shared his dark intuition. In this high-risk wasteland, he had a bad feeling that a massive disaster was about to hit. Ignoring his ominous predictions, the massive armored train kept roaring forward, slicing right through the quiet, barren desert. Breaking the slightly tense silence, Lin Ze cheerfully stood up and offered to head over to the dining car to grab everyone some drinks. His seatmate smiled brightly, thanking him warmly. Suddenly, a scowling man with long brown hair strode right past, intentionally slamming his shoulder incredibly hard into Lin Ze. He sneered, clicking his tongue in irritation and snapping at him to watch where he was going. He complained about his bad luck, telling the kid to keep his eyes open. Lin Ze merely glanced back at the unreasonable man, silently noting that the guy had clearly bumped into him on purpose. Spotting the shiny badge pinned to the man's chest, Lin Ze immediately understood. A silver-ranked beastmaster, no wonder the guy acted so unbelievably arrogant, walking around with his nose in the air. Wanting to avoid trouble, Lin Ze ignored him and calmly walked away. It was a rare trip for him, so there was no point in getting into a fight. He figured he should just go grab the drinks. The high-speed train continued hurtling forward, the metal joints between the carriages grinding together and kicking up bright yellow sparks. A short while later, the young man carried a plastic bag full of drinks, casually pushing open the door to return to his group's cabin. Stepping inside, Lin Ze immediately saw that same silver-ranked jerk aggressively reaching out a hairy hand to grab Quan Ning, only for another hand to suddenly slap him away. It was Manman stepping in to protect her friend, loudly yelling that they had already turned him down 3 times, asking if he was completely incapable of understanding basic words. The man waved his hand with a highly irritating smirk, telling her to calm down and stop being so touchy. He claimed he just wanted to make friends, pointing out they were all headed to the Luan City ruins and could team up to make the trip more fun. Puffing out his chest, the guy pointed to his badge and bragged about being a genuine silver-ranked beastmaster. He arrogantly promised that if they stayed with him, he would keep them completely safe once they entered the ruins. Annoyed by the loud noise, Senior Goose shut her thick book with an irritated snap, her face turning completely cold and expressionless. She leaned her head back bluntly, dismissing him without a shred of politeness. She stated that they had no habit of teaming up with strangers, especially someone who clearly lacked any sense of personal boundaries, before flatly demanding he leave. Quan Ning also glared at the man with utter disgust, muttering that the guy was unbelievably thick-skinned, refusing to take a hint even after being insulted straight to his face. Just then, she spotted a familiar face and waved him over happily, calling out that he was finally back and telling him to hurry up and sit down. This sight made a nearby brown-haired guy absolutely fume with jealousy, wondering how 4 gorgeous girls could possibly be hanging out with a wet-behind-the-ears kid like that. He highly doubted the boy was even worthy. Lin Ze deliberately blocked the path, setting down his bags and telling him to move since he was blocking the way. Seeing Lin Ze picking a fight, before the arrogant opponent could even finish bragging, Lin Ze stepped forward and threw a devastating punch straight into the guy's stomach. Taking the brutal attack head-on, the young man crashes onto the floor, screaming out in agonizing pain. Right then, the train's intercom crackles to life in a flat, monotone voice. It warns passengers that they have entered a high-risk thunderstorm zone and are expected to clear it within 10 minutes. They are strongly advised to remain seated with their seatbelts fastened. Clutching his throbbing stomach, the young man tries to save face by barking out a pathetic threat, muttering that once they get through this thunderstorm, he is definitely going to settle the score. Seeing her companion struggle, the red-haired girl asks Liu He what happened. The system panel quickly pops up to identify them as Li Xiaojun, a regular civilian, and her traveling companion Liu He. Liu He quickly gets up to offer his seat, acting cool to mask his embarrassment. He claims it is just a minor storm and nothing to worry about. As she sits down, the girl calmly replies she has traveled this route so many times she is already completely used to it. Closing his eyes with a smug grin, he continues his arrogant bragging, telling her how glad he is that she is not afraid. But Li Xiaojun completely ignores his pathetic acting. Slipping on her headphones, she focuses on her phone while he keeps grumbling about how only filthy rich young ladies would treat an intercity train like a regular city bus. Noticing her smiling Liu, he leans over to ask what she is watching. Li Xiaojun eagerly shows off the latest news about her idol Lin Ze, the top student of Jiangning Academy, raving about just how incredible he is. Hearing that irritating name Liu, he strokes his chin with a condescending sneer, scoffing that only naive girls idolize some student who has never faced the real world. He boasts that as a busy silver-tier beastmaster, constantly training to get stronger, he has absolutely no time for such superficial nonsense. But his bragging is cut short as the entire carriage suddenly violently shakes, throwing everyone into immediate panic and sending screams echoing through the train. The heavy impact almost knocks Quan Ning off her feet. Her pink-haired friend quickly grabs her, telling her to hold on tight to the handrails as Quan Ning cries out in terror. Fortunately, Lin Ze reacts instantly, catching Quan Ning by the waist and pulling her close to protect her. Gently telling her to hold on tight, he leaves her blushing furiously as she shyly asks if this is really normal. Gu Lengyan grips the edge of the table, her expression turning deeply serious. She analyzes the situation, stating this is definitely not normal since she has traveled this route 5 times and even the worst storms never cause such massive tremors. Looking out the window as the armored train gets hit by constant lightning while being surrounded by beasts, Gu Lengyan grimly concludes that they are absolutely under attack. Outside, a flying monster with glowing electrified horns is leading the assault. The system warning identifies it as a giant lightning element Atlas beetle at level 8 stage 4. On the ground, a massive swarm of monsters rushes forward. The system continuously registers them as lightning element Atlas beetles level 4 stage 1 along with earth element stone scorpions level 4 stage 1. Under the overwhelming force of the beasts, the heavy train carriages are instantly lifted into the air and derailed completely. The derailment flings passengers all over the place as screams of terror fill the cabin. One panicked man shouts out, asking what on earth is happening. The heavy train slides violently across the barren ground, kicking up thick dust as its reinforced steel armor is torn to shreds. Seizing the opportunity, the swarm of Atlas beetles and stone scorpions immediately piles onto the defenseless carriages, tearing them apart. Inside the chaotic cabin, a terrified man crawls on the floor, screaming out that a swarm of beasts is attacking them. Others frantically beg for help, asking where on earth the military and the onboard beastmasters are. Amidst the complete chaos, Liu He huddles under a table, trembling and cursing the missing military personnel. Seeing this, an angry Li Xiaojun snaps, demanding that since he claims to be a silver-tier beastmaster, he needs to get out there and do something because they are all about to die. Suddenly, a massive chunk of the ceiling is ripped wide open, forcing the man below to stare up in absolute despair. A hideous giant stone scorpion forces its way inside. Panic erupts instantly as people scream that it is crawling right in. Growling as its eyes glow intensely, the terrifying beast glares directly down at Li Xiaojun, causing her to collapse onto the floor in helpless terror. Raising its razor-sharp pincers, the giant scorpion lunges forward to seize Li Xiaojun, who shrinks back in complete panic and screams out in despair. Right at the critical moment, a frigid icy beam slices through the air, piercing straight through the monster's head and snatching her from the jaws of death. Talk about a perfect save. Having barely escaped death, Li Xiaojun breathes a heavy sigh of relief, quickly turning around to find her savior. Behind her, Lin Ze extends his hand to activate his special protection spell. He calls out to the crowd, telling them not to panic and to quickly gather near him. A massive blue magical shield instantly expands, enveloping Lin Ze's group and the nearby passengers to form an absolutely solid, secure barrier. Frowning slightly, the young man assesses the situation, planning his strategy. He realizes the carriage is far too narrow, meaning his protection spell can only act as passive defense, while his offensive skills are heavily restricted. Realizing they cannot just defend forever, Lin Ze summons his beast companion Xiao Sui while quickly formulating a plan to clear out these creatures first before they make their move outside the carriage. Understanding her master's intent, the Ice Maiden immediately waves her hand to unleash a howling blizzard, sending a freezing blast of frost to sweep through the swarming monsters. Before the hideous Atlas beetles and stone scorpions can even react, the freezing energy penetrates their bodies, instantly locking them into lifeless ice sculptures. Then her elegant hand clenches tightly. It is time to deliver the final decisive blow. On her command, her ice burst skill detonates violently, shattering the frozen statues into countless glittering shards that rain down onto the floor. Still sitting on the floor, Li Xiaojun watches this display of overwhelming power in utter shock, covering her mouth as she thinks how unbelievable it is. Just then, Quan Ning rushes over to help the young girl up, gently asking if she is hurt anywhere. Li Xiaojun shakes her head, thanking her savior as she says she is fine, while Liu He scrambles up from behind with a look of sheer panic on his face. The coward quickly rushes over, pretending to care by asking her if she is all right. At the same time, he tries to cover his tracks by claiming he was just waiting to analyze the monster's weakness so he could strike at the perfect moment. Seeing right through his hypocritical act, Li Xiaojun coldly brushes away Liu. His outstretched hand with complete disdain. Honestly, you just love to see it. She turns around and walks away, thoroughly disgusted by the sheer cowardice and uselessness of someone who constantly boasts about being a silver-tier beastmaster. Before leaving, Quan Ning puts her hands on her hips and calls him out, pointing out that while that monster attacked, he was curled up under his seat, trembling like a leaf, and yet still has the nerve to talk big now. Exposed on the spot, Liu He breaks into a cold sweat. He raises a hand in total embarrassment, stuttering as he tries to find an excuse. Before he can even finish his sentence, the carriage violently shakes once more. Li Xiaojun grabs onto Quan Ning with a cry, who quickly calls out to reassure everyone, urging them to stay calm and hold their ground. Standing in the front, Lin Ze struggles to keep his balance. He frowns quickly, assessing the danger outside. It looks like a high-tier beast is trying to flip their entire train car over. Right outside the window, an abnormally massive stone scorpion is going completely wild. It uses its giant claws and venomous stinger to relentlessly clamp down, desperate to rip the train's heavy metal hull to shreds. In the nick of time, a blinding beam of magic light blasts straight down from the sky. A powerful roar from the military reinforcements echoes over the chaos, shouting for everyone to get back immediately. The devastating blast blows a massive hole straight through the giant stone scorpion's head. Shards of rock shatter and fly in all directions from the sheer impact of the explosion. An imposing military officer arrives with his majestic beast. The system screen reveals the reinforcement stats, showing a level 8 stage 2 radiant silver dragon with the light attribute. The officer scowls in frustration, muttering about how these damn bugs actually dared to push straight through their heavy defensive fire just to attack the train. A soldier carrying a rifle rushes over to report the critical situation to his superior. He shouts that the insect swarm is still growing. Colonel Meng and they just keep coming with absolutely no end in sight. Up on the roof, soldiers are desperately firing a hail of bullets at the monsters while continuously shouting grim updates. They yell that the train's defense system was only built to handle a medium-sized horde, and this swarm has completely shattered their limits. At this rate, their defensive line will collapse in 10 minutes max. Colonel Meng reaches his hand forward, his face serious and sharp as he analyzes the battle. He notes that a highly coordinated large-scale assault like this means there has to be a commander-class beast pulling the strings from behind. The colonel immediately leaps onto the back of his radiant silver dragon and takes off into the sky. He shouts a clear order to his subordinates, telling them to hold their positions and protect the passengers at all costs while he hunts the commander beast. Below him, a soldier salutes firmly, shouting back that they will do exactly that. Back on the ground, under the safety of the magic barrier, Lin Ze set up Zhang Mammon is eagerly helping the elderly passengers evacuate. She speaks to them gently, telling an old man to watch his step and let her guide him. Inside the barrier, Xin Dai offers a warm smile to a terrified mother and child clinging to each other. She reassures them that they are Beast Tamers from Jiaming Academy and will keep everyone safe. She squints her eyes with a friendly grin, adding that there is absolutely nothing to fear. And Ning also calmly instructs the crowd to keep them steady. He tells everyone to stay put, reassuring them that with the protective barrier active, not a single beast will be able to touch them. Standing in a safe corner, Li Xiaojun stares blankly at the young man's sturdy back as he channels his energy to maintain the magic shield. Inside her, an indescribable mix of emotions begins to well up. Clasping her hands to her chest with sparkling eyes, she thinks to herself in pure ecstatic joy that this is really him, her absolute idol, Lin Ze. The wealthy young lady gently brushes back a strand of her red hair, her face blushing as she emotionally realizes that he is the one who just saved her life. Up front, Lin Ze remains completely focused. He calmly steps forward with his young stone demon dragon, preparing themselves for the next wave of counterattacks. The young man gently pats his little purple dragon's head with a sly smirk, quickly calculating his path to get rich. Since the barrier easily blocks low-level beasts, this is the absolute perfect chance to farm some serious evolution points for his companion. Lin Ze sweeps his hand forward, commanding the stone demon dragon to soar into the air. He tells his beast that it is time to shine, protect the perimeter, and use this massive insect swarm to farm plenty of evolution points. Hearing its master's command, the majestic dragon spreads its mighty wings and soars into the storm-ridden sky, looking every bit like a true king, ruling over the dark clouds. It charges upward before diving straight down toward the swarming stone scorpions, ready to kick off a brutal slaughter of epic proportions. The struggling soldiers fighting outside look up in sheer disbelief. One of them shouts in absolute joy that it is a dragon, while another excitedly yells that a beast tamer with a contracted stone demon dragon is here to save them. Hovering high above, the stone demon dragon opens its jaws wide, gathering a massive sphere of dark energy packed with terrifying destructive power. A blinding beam of magic energy instantly erupts, tearing through the darkness and striking directly into the densest part of the beast horde. The powerful attack triggers a chain of violent explosions, ruthlessly incinerating countless giant bugs and sending shattered rock flying in every direction. The young officer happily turns to his comrade, thanking the heavens that they have such a powerful beast tamer on this train. Another soldier eagerly chimes in to report to the conductor, saying he knows this guy. It is Lin Ze, the genius beast tamer from Jiangning Academy. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning crashes down from the heavens, tearing through the sky with the raw, violent fury of a storm. A brave soldier quickly swings his weapon, deflecting the lightning bolt right in front of his squadmates and saving them from a fatal strike. However, due to the intense recoil from blocking such a powerful attack, the young soldier named Meng coughs up blood, his face contorting in pure exhaustion. His body sways before collapsing onto the smoking rubble, causing his comrade behind him to scream out in panic for Colonel Meng. The heavily bearded train conductor quickly rushes over to support the coughing colonel, asking him with deep concern if Colonel Meng is going to be all right. The old man's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he stammers that with his strength and a level 8 stage 2 radiant silver dragon, there is no way he should be this badly hurt. Colonel Meng wipes the blood from his mouth and grits his teeth, explaining that the boss, Atlas Giant Beetle's level is 2 tiers higher than his dragon, and worst of all, he painfully reveals the hopeless truth that they are not dealing with just one but actually 2 of those beasts, which leaves the train conductor breaking out in a cold sweat of pure terror. Right then, the stormy sky is torn apart by another blinding flash of light, signaling that another devastating attack is about to strike. The radiant silver dragon roars in agony as a massive lightning bolt strikes it midair. Its entire body is paralyzed under the terrifying electric shock. Completely losing control, the powerful beast wobbles through the heavy storm clouds before plunging toward the ground in a freefall. Seeing his beast defeated, Colonel Meng opens his eyes wide in absolute despair, muttering that they are in deep trouble. The massive body of the silver dragon crashes hard into the empty ground right next to the train, causing a violent impact that shakes the earth. Staring at his heavily wounded, gasping dragon, Colonel Meng bitterly realizes that the radiant silver dragon is only built for single-target combat, yet now they are forced to go up against 2 level 8 stage 4 beasts. Painfully cradling his beast's massive head, the colonel sadly murmurs that with injuries this incredibly severe, it has virtually no fighting strength left to continue. Just as all hope seems to vanish, a calm voice speaks up from beside him, suggesting that this item might be of some help. Confused, Colonel Meng spins around to look. Lin Ze confidently steps forward, holding up a potion glowing with a brilliant blue light. He explains that this is a revival draft which will instantly heal the beast's wounds and fully restore its fighting capabilities. Colonel Meng carefully accepts the mysterious potion, his eyes scanning the strange young man before him as he wonders who this kid could possibly be. The officer standing nearby quickly introduces him with pride, stating that this is Lin Ze, the top student from Jiangning Academy. He continues his report with some good news from the rear, explaining that thanks to Lin Ze, the beasts attacking the back of the train have been completely suppressed. Hearing of his legendary reputation, Colonel Meng nods and sizes up Lin Ze with respect, admitting he has heard of him, though the kid is much younger than imagined. Lin Ze closes his eyes with a humble, calm smile, suggesting to Colonel Meng that they should handle the enemy first. Turning around, the young man looks confidently at the blazing firewall his allies made, telling the colonel that his comrades have sealed all defensive gaps, so they do not need to worry about their rear. But then he frowns, staring up at the pitch-black sky, where 2 giant beasts loom, analyzing the situation grimly. Maintaining his protective barrier continuously is going to completely drain his energy. Lin Ze steps up to stand shoulder to shoulder with Colonel Meng, determination blazing in his eyes as he loudly proposes they each take one of the giant Alpha Atlas beetles and end this nightmare quickly. Colonel Meng smirks, and though his face is bloody and covered in scratches, he still radiates the unwavering grit of a seasoned battlefield veteran. Smiling in relief, his eyes fill with genuine admiration, silently praising the kid for his courage. The colonel carefully pours a recovery potion into his dying beast's mouth, muttering helplessly that at this point he has absolutely no choice left but to put all his trust in the kid. The moment the medicine slides down, the radiant silver dragon erupts in a blinding glow, its body surging with life as if reborn. The dragon proudly soars into the sky, spreading its majestic wings as it prepares to settle the score from earlier. Colonel Meng glances over loudly, assigning the beast on the left to the kid, telling him he is counting on him. Lin Ze just winks back, replying that he has got it covered, sir. The young man immediately points to the sky, ordering his stone dragon to switch targets to the Atlas Colossus, telling it to fly around and harass the beast from the air. At the same time, the glowing red phantom of a giant warlord appears as Lin Ze shouts for his phantom general Stone Warrior to charge forward, clear the chaos, and pave the way for Xiao Shui. As the cold snow girl Xiao Sui descends, her master hurriedly directs her to find the best angle, strike hard, and unleash her skills the moment she spots an opening. On the other side, the deep blue giant beetle frantically swings its sharp pincers, roaring as it tears up the earth and triggers terrifying shockwaves. Refusing to take any more humiliation, the brilliant silver dragon opens its massive jaws and begins gathering energy, preparing for a devastating retaliation. A deep blue sphere of electromagnetic energy rapidly forms right before the dragon's jaws, packed with terrifying lightning power that is compressed to its absolute limit. Suddenly, the orb explodes, unleashing a massive beam of energy that tears through the sky and blasts straight toward the raging beast. The lightning-imbued attack strikes with absolute fury, triggering a blinding explosion of light that sweeps away every obstacle in its path. Right in the middle of the intense battle, the system suddenly flashes 3 highly satisfying notification screens. The development points for the Stone Dragon have increased, and a new skill is ready to be unlocked. The first option is Blood-Bone Putrefaction, a powerful area of effect skill where any target touching blood. The second option is Dread Roar, a silent area of effect move that unleashes terrifying energy. Lin Ze grins like he has just struck absolute gold, muttering that it is finally here, the signature trademark move of the Stone Dragon, Blood-Bone Petrification. Without a single second of hesitation, his finger swipes to confirm, and the system immediately notifies him that the Blood-Bone Petrification skill is officially unlocked. Empowered by this new strength, the black dragon opens its fanged jaws and excitedly breathes out a thick blood-red mist that blankets the entire area. Seeing the perfect opportunity to farm points and control the monster horde, Lin Ze quickly shouts for Xiao Sui to strike right now. The Snow Girl raises both hands gracefully to unleash her skill, calling forth the Snow Girl's breath, a bone-chilling blizzard that sweeps across the entire battlefield. The aggressive giant beetles are instantly hit by the freezing storm, causing their outer shells to freeze over as their movements slow down to a pathetic crawl. Immediately, the system screen flashes more good news. The fusion rate between the Snow Girl and the Stone Dragon has increased, unlocking a unique combo skill. The detailed description reveals Blood-Bone Permeation, a hard crowd control skill that blankets a massive area in dark red frost. Upon contact, it forcibly freezes the target's surface defenses and energy flow, trapping them in a state of absolute slowness while applying a devastating curse effect. Lin Ze is completely stunned, his mouth hanging open as he realizes they have unlocked a brand new combo skill, and it is a direct fusion of Xiao Shui and the Stone Dragon. Watching his 2 spirit beasts coordinate flawlessly in the air, his mind races. Does this mean Xiao Shui and the Stone Dragon can actually unlock a complete fusion form as well? Shaking off his shock, the young man points aggressively at the enemy, ordering Xiao Shui and the Stone Dragon to launch their brand new joint move, Blood Crystal Penetration, immediately. Instantly, the dark red frost violently explodes and spreads outward completely, swallowing the swarm of stone monsters scrambling toward them. The giant monsters roar helplessly as their tough outer shells turn a deep shade of crimson, petrifying them in utter despair. Within the blink of an eye, the entire fiery battlefield is transformed into a swamp of blood and bone, completely sealing any unlucky creature caught inside. 2 schoolgirls watching from the sidelines look on in awe, and when the black-haired girl wonders what is happening, Cindy confidently assures her that it is definitely Lin Ze's brand new dual pet combo skill. And indeed, under the devastating effects of the new move, the fierce beast from earlier is reduced to a cracked, lightning-scarred statue, signaling a brutal end for their enemies. Lin Ze narrows his eyes as he carefully assesses the situation. This blood crystal penetration can only provide wide-area crowd control and clear out weak mobs for a short time. Since Xiao Sui is only level 5 and the Stone Dragon is level 4, the level gap between his pets and this level 8 giant beetle boss is just too massive to deliver a direct fatal blow this way. The young man draws a glowing golden card, absolute determination, written all over his face. He knows this giant Atlas beetle boss has a vicious instinct for revenge, and if it ever breaks free from their control, every single passenger on this train will lose their life, meaning they absolutely have to finish it right here, right now. Raising his hand high, Lin Ze pours all his strength into a loud shout, ordering Xiao Shui and the Stone Warrior to initiate soul fusion. Immediately, the system flashes a confirmation screen showing that the young Beastmaster is now using his explosive seed card ×1. The magic puppet erupts in a blinding light, evolving into a majestic giant warrior. At the same time, the system details the Ice Crystal Giant at level 8 stage 8 with the Explosive Seed card active for 60 seconds. Sensing the terrifyingly overwhelming power that just appeared, the deep blue giant beetle boss stares up with a look of utter panic. Without letting the enemy react, the Ice Crystal Giant soars into the sky and begins gathering energy to unleash its ultimate move, the Lightning Storm. The giant fist of the Stone Titan clenches tightly, gathering brilliant blue energy that surges violently like a fierce, roaring lightning storm. Carrying absolute destructive power, the Titan leaps high into the air and swings its massive arm to deliver an earth-shattering punch. The attack carrying the raw power of a level 8 master tears through the air to form a blinding streak of light aimed straight at the beast's head. The giant beetle could only gape in sheer despair right before a massive fist slams straight into its hard carapace. Explosive power easily tears through the enemy defense, shattering the aggressive boss's head into 100 bloody pieces. Fresh blood splatters everywhere, staining the air red and instantly ending the giant beast that was just bragging and threatening everyone. Standing tall, Lin Ze casually slips one hand into his pocket and raises the other. He calmly announces that it is finally over. With a stylish snap of his fingers, a dark, mysterious orb of energy suddenly appears, floating high up in the sky. That destructive force pours straight down onto the doomed beast's remains, vaporizing all the shattered debris scattered around the battlefield. A massive, colorful mushroom cloud erupts completely, incinerating the source of disaster and lighting up the entire gloomy night sky. The shockwave from the terrifying blast ripples outward, ruthlessly sweeping away and crushing the recently sealed stone scorpion statues into tiny fragments. Having done its job, the stone demon fades into a hazy mist, leaving behind a battlefield thick with the scent of victory. Watching from afar, the civilians and soldiers can only gape in utter disbelief, their eyes wide at the horrifying spectacle. Honestly, who can blame them? That arrogant guy from earlier is now on his knees, sweating bullets as he mutters in sheer terror. What on earth is this? That kid has enough power to crush me with a single move, yet I actually had the nerve to pick a fight with him. Staring at Lin Ze's incredibly calm and steady back through the drifting smoke, the man swallows hard and wonders if this absolute monster is even human anymore. Colonel Meng stands nearby with a highly satisfied grin, calling out to praise him. Great job, kid. That last attack of yours was absolutely incredible. Seeing its companion get absolutely demolished, the remaining giant beetle boss panics. It quickly flaps its wings to flee this living nightmare. Colonel Meng's face darkens as he points and barks out, "You really think you can escape that easily? Did you even ask my Radiant Silver Dragon first?" Seizing the moment, the Radiant Silver Dragon rears back to gather energy as the Colonel yells out, "Radiant Silver Dragon, unleash your holy breath of light." A blinding beam of magical light packed with purifying power immediately tears through the sky, surging forward to punish the escaping beast. The powerful beam slams directly into the giant beetle's tough shell. It shatters into pieces before the monster can even let out a single squeak. The charred, lifeless body of the monster falls in a freefall, crashing heavily onto the uneven ground and sending a massive tremor through the area. The dust finally clears to reveal a battlefield littered with beast carcasses and giant craters, officially marking a glorious victory for the train passengers after hours on the brink of death. The train conductor mutters in a trembling, disbelief-filled voice, "Is it really over?" while the co-pilot collapses to the ground, cheering, "Thank God we actually survived." With the intense battle over the Snow Maiden and the Ice Crystal Giants slowly reign in their killing intent, standing tall amidst the settling dust. Lin Ze gently recalls his beasts, cradling the tiny purple dragon in his arms as he softly whispers, "You all worked hard, now get some rest." Just then, the system flashes a brilliant gold notification: achievement unlocked, Hero Stage 1, save over 1,000 people in a single disaster, reward is 3,000 achievement points, and the title, Dawn of the Hero Stage 1. Lin Ze's eyes widen in surprise, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face as he thinks a brand new achievement chain. Completing just the first stage gives 3,000 points. The rewards for the next stages will definitely be even crazier. Talk about a massive win. Placing the little dragon gently on his head, he curiously taps to inspect the new items, especially this proof of a hero token. The system window expands to show a detailed description. Hero mode, proof of a hero, a keepsake honoring heroic deeds, rewarded to the brave and righteous. Activate to unlock hero mode, heavily boosting all stats for the Beastmaster and all. Pet's initial cost is 1,000 achievement points per minute, increasing by 500 points for each minute after. The system then displays another grand description. Mystery of the Hero, a legendary gift granted to those with true courage and virtue. Activating hero mode massively boosts the Beastmaster's stats and all pet attributes, costing 1,000 achievement points initially and 500 more for each subsequent minute. Reading this overpowered description, Lin Ze gasps in shock, silently marveling, is this a permanent buff? The sheer power of this thing easily blows the Green Forest Deity card completely out of the water. Looking at the figure of 3,450 achievement points blinking on the screen, He clicks his tongue and warns himself this is great, but from now on I have to spend these points carefully and only use them in a real emergency. While he is busy calculating, Colonel Meng and his subordinates approach from a distance, the colonel speaking sincerely, "Kid, we really owe you a massive favor." Without another word, the colonel and all his soldiers bow deeply to show their respect as he speaks solemnly. "If you had not stepped in, over 1,000 passengers on this train would have ended up as bug food. So on behalf of Federation and everyone you saved, thank you from the bottom of our hearts." Colonel Meng looks up with an admiring smile, continuing his praise. "Taking down a level 8 monster that far outclassed your own level means you must have played your final trump card. The Federation will never forget this service. I have already sent an emergency report to military command and will guarantee you receive the highest honors and compensation possible." Lin Ze confidently slips his hands into his pockets, giving a calm smile and replying without any pretense, "Well, if you insist, then I will gladly accept, Colonel Meng." Suddenly, a little boy runs over, holding out a small piece of candy with a bright smile. "Big brother, thank you for saving us. Here is some candy. You are a real hero." All around them, thousands of passengers keep bowing to express their deep gratitude, countless voices echoing without end. "Thank you for saving our lives. You all are true heroes. We would have lost everything without you. Thank you so much." In another corner, Quan Ning and her glasses-wearing friend wave their hands in embarrassment at an old man's heartfelt thanks, modestly replying, "Oh, please do not be so polite. We only did what had to be done." Nearby, the glasses-wearing girl gently supports a woman who is crying and bowing deeply, sobbing out, "I really thought we were going to die here. Thank you so much." Seeing Quan Ning walk over with a joyful face, Lin Ze tilts his head slightly and asks what is going on. Placing her hands on her hips, she leans forward with a squinty-eyed grin, excitedly saying, "I cannot believe we saved so many people. Being a real hero feels absolutely amazing." Lin Ze scratches his head in embarrassment, his lips curving into a bright smile as he agrees, "Yeah, you are right." Looking up at the clear sky after the storm, he feels a wave of relief wash over him, thinking that having the strength to protect others is actually a pretty great feeling. While he is daydreaming, Cindy walks over and teases her friend, "Stop clinging to Lin Ze like a leech already," but Quan Ning pouts and fires back, "If I do not cling to him, who am I supposed to cling to you?" Watching them bicker, Lin Ze smiles, inwardly realizing that having the power to protect those who matter to him is exactly why he keeps striving to grow stronger. Suddenly, a hesitant voice calls out from behind him, "Please wait a moment," causing Lin Ze to turn around and look. Li Xiaojun, the young master from earlier in their train car, runs over in a hurry, his eyes filled with sincerity as he says back on the train, "I really did not know how to thank you enough for saving my life. Thank you so much." With a gentle, timid smile, the brown-haired young man quietly speaks up. He mentions that since he is not a beastmaster, he won't get in their way, but he simply wants to know if they can stay in touch and become friends. Without a second thought, Quan Ning eagerly steps forward to shake her new friend's hand, happily agreeing that of course they can. She flashes a warm, bright smile, introducing herself as Quan Ning before asking what his name is. The young master politely introduces himself as Li Xiaokun. Curious about their schedule, the young master asks if they are also traveling to Luan City to explore the ancient ruins. Quan Ning nods her head eagerly, happily confirming that is the exact reason why they have traveled all this way. Hearing that they share the same destination, Li Xiaokun confidently reaches his hand into his coat pocket. He pulls out a glittering gold card and hands it to Lin Ze, warmly explaining that it's his father's business card. Since his dad has run a business here for years and has vast connections, the card will definitely help if they run into any trouble in Luan City. Lin Ze carefully accepts the gift and politely thanks him for being so thoughtful. Meanwhile, Quan Ning stands beside them, her eyes completely sparkling with greed as she screams out that it's real solid gold. As night falls, the severe damage from the beast attack leaves the train in a terrible state. With the train out of commission, the passengers huddle together in the cold, waiting for rescue forces and repair crews to arrive. The moment backup forces arrive, the repair crew works completely tirelessly through the long night, finally managing to successfully restart the train's massive engine. Fortunately, the armored train finally starts rolling smoothly toward its destination, successfully avoiding any further dangerous encounters with wild beasts along the route. Bright morning light shines down on the bustling skyscrapers as the group finally arrives in Luan City. They are a full day behind schedule, but the most important thing is that everyone made it safely. The giant armored train slowly pulls into a modern station as a gentle voice over the loudspeaker announces that they have reached their final stop, Luan City. The automated voice reminds everyone to gather their belongings and exit in an orderly manner, hoping they had a pleasant journey. Blending into the bustling station crowd, Quan Ning waves a cheerful goodbye to her new friend, Xiao Kun. She yells out that they need to check into their lodging, promising to hang out with him another time. Walking toward the exit, Li Xiaokun flashes a broad smile and waves back, telling them that sounds great and reminding them to keep in touch. Stepping out into the bright sunlight, Manman stretches and inhales the lively city air. She excitedly cheers that they finally made it to Luan City, and since they traveled so far, they absolutely must dive into the local culture and feast on all the specialty dishes. The generous young lady waves her hand, declaring that she will cover all expenses today so they can just have fun. They will enjoy a full day of relaxation before heading to the ruins tomorrow, prompting the girls to cheer her name in absolute joy. Before long, an absolute feast of incredibly delicious delicacies is laid out right in front of them, ranging from mouth-watering juicy steaks and fragrant mushroom soup to adorable bear-shaped cookies. Raising her juice glass high, she flashes a cheerful smile and commands everyone to dig in, warning that absolutely no one is allowed to leave the table with an empty stomach. Grabbing a piece of juicy grilled meat, Shindy squeals that it looks way too delicious to pass up. Beside her, her friend with stuffed cheeks happily echoes the sentiment, ready to clean her plate as well. The entire group happily gathers around the outdoor wooden table, savoring the delicious food while enjoying a rare peaceful moment together under the bright morning sun. The blonde-haired girl smiles with relief, raising her glass toward Lin Ze. She notes that their nerves have been incredibly tense lately, making this rare moment of relaxation feel like a total blessing. Lin Ze silently nods in agreement, his gaze drifting far off toward the massive grand skyscrapers that tower over the middle of the bustling city center. Standing out against the clear blue sky is a sharp-pointed tower covered in mysterious blue glass. It looks incredibly majestic, far different from any of the surrounding buildings. Squinting his eyes to get a closer look, the young man wonders aloud that it is such a strange building, looking absolutely nothing like a standard office tower. Turning to the girl who is deeply engrossed in her book, Lin Ze curiously asks Senior Gu if she knows what that massive blue tower in the city center actually is. Looking up from her book, the wise glasses-wearing senior calmly explains that it is the iconic landmark of Luan City, the Spirit Soul Tower, which is managed directly by the prestigious Beastmaster Association. Intrigued by the powerful name, Lin Ze is slightly surprised, feeling a sudden surge of interest as he quietly murmurs the words Spirit Soul Tower. Senior Gu slowly explains that the location is actually an ancient pocket dimension left behind by the Great Catastrophe. This legendary 7-story trial area is just as famous as the Babel Tower in the capital, widely recognized by the Federation as the ultimate testing ground for measuring the potential of rising young Beastmasters. As the others continue happily enjoying their feasts, Senior Gu explains that the trial mechanism inside the Spirit Soul Tower has 2 unique core rules that set it apart from any other pocket dimension. Gently adjusting her glasses, she raises a finger to emphasize that the first rule is a strict age limit, as only Beastmasters under 25 are ever permitted to enter. She then lowers her voice to reveal the second and most brutal condition of all. Summoning beasts inside the tower is strictly forbidden, meaning challengers must rely entirely on their own spirit arts to clear the trials, leaving the entire group gaping in absolute shock. Slamming her hands down on the table, Mammon rounds her eyes in pure disbelief, complaining that forbidding beasts is an incredibly bizarre rule. She questions if taking away their companions doesn't strip away more than half of a Beastmaster's actual combat advantage. At the same time, Quan Ning anxiously bites her fork, sweating as she laments that if they can only use spirit arts, she wouldn't even be able to defeat a Tier 3 wild beast. Cindy nods in agreement, admitting she would also be in deep trouble since spirit arts have never been a Beastmaster's strong suit, even though they are considered quite talented among their peers. Suddenly, Sindai turns a highly meaningful gaze toward Lin Ze, pointing out that since he already possesses Tier 6 spirit arrows and a Tier 8 spirit guard, this highly restrictive rule actually feels like it was custom-made just for him. Faced with the high praise, Lin Ze takes a sip of water and smiles, suggesting that since they traveled all this way, they should at least check out the tower's entrance. Even if they do not participate in the trials, they can still enjoy some sightseeing. Senior Gu gently pushes up her glasses and nods in agreement, admitting that she is also highly interested in seeing the tower for herself. Cindy enthusiastically pumps her fist into the air, shouting that they should go see how high Lin Ze can climb. Mammon eagerly chimes in, saying they should finish eating quickly so they can set off immediately. At the base of the tower, a massive crowd is seen waiting in an orderly line under the heavy guard of several armored vehicles from the local police force. Fully armed security officers stand guard solemnly around the entrance, keeping close watch to maintain order as the registering crowd slowly moves forward. Lin Ze's group quickly arrives at the site, and the young man patiently waits for his turn in front of a beautiful receptionist's desk. Suddenly, the frantic cries of an entourage chasing after their master echo from behind, begging their young master to slow down and not be in such a rush, calling him their precious young master. Leading the way is an arrogantly dressed young man with his chin held high, letting out a smirk. The system panel identifies him as Song Chengrui, a silver-class beastmaster and heir to the wealthy Song family. Song Chengrui turns back to ask his old butler, Uncle Yuan, how many floors of the Spirit Soul Tower he thinks he can successfully clear based on his current power. Stroking his upturned mustache, the old butler flatters him, calling him a rare genius who will surely clear floor 6 and land directly in the top 10 leaderboard. The system panel reveals this man is Yuan Wei, a gold-class beastmaster and the family butler. Hearing the sweet flattery, the young master locks his hands behind his neck with a smug grin, boasting that the man has a sharp eye since he was thinking the exact same thing. But as soon as Song Chengrui sees the massive crowd ahead, his face sours. He barks an order to get this trash out of his way, demanding the nobodies clear off because he has no time to waste queuing with them. Hearing this, his old butler bows deeply in obedience. Old Yuan steps forward right away and bellows with absolute arrogance, ordering everyone in front to clear out and make way for his family's young master immediately. Get moving. Fed up with the annoying spectacle, two young men in line turn around with irritated scowls. They mutter about who could possibly be this arrogant, demanding a clear path the second they open their mouths. Looking at that overbearing attitude, they guess these snobs must belong to one of Luoan City's major families. Unable to take it anymore, a burly man points straight at the old butler's face and roars back, asking by what right they should make way. The Soul Star Tower has rules and everyone is patiently lining up. Is his precious young master some kind of visiting emperor or what? Another guy in a cap chimes in to criticize, yelling that if they want to flex their power, they should go back home. Both the Beast Tamer Association and the federal military are right here, yet they still dare to cut the line. Do they really think their family runs Luoan City? Facing fierce backlash, old Yuan's eyes suddenly flare with an eerie green spiritual light. He growls a dark warning, telling everyone that this is the eldest young master of the prestigious Song family, so they better show some respect. As the crowd gasps in shock, a massive phantom reaper holding a scythe slowly rises from behind his back. The old man follows up with a bone-chilling warning, asking if they really want to do this the hard way. The terrifying monster's presence instantly chokes the air. Right on cue, the system displays its frightening stats, a summoned Death Envoy Demon type rank 8 stage 1. Terrified, the two young men from before instantly turn pale and shriek in sheer panic. That is a rank 8 demon beast, meaning the old man is a gold-tier beast tamer. They are from Luoan City's famous Song family, and that spoiled young master is indeed Song Chengrui. Gritting his teeth, the guy in the cap mutters in helpless terror. No wonder he is so arrogant. When even a personal bodyguard is a gold-tier beast tamer who would dare risk the consequences of offending someone like him. Ultimately, the crowd can only back away and yield grumbling and hushed, bitter whispers. They agree it is best to let them pass, even though it is disgusting to see someone abuse their family name to bully others. They warn each other to quiet down before they are heard. Even as the crowd descends into a quiet panic, the phantom Death Envoy stands tall, looming menacingly right in front of the female registrar's desk. But the female registrar keeps her cool. She maintains a completely calm, unbothered expression, showing absolutely no fear toward the might of the Song family. Watching everyone fold, Song Chengrui tilts his chin up with an arrogant, mocking smirk. He scoffs at them for not behaving from the start to avoid trouble, questioning if a bunch of trash really thought they deserved to line up with him. Strutting past the long queue, he heads straight for the registration desk. Meanwhile, his loud henchman continues to bark at the crowd, asking if they are blind and demanding they get out of the way because his young master is about to enter. Pointing straight at Lin Ze's group at the front of the queue, the arrogant lackey yells if they are deaf, demanding they step aside immediately, since his young master wants to take the challenge first. To stop this outrageous behavior, the female registrar stands up to intervene. She firmly tells young Master Song that this challenger group is already half-registered, politely asking him to wait just a moment since they will be done shortly. This completely triggers Song Chengrui, who glares in furious disbelief, raising his voice to demand what she just told him to do. Unfazed by his temper, the woman points firmly and issues a sharp warning. She notes the Soul Star Tower has clear rules that everyone must line up and register properly. Even as the heir of the Song family, he cannot break the rules. Sensing the rising tension, the old butler leans in to whisper a warning. He points out she works for the Beast Tamer Association, so clashing with them is not worth the trouble. All the young master can do is click his tongue in frustration. With no one to vent his anger on, Song Chengrui whips around and points directly at Lin Ze's group. He sneers that just because he cannot touch the association, they shouldn't think he won't handle a bunch of dirt-poor country bumpkins who do not know the Song family name. Though Lin Ze, Xin Yi, Man and An Ning look back at him with pure contempt, the snob continues his mocking rant. He laughs at their pathetic, penniless appearance, claiming they have probably never heard of the Song family, but he will let them slide today. Jamming a finger right into Lin Ze's face, he issues a brutal threat. He warns him to take his group and beat it before they waste any more of his time. Otherwise, they will be carried out of this plaza on stretchers. In stark contrast to the guy's boiling rage, Lin Ze simply closes his eyes and lets out a completely relaxed smile. Talk about having nerves of steel. That unbothered attitude immediately pushes Song Chengrui over the edge. He snaps, screaming to know what is so funny and threatening to send him straight to the afterlife. Folding his arms, Lin Ze asks with casual amusement. He says it is nothing, but he is just curious how exactly the guy plans on having them carried out on stretchers. Watching this intense standoff, the onlookers are absolutely terrified and start whispering among themselves. They wonder if this kid has lost his mind, daring to challenge the Song family's young master directly. They fear he is in for a world of hurt. Ignoring the anxious murmurs around him, Lin Ze remains standing tall with an incredibly calm, unshakable composure. With a nod of approval from his master, Old Yuan steps up with murderous intent. He barks at Lin Ze, saying he was given a chance but chose death, instead ordering his death envoy to teach him a lesson. But before the monster can even strike, Old Yuan suddenly freezes in his tracks, his face warping in pure horror. What just happened? Cold sweat pours down the old man's face as he trembles, wondering what this overwhelming spiritual pressure is and who on earth could be arriving. As the crowd parts to both sides, an extraordinary middle-aged man steps forward. He declares in a booming voice that the Soul Star Tower is under the association's direct management, making any unauthorized duels or public disruptions strictly forbidden. Appearing with absolute majesty, he arrives alongside an incredibly radiant giant beast. His system info reveals him as Ren Hanshu, an elder of the Luoan Beast Tamer Association and a legendary Beast Tamer, accompanied by a rank 9 stage 7 light-type sun bird. He firmly announces that anyone disrupting the peace will face immediate disqualification with absolutely zero mercy. Facing such a massive powerhouse, Old Yuan breaks into a cold sweat, panicking over why Ren Hankyu had to show up so suddenly. He curses under his breath, wondering why this old man always appears right on cue. Glancing coldly at the Song duo, Ren Hankyu delivers a final ultimatum. He warns them that this is their one and only warning, and if anyone dares to cause trouble again, they will be disqualified on the spot. With the situation resolved, he turns to Lin Ze's group with a warm, kind smile, asking if they are from out of town. Lin Ze nods, politely confirming they are, before respectfully asking the senior for his name. Introducing himself calmly, the elder says his name is Ren Hankyu from the Luoan Beast Tamer Association. Since they cross paths, he offers to give them a quick rundown on the mysterious Soul Star Tower. Pointing at the glowing blue structure, he explains that the Soul Star Tower only allows one challenger inside at a time. As they clear each floor, the corresponding section of the tower lights up, letting the crowd track their progress in real time. Leading them over, he guides them to a massive glowing stone stele, introducing it as the Star Stele, which acts as the official leaderboard for everyone tackling the tower's trials. Pointing out the glowing text on the stone, he explains that the names of the top 100 challengers are automatically displayed right here. Looking closely at the board, Ning turns to Xin Yi in surprise, noting that first place has only cleared the 6th floor. He wonders if that means no one has ever reached the 7th. Nodding slowly, Ren Hanshu explains that summoning beast pets is strictly forbidden inside the tower. For most tamers, that is basically like fighting with both hands tied behind their backs, which is why anyone who clears the 6th floor is considered a legendary genius among the youth. With a warm smile, he encourages the group, telling them they can start their challenges now that registration is finally complete. He wishes them the best of luck, while Lin Ze politely bows and thanks the wise elder for his kind guidance. Seeing this, Cindy and Ning push Lin Ze to the front, cheering him on to go show off his real skills. They promise to wait outside to hear all about his experience once he clears it. Lin Ze can only offer a wry smile before agreeing to head inside first. Once Lin Ze steps into the tower, the receptionist curiously asks Elder Ren Hankyu what could have possibly brought a respected elder like him to the Soul Tower today. Elder Ren Hankyu calmly explains that young Yu Yan mentioned an absolute prodigy showing up in their area who just arrived in Luin City. He guessed the kid would head straight for the Soul Tower, so he came to check things out. The receptionist gasps, asking if he means the boy who just went inside. Stroking his beard with a knowing smile, Elder Ren Hanshu admits he is quite curious to see just how far the boy can go. Meanwhile, inside the Soul Tower, Lin Ze steps in to find a system screen floating before him, welcoming the challenger to floor 1 of 7. The goal is simple: climb the stairs to reach the 2nd floor. Looking up at the steps floating in the mystical space, Lin Ze realizes this test cannot be as simple as just walking upstairs. Suddenly, a massive dragon head made of pure blue energy emerges from the darkness, growling right in front of his face. The phantom beast opens its fanged mouth, unleashing a deafening roar meant to completely crush the mental state of any intruder. Despite the crushing weight, Lin Ze just smiles calmly, realizing this is a mental pressure test. Luckily for him, his strong mental energy is the absolute last thing that would ever buckle under this trick. Outside the tower, Song Chengrui folds his arms with a mocking sneer, scoffing at some poor outsider kid trying to match him. He bets the brat will not even make it past the very first floor. The words barely leave his mouth before the first floor of the tower suddenly lights up with a brilliant glow, signaling a successful clear. Both Song Chengrui and his old butler Yuan Wei stare in utter disbelief, gasping at how fast it all happened. Yuan Wei quickly tries to calm his master down, explaining that the first floor is just a basic mental pressure test. Almost any bronze-tier beast tamer can pass it easily, so there is really nothing to worry about. Song Chengrui lets out a breath quickly, recovering his smug attitude and laughing off the boy's quick progress as a minor detail. He boastfully claims the kid just got lucky on the first floor, but the second floor requires real combat against actual beasts. He eagerly waits to watch him fail miserably, but right then the tower shifts. But get this, the second floor flashes bright red almost instantly, leaving the entire crowd in the square completely speechless. Losing all his composure, Song Chengrui drops his jaw, yelling in pure shock at how anyone could clear the second floor in just a few seconds. The crowd erupts into wild murmurs, wondering if they are seeing things. Clearing 2 floors in under 10 seconds is insane, especially since Floor 2 has Tier 3 beasts that usually take even Silver-Tier Tamers longer to beat. Back inside, Lin Ze is just standing casually amidst a heap of defeated Tier 3 blue-maned tigers scattered across the floor. He calmly pulls back his power, noting that a Tier 3 beast only takes a single spirit arrow to defeat. It was barely even a challenge compared to the first floor. Right on cue, the system alerts him that he successfully cleared the second floor of the Soul Tower in just 3 seconds, asking if he wants to move on. Lin Ze casually walks up the next flight of stairs, wondering what kind of challenge is waiting for him on the third floor. Stepping onto the third floor, 2 fierce black panthers materialize as the system identifies them as Tier 4 Stage 3 obsidian leopards. The 2 beasts growl before leaping forward to ambush Lin Ze from both sides at once. Lin Ze keeps a completely straight face, not even flinching as the wild creatures lunged at him. He instantly channels his spiritual energy, unleashing his spirit arrow as 2 blue beams of light pierce straight through both targets. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, he easily clears the stage. As he steps onto the stairs, the system congratulates him for passing the third floor in just 5 seconds, asking if he wants to continue. Now watch how the vibe completely shifts. Stepping onto the 4th floor, Lin Ze finds himself in a creepy abandoned amusement park under a dark night sky. Scanning the eerie ruins, he notes how the environment has completely changed from the previous 3 floors. It looks like the 4th floor is not going to be an easy walk in the park. Out of nowhere, a shadowy demonic claw tears through the air, aiming directly at him from behind. The silent sneak attack is incredibly dangerous, slicing straight toward the back of his neck at lightning speed. But Lin Ze reacts instantly, activating his Spirit Guard skill right on time. A spherical barrier of bright energy erupts around him, blocking the claw and blowing the beast backward. As the monster steps out, the system identifies it as a Tier 5 Stage 1 throat-slit demon. The goal here is to survive its onslaught and put it down. Lin Ze calmly sizing up his opponent. This beast is notorious for using sneaky terrain to launch surprise attacks. This trial is clearly testing his defensive reflexes and how well he adapts to his surroundings. Dusting off his coat, he realizes that if he had not reacted as fast as he did, that sudden strike would have left a nasty wound. Suddenly, multiple shadow clones of the beast rush him from all directions. If a challenger cannot handle these relentless strikes, they will get taken out long before they can even find an opening to strike back. One clone drops straight down toward his head, but Lin Ze calmly notes that despite their high offensive speed, these demons are actually quite fragile. In a split second, Lin Ze delivers a decisive counterattack, blasting the throat-slit demon away with a sudden burst of high-intensity dark energy. Back outside, Song Chengrui is sweating bullets as he leans back in his chair, trying his best to act cool, while grumbling about slightly underestimating the kid for clearing the third floor. But a sly grin quickly returns to his face as he mutters that this is definitely the absolute limit of the kid's luck. He begins lecturing like a seasoned expert, pointing out that the 4th floor requires defeating a throat-slit demon. He claims that 99% of first-timers get instantly eliminated by its very first ambush. He goes on to say that even if someone manages to survive the sneak attack, they will still end up failing eventually because their defensive spirit spells are just too weak. Pointing proudly to his own record, he boasts that even a top-tier genius like himself had to fail multiple times here, so there is no way some random brat can pull it off. Sensing the rising tension, the receptionist quietly turns to Elder Ren Hankyu, asking if he thinks the boy can successfully clear the 4th floor. Ren Hankyu strokes his beard and chuckles, asking his staff what they think. He reveals that after looking up Lin Ze's academy registration records, this kid's soul arrow level is actually remarkably high. Even so, the female clerk still looks deeply worried, arguing that a powerful attack doesn't guarantee a high defensive soul technique level. Training both fields to such heights at his young age is practically unheard of. But before their conversation can even finish, the 4th floor of the Soul Tower suddenly flashes with a brilliant light, signaling another successful clear. Witnessing this mind-blowing sight, the registration clerk gapes in utter shock. She screams that he actually cleared the floor and it took him less than half a minute. Seeing the notification board, and Ning Xin and Shan immediately hug each other and jump for joy, shouting that their big brother Lin Ze is absolutely incredible. Meng Meng crosses her arms with a proud smile, praising the display as absolutely beautiful and worthy of their junior brother. In stark contrast to their joy, Song Chengrui and his lackeys are completely frozen in shock. They cannot believe he already cleared the 5th floor. The surrounding crowd erupts in murmurs of disbelief. They talk about how one truly cannot judge a book by its cover, marveling at how someone so young can be this formidable. It feels like they are witnessing history in the making. Suddenly, a Beast Tamer points toward the massive stone monument and shouts that since Lin Ze cleared the 5th floor, his name should have climbed onto the star tablet ranking by now. And Ning rushes over to search the list, finding rank 41 at 24 minutes and 45 seconds and rank 40 at 23 minutes and 33 seconds. Moments later, she squeals with joy as she spots a glowing name on the monument. Lin Ze secured rank 39, clearing the 5th floor in a mind-blowing 52 seconds. This shocking news makes the entire square explode with excitement. Clearing the 5th floor in just 52 seconds completely shatters the historical record on the star tablet. Talk about a legendary flex. Out of the top 40, he is the absolute only one to finish in under a minute. What kind of monster is this guy? Meanwhile, inside the Soul Tower, the moment Lin Ze sets foot on the 5th floor, he fires a devastating soul arrow that completely shatters a massive stone beast. The system identifies it as a level 5 stage 6 Earth-type diamond colossus. Calmly drawing back his soul power, Lin Ze notes that after testing his defenses on the previous floor, the system is now testing the challenger's raw offensive power. Looking at the giant stone beast as it crumbles into sparkling stardust, he smiles and thinks to himself that this famous mobile fortress is still absolutely no match for a level 6 soul arrow. Instantly, the system screen flashes with a congratulatory message stating that he has cleared the 5th floor and earned a maximum of 500 soul points. The system then prompts him with a warning stating that this reward can only be claimed once, and claiming early prevents accumulating rewards for higher floors. Without a second thought, Lin Ze chooses to decline and continue his challenge. He walks up the next flight of stairs, knowing that higher floors and faster times yield much bigger soul point rewards. Since he made the effort to come all this way, he is aiming for nothing less than the top prize. It does not take long for Lin Ze to reach the next level. The system interface immediately pops up, displaying stage 6 of 7 with the simple mission of eliminating all the monsters. Right in front of him, an army of giant mechanical swordsmen stands in a menacing line. The system identifies them as level 4 stage 8 Earth-type puppet swordsmen. Lin Ze narrows his eyes to size them up. Individually, their levels are nothing special, but facing several hundred of them at once is a completely different story. But while he is still planning his strategy, the entire mechanical army's eyes suddenly glow crimson as they spring into action. Controlled by the tower, hundreds of puppet swordsmen swing their giant blades in unison, charging directly at Lin Ze with terrifying momentum. Lin Ze quickly catches on to the nature of this test, realizing that this floor is designed to measure a challenger's crowd combat capability. Instantly, the hundreds of stone puppets let out a deafening roar, charging forward like a raging storm. Despite being heavily outnumbered, Lin Ze calmly dodges the initial wave and delivers a single devastating punch that shatters the lead puppet's head. But the remaining stone puppets do not feel fear, relentlessly swinging their heavy swords to slash low at his legs. Relying on his lightning-fast reflexes, Lin Ze skillfully tilts his body, dodging a fatal sword strike by a mere hair. He immediately counters with a burst of psychic energy, completely vaporizing the puppet that just dared to attack him. Even though he is surrounded on all sides, Lin Ze spins through the crowd, firing endless light beams to disrupt their formation. Watching the fallen puppets, Lin Ze realizes that since Soul Arrow is a single-target attack, relying on it to clear out massive groups is simply too slow. Leaping backward to dodge another strike, he calculates that even with defensive shields, a challenger can easily be completely overwhelmed and pinned down by such sheer numbers. After crushing another stone enemy, Lin Ze frowns as he realizes that taking down each individual puppet requires at least one Soul Arrow. A cold sweat begins to break out on his forehead. Fighting this entire army alone without any pet support means he will likely burn through more than 1,000 soul power points. If this keeps up, he might not have enough energy left to face the 7th floor challenge. But then a sudden realization flashes through Lin Ze's mind. Wait, doesn't he actually have a powerful area of effect soul technique at his disposal? Without a second thought, he pulls up his personal skill interface to check Soul Shock, which is currently sitting at level 2. He quickly spends his accumulated resources to upgrade it, instantly consuming 1,200 achievement points to boost his Soul Shock technique all the way to level 6. The moment the upgrade finishes, Lin Ze stomps his foot onto the ground, shouting out for his newly leveled Soul Shock. A massive, brilliant purple shockwave erupts from him, instantly vaporizing dozens of the surrounding stone puppets into nothing but fine dust. Seeing the absolutely devastating power of his newly upgraded skill, Lin Ze smiles with pure satisfaction. As he waves his hand to clean up the rest of the battlefield, he remembers that Xiao Sui usually handled these large crowds for him. Looking at the piles of shattered puppets, he shakes his head with a wry smile, realizing he used Soul Shock so rarely that he had almost forgotten it existed. The final stone puppet is blasted high into the air, leaving Lin Ze to conclude that area of effect techniques are truly unmatched when dealing with hordes. As the final mechanical swordsman crashes down and shatters, the entire 6th floor is finally cleared of all threats. The system screen flashes again to congratulate him on successfully clearing the 6th floor, offering a maximum reward of 1,500 soul points. It warns him that claiming early prevents accumulating rewards for higher floors, asking if he wants to collect it now. Lin Ze calmly walks up the stairs, decisively choosing to take on the 7th floor challenge. With only this final test remaining, he is not backing down. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the 6th floor suddenly erupts with a brilliant flash of light that sends shockwaves through the entire square. Tong Thuadu stares wide-eyed, his face turning pale with sheer terror. The 6th floor, he really just cleared the 6th floor. Completely broken, he collapses back into his chair with a vacant stare. How is this possible when his own best lifetime achievement was barely even touching the threshold of the 5th floor? Right at that moment, Uncle Vian rushes over out of breath to report they have finally uncovered Lin Ze's background. Tong Thuadu immediately roars in fury, "Tell me now, which elite powerful family raised this absolute monster?" Uncle Vian bows respectfully, but his face is incredibly grave as he delivers the shocking news. The boy is an orphan from an ordinary family in Bin Hai City with absolutely no influential clan or power backing him up. Tong Thuadu gapes in utter disbelief, unable to trust his own ears. An ordinary family, how on earth can a nobody like him possess such a terrifying level of power? Uncle Vian sighs softly, explaining that the boy's entire life took a massive turn when he participated in his very first Beastmaster qualification exam. The young master can only stare back, completely gripped by curiosity. Recalling the boy's legendary achievements, the old guard explains that he passed the apprentice Beastmaster assessment at the absolute highest difficulty on his very first try, setting a historic brand new record in Bin Hai City. Continuing the list of formidable achievements, he adds that the boy did not stop there. He easily gained admission to the Ningjiang Beastmaster Academy, scoring incredibly high on the entrance exam. The old man clicks his tongue in pure amazement. For his bronze-tier Beastmaster exam, Lin Ze once again chose the hardest difficulty possible, passing the brutal test with absolute perfection. He thoughtfully continues, mentioning that in the recent Academy tournament, Lin Ze claimed the championship title with absolute overwhelming power. This made him the youngest top student in the history of Ningjiang. Wrapping up the report, the old guard trembles slightly as he delivers his final conclusion. He achieved all of these extraordinary feats in less than half a year, making him a once-in-a-millennium genius. Hearing this, Tong Thuadu gapes in utter terror, his voice cracking as he asks Uncle Vian what he just said. How could a mere orphan possess such a horrifying rate of growth? Uncle Vian sighs helplessly, admitting that while he does not want to believe it either, the source is entirely reliable. Every single one of those legendary achievements is absolutely real. Tong Thuadu frowns, wondering why a genius from Ningjiang would come to their Lakan city just to challenge the Soul Star Tower. Uncle Vian shakes his head, explaining that his investigation shows the boy and a few of his close companions actually came here for the newly excavated ancient ruins in Lakan. Hearing this, Tong Thuadu grows even more furious, roaring that this makes things so much worse. The Tong family poured endless manpower and resources into those ruins, and he refuses to let this brat get a piece of the action. He must be kept out at all costs. Uncle Vian narrows his eyes, a sinister look passing over his face as he reassures the young master not to worry because he already has a perfect plan in mind. The old man craftily pitches his dark plan, explaining that deep inside the ruins, space is highly unstable. Beasts run wild and they have their own men inside. Even if the boy is Ningjiang's top genius, dying from a tragic, unforeseen accident in the depths of those ruins would seem completely normal. Tong Thuadu smirks, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he asks if the plan is to quietly eliminate the boy inside the ancient ruins. Raising his head confidently, Uncle Vian points out that while open attacks are easy to dodge, hidden traps are impossible to avoid. No matter how strong the boy is, he is only 18. As a gold-tier Beastmaster, the old man has plenty of ways to ensure he stays buried there forever. Thrilled by the solid guarantee, Tong Thuadu laughs out loud, agreeing that they will go ahead with that exact plan. Looking toward the glowing tower, he mutters arrogantly, mocking the title of Peerless Genius or Ningjiang's top student. He wants the boy to learn deep in his bones that here in Lakan City, the Tong family holds the absolute power over life and death. Meanwhile, inside the Soul Star Tower, Lin Ze finally steps onto the highest level. The system panel flashes, indicating he has reached the 7th floor. Right in front of him, 3 eerie dual-blade warriors step out of the darkness. The system scan identifies them as Ghost-Face Warriors, humanoid beasts at Tier 6 Stage 2. The Ghost-Face Warriors glare with blood-red eyes, projecting a cold, murderous aura toward the intruder. Lin Ze narrows his eyes, carefully studying his opponents and noting that Ghost-Face Warriors are a type of Tier 6 humanoid beast. As their detailed stat screens pop up in front of him, he notices that all of their attributes are extremely balanced, with no outstanding traits and absolutely zero elemental abilities. Studying the attribute chart, Lin Ze quickly realizes that against opponents of the same level or stronger, their lack of specialization is a fatal flaw. However, when facing weaker opponents, this mediocrity actually turns into a massive, overwhelming advantage. As the beasts brandish their blades and prepare to strike, he realizes the grim truth: being average in everything means having no specific weakness to exploit, and having no weakness means. The system panel flashes with a warning in bright red text: total suppression. Surrounded by the three blade wielders, Lin Ze mutters to himself, "No wonder absolutely nobody has ever been able to clear this Soul Star Tower since its creation." He recalls the trials of the previous floors, testing everything from mental strength and defense to endurance and area of effect damage. He analyzes the tower's brutal design. A human's energy is naturally limited, and since almost all Beastmasters pour their resources entirely into their beasts, they can never comprehensively master all 6 of these major combat areas. Watching the blade wielders close in, he shakes his head. To master every single form of spirit arts well enough to counter a Tier 6 beast before turning 25 is simply impossible for any normal genius. Suddenly, one of the ghost-faced warriors charges forward with blinding speed, the system flashing to announce its skill, Shadow Step. Reacting instantly, Lin Ze raises his hand and fires a bolt of blue energy to counterattack with Spirit Arrow. Leaping backward to escape the encirclement, he quickly calculates his options. They are incredibly agile and attack simultaneously from 3 sides. He needs to force them to leave an opening. Without hesitation, Lin Ze activates his wide-range crowd control skill, Soul Shock. The skill freezes one of the warriors for a split second, allowing him to fire another spirit arrow directly through the monster's head. He cheers in relief. Yes, that is 1 down. Enraged by their comrade's death, the 2 remaining warriors leap high into the air, aiming their blades straight at Lin Ze's head. Underneath their horrific demon masks, the blood-red eyes of the 2 monsters flare with absolute malice. Coordinating perfectly, they swing their blades to unleash a devastating ultimate move, the Cross Slash. A massive glowing red energy slash in the shape of an X tears through space, racing straight for him. Remaining completely calm, Lin Ze quickly activates his protective shield, Spirit Guard. After successfully blocking his opponent's relentless storm of attacks, his eyes suddenly grow incredibly cold and highly focused. Seizing the moment the enemy lands on the ground, Lin Ze immediately swings his arm to fire a deadly soul arrow. That highly precise shot completely disintegrates one of the ghost-faced warriors into glowing dust, leaving only one final monster left to stand and face him. Lin Ze curls his lips into a smirk at his last opponent, casually telling the beast to come on so they can wrap this up quickly. Facing his overwhelming aura, the last ghost-faced warrior starts breaking out in a cold sweat beneath its terrifying demonic mask. Yet it still musters every last drop of its courage to let out a roar, charging madly straight toward Lin Ze. In an instant, the demonic blade splits into 3 illusions simultaneously, swinging their swords to attack Lin Ze from 3 tricky angles. One of those illusions swings its dual blades, slashing straight down toward his head from above at a terrifying speed. But Lin Ze simply raises a single finger to block the sharp blade, unleashing a massive blast of spiritual energy right from his fingertip to shatter his opponent's face. This dead-on strike directly grinds the final remnants of the ghost-faced warrior into a cloud of glittering, colorful smoke. Right after the tower's system screen lights up to announce the results, congratulating the challenger for successfully clearing all floors of the Star Soul Tower in 4 minutes and 28 seconds, earning a maximum reward of 3,000 soul points. The notification then displays a special reward stating that as the first challenger to clear every single floor of the Star Soul Tower, he gets an extra 2,000 soul points, and asking if he wants to claim it now. He excitedly hits accept, thrilled by this unexpected bonus of 5,000 total points, wondering what kind of great items he can trade them for. At that exact moment, outside in the plaza, the highest peak of the Star Soul Tower suddenly glows brilliantly, shining just like a giant lighthouse. The crowd looks up and whispers with heavy skepticism, questioning if he could really clear the 7th floor when the Star Soul Tower has stood for so many years without anyone ever reaching that level. In contrast to their doubt, and Ning confidently claims her brother will definitely clear it, and Cindy nods along in full agreement that he can absolutely do it. Suddenly, the light on the 6th floor goes dark, causing the anxious crowd to panic, wondering if he failed since the 6th floor went out while the 7th remains unlit. Seeing this, Song Chengrui jumps for joy and laughs with pure malice, boasting that he knew a poor brat from out of town could never make it to the 7th floor or dare to compare himself with a young master like him. However, his laughter instantly dies when a colossal bell tolls, shaking the heavens and earth and making the ground tremble violently, leaving him wondering if it is an earthquake or what this crazy sound could be. A nearby Beast Tamer suddenly points to the sky, shouting in pure excitement for everyone to look closely at the Star Soul Tower. Right before thousands of eyes, a radiant beam of golden light shoots from the very peak of the tower straight into the night sky, wiping away all the surrounding clouds. Everyone in the plaza freezes in absolute shock, while Song Chengrui turns completely to stone with a look of utter disbelief on his face. Immediately after, the crowd explodes into wild cheers and roaring applause that echoes across the entire night sky. Ren Hanqiu cannot hide his intense excitement either, clapping and laughing as he praises the kid's sheer talent, thinking he never expected to live to see someone fully conquer the Star Soul Tower, and deciding he must head back quickly to report this major news. The old man strokes his beard with a proud smile, murmuring to himself that with such incredible talent and strength, this boy will undoubtedly become a core pillar of the Federation's defenses on the otherworldly battlefield. Back inside the tower, Lin Ze looks at the exchange panel showing he has successfully received 5,000 soul points. The screen asks if he wants to trade them, noting that tower items are non-transferable, and he softly nods to proceed. The system responds instantly, opening a path and announcing that the soul treasury is ready, letting him trade for whatever he desires. The massive metal doors slowly creak open, releasing a brilliant and highly alluring glow from within. Stepping inside, Lin Ze is completely awestruck by the glass cases, displaying countless rare materials that sparkle like a miniature galaxy. His jaw drops in pure amazement as he lets out a delighted gasp. He stops before a glowing blue crystal as the system description pops up, calling it a soul stone, a unique crystal of condensed soul energy that slightly boosts mental strength, costing 50 soul points to redeem. Next, he spots a vial of vibrant red liquid called Divine Dragon Blood, the pure blood of a legendary beast that slightly increases physical stats, which also costs 50 soul points. Right next to it sits a unique orange potted plant called Soul Awakening Grass, a one-of-a-kind herb that only grows in soul-rich environments. Keeping it nearby purifies the mind, calms the soul, and slightly boosts spirit art training efficiency for 500 soul points. Finally, his gaze is drawn to a green ancient tome called 9 Radiant Shackles, a highly powerful crowd control art that summons 9 beams of light to bind targets, with its duration based on enemy strength, costing 1,200 points, and only obtainable in this tower. Lin Ze then shifts his attention to another glowing purple skill book, and the system instantly displays its highly detailed description. 10-word silence, a support spirit art that cuts off a target's energy links and completely seals their skills. The duration depends on enemy strength, costing 1,400 soul points and exclusive to this tower. Staring at the treasures displayed before him, he marvels in amazement, realizing why so many people compete to enter the Star Soul Tower, as any item brought out of here would be an absolute priceless treasure. However, after taking a quick walk around the glittering treasury, Lin Ze sighs with a bit of regret, thinking it is a shame that every item requires so many points, as his current 5,000 points probably will not buy him very many things. Standing before the display case of ancient spirit arts, he quietly makes his decision, knowing that the tower's skills are incredibly powerful and completely unobtainable on the outside, making these spirit arts his absolute top priority for redemption. Lin Ze begins calculating very carefully to optimize his resources, noting that since he already has Soul Arrow and Soul Shock for offense and Soul Shield for defense, he can skip those for now, meaning his only real options left are control and support arts. After weighing his options for a moment, he nods with a satisfied smile, realizing 9 Radiant Shackles can bind enemies while 10 Words Silence can weaken their combat power, which is exactly what he needs right now. Without a single moment of hesitation, Lin Ze taps the confirmation screen to spend 2,600 soul points, finalizing his purchase of the 9 Radiant Shackles and 10 Words Silence spirit arts. Immediately after, the 2 ancient manuals turn into beams of brilliant golden light and merge directly into his forehead. Lin Ze gently closes his eyes to absorb the massive flood of information, marveling at how the mastery of both spirit arts flows into him, and though he has not tested them yet, he can already feel their immense power. Planning his next steps, he decides this is not the place to test them and will find another opportunity later, so the remaining soul points should be used to get support items for Xiao Shui, Stone Gargoyle, and Fire Rock Giant Dragon. Suddenly, Lin Ze's eyes are caught by a glowing red orb in the adjacent display case, causing him to let out a curious sound. The system instantly scans the glowing energy orb and displays its details. Soul Fruit, a spiritual bone fruit nourished by star core energy inside the tower that is capable of deeply refining a pet's body and soul to help them break through their potential limits, costing 500 points and exclusive to this tower. Lin Ze can barely contain his pure excitement as he spots the rare treasure right in front of him, a spirit fruit capable of breaking the limits of potential that is definitely it. Lin Ze immediately taps to confirm, exchanging a large quantity, trading for Soul Fruit times 4 at a cost of 2,000 soul points. He quickly calculates in his head, Xiao Sui and the others get 1 each, while the last fruit can stay in reserve or go to a 4th beast down the road. Looking at his remaining odd points, he decides to cash out the rest for Soul Stones times 8, burning 400 points. He tells himself mental strength is the absolute foundation for every beast master. Lin Ze opens his palm to admire the 8 glowing purple crystals, then makes a sharp call to absorb them right here on the spot. He He channels spiritual power to refine them as system notifications flash continuously. Soul Stones times 8 absorbed spiritual strength boosted. Right after that, his detailed personal stats pop up in a single line. Lin Ze Physique 18.5 Spirit 31 Beast Master Bronze Rank Spiritual Power 3100 out of 3100. Techniques include Soul Piercing 9 Heavens Bind and Absolute Silence. Beasts are Snow Maiden, Stone Demon, and Magma Dragon. Achievement points 2250. Lin Ze lets out a satisfied smirk looking at the new stats. With spiritual strength hitting 31, he has already brushed the threshold of a gold rank Beast Master. Passing the silver rank evaluation at max difficulty will be an absolute breeze. He casually strides back outside, confident that once this relic exploration wraps up, he is heading straight for the silver rank promotion. Meanwhile, a massive boom echoed across the courtyard. Get ready, because the champion is finally stepping out. The moment Lin Ze stepped out of the tower, the crowd exploded. People were screaming that he was out amazed by how young he looked. They could not believe they were actually witnessing the first person in history to clear every single floor of the tower. Right at that moment, the cheerful chime of the system echoed in his ears, congratulating him on completing a special achievement. He had officially become the first challenger in history to conquer all 7 floors of the Soul Tower. His epic rewards flooded in, featuring 1,500 achievement points, 1 spirit power elixir, 1 physical enhancement crystal, and 1 soul crystal. Lin Ze smiled with deep satisfaction. This special achievement was exactly what he expected, and the massive loot drop was perfect for refilling his resources after upgrading his soul shock skill earlier. Suddenly, a familiar figure rushed forward and hugged him tight. Out of breath, Ning playfully complained that her big brother was simply running too fast. She looked up with wide, admiring eyes and cheered, saying she always knew he would clear it because her big brother is the most amazing person ever. Meng strolled over with a proud smile, teasing that Lin Ze had really made them look good. She laughed about the arrogant young master of the Song family, noting that after all his trash talk, his face must be burning with embarrassment. Jindy gestured toward a figure trying to blend into the crowd, pointing out with a smirk that the moment Lin Ze cleared the final stage, the coward silently snuck off without uttering a single word. The pink-haired girl scoffed in disgust, adding that the guy was probably too embarrassed to stay another second. She rolled her eyes, saying she absolutely hated people who relied on family status to look down on everyone else. Seeing her get worked up, Lin Ze smiled and patted her head to soothe her. He told her not to waste her energy since he did not care about that guy anyway, and getting upset over someone so petty was a complete waste of time. Meng stepped forward with a warm smile, suggesting that since Lin Ze had to be exhausted, they should head back to the hotel to rest. They could wait until morning to discuss their plans for exploring the ruins. Lin Ze nodded in agreement, deciding to take her advice and head back. It was actually the perfect opportunity for him to distribute the soul fruits to Little Sue and his other beasts. Night fell shortly after, casting a warm golden glow over the luxurious Sangria Hotel as its bright lights lit up the dark sky. Inside his luxurious room, 3 ripe bright red soul fruits sat neatly on the clean white bedsheets, ready to be used. Lin Ze summoned his 3 loyal beasts. Little Sue, the stone golem, and the baby flame drake quickly gathered around the bed, staring at the fruits with intense curiosity. He gently picked up a fruit, handed it to Little Sue, and explained that these soul fruits would help break their potential limits. He told them it would make their future evolutions much smoother, encouraging them to eat up. Watching Little Sue take the glowing fruit, Lin Ze could not help but wonder how far her aptitude would jump. Originally, her bloodline capped her progress, meaning she could only reach the king tier at best. Little Sue raised the crimson fruit to her mouth and slowly savored its incredibly sweet flavor. Next to her, the stone golem opened its massive mouth and greedily devoured the second fruit in a single happy bite. Not wanting to be left out, the baby flame drake gripped the third fruit with its front claws and eagerly started munching. Sitting cross-legged with folded arms, Lin Ze watched his beasts with eyes full of anticipation. Suddenly, a dazzling icy blue light erupted from Little Sue, wrapping her entire body in a beautiful spiritual glow. He leaned forward right away, checking on her and asking how she was feeling. Her updated status panel flashed in front of him. It showed her name as Snow Girl Ice Element Tier 6 Stage 3 with a growth rate of 53%. Her next evolution path was the Ice Princess, which required a growth rate of 100%, 30 low-grade Ice Origin Stones, and 1 10,000-year Ice Crystal. Lin Ze stared intently at the floating system screen, furrowing his brows in deep thought. But as he looked closer at the numbers, his jaw completely dropped. He cheered in excitement, noting she was already at Tier 6 Stage 3. Before eating the fruit, she was only at Tier 5 Stage 4, meaning she had skipped a whole major rank. He kept analyzing the screen in awe, realizing her growth rate was unchanged, but her level had skyrocketed. Breaking her potential limit allowed her to bypass the strict level cap normally dictated by her current growth progress. This was absolutely huge. Next, the stone golem's screen flashed with a massive upgrade. It was now named Stone, Soldier, Earth, and Demon Element at Tier 6 Stage 5 with a growth rate of 19%. To reach its next stage, the Stone General, it needed 100% growth, 10 mid-grade Earth Origin Stones, and 1 Celestial Stone. Finally, the Baby Flame Drake status line appeared. Now a Shadow and Rock element, it had reached Tier 5 Stage 6 with a growth rate of 60%. Its next evolution required a 100% growth rate, 5 low-grade Darkness Origin Stones, and 1 Gloomy Flower. Lin Ze burst into a proud, happy laugh. It was a massive win as all 3 of his loyal beasts had successfully shattered their potential limits. Staring at his newly powered-up team, Lin Ze pulled 2 glowing crystals from his pocket. He decided he should absorb them both right now to stabilize his own core strength before they officially headed out to the ancient ruins. He channeled his spiritual energy to refine the crystals, and a surge of pure raw power quickly wrapped around his arms. His personal attribute screen flashed a quick update. His constitution went from 18.5 to 19.5, while his spirit rose from 31 to 31.5. Lin Ze opened his eyes and checked his status. His constitution had gained a full point, but his spirit only rose by 0.5. He sighed, realizing that boosting stats got much harder at higher levels. Even so, he clenched his fists with immense confidence. This boost had completely exceeded his expectations, giving him the extra peace of mind he needed to face whatever dangerous threats might be lurking deep inside the ancient ruins. The next morning, bright sunlight bathed the modern hotel as a system notification popped up to signal a brand new day. While having breakfast at a luxury restaurant, Lin Ze quietly asks Meng Meng if Gu Lengyan and Xin Yi really have no interest in joining their expedition into the ruins. Meng Meng takes a sip of tea and explains with a smile that Gu Lengyan found a rare ancient book market in Lacan and flat-out refuses to leave. And Ning happily chimes in between bites, adding that Xin Yi wanted to check the local auction house for suitable gear. Plus, they both want to challenge the Star Soul Tower, so they are skipping out on this run. Lin Ze raises an eyebrow, confirming if it is really just the 3 of them going this time. Meng Meng nods and gives a quiet agreement. He stands up and confidently declares that since he already scouted the entrance and rules, is the perfect time to head out. And Ning looks up at him with sheer admiration, calling her brother the most reliable guy ever. Before long, the group reaches the city outskirts where the system panel pops up to show they have arrived at the ruins entrance. The place is packed with Beast Tamers and security officers patrolling the area, with some incredibly cool service dogs wearing protective tactical goggles. Right in the plaza, a burly, bearded man shouts out for teammates looking for one last member to fill their party of 4, with a strict requirement of a level 4 beast. Nearby, another guy screams through a megaphone promoting a black wolf hunt and promising to split all the loot evenly among the party members. Another tamer with glasses waves his hands, offering to carry newcomers for 100,000 a spot, boasting his status as a silver-rank beast tamer. Walking through the crowd, Lin Ze is completely blown away by the lively atmosphere, realizing it looks just like an online game lobby. He honestly expected a heavily guarded military zone, not a bustling open marketplace. Suddenly, a friendly young man with a tiny green lizard perched on his shoulder approaches them, wishing the trio a great morning. Lin Ze turns around to inspect the stranger, asking who he is. The young man offers a warm smile, introducing himself as Ma Liwei, a bronze-rank guide for these ruins. Ma Liwei steps closer excitedly, pointing out that he recognized Lin Ze instantly as the absolute legend who cleared all 7 floors of the Star Soul Tower. He adds that a newcomer to the Black Wolf Forest definitely needs a reliable local guide. And Ning immediately crosses her arms in suspicion, questioning why they would ever need a tour guide to explore a dangerous dungeon. Ma Liwei adopts a serious tone, explaining that the layout inside is incredibly complex, with bizarre monsters and hidden traps everywhere. A first-timer wandering in without a guide is practically asking for disaster. He pats his shoulder pet, proudly introducing it as a ranger. Once it walks a path, it memorizes the terrain perfectly, allowing them to navigate blindfolded. He boasts that they have guided dozens of hunter teams with absolute success. Ma Liwei keeps pitching, saying that while a powerhouse like Lin Ze fears nothing, avoiding detours saves precious energy. Lin Ze rubs his chin in agreement and tells him to name his price. The guide flashes 2 fingers, saying the normal price is 200,000, but he offers them a special discount of 150,000. Lin Ze raises an eyebrow and counters, offering 50,000 upfront as a deposit, with the remaining 100,000 paid only after they get out safely. Leaning in close with a threatening look, Lin Ze warns him that if he slacks off or pulls any tricks, he will not get paid and will have to refund the deposit. Breaking into a cold sweat, Ma Liwei nods frantically and tells Lin Ze not to worry. He then happily gestures for them to follow, explaining they first need to clear the federal security checkpoint before they can officially step inside the ruins. As they head out, the guide mentions that security was tightened after rogue tamers snuck in and caused massive casualties. Hearing this, Lin Ze quietly wonders about these so-called rogue tamers. Lin Ze ponders on how ruins always spawn completely undocumented monsters, and that definitely includes some dangerous high-threat demon-type creatures. Recalling the brutal, monstrous experimental subjects from before, he suspects that their true origins might actually trace back to these ancient ruins. Glancing at Ning, he remembers she only has her red flame demon bird, making this run the perfect chance to find her a solid second companion. Looking over the massive valley, Lin Ze plans to take his silver rank exam right after this run. That will let him contract a fourth beast, making this scouting trip incredibly well-timed. Deep within the ancient ruins, a massive primordial tree radiates a brilliant golden light, bathing the entire area in a gorgeous glow. Perched on a massive branch, a beautiful angel-like creature with golden wings yawns sleepily, complaining about how incredibly boring it is. Leaning against the massive trunk, the golden angel sighs in loneliness, wondering if anyone interesting will ever show up. Over in another dense corner of the forest, the system interface marks their current zone. Ma Liwei takes the lead, crouched low behind a dense bush to carefully scout the path ahead. His ranger pet crawls up a dead tree branch, making soft squeaking noises to alert him of any nearby dangers. Finding no threats, he waves them forward, telling the young master and the girls that the coast is completely clear. Lin Ze and the two girls follow quietly, stepping carefully through the thick mist of the primordial forest. And Ning scratches her head in utter confusion, complaining that she has already lost her way after just a few steps. Meng Meng adjusts her sunglasses, noting that the trees grow completely wild. Since even her spiritual sense is being actively jammed, she admits they would be totally lost without the guide Lin Ze managed to hire. Ma Liwei smiles and explains that before the ruins appeared, this area was just a small hill. But the dimensional warp caused the trees to grow out of control, making the forest 10 times larger than its original size. And Ning gasps at the scale of the change, while Lin Ze notes that any dungeon capable of altering real-world geography is incredibly dangerous. Ma Liwei laughs proudly, stating this is easily the largest ruin discovered in the entire city over the last 5 years. Unrolling an old map, he explains that the ruins are divided into 4 main zones, with their current location being the outer forest. Pointing further along the path, the guide explains that the second zone ahead of them is the Misty Canyon. He shows that crossing the canyon leads to the Gale Plain, a flat land completely enclosed by a massive wind barrier, which is the main target for most hunters. Finally, he points to the glowing blue center, warning them that the glowing forest at the heart of the plains is an absolute forbidden zone. Ma Liwei's face suddenly darkens as he issues a grim warning. Ever since these ruins were discovered, countless reckless explorers have ventured into the glowing forest. But without a single exception, not a single person who stepped inside has ever made it back out. Hearing this, Lin Ze frowns, muttering to himself in cautious realization, a total forbidden zone. With their preparations complete, the group begins their trek, heading deep into the desolate canyon's thick gray fog. The fog grows heavier by the second, and Ning panics, looking around and crying out that she cannot see the path anymore. Ma Liwei quickly reassures her, saying not to panic since they have only reached the canyon's outer edge. But as the fog thickens, Lin Ze quietly asks if there are any special dangerous beasts lurking in these misty depths. Hearing Lin Ze's question, the guide turns back trembling. He reveals that in this entire massive canyon, only one single beast actually exists. Stunned by this bizarre answer, Lin Ze, Manmin, and Ning gasp in unison, just one single beast. Sweating profusely, Ma Liwei nods, his face twisted in sheer terror as he reveals its fearsome title. The system screen flashes, displaying a massive, ferocious white beast, the 9-headed shadow bone serpent. The old guide gulps, explaining that the endless mist covering the canyon is continuously breathed out by this monster. This place is its sacred, untouchable territory. With a shaky voice, he recalls a terrifying piece of history. When the ruins were first found, the great master Ren Hangqiu personally fought the 9-headed shadow bone serpent. Yet he was utterly defeated, even losing one of his own contracted beasts in that brutal clash. Manmin and Ning clutched their faces in absolute horror. To make matters worse, the serpent did not sustain a single scratch. Talk about terrifying. Lin Ze narrows his eyes in deep thought. Senior Ren is a legendary tamer with a level 9 king-tier beast. If even he failed, this serpent must be a saint-tier monster, a rank completely transcending the king-tier. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Lin Ze realizes that even with his system cheats, he cannot face a saint-tier beast head-on right now. But if such a monster guards this place, how did previous explorers ever cross the canyon? Ma Liwei waves his hands with a reassuring smile. He explains that while the serpent is terrifying, it does not attack randomly. It only targets those with exceptionally high mental strength. As long as they stay below gold tier, they should remain completely safe. Hearing this, Ning pats her chest, sighing in relief. That is a massive weight off their shoulders. But then complete, terrifying silence. Trust me, the sudden panic on their faces says it all. Lin Ze forces a nervous laugh, remembering his own stats. Damn it, his mental power just reached 31.5. That is literally gold tier strength. Noticing the sudden heavy silence, Ma Liwei turns around with a curious look on his face. Staring at Lin Ze's tense expression, the guide's eyes widen in sheer terror. He stammers, "No way, right, young master. Lin, do not tell me your mental power is already gold tier." Right then, an icy gale rips through the thick fog, hurtling straight toward them at a terrifying speed. Acting on pure instinct, Lin Ze grabs Ning by the waist, leaping backward to dodge while yelling a warning. From the parted gray mist, a translucent white specter slowly emerges, a regal, ghostly woman with long rabbit ears. Cracking a long whip in her hand, the ghostly specter coldly locks her gaze onto her prey. Lin Ze glares at the guide, demanding to know why there is another monster if only the serpent lives here. Ma Liwei shivers, explaining that this is a mist nightmare, not a physical beast, but a level 5 clone of the serpent itself. He frantically adds that these clones only manifest to hunt down intruders who meet their mental power standards. Lin Ze smirks, channeling radiant spiritual energy into his hand. It is the perfect proof that his mental strength has indeed reached gold tier. With a swift flick of his wrist, he fires a dazzling spiritual arrow, obliterating the target instantly. As the dust settles, 2 more mist nightmares materialize from the dense fog completely surrounding them. Terrified, Ma Liwei screams out a warning, begging young Master Lin not to use any spells above level 6 nor summon any high-level beasts. Sweating profusely, he explains that stronger spiritual fluctuations will only attract more nightmares, making them grow stronger and stronger. Looking out at the vast forest, he warns that a massive spike in energy could even wake the main serpent deep in the canyon. If that happens, nobody escapes alive. Suddenly, even more illusions begin to multiply. Ning cries out in panic as the ghostly horde grows by the second. Caught in a terrible dilemma, Lin Ze grinds his teeth. He cannot use spells above level 6 or summon his best beasts. If the serpent wakes, they are all dead. Seeing the monsters closing in, he makes a split-second decision. They must force their way out and escape the canyon before the serpent notices. Out of nowhere, a deafening roar shakes the earth, catching Lin Ze completely off guard. The ground trembles violently, and Ning and Ma Liwei scream in absolute terror, wondering if the furious serpent is targeting them. But they only killed 1 clone, so this level of rage makes no sense. Listening closely to the chaos, Ma Liwei shakes his head. It is not after them. A massive battle must be raging nearby with the serpent. Meanwhile, in another part of the canyon, violent gales whip up a thick fog, completely blotting out the sky. Through the blinding gray haze, 2 hunters run for their lives, with the massive body of the serpent looming right behind them. The giant 9-headed monstrosity opens its maws, spitting devastating blasts of sand to crush them. The bearded hunter screams in panic, "Forget the assassination mission. We are going to die in this godforsaken place." His partner fails to dodge in time, getting sent flying by a massive snake head before crashing painfully into the dirt. Pinned to the ground, he desperately shrieks for help, urging his partner to summon his beast. 1 more hit, and they are finished. Gritting his teeth, the bearded hunter summons his strongest battle beast, Night Owl Assassin. "Stop that thing." A giant dark eagle, shrouded in a pitch-black, murderous aura, suddenly appears. The system flashes a single line of data: Night Screecher, a Tier 5 Stage 7 Shadow Assassin. The Dark Eagle instantly unleashes its Dark Slash skill, diving headfirst toward the monstrous beast. But the strike does absolutely nothing to the massive 9-headed serpent. A split second later, the 9-headed serpent counters with a devastating air blade aimed straight at the bird. Horrified, its master screams out in pure agony, "No, not my Night Screecher." More massive heads emerge from the thick fog, roaring violently as they close in to finish off their helpless prey. The 2 hunters can only watch in absolute despair as death approaches, realizing it is all over. A bone-chilling shriek rips through the air, then dead silence across the desolate valley. Meanwhile, a dense pinkish-gray fog suddenly rolls over Lin Ze's group, prompting his senior Zhang Manman to cry out in shock. This earthquake is getting worse and worse, and what on earth is this thick mist rolling in? Pale with terror, Ma Liwei loudly explains that this is the teleportation fog spit out by the spectral 9-headed serpent to completely clear the area whenever it flies into a rage. He flees in a panic, shouting for them to run because anyone touched by this mist will be randomly teleported somewhere in the ruins, leaving Lin Ze frantically calling out for Ning and senior Zhang. In that critical moment, Lin Ze reaches out to grab Zhang Manman's hand and activates his protective shield, yelling for her to hold on tight and never let go of his spirit guardian. But the thick fog swallows them up in an instant. The entire group is scattered. Once again, the entire canyon falls into a quiet, eerie silence with nothing but the gray mist drifting in the wind. Tossed through space, Lin Ze crashes onto the grassy floor of an unfamiliar forest, coughing from the sudden jarring impact. He scrambles to his feet, shouting into the dense, blinding fog for Ning, senior Zhang Manman, and Ma Liwei. Looking around the empty woods, Lin Ze realizes even his spirit guardian couldn't block this teleportation fog, a testament to the power of a saint-tier beast. Staring deep into the unfamiliar woods, he grows anxious about where Ning and the others ended up. This situation is definitely turning out to be pretty troublesome. Elsewhere in the misty forest, a massive ancient tree radiating a warm golden glow stands out brilliantly against the dark trees. Underneath its luminous branches, Song Chengrui and Uncle Yuan face off in a tense confrontation with three other explorers. One of the explorers points directly at Song Chengrui's face, angrily shouting that they know he is from the mighty Song family, but inside these ruins, everyone must respect the explorer code. Since his group discovered this glowing green soul tree, first it rightfully belongs to them, and they are not backing down. Song Chengrui merely smirks with utter contempt, mockingly asking if they really just mentioned rules. His eyes turn chillingly ruthless as he growls that in his book only one rule exists in this world, the law of the jungle, where the strong rule over the weak. Another hunter furiously points at him, yelling that this is blatant robbery and asking if the Song family has no shame in abusing their power and ruining their own reputation. Amused by their resistance, Song Chengrui smiles coldly and asks if they truly believe he would ever let them walk out of these ruins alive just to go around telling everyone about this. Realizing he plans to silence them forever, the three terrified hunters back away and quickly summon their battle beasts, shouting that this bastard is trying to murder them. Cornered, they desperately order their beasts to charge forward, yelling that they will not go down without a fight as they launch an all-out attack. A massive stone fist hurtles directly toward him. Uncle Yuan stands completely unfazed, not even trying to dodge. He raises an eyebrow with a contemptuous smirk, muttering that they are far too arrogant. Instantly, a heavy shroud of dark energy explodes and the giant, terrifying figure of his death messenger manifests right behind him. Uncle Yuan coldly waves his hand, ordering his lethal summon to quickly clean up these annoying pests. Meanwhile, in another part of the quiet forest, Lin Ze is walking along when the distant sound of shouting and clashing blades catches his attention. He pauses, listening closely to the noise, thinking that a fight up ahead might be the perfect chance to check things out and see if his friends are there. But as he arrives, he is greeted by a gruesome sight. Talk about arriving at the absolute worst possible moment as three bodies lie cold on the ground. The sole survivor crawls desperately through the dirt, coughing up blood, gasping for air. Hovering right above the poor man is the death messenger, its massive scythe ready to pass judgment as the hunter realizes everything is over. As the blade is raised to strike, the dying man curses them in despair, screaming that the vile Song family will pay for this. A cold flash of blade light tears through the air, sending a fresh spray of blood onto the grass. With a heavy thud, the last survivor collapses onto the dirt, taking his very last breath. Uncle Yuan calmly steps right over the fresh corpse, acting as though he just swatted an annoying fly. He dusts off his robes, quietly muttering with absolute disdain that they were too weak to even pity. Song Chengrui strolls over with a lazy stretch, casually asking Uncle Yuan if the area is finally cleared out, while the old man bows deeply to report that everything is fully handled, leaving absolutely no survivors alive. Looking down at the three lifeless bodies on the grass, the young master smirks coldly, saying that anyone foolish enough to cross the Song family deserves exactly this kind of end. Song Chengrui pats him on the shoulder with a satisfied smile, praising Uncle Yuan for a job well done and thanking him for his hard work. Pointing toward the glowing tree, he generously offers Uncle Yuan a share of the rare spirit fruits, to which the elder quickly bows, expressing his deepest gratitude to the young master. With joy written all over his face, the old guardian steps forward to pluck a glowing golden spiritual fruit. He mutters to himself that a spiritual treasure like this only bears fruit once every 100 years, making it incredibly rare and precious. He admires the glowing fruit in his hand, calculating that after his pet consumes it, it will temper its physical body and even improve its aptitude. Although this item is useless for undead beasts, he still has two other pets that can benefit from it. Suddenly, a faint rustle from the thick bushes behind makes the old guardian snap his head back in alert. Both of them instantly take a defensive stance, and Song Chengrui barks into the dark shadows, "Whoever is out there, get the hell out right now." Out of the hazy, mysterious fog, the figure of a young man slowly steps out from the thicket. Lin Ze strolls forward with an incredibly calm, composed, and completely relaxed expression. He looks straight at the arrogant young master and smirks. Well, if it isn't the famous young master Song from the Soul Tower. What a crazy coincidence. Recognizing him, Song Chengrui turns purple with rage, pointing a finger as he roars, "You brat, how dare you show your face in front of me again?" Lin Ze narrows his eyes in confusion, thinking how bizarre this is, considering they had only crossed paths once before at the Soul Tower. His eyes reveal deep amusement as he wonders where on earth this deep burning hatred even came from. His gaze sweeps over the bloody corpses scattered beneath the spiritual fruit tree, and he mutters what the hell happened here. Catching the wicked smirks on Song Chengrui and his old henchman, Lin Ze instantly pieces it together. Looks like he just had the bad luck of walking into a murder and robbery scene. Calmly assessing the situation, he realizes there are no survivors left. Since he just accidentally uncovered their secret, there's no way they will ever let him leave this forest alive. Meanwhile, the old guardian holds his head high with an arrogant expression, fully prepared to silence this curious intruder forever. Song Chengrui sneers mockingly, "Well, aren't you hard to kill? It seems like that assassin we hired was nothing but absolute useless trash." Hearing this, Lin Ze asks coldly, so after that incident at the Soul Tower, you actually hired a hitman to take my life. Song Chengrui tilts his chin triumphantly, scoffing that at least Lin Ze has some brains. He yells that Lin Ze stole his spotlight at the Soul Tower and dared to humiliate him in public, so he should have died a long time ago. The old guardian steps forward alongside his death envoy, threatening in a low, raspy voice, "Since you uncovered our robbery and know about the assassination, don't even think about walking out of this forest alive today." The old man cracks a creepy, vicious grin. "Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. I'll make sure you experience a fate that is far worse than death." Ignoring the threats, Lin Ze calmly scans his surroundings. There is no fog here, and their loud fight didn't attract the nine-headed bone serpent. It seems they are finally outside the boundaries of the Misty Canyon, meaning he has a lot more room to move. His gaze suddenly grows incredibly sharp and confident as he declares, "Since that's the case." Lin Ze waves his hand, summoning the Ice Queen and his armored warrior. "There is no more need for me to hold back my power." Facing that heavy pressure, the old guardian frowns, calculating. According to his intel, this brat only has 2 Tier 5 pets and a single Tier 4 pet, but he quickly scoffs with his usual arrogance. "Just a few low-tier pets, and you dare to make a fool of yourself in front of my Tier 8 death envoy." He instantly waves his hand ruthlessly, commanding his death envoy to charge forward and slaughter the boy. Obeying the command, Lin Ze's armored warrior immediately charges forward, activating its ice crystal mirror to block the hit. But the death envoy's giant scythe is far too powerful, completely shattering the ice shield in a single devastating strike. Witnessing this, even the Ice Queen is visibly shaken by the enemy's terrifying offensive power. Unfazed, Lin Ze clasps his hands quickly, chanting to unleash his mental-type skill, Soul Arrow. The Soul Arrow tears through the air, violently colliding with the giant scythe in a burst of eerie light. Even so, Lin Ze narrows his eyes in surprise. How is that weapon able to regenerate instantly? Standing back, the old guardian smugly strokes his beard. "Did a little brat like you really think you could shake a world-renowned Tier 8 death envoy?" The death envoy swings its massive scythe straight down at Lin Ze as the old guard roars, "Today, I will show you the heavy price of offending the Song family and insulting the strong." Thanks to his quick reflexes, Lin Ze agilely leaps backward, narrowly dodging the deadly slash sweeping past his face. Just then, dark vines suddenly erupt from the ground, tightly binding Lin Ze's 2 pets and locking them in place. The Ice Queen looks back at her master with an extremely anxious and tense expression. Without missing a beat, the death envoy follows up with a deadly horizontal slash heading straight for the young man's throat. In this split second, Lin Ze gently closes his eyes, remaining incredibly calm as the fatal strike closes in on him. Lin Ze quickly retreats to gain some distance, reminding himself that this is certainly not his first time facing down the pressure of a Tier 8 threat. He recalls his past brutal battles, noting that both the fossilized stone dragon and that giant Atla worm boss were Tier 8 monsters too. He continues to analyze the situation, remembering that after Xiao Shui fused with the armored warrior and used a rage card, she could easily reach the Tier 8 threshold. But he currently does not have a rage card on hand. Worse, this death envoy is an undead type capable of phasing through attacks, making it far more trickier and dangerous to deal with than those previous Tier 8 beasts. Seeing his opponent hesitate, the old guardian steps forward to mock him. "Are you finally scared now? You sure acted tough back at the entrance of the Soul Tower." Song Chengrui folds his arms arrogantly, tilting his chin as if granting a favor. "Lin Ze, I will give you one last chance." He sneers with a wicked grin. "Get on your knees, kowtow, and beg for forgiveness, and maybe I will leave your corpse intact." Lin Ze coldly fires back. "What if I refuse?" Tong Thua Du loses his mind, screaming in rage for Guard Yuan to rip him to shreds and tear him apart. The guard immediately obeys his master's order. Guard Yuan swings his hand to cast a high-level spell, roaring that he will show the kid the absolute brutal gap between a weakling and a true powerhouse. A massive glowing purple cube suddenly drops, locking down the entire area. The system immediately announces the activation of the soul-devouring domain. Lin Ze and his battle pets are trapped inside as Guard Yuan explains that this domain doubles all spiritual energy consumption and heavily suppresses his pets' levels. The old man proudly boasts that his beast, the Death Messenger, will receive the domain's full buff, turning it into an immortal, indestructible force. Lin Ze stays calm, quickly analyzing the domain spell. He realizes this is the exact reason the previous expedition group was completely wiped out. Without wasting a second, he activates a brand new state for his battle pet, Armored Warrior Ghost General form. The Armored Warrior shifts into a blazing red energy form, ready to fight alongside the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen also charges up her power, unleashing a wave of freezing mist to support him. Instantly, a spherical soul barrier forms around Lin Ze to protect him against the crushing pressure of the domain. He quickly calculates his strategy by shrinking the soul shield to wrap tightly around his body. He can isolate the pressure, allowing him to use his spiritual energy completely normally. Ready for action, he commands his pet, "Go Xiao Shui." Two fierce ice dragons charge forward only to be instantly shattered to pieces by the Death Messenger's massive scythe. Right at that moment, the armored warrior in ghost form closes the distance at lightning speed. It immediately triggers its phantom skill, Ghostly Clone. Red illusions rush in, unleashing a brutal barrage of punches on the Death Messenger. Lin Ze yells out to coordinate their next move. Xiao Shui, now. The Ice Queen immediately fires a rapid barrage of freezing beams straight at the target. Hit by the relentless onslaught, the Death Messenger staggers and is temporarily frozen solid. However, a dark purple mist suddenly erupts, rapidly healing all of its injuries in seconds. Guard Yuan scoffs at his futile efforts, mocking that within his soul-devouring domain, the Death Messenger is completely immortal. The Death Messenger blocks the blow as the old guard yells, "Stop wasting your energy, you cannot beat me." Despite the armored warrior's best effort, its heavy punch is completely blocked by the giant scythe. The sheer weight and overwhelming force instantly knock the armored warrior backward. Watching this unfold, Lin Ze realizes that undead-type beasts are incredibly hard to destroy with physical moves, but they are definitely not invincible. Since that black mist can hurt his ghost, form his own spells, and Xiao Shui's skills must be able to deal real damage to the core body. His eyes gleam as he locks onto the target. The weak point of all undead-type beasts is their soul core, and this creature's core is hidden deep inside that black mist. He smirks, remembering how Xiao Shui's ice attack managed to stagger the monster for a split second earlier. Knowing he has this in the bag, his spiritual energy erupts. In other words, if its healing can't keep up, this fight gets a whole lot easier. Lin Ze orders his pets, Xiao Shui armored warrior, pin him down and create an opening. He stares coldly at his enemies and taunts them, "Aren't you guys curious about how I cleared the Soul Tower first?" His upgrade system instantly triggers. He spends 1,400 achievement points to upgrade his level 10 Silent Cross skill to level 6. Now he can infuse 60 extra spiritual energy points to boost its power up to a maximum limit of 500 points. A massive glowing magic circle erupts beneath his feet as he confidently declares that he's about to give them their answer. Lin Ze charges straight ahead, channeling his surging spiritual energy to prepare for the final decisive blow. He unleashes his entire accumulated energy pool to cast his newly upgraded level 10 Silent Cross. Guard Yuan's eyes widen in absolute shock. The Silent Cross. Terrified, the old guard frantically commands his beast Death Messenger block him. But a brilliant, overwhelming Holy Cross crashes down ruthlessly, striking the Death Messenger. Under the skill's absolute power, the level 8 killing machine is completely locked down and paralyzed. Breaking into a cold sweat, the old man panics. "Impossible. My soul connection with the Death Messenger is cut off, but it's a level 8 beast." He desperately wonders. The Silent Cross is a unique soul tower spell, and he only cleared it 2 days ago, so how is his level already this high? Meanwhile, Lin Ze raises his sword for the killing blow and scoffs, "Your so-called immortality only works because you have a constant stream of energy." The Ice Queen also unleashes her freezing aura, ready to strike. Now that its energy source is cut off, let's see how immortal you really are. Lin Ze and Xiao Shui launch their dual attack, the Soul Arrow Ice Dragon Blast. A barrage of soul arrows and powerful icy blasts relentlessly bombard the giant Death Messenger. Stripped of its master's energy, the mighty level 8 beast can only stand there helplessly, taking the devastating damage. The protective black mist gradually fades away, exposing a glowing, highly critical weak spot right on its chest. Lin Ze smirks. His eyes turn incredibly sharp as he finally locates its soul core. Realizing his intention, Elder Yuan panics and screams for backup. "This is bad, get on the defense." But it is already too late. Lin Ze's highly compressed soul arrow pierces straight through the soul core with absolute precision. The Death Messenger's soul core shatters, triggering a blinding explosion of spiritual energy right in the middle of the forest. And just like that, the level 8 killing machine, once praised as immortal, completely vanishes into thin air. With his bound beast destroyed, Elder Yuan suffers a severe backlash, instantly coughing up a massive mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest, he limps backward in complete disbelief. A single soul arrow shattered the Death Messenger's core. This has to be a joke. He is supposed to be just a bronze-level Beast Tamer. Lin Ze casually waves his hand and calmly explains, "My soul arrow is already at level 6 with the power of spiritual compression." His cold gaze locks onto the old man as he slowly continues, "And as for my soul strength." With zero hesitation, Lin Ze fires another sharp soul arrow right at him coldly, adding it just happens to be at the level of a gold-tier Beast Tamer. The arrow pierces right through his chest. It instantly ends the life of the arrogant henchman. Song Chengrui stands frozen in shock. His face turns pale as he stares at the lifeless body right at his feet. Drenched in cold sweat, he stammers in utter shock. Elder Yuan is dead. A gold-tier Beast Tamer died just like that without even summoning his other 2 beasts. His will to fight completely shattered, he turns and runs for his life, muttering, "How is a bronze tamer's soul this strong? If I do not run now, I am dead." But after just a few steps, he crashes hard into the rock-solid massive stone body of the armored warrior. Song Chengrui looks up. The living stone wall is glaring down at him, leaving him completely paralyzed with fear. He stumbles backward, trembling all over as he desperately begs, "No, stay away from me." Lin Ze approaches with a cold smile and says, "Master Song, from the moment you hired assassins to kill me, robbed people, and tried to silence witnesses, you should have been ready to get killed yourself." Hearing the murderous words, Song Chengrui panics, waving his hands defensively. "No, Lin Ze, you cannot kill me. Touch me, and the Song family will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Lin Ze raises an eyebrow casually, exposing his true colors. "Is that so? We had no real grudge, yet you ruthlessly chased me all the way into these ruins, dead set on making sure I do not walk out alive." Deadly purple energy begins gathering in his hand as he delivers the final judgment. "If I spare you today, you will just come back with the entire Song family to wipe out me and everyone close to me." He decisively swings his hand to deliver the ruthless final blow, coldly saying, "So goodbye." With the mess finally cleared up, Lin Ze sighs in relief, muttering, "Dealing with undead-type beasts is truly a massive pain. It would be amazing if I could contract a light-type beast in the future." Suddenly, the system screen pops up, drawing his curiosity. "A new achievement. You have unlocked first gold achievement, defeating a gold-tier Beast Tamer for the first time. Reward 500 achievement points and 1 spirit recovery potion." Checking the growth panels of the Ice Queen and Armored Warrior, he smiles in satisfaction. A bit risky, sure, but both beasts got stronger and he bagged a new achievement. Overall, this trip was totally worth it. Turning to his two companions, he gently comforts them. "You both did great. Take a good rest now." "Oh, that is right." Remembering something, he looks at the glowing ancient tree, calculating spiritual herbs can strengthen the body and heal wounds. This is the perfect thing to patch them up right now. Without hesitation, he walks over to the tree. He harvests an armful of glowing golden spiritual fruits. Lin Ze carefully splits the spiritual fruits into 2 equal portions and places them before the Ice Queen and the Armored Warrior to nourish them. Seeing them look confused, he cheerfully urges, "Go on, eat up. These are treasures, easily rivaling spirit elixirs." Following his lead, the Ice Queen and the Armored Warrior greedily grab the spiritual fruits, devouring them happily. The cracks on the Armored Warrior quickly close. Lin Ze nods in approval. "Fantastic, the healing effect is truly outstanding." Looking up at the dense canopy, he sighs with worry. These ruins are highly dangerous. He needs to find Senior Ning Zhang Manmen and Ma Lu Wei immediately. Lin Ze summons his fossil stone dragon and eyes the sky, remembering Ma Lu Wei's warning about the violent gale barrier above the storm belt. The upper air currents can literally rip boulders apart. The dragon cannot fly too high, but riding it is still 10 times faster than walking. The massive rock-hard dragon obediently lowers its giant head, nuzzling its master affectionately to show its deep loyalty. Gently petting its rough snout, he explains, putting aside the level difference, your massive size alone would make you an easy target for that black mist. I did not keep you out of the fight on purpose, okay? The kind-hearted Ice Queen approaches, carrying a pile of spiritual fruits, and Lin Ze's look little sway, and the Armored Warrior saved the biggest ones just for you. No more pouting, all right. Feeling the love from its teammates, the stone dragon perks up, opening its massive mouth to gulp down the delicious treat in one bite. Watching it happily eat, Lin Ze smiles, pats its head, and praises what a good girl. With his team fully energized, he leaps onto the broad, sturdy back of the giant stone dragon. Securing his seat, he calls out, "Let's move out. We need to find Senior Ning Zhang Manmen and Ma Lu Wei immediately." Meanwhile, on a barren, rocky slope located in the southwestern part of the storm belt, deep inside a dark, cavernous cave, thick spider webs block the paths and old skeletal remains lay scattered across the cold ground. Ning painfully opens her eyes, wincing as she clutches her forehead, whispering, "Ugh, my head is absolutely throbbing." Panicked, she looks around but sees nothing but pitch-black darkness. Terrified, she cries out, "It is so pitch-black here. What kind of cursed place is this?" Suddenly, a drop of mysterious, slimy liquid drips from the ceiling onto her shoulder. She flinches quickly, brushing it away. Curious, Ning reaches out to touch the sticky, rough walls around her. She wonders in utter confusion how this bizarre material could possibly be so highly elastic. Looking up at a giant cocoon hanging from a massive web, she panics upon recognizing the silk. Don't tell me she thinks these monsters turn me into emergency rations. Refusing to just lie down and die, she gathers her strength and yells, "Blazing demonic falcon, come out right now." A fierce flaming eagle manifests and instantly unleashes sharp, fiery slashes to tear the massive cocoon wide open. Watching tensely, Ning shouts orders to her beast. "Control your heat," she warns, "only use the demonic flame to burn through the cocoon wall." Obeying its master, the blazing demonic falcon opens its beak and unleashes a roaring torrent of fire to incinerate the thick webbing. With the flames breaking her free, Ning escapes the cocoon and tumbles straight down to the cold floor. Landing safely, she pats her chest and sighs in absolute relief. Thank goodness for her blazing demonic falcon, otherwise this encounter would have ended terribly. looking down at a skeleton nearby, and Ning frowns as her memories quickly return. After getting teleported, she fell down a cliff and was immediately surrounded by vicious wind-wing spiders before even finding her footing. This cursed place must be their nest. Suddenly, out of the cave's deep abyss, dozens of bloodthirsty red eyes begin to glow slowly, creeping closer and closer. Moments later, a swarm of hideous giant wind-wing spiders emerges from the shadows, and honestly, they are the stuff of pure nightmares. As the terrifying monsters close in, she bites her lip in sheer panic. The loud commotion from breaking her cocoon must have accidentally drawn them right to her. Staring down the aggressive swarm, more memories of Lin Ze suddenly flash through her mind of how he always cared for her and risked his life to save her. Her eyes grow fierce and determined. Before this, whenever danger struck, her big brother Lin Ze was always the first to stand in front and shield her. Clenching her fists, she bravely braces for the upcoming battle. She cannot keep hiding behind his back forever. She must fight on her own, survive, and find him. Meanwhile, over the perilous storm belt, freezing, flesh-tearing winds continue to howl relentlessly across the vast, snow-covered plains. Lin Ze rides high in the sky on his fossilized stone dragon, scanning the freezing terrain below. Frowning, he scans the vast landscape, letting out a frustrated sigh. He has been flying around for 3 hours now with absolutely no clues to show for it. His face tightens with deep anxiety. The teleportation fog covered such a massive area that there is still absolutely no sign of Senior Zhang Mangmang or Ma Liwei. Watching the wild monsters roaming below, his worries grow. The beast density here is twice as high as the Black Wolf Forest, and Ning only has her blazing demonic falcon to protect her, and if she runs into a high-level threat, she will be in serious danger. Just as his anxiety peaks, the snow-covered earth below begins to shake violently with an unnatural tremor. In the distance, a stampede of armored boars runs frantically for their lives, fleeing as if the apocalypse itself is coming. Riding his dragon, Lin Ze frowns in confusion. The entire herd is running in sheer panic. What on earth could possibly terrify them to this extent? He looks back in the direction the panic stampede came from. Since they are fleeing from the southwest, something massive must have just gone down over there. Right on cue, a blinding pillar of light erupts in the distance, piercing straight through the nearby snowy peaks. The blinding flash is followed by an earth-shattering explosion, sending a massive plume of black smoke billowing up to cover the horizon. Sensing that something has gone terribly wrong, Lin Ze immediately commands his fossilized stone dragon to fly at absolute full speed toward the southwestern cliffs right away. The dragon surges forward while Lin Ze's mind races with anxiety. An explosion that massive could mean, and Ning ran into a gold-tier Beast Tamer like Elder Yuan, which would be a total disaster. Back inside the dark cave, the ground is now littered with the charred, smoking corpses of the defeated wind-wing spiders. The heavy, exhausted breathing of someone who just survived a brutal life-or-death battle is the only sound echoing through the silence. The surviving wind-wing spiders back away in terror, having completely lost the courage to rush forward and attack. Battered and bruised while clutching a severed giant spider leg, and Ning stands there in utter disbelief. Did she really just defeat that massive swarm entirely on her own and even manage to take down their queen? But then strange burning marks begin to spread across her face, causing her to wince as she wonders why her body is suddenly burning up. Completely exhausted, and Ning staggers backward, leaning against the cold stone wall while gasping heavily for air. The strange burning marks glow even brighter, bringing a fierce surge of pain that makes her wince. It hurts so much, feeling like a fire is running directly through her veins. Clutching her rapidly beating chest, she collapses to the floor. Her heart is pounding, feeling as if something is about to violently burst out of her body. Her vision begins to fade, but she grits her teeth and refuses to pass out. She cannot give up now, not before she finds her brother Lin Ze. Just as her consciousness is about to completely slip away, a panicked familiar voice echoes loudly through the cave, calling out her name. A freezing wave of frost erupts, followed by a thunderous shout ordering a powerful ice waterfall spell. Massive sharp icicles rain down from above, instantly freezing and crushing the remaining monster spiders into tiny frozen fragments. Through the icy haze, Lin Ze rushes into the cave, only to stop dead in his tracks upon seeing her collapsed on the floor. Scooping her tiny body into his arms, Lin Ze gently shakes her with panic in his voice, begging her to wake up. Slowly opening her heavy eyes, and Ning looks up at him and whispers, "Brother Lin Ze, is that really you, or am I dreaming?" Grimacing in pain, the girl clutches her rapidly rising chest and sobs that her heart hurts so much the feeling is completely unbearable as her spiritual energy is rapidly being drained dry. Hearing this, Lin Ze frowns slightly as he notices strange flame patterns spreading across her cheeks, wondering what kind of bizarre marking this could possibly be. He forces himself to stay calm to figure out a solution. She is losing spiritual power way too fast, so he absolutely has to replenish her energy before doing anything else. Pulling a tiny golden bottle from his pocket, he silently prays that the spiritual recovery potion he just received from the system reward will actually do the trick. Without hesitating a single second, Lin Ze carefully feeds the potion drop by drop into Ning's mouth. As the fiery markings gradually fade away, he finally lets out a long sigh of relief, thankful that her breathing is stable and the creepy pattern has stopped spreading. Propping and Ning safely against the rocky wall, he looks into the dark cavern and deduces this is the main nest of the wind-winged spiders, meaning Senior Liu Man could be trapped somewhere deep inside. Lin Ze turns to order his two reliable helpers, telling the armored warrior and Xiao Shui to scout ahead down that path, warning them to be careful and not go too far. At that very moment, a memory floods back to Senior Liu Man, taking her to the bustling ancient book market of Luin City. In the memory, the pink-haired girl flips through an old book and grumbles that she cannot understand a single word among these strange, haunted-looking symbols. Right then, an intellectual-looking friend wearing glasses sits down beside her and kindly offers to take a quick look. Adjusting her glasses, her knowledgeable friend explains that this is the ancient language of the Spirit Beast Empire, explaining that while Beast Tamers fight using pets, those Empire people actually draw power directly from beasts called Spirit Beasts. Liu Man widens her eyes in surprise as she recalls a lesson, remembering having read about the Spirit Beast Empire in her history textbook. The memory flashes to bloodthirsty half-human, half-beast warriors as her friend explains that 25 years ago, the Spirit Beast Empire invaded their world through a spatial crack, and during battle, their warriors underwent physical mutations that made them far stronger than tamers of the same rank. Her friend continues the grim tale, noting that the war claimed nearly 100,000 beast tamers and countless innocent civilians, making it one of the most disastrous invasions in history, which leaves Liu Man shivering at how absolutely terrifying it all was. Back in reality, Liu Man frowns as she pieces the clues together, the power of mutation now that she thinks about it. Wait, is this a mutation? The sudden realization hits hard as the fiery markings on Ning's face flash in her mind, and she realizes she must warn Lin Ze immediately. Night falls once again over the wind-winged spider nest hidden deep within the storm belt, and Ning slowly regains consciousness, gently fluttering her heavy eyelids open under the warm, flickering glow of the campfire. Rubbing her slightly dizzy forehead, she lets out a soft, painful groan. Hearing her voice, Lin Ze and Senior Liu Man walk in carrying firewood and happily call out, asking if she is finally awake. Lin Ze gently checks her forehead, explaining that she slept for about 8 hours when she curiously asks, before warmly asking if she is still feeling any discomfort. And Ning obediently shakes her head to reassure them, saying she is just a bit tired and only remembers fighting the wind-winged spiders before her body suddenly started feeling extremely strange. Her eyes light up as she recalls suddenly feeling incredibly strong, explaining that she even unleashed blazing flames, just like the Crimson Fiend Owl, to wipe out the spider boss in an instant, though she remembers nothing after that. Lin Ze smiles warmly and pats her head, suggesting she might have unlocked some hidden potential in that desperate moment, relieved that she is finally safe and sound. He explains that after she passed out, Xiao Shui and the armored warrior found Senior Liu Man deep in the cave, adding that because An Ning lured the spiders away, she was completely unharmed. Senior Liu Man winks playfully, raising her water bottle to agree, teasing that while it was indeed all thanks to her, Lin Ze was absolutely worried sick when she fainted. Holding the bottle, An Ning looks down guiltily, whispering that she only wanted to stop being a burden, yet she ended up causing more trouble for him anyway. Lin Ze explains that she had a terrible burning fever after fainting, which only broke after she drank another spiritual recovery potion, warning her that she must postpone contracting her second pet until they figure out this uncontrolled power. He makes a firm decision to send An Ning and Senior Liu Man out of the ruins tomorrow, as going deeper is too dangerous, and Liu Man agrees, saying it is a good chance to find Leng Yan and Xin Yi. She smiles and tells him not to worry since they can protect themselves, warning him to stay safe alone, while Lin Ze nods, confident that their guide Ma Liwei is already waiting for them at the Stormbelt entrance. The next day at the Stormbelt entrance, their guide suddenly appears, leaping forward with his arms wide open. Ma Liwei tearfully tries to hug him, crying out that he thought they were dead, but Lin Ze immediately raises his hand to stop him, telling him to stand right there. Rejected, the guide sheepishly twiddles his fingers and apologizes, admitting he failed as a guide because of that teleporting fog, even though their deal was for him to lead them through. Lin Ze generously waves it off, offering an extra 100,000 to safely escort the girls back, which Ma Liwei proudly accepts, promising that since the nine-headed serpent is quiet, he will get them out safely. Lin Ze nods and hands them over, but then asks if the guide happens to have a map leading to the glowing forest. The guide quickly pulls out a scroll and hands it over, explaining that while it shows the path from the storm belt to the glowing forest, the actual terrain inside is another story. His face turns completely serious as he delivers a grim warning: nobody has ever returned from that forest, leaving whatever lies inside a completely unsolved mystery. Taking the scroll, Lin Ze confidently declares that this map is more than enough for his journey. He calmly pockets the map, readying himself for the dangerous solo journey that lies ahead. Seeing that he is about to leave, An Ning gently stands on her tiptoes and steps closer to him. Closing her eyes shyly, she plants a soft kiss on his cheek, instantly turning the atmosphere romantic. Blushing deeply, she sweetly tells him to be extremely careful on his own, promising that they will wait outside for his safe return. Lin Ze smiles gently, softly stroking her hair as he promises to return, telling her to wait patiently for him. Waving goodbye, he silently watches as Ning the senior and Ma Liwei disappear down the sun-drenched mountain trail. After a long trek on foot, Lin Ze finally stands before the massive glowing portal leading to the Forbidden Zone, marked clearly as the entrance to the glowing forest. Holding up his map to double-check the terrain, he murmurs to himself, "According to the layout, this is definitely the correct entrance." Looking at the crowd ahead, he frowns slightly in surprise. Quite a few people are gathering here, and judging by their gear, they are aiming for this Forbidden Zone too. He quietly reflects on the deadly allure of the zone. It is incredibly dangerous, yet it holds countless opportunities and massive secrets. No wonder so many people are flocking here. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spots him. He calls out to his captain, asking if that is indeed Lin Ze. The team leader immediately spins around, looking everywhere for him. The green-haired captain rushes over to greet him, asking if young Master Lin is also here to explore the ruins. Lin Ze stays perfectly calm, asking who they are. Scratching his head with a friendly smile, the green-haired guy says he actually witnessed Lin Ze conquer the Spirit Soul Tower. He introduces himself as Shen Hong, leader of the Hongtu team, adding that his teammates are all massive fans of his. Lin Ze offers a polite smile. He shakes his hand, saying it is nice to meet them. Seizing the moment, Shen Hong enthusiastically invites him to team up. He asks why not join them since he is alone, offering that while they are not as strong, they can scout ahead and help with anything. Behind him, the team nods in agreement, but Lin Ze politely declines. He thanks everyone for their kindness but explains that he is simply too used to operating completely on his own. Rejected so directly, Shen Hong quickly laughs it off, saying they were being too sudden. He warns him to stay safe because the depths are extremely dangerous, to which Lin Ze nods, telling them to be careful as well. Just as Lin Ze turns to leave, a deep, arrogant voice sneers from behind him. Lin Ze, right. 3 burly, tough-looking guys step forward. The leader smirks mockingly, remarking that he has heard plenty about the top student of Ningjing Academy who conquered the Spirit Soul Tower, saying he never expected to actually run into him out here in the wild. The arrogant young man steps up to introduce himself, confidently stating that Lin Ze must know his reputation as the second young master of the prominent Ji family, Ji Nam. Lin Ze offers a polite smile as they connect quietly, noting that this young master must belong to some prestigious family. Shen Hong quickly leans in to whisper, asking if he genuinely has no idea who Ji Nam is. Lin Ze casually responds, asking why on earth he should know who this guy is. Sweating bullets, Shen Hong explains that Ji Nam was the top ranker on the leaderboard before Lin Ze came along and shattered the record. Lin Ze simply nods, letting out a casual sigh of understanding. Moving past the introductions, the entire group makes their way toward the massive, brilliantly shining portal to finally step inside the dangerous Forbidden Zone. Following from behind, Ji Nam sneers with pure contempt. You can already tell he hates that some random nobody is acting like they are a total big shot. The burly bodyguard walking beside him leans down to ask, "Second, young master, what about that annoying Hongtu team?" Ji Nam glares deviously, whispering that there is no need. He notes it is actually better to let those fools act as shields to scout the dangers ahead for them first. Once the Ji family goes through, Shen Hong hurriedly tells his squad to move in. He warns everyone to stay incredibly close and absolutely avoid getting separated in the dangerous woods. Lin Ze calmly steps through the magical shimmering barrier. He is officially inside the glowing forest. Instantly, a breathtaking magical fairy tale landscape unfolds right before his eyes, featuring massive ancient trees glowing with energy and countless vibrant exotic plants blooming everywhere. Shen Hong drops his jaw in absolute awe, exclaiming how beautiful this place is. His female teammate takes a deep, refreshing breath, agreeing that even breathing feels incredibly easy, here calling the forest a true paradise on earth. Ji Nam immediately waves his hand, ordering his men to fan out and search, reminding them to retreat the very instant they spot anything unusual. While the crew fans out, Lin Ze and Ji Nam approach the edge of a golden lake that is shimmering brightly under the sunlight. Suddenly, the calm water begins to bubble and churn. A massive glowing whirlpool forms right in the center. The guards scramble back in a panic, shouting about what is happening and wondering if they somehow triggered a hidden trap. Golden water surges upward with a roar. It explodes into violent waves that completely shatter the calm lake. Emerging from the deep abyss of the lake, a majestic, brilliant golden tree rises up, bursting right through the surface. Clustered among the shimmering golden leaves are countless glowing spheres, each cradling a tiny sleeping life form. Witnessing this magnificent sight, even Lin Ze cannot help but widen his eyes in surprise. What is this? Ji Nam is so excited his eyes gleam with pure greed as he shouts that this is the legendary light spirit capable of evolving into a king-class beast, and it is actually here. Lin Ze glances at the greedy young master. Does he actually know what he is looking at? He focuses his gaze on one of the glowing spheres. System scan the light spirit. The system panel instantly scans the stats, showing the light spirit has a light attribute at Tier 7 Stage 4, a growth rate of 92.41%, and various powerful holy and cleansing skills. The screen continues to display Evolution Path Option 1, the Valkyrie Path, which awakens the source of light to boost elemental control and combat skills, leading to a dark light angel form that can reach a maximum of King Tier power. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a bright red warning for Option 2, the Glory Path created by the Mithril Sage. It warns that if this light spirit is harvested by outside force before withering naturally, it will consume all its life force to force evolve into a light guardian, unleashing a fatal judgment blow on the harvester before reverting to an egg capped at Tier 8. Reading through this, Lin Ze widens his eyes in shock. This is clearly a hidden evolution path. Stroking his chin, his eyes turn deep as he pieces the puzzle together. Honestly, this is the terrifying reason why absolutely nobody who ever entered this glowing forest managed to return alive. Shuddering at the tragic fate of past explorers, he realizes that if someone plucks the spirit, it will force evolve into a guardian and burn its own life to unleash a devastating final strike. Every traveler who came here before was definitely wiped out by this deadly defense mechanism. Totally oblivious to this deadly trap, Nam is still daydreaming about raw power. He tells himself that once he claims this legendary king-tier beast, he will finally surpass his older brother and become the undisputed rightful heir to the entire G family. He lets out a soft cough to hide his excitement. A sneaky, underhanded scheme is already forming. Turning to face the others, he plays nice and says that since Captain Shen and friend Lin Ze found this treasure together, his family cannot simply claim it all for themselves. Yinan spreads his arms wide, offering a seemingly generous deal. Since the tree is packed with light sprites, why don't their three groups split them evenly? Hearing this, Shen Hong gasps in naive excitement, wondering if the Yi family is actually this generous. Yinan smirks, incredibly proud of his own sinister plan. Of course, out in the wild, people should support each other. But in his mind, he is just using them as shield fodder to test for traps. If there is real danger, they die first. If it is safe, he can easily rob them afterward, and it will not be too late. He turns to Lin Ze with an incredibly fake smile, asking his friend Lin Ze what he thinks of the generous proposal. Lin Ze waves his hand and takes a few steps back, calmly declining the tempting offer. He tells them not to worry about him and that they should just go ahead and share it without leaving any portion for him. Before turning to walk away, he casts a brief glance back and leaves them with a chilling warning. He tells them to keep one thing in mind: casually picking things they have never seen before might easily bring absolute ruin and death straight to their doorstep. Hearing that, Shen Hong breaks into a cold sweat, staring hesitantly at Lin Ze's retreating back and muttering in worry. The entire crowd stands frozen in place, and nobody dares to utter a single word as they watch Lin Ze calmly walk away from the ancient tree. Yinan forces a calm expression and laughs it off, saying that it is just like Lin Ze to always be so overly cautious about everything. But deep inside, he grits his teeth, silently cursing that the damn brat always talks way too much. Yinan speaks with an arrogant, superior air, noting that great opportunities always come with risks. He orders Ali to summon his beast and pick a fruit to test the waters, and the burly henchman obediently bows, accepting the command. The bodyguard instantly whistles, summoning his scouting beast, a wind element. Wind Sparrow at rank 6 Stage 1. The tiny bird flaps its wings and darts forward, heading straight toward the glowing canopy to carry out its scouting mission. The Wind Sparrow swoops down, preparing to use its sharp claws to snatch a floating light sprite off the branch. But suddenly, the sphere of light violently explodes, releasing a blinding wave of incredibly devastating power. Taking a fatal backlash, the bodyguard Ali coughs up a mouthful of blood, crying out in intense pain. The unfortunate beast is completely crushed by the immense holy light, losing all momentum and plunging into the golden lake. From within the radiant light, a beautiful female warrior clad in majestic golden armor slowly descends unto the world. The light guardian firmly grips her spear, coldly staring down the trespassers who dared to violate this sacred ground. She leaps high into the air, thrusting her spear downward with absolute force and decisive power. Realizing things are turning ugly, Shen Hong breaks into a cold sweat and quickly retreats with her teammates to dodge the strike. The elderly bodyguard standing next to Yinan quickly rushes forward to shield him, shouting for the young master to watch out. Yinan is terrified but forces himself to stay composed, ordering everyone to immediately summon their beasts and launch a combined attack because its aura is only at rank 8. His subordinates immediately unleash their ferocious beasts, including a giant thunder spider, a sphinx, a blue-scaled lizard, and a storm wolf king. Seeing this, Shen Hong also waves her arm, calling out to her allies that they must join the fight because if the Yi family falls, none of them will survive either, and her friends quickly agree. A swarm of beasts from both expedition teams charges forward like a raging storm to gang up on the lone female guardian. However, with just a single sweep of her spear, the warrior easily blows back the giant spider, sending it flying away. Sensing that the tide is turning against them, the elderly bodyguard summons his rank 8 Crimson Fire Dragon, roaring out that the level gap is too massive and they must finish this battle immediately. The massive fire dragon opens its giant maw wide, unleashing a raging torrent of flames to burn everything to ashes. Facing the roaring sea of fire, the guardian calmly spins her spear, creating a solid barrier of protection. The surging crimson flames seem ready to incinerate the entire sky in one explosive violent strike. As the flames fade away, the holy warrior suddenly dissolves into a flurry of flower petals. Right after, countless glowing particles of spiritual energy begin to gather and shimmer around the canopy of the ancient tree. Covered in sweat and gasping, Shen Hong looks up anxiously, asking if it is finally over. Watching the drama unfold with folded arms, Lin Ze lets out a faint smirk. He knows that once the Light Guardian is defeated, all of its energy will simply return to the source and resurrect it again. So what is the actual trick to getting these light sprites to wither and fall naturally? Losing face in front of everyone, Yinan is absolutely furious and turns to demand if Lin Ze already knew this would happen. Lin Ze shrugs with a look of pure innocence, calmly firing back that since even the Great Yi family spent ages researching ancient texts, yet still remained clueless, there is no way a first-timer like him could have predicted it. Left completely speechless, Yinan can only grit his teeth and glare in absolute fury, growling out. Shen Hong quickly steps in to stop the two hotheads, telling them to stop arguing as a strange noise echoes while her teammate looks around in panic, wondering what they should do next. Staring at the ancient tree as it shakes with a terrifying vibrating sound, a pale-faced Shen Hong stammers, hoping and praying that another guardian is not about to show up. From right behind the massive golden trunk, a mysterious dark figure, wrapped tightly in a cloak and holding a staff, slowly steps out. In a flat, echoing voice that reverberates through the entire area, the mysterious figure welcomes the rude intruders to the glowing forest. The cloaked figure turns its gaze toward Yinan and his group, coldly demanding to know if they were the ones who dared to harvest the light sprites without permission. Hearing that voice, Shen Hong gasps in sheer disbelief and terror, stammering out in a panicked voice, asking if this ferocious beast is actually capable of speaking human language. Drenched in cold sweat, Elder Pang screams in terror that this is a king-tier beast or higher, making Yinan turn around with wide, panicked eyes, desperately asking what he just said about it being king-tier. In stark contrast to the absolute chaos around him, Lin Ze remains completely calm, silently observing the unfolding situation. Frowning slightly, he quickly analyzes the situation in his mind. Although common knowledge states that tamed beasts and wild beasts are completely incapable of mastering human speech, the actual reality of this world is not quite that simple. Recalling the ancient texts, Lin Ze quietly reminds himself of a rare truth. Some humanoid beasts actually possess the unique ability to master human language and communicate with people perfectly. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he realizes the true nature of the creature standing before him. Without exception, every single one of these humanoid beasts shares one defining trait. As the cloaked figure's terrifying aura explodes, Lin Ze silently reaches a grim conclusion. Every last one of them has reached the king tier, or perhaps an even more monstrous realm. Scanning the glowing canopy, he mutters to himself that a king-tier beast is guarding this place. No wonder this forest has become a one-way ticket for travelers. The tragic fate of those past adventurers is now completely clear. Recalling how the light spirits operate, he sighs heavily. Forcibly plucking one of those glowing entities immediately triggers the defensive protocol of the Holy Guardians. Taking a slow step forward, he analyzes this deadly trap. Even if some incredibly lucky intruder manages to slip past the defenses of those Holy Guardians, his eyes lock onto the massive figure towering ahead. In the end, they will still end up dead at the hands of this monstrous king-tier beast anyway. Just as that thought crosses his mind, Lin Ze feels a bizarre, pulsing energy spreading through the ground right beneath his feet. Suddenly glowing, hexagonal grids of pure light materialize, completely sealing the surrounding air and catching Lin Ze off guard. He looks around in pure bewilderment, asking himself if this is some kind of domain. Within a split second, the entire lakeside is locked down by a massive towering wall of light called the Destiny Arena Domain. Slowly raising its glowing staff, the king-tier beast delivers a heavy, booming judgment. Since you had the audacity to steal my light spirits, I assume you have already prepared yourselves to face the ultimate punishment. Sweating bullets, the old bodyguard Peng screams to his master in utter despair. Second, young master, we have never heard of this before, and the ancient texts never recorded such a thing. In total panic, Yinan shrieks back, demanding to know what on earth is happening. One of Shen Hong's teammates clutches his head in terror and cries out, "No way, please, do not tell me we actually have to fight a king-tier monster." Trapped inside the barrier with them, Lin Ze is completely speechless at this defense system's faulty targeting. He grumbles that even innocent bystanders who did not touch a single light spirit are being classified as intruders. This is just incredibly unfair. Looking up at the majestic creature towering before him, he quickly confirms its identity, the Mithril Sage, the architect behind the hidden evolution path of the light spirits. He continues to analyze this terrifying entity. It holds the exclusive power to synthesize unique lifeforms, making it an exceptionally rare high-tier beast that practically nobody ever encounters. With a single wave of the Mithril Sage's staff, a blinding orb of light shoots straight up into the dark sky. The outer shell of brilliant energy slowly dissolves, revealing a delicate, slender silhouette curled up in midair. Breaking through the blinding radiance, a pair of pristine snow-white angel wings unfurl immediately, sweeping away the surrounding shadows. A breathtakingly beautiful, majestic female angel wielding two golden swords slowly emerges before the astonished eyes of the entire group. The system interface instantly scans and displays her terrifying stats: Dawn Angel Light Element King Tier Stage 1. Seeing this, Shen Hong turns pale as a sheet. He and his teammates shriek in absolute despair that crushing pressure is coming from yet another monstrous King Tier beast. The hunter with the gelled hair loses his mind, turning to run for his life while screaming that they are no match for these monsters and must flee. Talk about a nightmare. Tripping in his frantic escape, he crashes against the domain's wall of light in pure despair. Suddenly, a razor-sharp beam of light called Light Blade shoots out from the barrier, aiming directly at his leg. The ruthless blade of light tears through the air with a whistle, instantly severing the leg of the fleeing coward. Now this is getting incredibly tense. Witnessing that gruesome, bloody sight, Shen Hong's crew goes completely pale, while Yi Nan's female bodyguard grits her teeth in intense frustration. As the Dawn Angel hovers majestically with her sword raised, the Mithril Sage issues a chilling warning: do not even dream of escaping, you foolish trespassers. The master of the Forbidden Zone slowly lifts a giant incense stick, initiating the judgment ritual. The glowing stick flies down, planting itself firmly into the earth. Accept my trial. If you can survive her relentless onslaught for the duration of this single incense stick, I will spare your lives. The light fades to reveal a massive smoking incense stick. A cold, ruthless voice echoes through the arena. Now the countdown officially begins. Sensing their lives hanging by a thread, the female bodyguard snaps at her paralyzed subordinates. What are you idiots standing around for? Summon your beasts right now before it is too late. Sweating profusely, the burly guards frantically nod in agreement, shouting back their compliance. The second the trial begins, the Dawn Angel launches herself forward, accelerating to an absolutely terrifying speed. Swinging her shining golden blades, the angel tears through the air and charges directly into the heart of their formation. Gripped by sheer terror, one hunter scrambles backward to hide behind a tree, screaming for everyone to scatter and begging for someone to save his life. Refusing to just wait for death, Peng mounts his fiery red dragon and roars out an order. Red flame dragon, hit her with everything you have. The massive fire dragon bares its fangs, gathers a surge of intense energy, and unleashes its devastating fire dragon breath, scorching the sky. Facing the incoming sea of destructive flames, the Dawn Angel calmly raises her hand, tracing a glowing star to form a defensive shield. The massive torrent of searing heat collides violently with her compact shield of light, but it fails to leave even a single scratch.